A dozen gigantic rats about half a meter long rushed into the wolf den, thinking they would have a great feast. But they didn't know that the seemingly weakest wolf cub had just completed its bloodline evolution. Squeak! A foul, stench-filled wind rushed towards them. Instead of retreating, you crouched low, your hind legs tensing up. Just as the leading giant rat pounced, you sprang into action. Mortal Tier Level 5, Energy Infusion. Energy surged madly towards your front claws, a pale cold glow emerging in the darkness. You leaped up and delivered a face-crushing strike to the giant rat. Crack! Half of the rat's head was instantly smashed, the sound of shattering bones sharp and jarring. You shook the flesh and blood off your claws, your cold wolf eyes scanning the remaining trembling giant rats. The roles of prey and predator were completely overturned in that moment. Chapter 1, Wolf Cub. In a corner of a dense forest, there was a small cave situated halfway up a hillside. After a rainstorm, the forest was unusually quiet. A fluffy little head cautiously poked out from the cave, its shiny eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. Oh, whoa! Not sensing any danger, it quickly darted back into the cave, where the sounds of cubs could be heard. Before long, it sprang out of the cave again, followed by 3 equally fluffy little ones. These were 4 little wolf cubs. This is a wolf den. The 4 little wolf cubs quickly drank the fresh rainwater from the surrounding leaves or small ponds. The first little one to come out appeared particularly alert, keeping its ears up and scanning the surroundings with its peripheral vision while drinking. Oh, whoa! After quickly gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, the first little wolf cub let out a low growl. Although the others weren't done drinking, they obediently began to withdraw. One of them couldn't hold back and stopped again for a few more sips, but the first little wolf cub quickly jumped over and nipped at its shoulder while making a woo-woo sound. This little wolf cub yelped lightly, tucked its tail, and followed the others back into the cave. Only after all of them had entered did the first little wolf cub slowly walk back. Before entering the cave, it glanced around and, seeing nothing unusual, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This little wolf cub is not just an ordinary cub. To be precise, he is not it. In his previous life, the little wolf cub was a blue star human named Sue, who accidentally fell asleep while pulling an all-nighter and crossed over to this world, tragically ending up in the body of a newborn wolf cub. After experiencing various internal struggles, Sue could only reluctantly accept this fact. Slowly coming to terms with being a wolf. This wolf pack is not very large, consisting of only 9 adult wolves and 4 cubs. Moreover, after careful observation, Sue concluded that he might not be in the blue star. This world is different from the blue star. It's even more dangerous. It seems that there exists a special substance in the air of this world, one that is highly active and flows freely in the air. Sometimes it enters Sue's body, feeling warm and cozy over time. It seems to enhance his strength and agility. Slowly, Sue realizes that this substance can improve his body and strengthen him, so he boldly absorbs it. Especially after night falls, it seems like at that moment, mana is denser and has a greater impact on the body. Instinct tells Sue that this world is dangerous. Every animal absorbs the special substances in the air, becoming strong, and past experiences may not apply in this world. Therefore, every time the wolf pack goes hunting, Sue is especially careful, fearing that the other pups might inadvertently attract predators. With the current situation where the wolf pack frequently hunts without any adult wolves around, these pups could easily be wiped out. For the safety of the den as well as his own. Thus, every time the wolf pack goes hunting, he becomes particularly fierce, insisting that the other pups must listen to him. If they don't listen, he will bite them until they do. And because he consciously absorbs the floating substances in the air to make himself stronger. It also makes him a bit stronger than the other pups, making him more formidable in fights, and none of the other pups can match him. Gradually, among the few pups, he started to gain a bit of prestige, and all the pups were willing to listen to him. Sue slowly ventured deeper into the cave and found a dry patch of grass to lie down on. Ding! Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Detected host maintaining the safety of the pack evolution system activated. Binding. 1%. 2%. 50%. 100% binding complete. Sue was stunned by this series of voices. A golden finger? The system has activated. Just arrived in this world, Sue has been searching for his golden finger in this dangerous world. How could one survive without some abilities? When he was nearly despairing these past few days, the sudden appearance of the system filled him with joy. He struggled to suppress his excitement. Woo woo. His excitement made him forget he was just a wolf pup when he opened his mouth to ask the system for information, causing the other pups to glance at him. They didn't know what was up with their leader who usually bossed them around. What is the pack evolution system's function? The system's voice sounded somewhat indifferent and cold. The pack evolution system can assist the host, helping individuals and the pack to evolve, leading the pack to transform and enhance its capabilities, allowing the host to lead the pack to stand out in the forest of all creatures. First binding, special reward, a starter pack. Would the host like to open it now? Newbie starter gift pack. Confirm to open the gift pack. Sue, without any hesitation, decisively opened the starter pack. In this dangerous world, without strength to protect oneself, just surviving is meaningless. Every time the wolf pack goes out to hunt, they leave Sue alone with a wolf and 3 burdens in the den. Every time there is a disturbance outside, he is on edge, fearing that some forager will come to the den and wipe them out. Even if the wolf pack came back from hunting and avenged them later, it would hold no significance for Sue. Open success. The system's voice then echoed in Sue's mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an inventory of 10 cubic meters. Congratulations, host, you have obtained consumable items, basic enhancement potion, 13. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item, Silver Wolf Guardian. Congratulations, host, you have obtained talent, Pack Star. Congratulations, host, you have obtained special items, Metal Element Bloodline Template, 13. The prompt voice constantly echoed in Sue's mind. Since having the system, Sue has found that there are many things added to his mind. For example, with just a thought, he can open his own status panel and also clearly sense the rewards he just received from the gift pack, including notes on the rewards. Open the status panel. Host, Sue. Clan, Wolf Clan. Bloodline, Common Bloodline. Level tier, Mortal tier level 1. Talent, Pack Star, note, can unite the tribe, enhance individual sense of belonging. Tribe members' level tier increase will grant the host a 10% return in evolution points EP. Skill, none. After looking at his attributes on the status panel, Sue opened the inventory rewarded by the system. The items rewarded by the system are all stored in this mysterious inventory. Basic Enhancement Potion, 13, note, enhances bodily functions, improves overall physical quality, repeated use will diminish effectiveness. Silver Wolf Guardian, note, in the face of a clan crisis, a powerful silver wolf will appear to protect the endangered clan. Metal Element Bloodline Template, 13, note, Golden Bloodline, using it can change the individual's original bloodline and has hereditary abilities. After looking at the status panel information, Sue discovered that apart from the passive skill Pack Star and the Guardian of the tribe's Silver Wolf Guardian, all other system items were distributed based on the current number of tribes he has. This tribe system is really powerful. He received such a large gift right from the start. Chapter 2 Metal Element Bloodline. Common Bloodline? Seeing that his bloodline was Common Bloodline, Sue couldn't help but smile wryly. If it weren't for the system's appearance, he would just be an ordinary little wolf. Perhaps over time, there would be a chance to become strong, but the potential is limited and the room for growth in this lifetime is restricted. Sue knows himself well and doesn't expect his bloodline to be very high. His little wolf pack is all gray mixed fur, clearly not from a good lineage. But now he has the opportunity to change his bloodline, and Sue couldn't resist wanting to experience it and see if a special bloodline has special abilities. The Metal Element Bloodline Template, as a special item, must have its magical functions. Use Metal Element Bloodline Template. Sue used his mind to extract the Metal Element Bloodline Template from his inventory and used it on himself. A wave of excruciating pain swept over him instantly. Oh, whoa. It felt as though countless steel needles were piercing deep into his body. Sue couldn't even move, fearing that even the slightest motion would hurt to the bone. This process lasted for half an hour. As brown blood beads and sweat flowed out, the pain gradually eased. Only after fully accepting the pain did Sue slowly stand up. The dead grass on the cave floor was soaked with blood beads and sweat. His body seemed to have grown a size larger. He closed his eyes and felt his current state. Although he endured inhuman pain, the feeling at the moment was exceptionally good. The surrounding environment in the cave became clearer, the material in the air felt more pronounced, and he was absorbing things faster. This was the most obvious sensation. His claws also seemed to have become much sharper. Gotcha! He randomly swung his claws against the dirt and stones nearby, and surprisingly, the stones shattered. The cave walls of the wolf den are made of solid rock. To test the sharpness of his claws, Sue swung at the boulder. His glowing claws easily dug out a basketball-sized piece from the stone wall. The rocks in the wolf den, although not as hard as mountain rocks, still belong to the category of stones. Normally, his claws would only leave a few scratch marks on them. This is merely a demonstration of his claw's sharpness. This scene shocked Sue himself and also amazed the three young wolves observing him. Feeling Sue's gaze, the three young wolves instantly drooped their ears and tails, getting up and trotting to a pile of dry grass on the other side, keeping their distance from him. This guy, who always bullied them in their minds, seemed different from before. He had grown a lot bigger and felt even stronger. Though they were afraid of him, there was also the feeling that this is what an elder should be like. Amidst the fear, they also wanted to get closer. So this is the metal element bloodline? It truly is powerful. Sue opened his status panel. Host, Sue. Clan, Wolf Clan. Bloodline, metal element bloodline. Level tier, mortal tier level 1. Talent, Pack Star. Note, this is innate to the host, enhances unity within the clan, strengthens individual sense of belonging. When clan members' level tier increases, the host can receive 10% of the evolution point CP in return. Skill, none. Inventory. Basic Enhancement Potion, 13. Note, enhances bodily functions, improves overall physical quality, repeated use will diminish effectiveness. Silver Wolf Guardian 3. Notes, in the face of clan crises, powerful silver wolves will appear to protect endangered clans. Metal Element Bloodline Template 12. Notes, Metal Attribute Bloodline, using it can change the individual's original bloodline, with hereditary abilities. The bloodline on the status panel has changed to Metal Element Bloodline, and due to this change in bloodline, although the level tier hasn't changed, still mortal tier level 1, it feels fundamentally different now. I am several times stronger than before. The change in bloodline has also strengthened my bodily capabilities, such as claws and teeth, and various signs indicate the metal element bloodline is more adept at attacking. After sensing his own condition, Sue turned his head to glance at the three wolf cubs staring at him blankly. Without any hesitation, he used a bloodline symbol on each of them. 3 beams of light were seen entering the bodies of the 3 young wolves. Oh, whoa! With 3 mournful howls, the little wolf cubs fell down and fainted. Sue looked at these followers with some envy, each of them fainting so easily, completing the evolution of their bloodline in their sleep. Not only did they gain immense benefits, but they didn't have to suffer as he did just moments ago. Fools have their own luck. No way. It should be foolish wolves have foolish luck. During their bloodline transformation, I took out a basic enhancement potion. Inventory is truly a magical entity. With just a thought, you can instantly retrieve any item you need, making it incredibly convenient. The basic enhancement potion looks like a water sphere wrapped in plastic film, glowing with a pale blue aura, as if some indescribable substance is flowing inside. Sue took a look and popped the potion into his mouth. The potion melted instantly, a warm current flowed from his mouth into his belly, causing his entire body to slowly warm up, his bones creaked, and his fur began to grow longer. The original fluff started to gradually fade away. Although the fur remained grayish-white, it became shinier and glossier, faintly glimmering with a metallic sheen. The heat flowed through his limbs and bones, making his entire body feel like it was soaking in a hot spring, providing complete relaxation. Comfortable. This feeling is a stark contrast to the heart-wrenching pain from earlier. This sensation lasted for about 15 minutes, and after the heat receded, he still felt like a young wolf, but now he sensed a surge of power throughout his body. Summoning the status panel, he noticed that his level tier had risen by 3 levels, reaching the 4th level of mortal tier. A basic enhancement potion can raise the level by 3. An increase in level tier translates to an increase in combat power. Watching his level tier rise so rapidly, Su couldn't help but want to use a few more enhancement potions. After all, it was hard to resist such a speed of improvement. After some consideration, he ultimately decided against it. Even though using more would enhance him individually, it would mean some members of the pack would miss out on the enhancements. As a young wolf under the protection of the pack, it's not his turn to hunt yet. As long as strength does not have a qualitative change, it doesn't have a particularly obvious impact on his current survival. On the contrary, if other adult wolves in the pack miss an enhancement, it significantly impacts the pack. Currently, the strength of the pack is what protects him. His own development is also inseparable from the pack. With the system in hand, why would he worry about not getting further level tier upgrades? Besides, he has the pack star talent. As all other pack members grow, he can also gain strength enhancement. Oh whoa! After a long while, the 3 young wolves slowly awoke and came over. They seemed to notice their changes compared to before, bouncing around the cave. Crack, crack. One sound after another, the stone wall was scratched by them, leaving lines upon lines, and stones continued to fall. Oh whoa! Su let out a roar, telling them to stop moving, and threw out a few enhancement potions, signaling them to take one each. Even though they all make whimpering sounds each time, they can generally understand each other's expressions. Perhaps communication between members of the same species is always like this. The 3 young wolves obediently stopped, each picking up the reagent spheres with their mouths, and the same situation occurred with them. Warm currents filled their bodies, giving each wolf a feeling of lightness and euphoria. At that moment, just a short distance from the wolf den, in the dark, dense underbrush, dozens of pairs of eyes suddenly appeared. Chapter 3: The Giant Rat. Squeak! Squeak! In the bushes, the owners of the dozens of pairs of eyes were discussing something with each other. In the end, they seemed to come to a consensus and began moving towards the direction of the wolf den. The wolf den is located in the middle of a hillside, on a flat piece of land, surrounded by lush forest and trees, with the mana in the air not only altering animals but also affecting plants. The surrounding trees can reach over 10 meters or even higher, with huge canopies blocking out the sun. Meanwhile, the common shrubs below can also grow to the height of the original trees, and even the weeds on the ground can reach a meter high. One could say that the entire world is almost completely covered by plants. Layers upon layers block the sunlight from the sky, making the space below remain in darkness year-round. The owners of these dozens of pairs of eyes are half-meter-long giant rats, which have also evolved under the influence of the mana of heaven and earth. This time, their target is clear: the 4 young wolf cubs in the wolf den. This group of giant rats recently migrated to this area and discovered the wolf den along with the 4 young wolf cubs while foraging. The phenomenon of groups hunting each other's young exists in every world. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, being weak is the original sin. Although the scent of the wolf pack instinctively makes them a bit fearful. They have also observed that at this moment, the other adult wolves in the pack are out hunting, leaving only a few wolf cubs in the den. Dozens of giant rats scurried rapidly through the underbrush, getting closer and closer to the wolf den. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Meanwhile, in the wolf den, the few young wolves had no idea that danger was approaching. Each of them was excitedly experiencing their own changes. After the changes in their bloodline and the enhancement from the basic enhancement potion, Su and the other 3 wolf cubs had grown a bit. Their formerly fluffy fur faded, becoming young wolves. The increase in strength of the 3 young wolves also indirectly raised Su's level tier by 1, reaching mortal tier level 5. Transitioning from mortal tier level 1 to level 5, and energy continuously flowed within them. Su felt that as long as they harnessed this power, their combat strength would increase several times. When they were still cubs, they couldn't truly grasp the difference between level 1 and level 5. Having reached level 5 now, I can feel a world of difference. I feel completely filled with power. The improvement in strength has also excited the little ones, each eager to get out and try their skills, but without the permission of Su, the leader, they wouldn't dare act on their own. Although Su also wanted to give it a try. However, his cautious nature towards the unknown world held him back from taking that risk. The safest step is to wait for the wolf pack to return after they all gain enhancement, so that his own group can benefit as well, which would significantly decrease the danger in this area. Once the pack is strong, there won't be anything around that poses a threat to him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, there are faint, unusual sounds coming from the distance. With his enhanced body, Sue sharply sensed that something was approaching the wolf den. The scent left by the wolf pack around the den has dispersed most of the predators with ill intentions. During normal times, aside from the buzzing and chirping of insects and ants, occasionally, the distant roars of some unknown fierce beasts can be heard. This time, the squeaking sounded somewhat unusual. Woo woo! Sue let out a low growl. It interrupted the three cubs playing in the cave, warning them of the impending danger. The instinct of a hunter caused the three young wolves to quickly become alert after receiving the warning. They hadn't noticed the abnormal situation while playing just moments ago, but after being reminded, their keen ears detected the different sounds. They formed a half circle around the small entrance, hiding themselves in the shadows, with pairs of eyes fixed on the entrance as their bodies started to subtly lower, their hind legs gathering strength. Even though they were still young wolves, their self-taught hunting skills made Sue nod in approval in his heart. He also didn't recklessly go out to take a look, quietly hiding in the darkness. Squeak! Before long, the squeaking became louder, and a dark black head peeked into the entrance, a garlic-nosed mouse trembling as it searched for scents. A mouse? This mouse was over 1/2 meter long, far larger than a regular mouse. After this enhancement, Sue and his companions were only about 1/2 meter long. In terms of size, they were similar, but it was hard to say how a battle would play out. Sue glanced at his front paws glinting with a metallic sheen, feeling much more assured. Squeak! The giant mouse circled around the entrance a few times, confirming there was no danger, then issued a series of squeaks to call its companions. Soon, several pairs of glowing green eyes appeared in the shadows. A few giant mice paused around the entrance for a while. One of the largest among them directed the others, splitting into two groups. 3 or 4 kept watch, while the others entered the den to hunt. With the evolution of flora and fauna, many creatures have gradually developed intelligence, no longer simply searching for food. Inside the cave, Sue and the 3 young wolves are also prepared to engage at any moment if the giant mouse dares to enter the cave. They will let it experience the taste of steel claws and teeth. Without making Sue and the others wait too long, several giant rats rushed into the cave, accompanied by a series of frantic squeaks. Oh whoa! As soon as the giant rats appeared, the young wolves lunged forward. Sue was at the forefront. With a shift of focus, energy was drawn from within and concentrated on its 2 front paws. The 2 front paws glowed faintly in the darkness. With one paw, it launched a face-to-face attack on the nearest giant rat, which was still struggling to stabilize itself after rushing in. Half of its head was caught and ripped off. The injured giant rat jumped over a meter high in pain, frantically trying to escape. The second paw swiped through the air. Crack! This time it directly broke the bones. In an instant, one giant rat fell to the ground and began to convulse. So weak! These giant rats are totally no match. Sue was startled by its own ferocious combat strength. Although the other 3 young wolves didn't finish the first battle as quickly as Sue, they were not slow either. One lunged forward and bit down on a piece of prey. Bang! It violently slammed the giant rat onto the ground, and its sharp claws tore into its body, instantly making the scene a bloody mess. The little ones were even more excited. Their first hunt. Moreover, so easily dispatching their foe made them enjoy the thrill of hunting. The splattering blood further ignited their wild instincts. Oh whoa! The 3 young wolves growled and charged again at the giant rat in front of them. Each one moved with lightning speed, like arrows released from bows. Squeak! Squeak! The giant rats were frightened by the scene and became a bit panicked, clearly not expecting this pack of young wolves to be so strong. Even though they had the advantage in numbers with over a dozen giant rats, their individual combat strength was on completely different levels. This group of wolf pups, which were supposed to be prey, had become unexpectedly powerful. The roles of prey and predator had been reversed. Soon, many giant rats abandoned their trapped companions and began to flee. Where do you think you're going? Sue jumped out of the cave and spotted a giant rat that was significantly larger than the others trying to turn and escape. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs and leapt high into the air. Leaping several meters, its claws struck hard into the back of this giant rat. Being naturally timid, even after evolving into a giant rat, its instinctive fear could not be easily changed this time. Coming to the wolf den to hunt the pups was intended to take advantage of the absence of wolves and munch on the defenseless cubs. Little did it expect that its attempt to steal the pups would pit it against such a fearsome group. Instead, it was countered and killed by the pups. The giant rat was utterly terrified. Ignoring the pain in its back, it bolted to escape. Chapter 4 Evolution Points EP. Woo woo! How could Sue allow it to escape so easily? Seeing the giant rat wriggling to shake off its grip, Sue opened its mouth, revealing its fangs, and took a bite at its spine. If it bit down solidly on its spine, with its iron teeth, it would surely be able to tear off a large chunk of the giant rat's back. The giant rat sensed the imminent danger and instinctively rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding this attack. Using the momentum of the roll, it managed to break free from Sue's claws. Rip! The roll of its body surprisingly freed it from the claws behind. But the immense force of tearing also inflicted deep, visible wounds on its back. In an instant, its entire back was torn and bleeding, with some areas even exposing bone. Squeak! This giant rat got up from the ground. The young wolf before it, recently shed of its fur, was about the same size as other giant rats, even a bit smaller, but its speed was no less than its own. Its combat ability was particularly fierce, and it seemed there was no way out. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Perhaps driven to a dead end, this giant rat instead stopped and turned its head to emit a piercing scream at the young wolf before it. Energy flowed through its wounds, slightly causing them to begin to clot. It was extremely afraid of this young wolf. Normally, it wouldn't have the courage to confront it, but now it was pushed to the brink. Sue also noticed the giant rat's movements and slowed down its hunting pace. Narrowing its eyes slightly, it approached the giant rat step by step. With each of its steps, the giant rat ahead let out increasingly urgent squeaks, and its fur stood on end. Squeak! The giant rat emitted a warning hiss. It seemed unable to bear the pressure of being relentlessly pursued any longer. The next moment, the giant rat charged at Sue, barreling in directly, its sharp limbs reaching for Sue's eyes as it closed in. Having just engaged in combat, Sue gradually understood its strengths. Although slightly smaller in size, its bloodline enhancements made it more powerful, so it was not afraid of the giant rat. Just as the giant rat jumped up, at the same time, Sue sped up, facing it head-on. Bang! The two collided, the tremendous force sending both the giant rat and Sue flying. The giant rat appeared even more disheveled. Although Sue failed to bite it, its claws once again cut a wound on its body. The strength of this giant rat is significantly greater than I imagined. Evolution has enabled these rats to contend with young wolves, which was unimaginable in the previous world, even if it's just in terms of strength, Sue pondered privately. Without a special bloodline enhancement, normal evolution could still lead to strength. How many plants and animals in this nearby forest have evolved to a high level? A sense of urgency arose within Sue. Quick and decisive. Sue adjusted its posture in the air, and the moment it landed, the power of its hind legs exploded again, propelling its entire body forward. After being knocked back, the giant rat momentarily broke free from contact with Sue. It wasted no time, leveraging its backward momentum to turn and prepare to escape. Just as it turned, it found three young wolves blocking its path from three different directions. Wolves fight in packs. You're the biggest, so of course we can't let you go. Squeak! The giant rat called out anxiously to its companions. But at this moment, not a single giant rat responded to it. Those that had escaped wished they could grow a few more legs to run as far away as possible. And at this moment, Sue engaged in hand-to-hand combat again. Oh whoa! Swish! Swish! The one-sided battle ended in no time at all. With a thud, the giant rat fell to the ground. Its flesh had been torn to shreds by claws, and warm blood flowed all over the ground. As the battle ended, a thin red light, as fine as a hair, shot out from the giant rat's body. It directly landed on Sue. What is this? Sue squinted his eyes, feeling the changes in his body, as a warm current flowed through him. A glimmer of insight arose within him. His body had been enhanced. The system's voice followed closely. Ding, the host has eliminated a level 4 mortal tier giant rat, earning 10 evolution points EP. Sue raised an eyebrow, puzzled, wondering why he didn't receive evolution points EP for the 2 giant rats he just killed. He turned back to the cave and couldn't help but smile. In the earlier battle, he thought the 2 giant rats he had defeated were dead, but they weren't completely finished off. He had been too focused on chasing the largest giant rat to check. He casually waved his hand to end the lives of the 2 giant rats, and then eagerly checked the others he had killed, hoping to pick up some bargains. Ding, the host has eliminated a level 3 mortal tier giant rat, earning 5 evolution points EP. Ding, the host has eliminated a level 3 mortal tier giant rat, earning 5 evolution points EP. Including the 4 giant rats that the other young wolves hadn't completely killed, Sue gained a total of 40 evolution points EP. Open status panel. Host, Sue. Clan, Wolf Clan. Bloodline, Metal Element Bloodline. Level tier, Mortal tier level 5 evolution points EP 40-50. Talent, Pack Star. Note, this is innate to the host, enhances unity within the clan, strengthens individual sense of belonging. When clan members' level tier increases, the host can receive 10% of the evolution points EP in return. Skill, None. Inventory. Basic Enhancement Potion 9, note, enhances bodily functions, improves overall physical quality. Effects diminish with repeated use. Silver Wolf Guardian, note, in the face of a clan crisis, a powerful silver wolf will appear to protect the endangered clan. Metal Element Bloodline Template 9, note, a metallic bloodline using it can change an individual's original bloodline and has hereditary capabilities. Sue discovered that the status panel had new changes this time. There is an additional evolution points EP after the level tier. It's clear that future evolutions are related to evolution points EP. Practice shows that as long as you kill the creature yourself, you will receive evolution points EP. Sue listened to the system's notification sound, deep in thought. If we join the wolf pack's hunts in the future, we must ensure that the final blow is lethal. The first hunt of the 4 wolf pups came to an end just like that. A feeling of dread. If it weren't for the existence of the system, everyone would have coincidentally undergone bloodline upgrades. Moreover, they used evolution potions to strengthen their bodies. The consequences would be unimaginable. We would just be a delicious meal for the giant rats. Fortunately, none of this exists. The 4 wolf pups successfully killed the invading giant rats and were not eaten. Instead, the invaders became prey and were ultimately killed. This also served as a wake-up call for Sue. Both prey and hunters are constantly changing in this dangerous world. Enhancing the pack in oneself is the key. Sue felt excited for quite a while. Sue led the 3 wolf pups to clean up the battlefield, dragging 13 giant rats into the wolf den, covering the blood outside with dirt dug up by their paws. This was to prevent the smell of blood from attracting unnecessary trouble. The 3 wolf pups have completely submitted to Sue and have become utterly devoted little followers. During this time in the wolf den, Sue often stayed with his wolf siblings, and during leisure time, he gave them names for easier recognition. He named them Ash, Shorty, and Chubbs based on their appearances. As the names suggest, the one with a grayish color is called Ash, the one with short ears is Shorty, and the fattest one is Chubbs. Chubbs is the most obedient to Sue, being the most loyal little follower. Shorty is quite mischievous and active, while Ash is the quietest and most honest. After cleaning up around the wolf den under Sue's command, the 3 wolf pups returned to the grass pile inside the den and dozed off out of boredom, waiting for the return of the wolf pack. Time seemed to have passed for far too long. In the dim cave, it was hard to perceive the passage of time. A whoa! The howl of the wolves echoed from afar. The wolf pack that went out hunting is coming back. The 4 wolf pups, including Sue, all lifted their heads from the grass pile and perked up their ears towards the cave entrance. Chapter 5: The Return of the Wolf Pack. In the distance, the forest. The alpha leads 9 wolves carrying prey through the mountain shrubs. The hunt is complete, and they are now returning to the wolf den. Today's harvest was quite good. Under its command, the pack drove 2 lone goats into a preset encirclement and then hunted them down together. After feasting, the wolf pack returned to the den with half a goat left. The little ones are probably starving at home. Alpha thought about the wolf pups in the den, filled with anticipation. Each newborn wolf pup represents the hope of the pack. The number of wolves in the pack has been decreasing for 3 years. Now, there is finally some fresh blood coming in. Without realizing it, their pace of return began to quicken. It's getting dark. The world is even more dangerous after dark. If they leave the pups in the den and don't return soon, there will be unknown dangers. Whoa! Alpha glanced back at the other wolves following behind, letting out a howl unique to adult wolves. The prey has become increasingly difficult to catch. Hunting has become much harder. The world is changing too fast. The prey that used to be easy has become stronger and more cunning. If they, as wolves, cannot keep pace with the changes in the world, they will eventually starve or become food for other animals. The 2 goats hunted today have not only grown massive, but especially their horns have become particularly sharp. To achieve this successful hunt, several wolves in the pack were injured. If I hadn't seized the opportunity at the last moment to bite its neck while it was lifting its head, the number of injured wolves would have been even greater. The world has changed. Alpha fell into memories. It still remembers being born in a place surrounded by nets. At that time, they never had to worry about food. Several creatures would regularly deliver food to the wolf pack. Later, it learned that it was a human zoo. The pack leader back then, which was its father, was less than half the size it is now. Of course. Back then, all the animals were not as large as they are now. Then one day, suddenly, there were changes in the world. The entire world became chaotic. Animals began to unknowingly grow stronger, while plants became lush or evolved in a special direction. One day, the humans who managed the zoo also left. Without humans to feed them, the place began to gradually fall into disrepair. Later, the pack leader led the pack away from there, escaping into these mountains. After coming to this mountain forest, wolves in the pack began to die for various reasons. All the adult wolves gradually died during this time, and in the end, even the leader died. But under their protection, the young wolves lucky enough to survive began the path of evolution for their pack. It itself absorbed the active substances in the air quickly, evolving at the fastest rate, gradually standing out among the remaining wolves, becoming the new leader. With intelligence, it also gave itself a name, Alpha, while the remaining wolves were categorized into Beta, Gamma, and so on based on their individual strengths. They also began to have new names among themselves. After all, having considerable intelligence enhanced their recognition of individuals. Alpha was reminiscing, and without realizing it, found himself at the outskirts of the wolf den. What is this? The scent of blood. As soon as they approached the outskirts of the wolf den, the wolf pack detected something was off. Their developed olfactory system sharply sensed the bloody smell wafting through the air. The blood of 4 wolf pups. And the scent of mice. How dare these damn mice? Awooh! Awooh! The wolf pack was unusually furious. All the wolves, including Alpha, couldn't help but howl into the sky. The howls echoed through the mountains and forests, startling the nearby birds and beasts. 9 wolves dropped their prey and started sprinting towards the direction of the wolf den. We can't afford to have any accidents. It's been 3 years since new blood was born into the pack. The wolves kept silently repeating in their hearts. The angry howls from outside made the 4 young wolves in the den look at each other, unsure of what was happening. One by one, they stood up, ran to the entrance, and perked their ears to look outside. A gray adult wolf, over a meter tall and nearly 3 meters long, was the first to come sprinting from afar, with other wolves following closely behind. Naturally, the leader of the pack, Alpha, was at the front. He was also the father of the 4 young wolves. The wolf pack is a very pragmatic group where only the strongest can reproduce. This is also a result of natural selection over a long time. Only the genes of the strongest are passed on, ensuring that future generations might inherit better traits, allowing the population to survive. This is the result of countless years of natural evolution, causing many animals to still follow this instinct, even as the world changes. Although they have no power to reproduce, every newborn pup is a descendant of all the wolves in the pack, and all the wolves continuously take care of them. In other words, the pups are the children of all the wolves. After seeing Alpha, the three young wolves couldn't wait to rush out. Only Sue stayed at the cave entrance, quietly observing everything. Seeing the pups still there, Alpha and the other wolves slowed their pace, feeling relieved. It seemed that the four pups had grown quite a bit, their formerly fluffy fur appeared to have shed. They had suddenly transformed from pups to young wolves. This left Alpha and the other wolves that were running behind him a little stunned. What is going on? Surprise, astonishment, confusion, various emotions flashed across Alpha's face. This also opened Sue's eyes, who had been observing the wolf pack. It turns out a wolf can have such rich expressions. The other three young wolves, besides Sue, bounced around Alpha, playfully seeking attention. Shorty even ran into the wolf den and dragged out a giant rat's corpse, dropping it on the ground. This scene resembled Sue's childhood, when parents returned home, and a bunch of eager children, who couldn't wait to show off their rewards, were hoping for their parents' praise. Alpha seemed to have a rough idea of what was going on and licked a few little ones with his tongue. A few wolf pups rolled around excitedly on the ground, enjoying Alpha's paternal affection. Of course, Alpha didn't forget Sue and also licked Sue's face with his tongue. This left Sue feeling both amused and exasperated, as he felt the wet drool covering his face, unable to hold back an eye roll. It appeared to Alpha that Sue was a bit special, not quite fitting in with the others. But as a father, Alpha didn't hold that against him. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now, looking again, he felt that this special child was quite endearing. Seeing him lying there lazily, Alpha didn't feel disdain. Instead, there was a peculiar feeling inside. This little one is the future of the pack. This puzzled Alpha, though he didn't overthink it since his mind was not that complex. As long as he saw his child was fine, he felt reassured. After Alpha finished washing his face with saliva, Sue relaxed, wiping his face with his forelimbs. However, this was just the beginning. Due to Packstar, all the returning wolves today came over to show their love to him, leaving his already wiped face wet once again. In this small pack, Alpha was the largest, over 3 meters long, while the other wolves, a bit smaller, were still around 2 meters long. Today, the returning wolves all bore bloodstains, with many having gray fur smeared with black blood. The last two were particularly pitiful, limping with their injured legs trembling continuously, clearly suffering serious injuries. Sue understood that survival in the wolf pack was not easy. Thus, the strengthening of the pack was urgent. When all the wolves returned to the den, they lay on the pile of grass, quietly closing their eyes, waiting for the night to fall. Sue stood up. He began his own plan for strengthening the pack. He walked to the outermost edge of the den, where the two most severely injured wolves were lying. The wolf pack has a strict hierarchy, and these two were the weakest, relegated to the outermost area. The two wolves were resting with their eyes closed, but their trembling legs clearly reflected that their injuries were not as calm as they appeared. According to the laws of the forest, if they did not recover in time, it wouldn't be long before the injured wolves would be eliminated. The reality is that cruel. Fortunately, Sue's presence could change their situation. Sue nudged one of the injured wolves with his head. This was a female wolf. The female wolf opened her eyes, and seeing Sue, a gentle look shone in her eyes as she extended her tongue to lick Sue's face, filled with affection. Chapter 6: Collective Evolution. Feeling the warm and moist licking on his face, Sue did not refuse, continuing to nudge the female wolf. "Oh, whoa." He emitted a low sound. Things were too complicated for such sounds to explain anything. Sue is just telling it, it's okay, to come help itself. Deep down, Sue has gradually accepted its new identity as a wolf. While the world here is harsh, the pack is warm, and all the wolves are protecting them. Then, Sue didn't explain too much. Of course, he couldn't explain it clearly. He just gently patted the injured female wolf in the end. "Oh, whoa." At first, the female wolf didn't understand why Sue was doing this, but soon she felt a sharp pain all over her body and couldn't help but howl. Su didn't hesitate either, he had been through this pain before. He moved on without looking back. Oh whoa! One after another, all the wolves were affected by Su's special tool, the metal element bloodline template. In an instant, howls echoed continuously in the wolf den. Startled, the surrounding birds and other animals scattered in fear, trying to escape far away to avoid any collateral damage. What amused Su was his cheap father, the pack leader, Alpha. When the first howl from the pack occurred, it noticed that Su was near this wolf. At first, it didn't pay much attention, thinking Su just happened to be there. But soon it realized that whenever Su was nearby, that wolf would wail, which piqued its alertness. This little guy seems a bit strange. Alpha kept staring at Su but still couldn't figure it out. Although the pack was howling, there were no signs of other injuries, they just seemed to be expelling a lot of tainted blood from their bodies. Fur fell off and then regrew. Before he knew it, Su approached him. When Su appeared in front of him, Alpha couldn't help but jump. Just as he leaped into the air, he suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body and fell straight down. He jumped up and crashed down just like that, like a statue that couldn't move. He fell in a stiff posture. That strange position made Su twitch the corner of his mouth. This pain piercing to the bone made it extremely difficult for him to move a single paw, and he finally understood why the other wolves were howling in agony. The intermittent howling lasted nearly an hour, twice as long as Su and his companion's pain, with Alpha lasting the longest. This might be related to their level tier and age. The higher the level tier and the older they are, the more impurities might be in their bodies, making bloodline changes more difficult. After the howling ended, the wolves slowly realized that after this pain, they were different from before. The world became clearer, their senses sharpened, they felt differently about the mana in the air, and even their bodies were strengthened. It felt as if he had been reborn. Alpha took a moment to assess his current state. Although he didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, he knew just how significant the difference was. Compared to his past self, mana's absorption rate and his potential had both been enhanced. This sudden and inexplicable pain was worth it. Oh whoa! Su jumped onto a rock and made a sound to attract the attention of the wolves. Clearly, after the initial experience, everyone was immediately drawn to Su. Though they couldn't comprehend it, the wolf pack instinctively trusted him unconditionally. Seeing that he successfully attracted the attention of the wolves, Su silently invoked the inventory, retrieving the remaining basic enhancement potions. Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared. 9 basic enhancement potion balls appeared in front of Su. Oh whoa! At Su's gesture, each wolf took 1 enhancement potion ball. During this time, 3 young wolves that had already consumed their enhancement potions approached Su, drooling with eager expressions, asking him for more. Seeing their silly faces, Su swatted them away with a paw. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I can't even bear to eat 2 myself, and you all are truly insatiable." The 3 young wolves were knocked over by Su's paw, rolling twice before realizing they wouldn't get anything else. Feeling downcast, they slinked away. Oh whoa! A howl rang out from the wolf pack. This time it wasn't out of pain but comfort. A warm flow coursed through their bodies, making them feel as if they'd soaked in a hot spring after extreme fatigue. Their entire bodies and souls experienced a light, floating sensation. Ding! The strength of the host's pack members has increased. The host gains 30 evolution points EP. Ding! The strength of the host's pack members has increased. The host gains 30 evolution points EP. Ding! The strength of the host's pack members has increased. The host gains 20 evolution points EP. As the dinging sounds continued, Su felt that his level tier was constantly rising. Until the system's dinging stopped. He opened his status panel. Host, Su. Clan, Wolf Clan. Bloodline, Metal Element Bloodline. Level tier, Mortal Tier level 7 evolution points EP 110-500. Talent, Pack Star. Note, this is innate to the host, enhances unity within the clan, strengthens individual sense of belonging. When clan members' level tier increases, the host can receive 10% of the evolution points EP in return. Skill, none. Inventory. Silver Wolf Guardian. Note, in the face of a clan crisis, a powerful silver wolf will appear to protect the endangered clan. As Sue levels up, he can feel his strength increasing exponentially. All the wolves were observing their transformations after a bloodline change and a reinforcement. The hidden injuries within their bodies were completely healed. The two heavily injured wolves had fully recovered. Sue felt a great excitement in his heart as he watched the wolves improve. A totally new pack, a group with immense potential, a community with a hopeful future has been born in his hands. Just when Sue thought this evolution had come to an end, suddenly, a sound came from the center of the wolf den. Crack, crack. Short, urgent sounds continued to resonate. All the wolves turned to look towards the center. The evolved eyes still retained their vision even in darkness. It's Alpha. Alpha stood in the center of the den, eyes closed. The sound of cracking bones echoed around him, yet he seemed unaware. A faint ghostly light emanated from his body, particularly striking in the darkness. Sue sensed Alpha's momentum rising, and the oppressive atmosphere in the den intensifying. It seemed that this basic enhancement potion had triggered Alpha's long stagnant path of advancement. This rising momentum didn't seem like a typical progression. Could it be a promotion to mortal tier level 9? This is a breakthrough to tier 1 transcendent, Sue thought to himself. Each significant level tier advancement is not an easy feat for all lifeforms. It may represent a major hurdle that not every creature can overcome. Alpha's momentum continued to rise. His body did not grow larger, but rather seemed to shrink slightly. His body became more solid, his physique smoother, and his fur glossier. Crack! Finally, the momentum peaked with a snap, as if some shackle had been broken. Immediately after, Alpha's momentum continued to ascend, and the ghostly light enveloped his body, forming an aura above his surface. Eventually, Alpha's momentum stabilized within a steady range. Whoa! Alpha retracted his momentum, slowly opened his eyes, and couldn't help but let out a long howl towards the sky. The corners of his eyes revealed a sense of joy. Alpha had been stuck at mortal tier level 9 for a long time, always lacking an opportunity to break this shackle. This time, with the enhancement of his bloodline strengthening his potential, he used the reinforcement potion to break through and reach tier 1 transcendent level. This evolution is the transformation of the essence of life. To be precise, it is the leap of life. Instantly reaching tier 1 transcendent level tier. Meanwhile, a ringing sound echoed from Sue's side. Ding, the strength of the host's group members has increased, and the host earns 500 evolution points EP. Ding, the overall strength of the host's group members has increased, rewarding the host with a lottery chance. A lottery? Sue silently thought. Draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining artifact, Mana Gathering Array. Mana Gathering Array gathers surrounding mana, increasing the mana concentration within 5 meters by 10 times. The array can be upgraded. Chapter 7 Mana Gathering Array. Mana Gathering Array, 10 times mana concentration within 5 meters. Isn't mana just the mysterious mana in the air? If that's the case, doesn't that mean it will evolve faster within this range? And since this array can be upgraded, won't the energy gathering effect reach hundreds or even thousands of times later? This truly is a great treasure. A flash of joy could not help but surface in Sue's eyes. If this array is used well, both the wolf pack and he could grow stronger quickly. Once he and the pack become strong, they will have a foothold in this world. Now, he can only continue to develop and enhance the abilities of the pack and himself. After all, the world is vast. Even the Alpha's Haven T ventured far, and no one knows what the outside world is like. Let alone Sue, who has never left the wolf den. Currently, the number of wolves in the pack is still too small. There's no way to increase their numbers in a short time, so they can only improve their quality. Stronger individuals can also fend off other threats. Ultimately, it comes down to insufficient strength, and Sue feels insecure. Take out the array, Sue quietly thought. Whoosh! A copper-colored metal disc the size of a silver dollar appeared before Sue. Made of an unknown material, it is inscribed with cryptic runes. Is this the array? Sue gazed quietly at the array. As the array appeared, Sue could see the runes on it beginning to emit a faint light. Then, the mysterious mana in the wolf den began to noticeably increase. Indeed, the mysterious mana is the mana. Feeling the mana gathering more and more around him, Su found the answer in his heart. Alpha and the other wolves also sensed the unusualness around them. After gaining the metal element bloodline, the starting point has risen, and the sensitivity to the mana in the air has also strengthened. Previously, he could only passively absorb it, but now he can also actively guide and then absorb it. Right now, the speed at which mana is absorbed is several times more efficient than in the early stages, which has left all the wolves unable to contain their excitement. And today's series of miraculous experiences made them feel as if they were dreaming. Although evolution has unlocked the intelligence of these animals, today's experiences clearly exceed their capacity for thought. Of course, after Alpha breaks through Tier 1 Transcendent, life undergoes a transformation, and intelligence reaches a higher level. At this moment, it glanced over at Su, instantly drawn to the slightly glowing formation. Perhaps it's an artifact rewarded by the system. It has directly established a connection with itself. Since taking it out, Su felt a resonance between himself and the formation, allowing him to control it. It seemed that he could take the formation back with just a thought. So he tried it, and sure enough, he felt he was right, he could retrieve it at will. As long as he could control it, otherwise it would be snatched away by someone else, turning him into a mere stepping stone for others, which would be heartbreaking. Su thought silently. With the formation placed outside, as time went by, the mana in the wolf den slowly began to fill up, ultimately reaching a concentration limit beyond which it did not increase and instead maintained that concentration. The wolves gradually adapted to the current state, slowly quieting down, and began to absorb the mana floating around them. Su did not touch the formation on the ground but instead slowly walked out of the wolf den. He wanted to see how wide the range of this formation's effects was. Possessing a treasure is a crime. With 10 times the enhancement of mana, would something be attracted from nearby? Does nothing happen beyond 5 meters? These are all things that need to be personally experienced to be judged. A cautious navigator avoids calamity. Su stepped out of the cave where the wolf den was, feeling the coolness outside. The cave is halfway up the mountain, with a relatively flat slope in front of it, but at this moment, the slope is not visible at all, as it is surrounded by trees over 10 meters high and some vines. This mountain is not high, it's not one of those steep mountains. This is a hilly area. As Su walked, he felt the mana. After walking about 100 steps, he estimated that the mana concentration dropped sharply back to normal at around 5 meters. He walked slowly along this boundary. As he walked, he used his paw to mark the trees. After a circuit around, Su figured out the range affected by the formation, a spherical area with a radius of 5 meters where the mana concentration was 10 times greater beyond 5 meters, there was no change. It's clear and distinct. Within this 5-meter diameter space, all living beings can bathe in 10 times the mana. If the formation is left here for a long time, will it have any effect on this area? Will any special changes occur? How can they ensure that only the wolf pack enjoys these benefits? And I won't nurture a rival for my own tribe. These are issues that Su is considering. Tomorrow during the day, I need to check the surroundings carefully, Su thought to himself. Not just animals, but insects and plants should be looked at too. Now, at mortal tier level 8, I have enough self-defense ability in this area, and I no longer need to hide like I did before in the wolf den. Su was contemplating as he turned around to head back to the wolf den. Just as he turned around, he discovered Alpha standing quietly behind him, watching. Startled for a moment, he quickly calmed down, realizing he's a wolf too, and decided to ignore Alpha's gaze and continue walking back. Did you do all of this? Suddenly, as Su passed by Alpha, a voice echoed in his mind. Whom? Who? Su was startled by the sudden voice appearing in his mind and couldn't help but look around. It's me, replied the tall Alpha, his eyes focused on the little wolf cub in front of him, barely a meter long. Although this child has always shown himself to be special, today's experience still surprised him tremendously. Can you talk to me in my mind? Su couldn't help but think. Yes, my child, I discovered I have this ability after reaching Tier 1 Transcendent, Alpha said calmly while looking at Su, his eyes expressing tenderness when mentioning the phrase my child. Everything today has been so amazing and surprising, could you tell me what's going on? Alpha couldn't help but ask, feeling curious. Facing Alpha's inquiry, Sue was also pondering how to respond to this question. As the tribe continues to evolve, the intelligence of the wolf pack increases, eventually leading to such questions. This is my ability. This ability will only strengthen our tribe, Sue thought for a moment, then continued, Wolf Dad, do you believe me? Alpha looked at Sue, nodded, his gaze filled with gentle light. Child, I believe you. Wolves are the most loyal animals. Wolf packs are trusting partners, and since Sue is still his child, Alpha will of course trust him. Additionally, Sue possesses the unique ability of Pack Star, which further strengthens this trust. You need to hide this ability well, don't display it in front of others. Alpha paused for a moment, looking into the distance, then spoke, this world is very dangerous. It seemed to be hinting at something, but Sue had no idea. Chapter 8, Building the Wolf Den. Ding, you have gained 10 evolution points EP. After a night of absorbing mana, Sue slowly began to absorb the mana in the air, gaining 5 evolution points EP. This level was only achieved under a 10-fold concentration of mana. If he were to absorb it in a regular environment overnight, he would only gain 1 mana. This also highlights the difficulty of evolution. The higher the level tier he progresses to, the greater the number of evolution points EP required, and the longer the time needed. This is a limiting factor for evolution. The significance of the mana gathering array has become even greater. So early in the morning, while Alpha led the wolf pack out for hunting, Sue started constructing the wolf den with his 3 little followers. Sue first recalled the array into his body. The moment the array was drawn into his body, the dense mana around them scattered, returning to normal. This scene left the 3 young wolves somewhat at a loss. The first step in building the wolf den is to clear away debris within a 5-meter radius. With Sue and the others' abilities, this is particularly easy. Woo-woo. Due to the inability to communicate verbally, Sue could only give them some orders, such as clearing the grass about a meter high at the entrance. Swish, swish. The 3 little ones swung their wolf claws. Their sharp claws are perfect for cutting grass, making it a fun activity for them. On the other side, Sue began to cut down the trees marked from yesterday. Without any logging tools, it was indeed a laborious task just using claws. Fortunately, the claws post-evolution are exceptionally sharp, making the job not too difficult. With the abundance of mana, the trees also underwent evolution, which is why Sue is cutting them down. Surrounding the entire wolf den, aside from a few tall giant trees, these giant trees have massive canopies that can shield the den from the eyes of aerial hunters. Other trees are the targets for this cleanup. This is simply unavoidable. The rich mana will inevitably lead to the crazy growth of plants. Aside from not considering the factor of plants evolving to pose a threat to the wolf pack, the rampant growth of plants will further compress the living space of the wolves. Previously, Sue didn't have this capability and could only cave in the wolf den cave. The current situation is different. Swish. Swish. Sue practiced with his claws, imagining these trees as opponents, continuously swinging his front paws. With each swing, trees continued to fall or break. Afterward, Sue used his mouth to pull the branches or trunks out of the relatively flat slope at the entrance of the den, and discarded them at the bottom of the slope. At first, Sue wanted to build a fence to enclose the area, but unfortunately, wolf claws were not as delicate as human hands. Therefore, he had no choice but to lay the trimmed tree trunks horizontally along the outer edge. He simply circled around the wolf den's cave, leaving a regular entrance as an exit. Gradually, a clearing about 5 to 10 meters wide appeared around the wolf den. In the center of the clearing stood a gigantic camphor tree, over 10 meters tall, with a massive crown that shaded the entire sky above. Additionally, the interlocking tree crowns surrounding it effectively concealed the location of the wolf den. After organizing the area outside the cave, Sue began to tidy up the interior of the den. The cave where the wolf den was located was a natural cave. Considering the load-bearing factors, Sue only made simple adjustments to widen it. Evening. Alpha returned with the wolf pack after a hunt. The strengthened wolf pack came back loaded today. The pack looked at the dramatically changed wolf den. An open area had appeared in front of the cave entrance, where broken stones were piled up, all crushed and laid out to make the entrance as even as possible. At the edges of the clearing, where it met the trees, trunks were stacked to form a simple railing or wall. The main purpose was to prevent the surrounding trees from leaning inward and compressing the small level area at the entrance of the wolf den. Upon entering the cave, it became evident that the space had also increased considerably. Many of the jagged stones had been cleared away. As soon as one entered the cave, the rich mana could be felt. It seemed this mana was confined within the cave. This was actually an epiphany Sue had while tidying up the cave. The array, once activated, would increase the mana concentration tenfold within a radius of 5 meters from the center of the array. If I were to dig deeper into the cave, not needing to make it too large, just about 1 meter wide for 5 meters deep from the entrance, that would confine this 5-meter space within the cave. After all, only open areas would have mana floating, while rocks on the other side of the array would effectively limit its diffusion. This resulted in a tenfold concentration of mana inside the cave, while there was no change outside. However, there was one thing Sue did not anticipate. With the high concentration of mana in the cave, it seemed that the rocks within the cave were slowly undergoing some changes as well. But this change was not particularly obvious. The returning pack of wolves found their spots and began to concentrate on sensing the surrounding mana, starting their training. Meanwhile, Sue and the other 3 young wolves began to enjoy their meals. Perhaps after becoming wolves, with no other food options, Sue gradually started to adapt to raw meat. It might be that wolves have different taste buds from humans. Fresh meat actually stimulated his appetite, with the allure growing stronger the fresher the blood and flesh. Ding, you have gained 1 evolution point EP. As the meal came to an end, a notification chimed in Sue's mind. Mana is not only absorbed from the air, it can also be obtained from eating, resulting in evolution points EP. The amount of energy is related to the quality and freshness of food. After eating, Sue led the 3 young wolves back to their respective dens to begin drawing on mana. The sky slowly darkened. The mana in the air gradually became more active. All creatures keenly sensed the arrival of this moment, the time when mana is most active throughout the day. The transition of day ends at night. This mountain forest gradually quieted down, and the entire world also slowly hushed. It was as if all the fighting of the day had come to a halt at this moment. Yet, the forest in the darkness is filled with dangers. The active mana at night drew countless snakes, insects, mice, and ants from their hideouts. Most of them evolved towards toxicity during their development. This deters most animals from approaching them. Fortunately, most insects do not actively target animals, and animals that are active during the day mostly return to their nests. This is also the mystery and fairness of nature. Each species in the forest has evolved to adapt to this world and has its own way of surviving. Species that live during the day find the night filled with dangers. After night falls, some animals that forage during the day begin to calm down and absorb the mana in the air. No one is willing to miss the opportunity to enhance themselves. More strength means more hope for survival. Even animals that come out at night to forage consciously absorb the mana in the air while they are active. The wolves in the den lay quietly in their positions, absorbing the mana from the air. Heaven has not been unkind to them, only hard work can repay it. With 10 times the mana, the cave where the wolf den is located becomes particularly rich in mana. If one could see mana with the naked eye, they would find that each wolf is surrounded by ripples of mana, akin to a current, continuously flowing into their bodies. At the location of Alpha, a small vortex is formed, continually merging into Alpha's body. Chapter 9, Hunting. A month has passed. In the dense mountain forest, countless towering trees stand. Sue follows the wolf pack as they weave through the woods. Beyond the wolf den, the number of animals in the outer forest has noticeably increased. Various birds and beasts are bustling and chirping in the forest. However, behind this liveliness lies a plethora of dangers. The forest is often plagued by swarms of venomous creatures. These pests vary in type and habits, and most animals do not survive encounters with them. Even a common mosquito should not be underestimated. Sue once witnessed a doe being bitten by one that was as large as an adult's fist. After gorging on blood, its belly swelled like a red bulb, making Sue's scalp tingle. Apart from these mutated insects, there are also many types of lizards and venomous snakes, especially in dark and damp places, which have become their paradise. Wolf packs stay far away from these hunting grounds and do not dare to venture deep into them. The wolf pack weaves through the forest without rest, following the hunting trails they have discerned, moving towards the next location. During this month, Sue participated in one hunt after another with the wolf pack. Each time, it was Sue who delivered the final blow to the prey, which was also the main goal of Sue's desire to join the hunt. As long as he is the one who kills the prey, he will receive mana rewards. Remember that Sue had to plead with Alpha for a long time just to join the hunting, and Alpha has always disagreed. As the leader of the wolf tribe, Alpha considers Sue's overall skills, which are fundamental for the rise of the wolf tribe. As long as nothing goes wrong with him, the tribe will continue to advance. Why engage in such uncertain and dangerous activities as hunting? Isn't it better to stay in the den where mana is abundant and improve oneself? This is something that not only he but also many other wolves dream of, relaxing at home and steadily advancing. If it weren't necessary for survival, they would also prefer not to go out hunting. During this time, Sue noticed that Alpha and the other wolves were capturing an increasing number of prey, partly due to their promotions leading to a greater food intake. On the other hand, the wolf pack instinctively wants to guide mana into their bodies in the den where mana is plentiful. Under Alpha's repeated opposition, Sue only managed to get agreement after revealing his mortal tier 8th level strength, but Alpha emphasized repeatedly that Sue should stay behind him. Along the way, the wolf pack frequently weaved between some villages and mountain roads, which had fallen into ruin, overgrown with weeds, becoming a paradise for wildlife. The mountain roads were also covered with weeds or tree roots. Most of the concrete surfaces had cracked, with huge fissures covering the road surface. The cracks were filled with various types of grass and trees. It is evident that this area was once inhabited by humans. Perhaps mana appeared too abruptly, and the biological changes occurred too quickly, causing humans to abandon this region. Even so, the signs of human life made Sue instinctively wary. This is not an untouched forest. On the contrary, it is close to human-inhabited cities. Although humans have retreated from here, it does not mean they are far away. They might be very close, and humans could come in at any moment to explore. They might even capture plants and animals to take back for research. In his previous life as a human, he knew humans well. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts, which is no joke. Even among the same species, different ethnicities can betray one another. Let alone wolves. In the past, wolves were hunted to the point of becoming protected species. Moreover, in this life, with the resurgence of mana, both sides had become competitors for each other, and the pressure of survival made the opportunity for peaceful coexistence even more unlikely. Currently, Sue did not plan to deal with them, but she could not ignore their existence. First, she would lay low and act like a wolf, and when she became strong, she would have the means to protect herself. Soon, a pack of wolves arrived at a small reservoir. This was one of the many hunting spots for the wolf pack. The reservoir lay in a valley between mountains, surrounded on three sides by mountains and bordered on one side by a concrete dam. Now, the dam was covered in moss and weeds, and the drainage facilities were rusted. Before, the reservoir was a place where wild animals foraged for water, but now, abandoned and devoid of human activity, it had become a paradise for wildlife. Of course, it could also be a hell. There were plenty of predators here, a hunting paradise. The wolf pack took a brief rest under the leadership of the Alpha. The wolves were on the north side of the reservoir, and without trees blocking the way, the sun directly shone on the north shore. Therefore, many animals were enjoying a rare sunbath here. Sue saw several snakes, as thick as soup bowls, coiled motionless around the trees by the water. Not far from the snakes, 3 bears standing upright over 3 meters tall were catching fish in the reservoir. They too were staring motionless at the water's surface, suddenly swiping their claws, moving quickly, and each swipe seemed to carry immense power, splashing high waves. Every swipe would catch a big fish weighing over 10 pounds. Meanwhile, on the other side, herds of cows and sheep were cautiously drinking water. Among them, strong male animals acted as sentinels, surveying the surroundings and sounding alerts at the slightest disturbance. These animals absorbed mana to evolve, each of them growing particularly large, with their sharp horns atop becoming especially hard and sharp. The arrival of the wolf pack caused quite a stir among the animals, especially the vigilance of the herbivores. They began to surround their young, with the strong males on the periphery. The bears that were catching fish also closely watched this side, especially the Alpha, whose bare face was full of seriousness. They could sense the alpha's aura, and this momentum created pressure for them. It made them instinctively feel the danger from the alpha. This forest added another powerful presence. After a short rest, without needing the alpha's command, the wolves behind began to move. Each one circled around the herbivores. The startled herbivore herd hurriedly retreated, although the strong and tall herbivores occasionally charged with their sharp horns or kicked with their hind legs. They still couldn't stop the panic of other animals. And the wolf pack was deliberately creating such opportunities. Sue did not join the hunt. She quietly followed behind the alpha, observing the situation around her. The animals on the north shore of the reservoir began to get restless due to the movement of the wolf pack, while the south side remained relatively calm. Suddenly, the leisurely alpha abruptly lifted its massive head. Looking straight ahead, it seemed as though it was watching something. Sue followed its line of sight and looked over. After examining for a long time, he finally spotted a black cheetah in the shadows on the southern bank. The cheetah remained motionless, as if it was also staring this way. A rival that could catch Alpha's attention must be formidable, Sue thought to himself. Could this cheetah also be a Tier 1 transcendent level? After a long while, the black cheetah slowly disappeared from the shadows. Only then did Alpha slowly retract its gaze. On the north bank, the wolf pack seized an opportunity amidst the constant harassment, encircling a 3-meter-long calf. Although a few strong bulls in the herd tried to charge forward during the period, they were unsuccessful after several attempts. In the end, the herd slowly moved away, and as they did, the calves continuously cried out in despair. There was a commotion among the herd. A cow attempted to return but was stopped by a few other bulls, finally resigning and letting out a mournful cry as it was swept away by the herd. Meanwhile, the calf, after several attempts to resist, was quickly brought down by the wolf pack, lying on the ground, barely alive. "Oh, whoa!" Sue let out a roar, halting the wolf's actions. He quickly leapt out of his body and ran to the calf's side amidst the confused gazes of the wolves, delivering the final blow to end its pitiful life. Ding, the host has killed a mortal Tier 6 yellow bull, earning 30 evolution points EP. Sue accessed his status panel. Host, Sue. Clan, Wolf Clan. Bloodline, Metal Element Bloodline. Level Tier, Mortal Tier Level 9 evolution points EP 460-2000. Talent, Packstar. Note, this is innate to the host, enhances unity within the clan, strengthens individual sense of belonging. When clan members' level tier increases, the host can receive 10% of the evolution points EP in return. Skill, none. Storage space. Silver Wolf Guardian. Note, in the face of a clan crisis, a powerful silver wolf will appear to protect the endangered clan. The consumption of prey follows a strict order. Alpha goes first, being the first to start enjoying it. Next is Sue, whose strength at Mortal Tier 9 has gained everyone's respect through this fighting period. Chapter 10, The Abandoned Village. The reservoir is a hunting ground for the wolf pack. One calf simply cannot satisfy the needs of the wolf pack after they devour it clean. They head to the next hunting spot. This is also the wisdom of the wolf pack, not to focus on just one group to fleece. In the words of Sue's past life, this is called sustainable development. Sue closely followed the pace of the wolf pack, surveying everything around him. After a month of hunting with the wolf pack, Sue has also come to understand some situations about his current living location. The wolf pack lives in a mountainous area that is not characterized by towering peaks, but rather by a series of rolling hills. Humans once lived here. The surrounding mountain roads and villages can attest to that. Especially on some hillsides, large tea trees can still be seen, as well as various fruit orchards. These are crops that can only be extensively cultivated by humans. After the revival of mana, the world underwent great changes, and the humans withdrew from this place, leading to a gradual desolation. The original villages began to fall into ruin. Fields, now lacking human management, began to return to a primitive state of natural selection, with weeds and crops growing wildly, and even some stunted tea trees started to grow taller. This place is slowly beginning to resemble a primitive forest. However, based on some experiences from his past life, Sue judged that this location is probably not too far from human settlements, as orchards and tea gardens rely on transportation. Being far from city transport and markets does not align with maximizing profits. Since it's not far from the city, he needs to be more cautious in the future. A strong sense of crisis has made Su even more determined to become stronger. He glanced around at the pack of wolves beside him. They will become his tribe in the future, and they will support him in protecting himself. Su followed Alpha along the dilapidated mountain road. As he passed by a village, he heard a faint sound enter his ears. Su thought he misheard, and looked questioningly at the other wolves in the pack, each focused on the path ahead. They showed no reaction, as if it were nothing unusual. Su shook his head and continued forward. After taking only a few steps, a melody resonated again in his ears, almost like something whispering. This time it was clearer than before, not resembling a hallucination. What is going on? Su turned back to look in the direction of the village. The sound seemed to have come from that way. It felt as though the sound was calling him to come closer. Why is he able to hear this? Could it be a trap? Oh, whoa! Su let out a low growl towards the advancing wolf pack. The pack paused, cautiously looking around and adopting a defensive stance. After discovering no threats, they all turned back to look at him, somewhat confused. Alpha slowly approached and nudged him with its head. What did the child discover? A voice appeared in his mind. It was Alpha's voice. Now, he can only communicate normally with Alpha, but only if it spoke to him first. Otherwise, there would be no response. This is probably a communication on a mental level. After Alpha advanced to Tier 1 Transcendent, the strength of the mental level increased, allowing communication with the spirits of other wolves. However, since he hasn't reached Tier 1 Transcendent yet, he can't communicate with it like they do, and can only wait for it to first connect mentally with him before they can interact. It seems there is something in that village, making a different sound. Su thought, I can feel that it seems to be calling me. Can you all feel it? Alpha lifted its head to glance at the village not far away, carefully sensing but found nothing. This village is no different from other villages. It has been dilapidated for quite some time, and the wild growth of grass and trees has caused many parts of the buildings to collapse. Let's go take a look. Alpha turned around and howled at the other wolves. Since advancing to Tier 1 Transcendent, feeling the powerful strength within, Alpha also has gained confidence in its abilities. There are certainly threats that can endanger it in this mountain range, but there aren't many around its hunting territory. Searching through this small village is not a big deal. It is capable of ensuring their safety. The main reason is that Alpha has always had a strong sense of trust in this uniquely performing wolf cub, and this feeling has become more evident the longer it stays by his side. Thus, it considers any suggestions Su makes. The other wolves feel the same way, partly because of the series of incredible actions Su had taken recently that left all the wolves in awe. Additionally, Su's rapidly growing power has amazed all the wolves. It's worth noting that apart from Alpha, the only Tier 1 Transcendent in the pack, there are only 3 wolves that have reached Mortal Tier Level 9, and one of them is Su. Lastly, there is the effect of the talent, Pack Star, which keeps the tribe united around him. The village is not large, about 70 to 80 households, covered in ruins and in a state of decay. Various vines have wrapped around most of the undestroyed buildings, making it seem as if the entire village is submerged in a green ocean, with some revealed white walls and black tiles resembling islands in the ocean. Su and his group of wolves arrived at the village entrance, where there is a collapsed sign that reads Hangdaling Village. At this moment, the village is quiet, without a sound. Even the sounds of insects are absent, as if it were completely silent. This inevitably causes a hint of unease among the wolves. Alpha turned to look at Su, seemingly inquiring about his opinion. Let's go take a look, let the other wolves stay behind. Su felt uncertain, but a voice inside kept urging him to go in and take a look. Considering his own strength at Mortal Tier Level 9, along with the presence of an Alpha Tier 1 Transcendent, there shouldn't be any issues. Alpha howled twice to let the wolf pack wait outside, then followed Su deeper into the village. Inside the village, it was eerily silent, as if among the dense overgrowth and vines, there was no sign of life. Su cautiously moved along the path in the village, focusing on the calling voice as he walked. Once inside the village, the voice became somewhat louder and clearer, like a gentle call. Something's off, it feels like the voice can control consciousness. Sue sensed it, realizing that the voice seemed to have a hypnotic quality, making him want to rush forward. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue to stay alert. Sue and Alpha had maintained mental communication before entering the village, and he quickly explained the situation. "Should you head back the way you came? I'll go take a look?" Alpha asked. "Not for now, I can still resist it. Let us hold back our presence and see what is happening." Sue shook his head. So the large and small wolves slowly moved forward. The surrounding vines and weeds became their natural concealment. "There is something going on," Alpha warned. Sue looked up at a building near the center of the village, which was completely wrapped in vines, revealing only parts of its doorframe that showed a rather antiquated style. There were 2 stone lions placed at the entrance of the building. This seemed to be the ancestral hall of the village, and the strange voice was emanating from this structure. Alpha and Sue slowly crouched down, observing the situation ahead. At the entrance of the ancestral hall, there was an open area where several different kinds of animals stood motionless, not communicating with each other. "The odd sound is coming from inside, and it seems these animals are under some sort of control," Sue communicated. "I can sense a dangerous aura coming from within. Stay close to me and be careful as we approach," Alpha instructed, his tone serious. He could instinctively sense the danger here, and this aura was very powerful. Chapter 11: Human-Faced Spider. With the cover of the weeds and vines, Sue and Alpha slowly approached the ancestral hall. The vines surrounding the ancestral hall were particularly lush, providing them with just the right cover. At that moment, animals like roe deer, giant rats, and monitor lizards at the entrance of the ancestral hall had dazed looks and remained still. As time passed, one after another, they slowly walked into the hall. "Once I went in, I never saw anyone come out. There's a strong smell of blood in the air here, especially intense in this spot," Alpha said, his nose twitching slightly. "I have a feeling this place is not simple. Let's be careful." 2 wolves, one big and one small, carefully circled the ancestral hall twice. The ancestral hall was tightly woven with vines, and apart from the large entrance door, there was no other place to hide and observe. "I can feel that the source of the sound is right here," Sue said in his heart. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "I can't check the surroundings. I'm small, so I'll blend in with those animals and take a look at the situation inside. You stay here and support me." Alpha pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Be careful. If things get dangerous, come out immediately." "All right." Sue was also aware of the seriousness of the situation right now. He could only rely on Alpha. Sue watched for the right moment, and as a giant rat went in, he used no mana, solely relying on his physical strength to slip into the group of animals. The animals at the entrance were all in a daze, completely unaware that an uninvited guest had joined them, standing still. Arriving at the entrance of the ancestral hall, he looked inside from the main door. The inside of the ancestral hall was pitch black, but it didn't prevent Sue from seeing what was inside. The whole ancestral hall was covered with tightly woven white silk nets, with cocoons hanging from them. When the giant rat walked in, a silk thread shot down from above, accurately sticking to its body, slowly pulling it into the air. The giant rat in mid-air seemed to react slightly, struggling a bit, trying to escape the binding of the silk thread. Just as it was getting ready to break free from the silk thread, Sue saw a spider the size of a basin crawling down the silk. The spider was yellow-brown all over, with only its abdomen being semi-transparent, and on its large head was a mouth full of sharp spines, its mouth a vivid crimson. Its back bore a human face pattern, the face strikingly realistic, appearing eerie and frightening in the dark environment, like a horrifyingly twisted human face. Most spiders are highly venomous, and this bizarre human-faced spider was even more unsettling. This human-faced spider moved quickly, its 8 furry legs with barbs constantly entangling the giant rat, and before long, a white silk cocoon was completed. Then, its crimson mouth trembled continuously, emitting a harsh screech. At the same time, another lizard over a meter long slowly crawled inside. Aside from the spider, Sue's eyes were drawn to the offering table at the entrance of the ancestral hall. At first glance, the offering table seemed to be made of rosewood, but upon closer inspection, it shimmered with the luster of jade, indicating it was anything but ordinary. The jade-like luster extended from the surface of the table down to the legs and even to the messy floor inside the house, all displaying this jade-like phenomenon. At that moment, Sue suddenly realized that the other houses in the entire village were in a state of disrepair, with many houses having their roofs and sidewalls toppled by trees that had grown from within. This ancestral hall is not large, so it does not stand out in the sea of greenery. Only this ancestral hall is covered in vines but has not collapsed. It now has an eerie feel to it. Could this be the reason behind the houses being transformed into jade? Sue, finally aware, glanced at the stone slab beneath his feet. This small entrance hall area appeared so strikingly clean amidst the lush greenery. The stone slabs in the ancestral hall also display a jade-like quality. Jadeification. The entire ancestral hall has been transformed into jade. What kind of celestial phenomenon could cause such a change? If it's a special ability, how powerful would it need to be to accomplish this? Sue couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock in his heart. Sue focused and tried to feel the stone slab beneath him, initially sensing as if a thin membrane were blocking his perception. However, as he calmed down and delved deeper, he could discover that the inside of the slab was filled with mana. The density of the mana seems to suggest that the entire stone slab has been transformed by it, containing a vast amount of mana within. Danger! At this moment, Sue couldn't help but feel a tingle of fear on his scalp. Any existence that could thrive in such an environment would definitely be beyond what he could handle. Not even an alpha. A Tier 1 Transcendent Wolf King might also not stand a chance. The alpha still hasn't noticed the secret of this ancestral hall. Run! Right now, Sue had no curiosity left at this moment. He didn't want to stay here for even a second. As he prepared to leave without disturbing the presence inside the ancestral hall, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of an ordinary music box on the altar at the entrance. The music box was quite ordinary, made of wood with typical grain patterns, making it stand out in stark contrast to all the other objects glimmering with jade-like light. Yet, this seemingly ordinary music box was producing a melody that was exactly the sound Sue had been hearing. This means that the sound that had been attracting him all along came from this music box. Moreover, the plain wooden music box had not turned into jade due to the mana. It's worth noting that the altar had already been jadeified, making this music box an exception. All signs indicate that this music box seems unusual, but only by getting my hands on it can I truly know how it differs. Should I take action? Taking action would definitely alert the monster inside. There might be more than just this one spider inside, and the other creatures just haven't shown themselves. Sue found himself in a dilemma. Fortune favors the bold. Sue thought about his inventory. Perhaps I can take a shot at it with the inventory. After all, I have a special item, Silver Wolf Guardian, to protect myself and the wolf pack. But he wouldn't want to use this special item until the very last moment. Sue considered the plan and found it feasible, but he didn't have time to inform Alpha about the opportunity. Because at that moment, within the ancestral hall, several face spiders began to crawl out. Seizing the moment, while the giant lizard hung and twisted its body, and the face spider was busy dealing with it, he leaped forward, his forelimbs touching the music box, and silently urged to collect it. The music box on the offering table instantly disappeared without a trace. Everything was completed in an instant, leaving no chance for the face spider to react. He did not look back and ran toward the village exit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious music box and receiving a chance to draw a prize. Just as Sue collected the music box, a system prompt rang in his mind. Mysterious music box. This was the only time recently where the reason for the draw was not related to the clan or level promotion, which further emphasizes the uniqueness of the music box. It was indeed the right choice to acquire it. The prompt sound echoed in his ears, but Sue had no time to open it. Danger, run! As he leaped, Sue shouted loudly, emitting a howl. Hisses. The ancestral hall fell into a brief silence before suddenly erupting like a powder keg. Countless face spiders the size of basins crawled out from inside the ancestral hall. Sue and Alpha did not look back and continued to run forward. At this moment, even Sue, who was a mortal tier level 9, was escaping at a speed like a fast-flying arrow, even faster than that of an arrow. By the time they reached the village exit after 2 breaths, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from behind. This aura surpassed the strength of Alpha S Tier 1 Transcendent early level. Sue was right, there was a powerful presence among them, seemingly reaching the higher Tier 1 Transcendent level or Tier 1 Transcendent level 2. Sue felt his scalp numb and didn't dare to look back as he sprinted wildly. Chapter 12, Heavenly Thunder Curse. Ah, whoa! At the moment Alpha turned to flee, it let out a long wolf howl, signaling the wolf pack at the village exit to retreat. The pack of wolves at the village exit watched as Alpha and Sue ran towards them, initially unclear about why they were running back frantically. When they saw the swarm of face spiders the size of basins following closely behind two wolves, it was the first time they experienced a hint of unrest. They didn't hesitate, they turned around and fled. However, this was not the end of the matter. In an instant, they felt a powerful shockwave coming from behind. In the center of the dilapidated village, a massive human-faced spider appeared, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the surrounding grass, trees, and vines tumbling in chaos. The overwhelming power caused the wolves at the village entrance to tremble. It was an oppressive force that crushed deep into their bones, a true pressure of life and death. Sue felt this intensely. It was the first time he experienced such an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This compelled him to use the special item, Silver Wolf Guardian. Fortunately, in the end, he managed to suppress these thoughts. After a gigantic human-faced spider, 10 times larger than a wash basin, emerged, its 8 long legs moved swiftly through the maze of vines in the village. It moved as fast as lightning, leaping from one building to another. The wolf pack quickened their pace, racing towards the distant woods. They could still put up a fight against a human-faced spider the size of a wash basin, but against this giant spider, they were destined to become mere fodder. The enormous human-faced spider appeared behind but arrived first, quickly surpassing the spider swarm, shooting strands at 2 wolves, one large and one small, ahead. Bang! Alpha Sue quickly split apart, the strands crashing into a large tree at the edge of the village, thick enough for 2 people to embrace, snapping it in half with immense force. The giant human-faced spider violently swung its leg, hurling the massive tree towards the fleeing Sue. Bang! The enormous trunk and canopy came crashing down from above. Sue felt the force behind him, kicked off the ground with his hind legs, leaped high, turned to swipe with his front claws, and landed while rolling rapidly on the ground before continuing to run. Hiss! The giant human-faced spider let out an angry hiss. The face on its back grew even more menacing, and 8 enormous legs sprang forward to block Sue's path. Ah, whoa! Alpha sensed Sue's predicament, and his running footsteps immediately stopped as he let out a loud howl. With the high-pitched howl of the wolf, Alpha's momentum continued to rise. Since advancing to Tier 1 Transcendent, Alpha had not fought happily until now. Although Alpha could feel that the level tier of the human-faced spider before him was higher than his own. Awah! Awah! The wolves in retreat heard Alpha's high-pitched howl, causing them to stop and join in with their own howls. Turning around, the 8 wolves growled low and charged forward. They cannot just abandon Alpha and Sue. These 2 wolves are the core of the pack. The giant humanoid spider's eyes, each the size of light bulbs, dart back and forth between Sue and Alpha. The breath of Alpha Tier 1 Transcendent attracted it. Its usual prey was meat from mortal tier beings, which had become bland to it. This Tier 1 Transcendent food piqued its interest. It ultimately decided to deal with Alpha first, the slightly trickier Tier 1 Transcendent prey, and then address Sue, the smaller food that annoyed it. Alpha's aura continued to rise, eventually reaching its peak. He had no hesitation facing the humanoid spider, which was higher in level tier. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Only a fight. In combat against the humanoid spider, its physique surely couldn't compare to Alpha's, giving an advantage in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. Alpha leaped up like a cannonball, rapidly charging toward the humanoid spider. As it closed in, it opened its massive jaws and bit down hard on the side of the humanoid spider's head. The humanoid spider knew it couldn't engage Alpha up close, as it had a crucial weakness. Its 8 legs instantly bent and it sprang backward. Puff, puff, puff. While jumping in the air, slimy threads shot out from its rear. These threads were both fast and precise, aimed accurately at the airborne Alpha. Alpha could only sidestep halfway, and the distance between them widened instantly. The spider silk was glistening with sticky fluid that seemed to have shimmering light flowing within it. This is the humanoid spider's talent ability. The silk is poisonous, and the higher the level tier, the stronger the toxicity. If it accidentally comes into contact with its threads, not only will it restrict mobility, but the sticky fluid also contains neurotoxins that can quickly dismantle the prey's resistance. Alpha dared not be careless, continuously dodging the attacks of the spider silk in the air. The giant humanoid spider's abdomen seemed to produce an endless amount of silk before long. The nearby wrecked walls and trees were intricately covered in threads. It's weaving a web. Boom! Alpha jumped to a clear spot, face serious, channeling the mana within its body. The mana flowed gently in its front claws, forming a golden aura about a foot long on the surface of its claws. Then it began to gain momentum from the ground, instantly speeding up to its maximum, a golden afterimage flashing through the air. The raging aura shattered the surrounding dust and green leaves into a whirlwind, creating a wave of energy. Accompanied by several trails of golden aura dancing, the surroundings erupted with explosive sounds. As the smoke and dust cleared, the main road of the village was deeply cut through by the violent energy, creating numerous deep gorges, with strands of spider silk the thickness of an arm scattered all around. Several small human-faced spiders that followed closely were cleaved into pieces by the violent energy, with a sulfuric liquid splattering onto the ground, making a hissing sound. The giant human-faced spider looked at its silk being severed and was slightly surprised, its spherical eyes spinning constantly in their sockets. The alpha's metallic claws gleamed, and the exterior violent energy measuring a foot in length made it somewhat wary. The super-strong combat power brought by the metal element bloodline upon entering Tier 1 Transcendent was now on display. Even the resilient spider silk could be broken by a single paw under the gold-based iron claw's violent energy. How sharp must this steel claw be? On the other side, Sue seized the opportunity to break out of the encirclement and ran to the rear of Alpha to join the approaching pack of wolves. This level of combat had already exceeded Sue's capabilities. Hiss! The giant human-faced spider let out an angry, piercing scream. The sharp sound created visible ripples in the air, resonating through the atmosphere. Sue and the wolf pack could hardly withstand it, feeling as if countless needles were piercing their brains, as if their entire heads were about to explode. Meanwhile, the main target Alpha was taking on the brunt of the fire in an instant. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. Ah, whoa! Alpha raised its bloodied head, letting out a roaring wolf howl, with its substantial golden violent energy enveloping its entire body, making the tall Alpha look like a golden giant wolf. This was Alpha's awakening talent upon entering Tier 1 Transcendent, Rage. It dramatically increases combat power for a short time, but this skill cannot last and can only be maintained for half an hour, making its disadvantages very apparent. However, there is no other way now. This giant human-faced spider is too difficult to deal with. Even at Tier 1 Transcendent, Alpha was facing an opponent above its level. Alpha could clearly feel the overwhelming pressure from the giant human-faced spider. If not for the enhancement from the metal element bloodline, making it stronger among its peers. Moreover, the talent skill it possesses is Rage, a powerful talent skill that can significantly boost its abilities for a short period. Then it would be no match for this giant human-faced spider. Boom! Alpha moved the bluestone ground where it had just been collapsed instantly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its speed exceeded that of before by more than double. All that could be seen was a golden shadow flashing by, appearing beside the giant human-faced spider. Without waiting for the reaction of the human-faced spider, the golden aura steel claw came crashing down. Bang! On the other side, the piercing sound disappeared, and Sue and the pack of wolves dared not be careless for a moment, immediately entering a state of battle. Because the small human-faced spiders, as large as basins, were crawling towards them without giving them any time to recover. At this moment, Sue felt some regret. It wasn't worth sacrificing the entire pack for an unknown-use music box. He was contemplating whether to use the Silver Wolf Guardian item. However, considering that it was a last resort measure for the pack, he couldn't use it lightly until the critical moment. Rationality reminded him that it wasn't yet the most perilous situation. Wasn't there still one more chance for the lottery? System, draw. Sue thought to himself without the slightest hesitation. Ding, congratulations host, you've drawn a consumable item, Heavenly Thunder Charm. Note, use it on a target, the target will endure 9 strikes of Heavenly Thunder. Can this Heavenly Thunder Charm kill the giant human-faced spider? Chapter 13, Killing the Human-Faced Spider. Chapter 13, Killing the Giant Human-Faced Spider. Hiss. A multitude of human-faced spiders surged like a stream, each spider's back displaying a grotesque human face, creating a bizarre sight of heads as far as the eye could see. Beta and the other 8 wolves gritted their teeth and began to counterattack. Dealing with some animals in battle may have been easy before, but facing these spiders was truly out of their experience, especially since this type of human-faced spider clearly looked poisonous. In the fight, they felt hesitant and apprehensive. But fortunately, after countless life and death battles over the years, their perception of threats had sharpened significantly. The team began to scatter and maneuver in combat, utilizing the available terrain to evade and counterattack, avoiding being encircled. Leaping several meters, tumbling and dodging. Crack! Channeling the mana within, the claw swept fiercely, and the human-faced spider in front was severed in half. Hiss! The severed human-faced spider, with one half of its back's face cleaved in two, displayed a look of agony, rolling on the ground as the fluid from its body pooled everywhere. Such scenes were unfolding all over the battlefield. Although there weren't many wolves, their combat power was formidable, especially when the human-faced spiders encountered their swinging claws. It was like eggs meeting stones, shattering upon contact. In no time, the ground was littered with the broken bodies of human-faced spiders. However, despite this, the seemingly endless human-faced spiders appeared unafraid of death, continually surrounding the wolves, shooting webs from their rear, as if determined to wear them down. If they were in a dense forest, utilizing webs effectively, the wolves would probably be in grave danger. But thankfully, they were at the village entrance, on this flat ground, surrounded by barren fields with very few trees. The human-faced spiders' most powerful webs and toxins could not be effectively coordinated. Sue obtained the Heavenly Thunder Curse talisman and began to approach the giant human-faced spider to support Alpha. However, as the battle between Alpha and the giant human-faced spider raged on, both sides continuously switched battlefields. In its berserk state, Alpha's destructive power was astonishing, bombarding the giant human-faced spider's location with strikes like shellfire. Under its impacts, houses constantly collapsed, trees were severed, and the ground was blasted with deep craters. In a very short time, the battlefield at the village entrance was completely devastated. At this moment, Alpha felt a bit anxious, and the frequency of its attacks increased. Aside from the initial wave of attacks in its berserk mode, which broke one of the giant human-faced spider's legs, the subsequent attacks achieved little, causing significant environmental destruction. However, the giant human-faced spider sustained little actual damage, while it itself was continually expending energy. But it had no other choice but to take advantage of its ability to attack and buy time for its pack. Ah, whoa! Alpha let out a roar, urging the pack of wolves to leave. You all need to go. Alpha's slightly anxious voice echoed in Sue's mind. I can still hold it off, quickly. Just as Sue was about to respond in his mind that he had a plan, he felt Alpha's essence shift away from him. Meanwhile, the other wolves were engaged in combat. Although they had some successes, there were too many human-faced spiders, and many were injured, making their movements slower than before. Ah, whoa! Several wails sounded from the wolf pack. Alpha's howls conveyed a lot of information to them, but these were not the messages they wanted to hear. This was a sacrifice Alpha chose to make for the pack so that they could escape, which dampened everyone's morale. They all looked at Sue, and everyone understood what Alpha meant. Alpha was buying them time to retreat. Besides Alpha's orders, they also wanted to hear Sue's opinion. Oh, whoa! Sue howled, simply conveying the retreat order, while he swung his sharp front claws and forcefully smashed the head of a human-faced spider that leapt up. Then he continued to move, heading toward the direction of Alpha's battle with the giant human-faced spider. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a mortal tier level 6 human-faced spider, earning 30 evolution points EP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a mortal tier level 5 human-faced spider, earning 20 evolution points EP. On the other side, the giant human-faced spider fighting Alpha had a very simple tactic. It did not confront Alpha head-on, continuously dodging and occasionally spraying silk to block Alpha's attacks. Although breaking one leg looks a bit awkward, discerning eyes can still see that it moves with ease. The giant human-faced spider has two bright, bulb-sized eyes that keep swiveling, clearly observing the surroundings while constantly evading. At the same time, it is also watching Sue's movements. The music box has mysteriously disappeared, and to this day, its presence cannot be sensed. It seems to have suddenly vanished from this world. It felt upon waking that there were only 2 wolves, one large and one small, escaping, while other animals were merely baited food, being controlled. In the moment of breaking free, it was bound by its own little offspring following behind, leaving no opportunity. Only these 2 wolves, one at Tier 1 transcendent level, and the other close to it, are stronger than its offspring, but where did they hide their possessions? This puzzle leaves the giant human-faced spider confused. This also makes it somewhat anxious, but it is more patient, knowing that the alpha state cannot last much longer. It is waiting. Waiting for the strongest wolf to exhaust its power. Once exhausted, its combat ability will decline, and then none of the wolves will be able to stir up waves. The final fate can only be to become food for itself and its descendants. When the heavens and the earth underwent a sudden change, it was still just a little spider, staying in the ancestral hall of the village. At that time, it instinctively felt that the energy of heaven and earth here seemed to be more abundant. It gradually evolved intelligence and utilized its venom to successfully kill some other small lizards, sparrows, and other animals that had gathered here. Gradually, it grew larger and began to hunt larger animals like cats and dogs. Eventually, it killed all the animals and advanced to Tier 1 Transcendent, gaining increased intelligence and beginning to discover the extraordinary nature of this ancestral hall. It found that everything inside the ancestral hall started to transform into jade, with the mana becoming richer, continuously enhancing its strength. Aside from necessary hunting, it spent most of its time inside. Suddenly, one day by chance, it accidentally touched the music box on the offering table and discovered that every time it played the music box, food would come to it. This delighted it and slowly made it realize the extraordinary nature of this wooden box, even though it had only discovered the ability to lure food. But a deep instinct told it that this wooden box was not simple. Indeed, the sudden disappearance of this wooden box seemed to have interrupted the flourishing cycle of mana in the entire ancestral hall. Although mana is still abundant, it feels like it has reached a plateau and shows signs of dissipating. It was abruptly awakened again from its slumber, fully realizing the true significance of this wooden box for the ancestral hall and for itself. Hiss! Damn food! The giant human-faced spider roared, its human face on its back growing increasingly ferocious and agitated. It sensed Sue's approach and did not stop it. In fact, it was afraid this slippery little wolf would take the opportunity to escape, which might actually let it get away. The giant human-faced spider pretended not to notice Sue, but intentionally began to steer the battlefield towards Sue. The eerie human faces on its back were filled with sinister grins. Oh, whoa! Sue finally drew closer to the battlefield of 2 Tier 1 transcendent beings. The golden aura on Alpha began to fade as it noticed Sue's proximity. Its momentum of attack gradually halted and settled next to Sue. Why not leave? Staying here is a dead end. Alpha's half-hour of rage began to subside. Now looking somewhat haggard, yet its gaze towards Sue remained gentle, though deep within its eyes was a glimmer of desperation. I have a plan, Sue spoke internally. It's not time to give up yet, Wolf Dad. We are one. We are one. Wolf Dad's eyes regained their spark and grew resolute. Oh, whoa! Sue took a big step forward, roaring at the giant human-faced spider. What Sue shouted was actually this phrase. Thunderbolt Curse, Attack. Chapter 14, Return to the Ancestral Hall. Thunderbolt Curse, Attack. Sue's heart stirred as a talisman charged with purple lightning appeared in mid-air. The appearance of the talisman immediately stirred the world's mana, forming a high-pressure electric ball centered around the talisman. In an instant, the entire sky darkened with thick clouds, flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder. All creatures at the scene were shocked by this sudden turn of events. Wolves and the human-faced spider alike could not help but stop. The thunder and lightning are the might of nature, prompting all creatures to instinctively feel fear. At that moment, the giant human-faced spider sensed a profound threat. Its fur stood on end like sharp spikes as it rapidly shifted direction, yet that deadly sense of danger was impossible to shake off. Hiss! The human face on the giant spider's back was filled with terror. Fear! This feeling hadn't appeared in a long time. Especially after advancing, all creatures in its eyes were simply divided into those it could eat and those it couldn't. Even Alpha appeared merely as a more powerful type of food. Kill him, he caused this. The giant spider emitted a hissing scream. It shifted rapidly several times, but the feeling of being locked onto by the talisman could not be escaped, driving it into a frenzy. And it seemed that everything was caused by the appearance of this little wolf. Killing him, would that solve the situation? Even if there is only a slim chance, it will not give up on that possibility. Die! The two front legs of the giant human-faced spider came crashing down like long spears. This all happened in the blink of an eye after Su unleashed the thunderbolt spell. Before he even realized it, he found two spear-like spider legs thrusting down directly at him. Su's eyes could trace the trajectory of the spider legs striking down, but his body couldn't evade them, facing a complete sense of powerlessness against a Tier 1 transcendent. The gap in strength was too great. Bang! Bang! With a loud bang, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Su felt as if he had been pushed, and his whole body was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground not far away. Once the dust settled, it became clear that two bloody holes had appeared on Alpha's left shoulder, the wounds quickly turning black. It's poisonous. Alpha's right claw swiftly dug out the flesh around these two wound sites. Oh, whoa! The intense pain made it let out a howl. With the rotten flesh scraped away from its shoulder, blood began to pour out. Thankfully, the black blood slowly drained away, and the blood afterward gradually turned bright red. The toxin was eliminated. On the other side, the two front legs of the giant human-faced spider were snapped by Alpha's steel claws. The giant human-faced spider leaped high, preparing to launch another attack. Boom! The thunder exploded. Bolts of thunder poured down from the sky, converging onto the electric ball containing the thunderbolt spell, and at the same time, the electric ball also gathered into a purple thunderbolt that struck directly onto the giant human-faced spider. It knocked it down heavily from the sky, crashing it hard into the ground. The ground cracked open, forming a pit as thick as a water jar, surrounded by charred earth. Hiss! The giant human-faced spider, now charred black all over, jumped out of the pit and fled in the direction of the ancestral hall. The human face on the giant spider's back looked up at the thunderball in despair. Boom! Having barely taken 2 steps, the thunder from above struck down immediately, and the giant human-faced spider was once again slammed into the ground. Boom! Accompanied by the sounds of thunder, after crawling out of the pit twice, the giant human-faced spider could no longer escape the deep pit it had created. Until the thunderbolt spell in the air disappeared, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and the giant human-faced spider no longer appeared. All the little human-faced spiders nearby had already scattered and fled when the thunder erupted. Su slowly approached the last pit and looked down. After multiple lightning strikes, this pit had reached a diameter of over 2 meters and a depth of about 10 meters. At the bottom of the pit at this moment, the entire giant human-faced spider had been turned into a pile of charcoal under the thunderbolt spell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 1 Transcendent Peak human-faced spider, earning 20,000 evolution points EP. Detected that the host's mana is sufficient for leveling up. Would you like to level up now? So many evolution points EP. Su found it hard to imagine that so much energy could allow him to level up several times at once. However, after thinking it over, Su decided to decline for now. No, I won't level up for now. Su considered the uncertainty of leveling up here and decided it was better to return to the wolf den to level up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the hidden threats in the wolf hunting area, contributing to the safety of the pack. You have earned talent, True Eye. Note, you can see the strength information of opponents based on your own capabilities. True Eye? This is truly a great talent skill. At this moment, Alpha and the other wolves slowly gathered around. Su turned to take a glance at Alpha. As he looked at Alpha, a status panel showing Alpha's attributes appeared before him. Target, Alpha. Status, weakened. Clan, Wolf Clan. Level Tier, Tier 1 Transcendent Tier 1, early stage. Talent, Berserk. Note, instantly multiply combat power several times, lasting half an hour, with a 24-hour weakness. Skill, none. Sue also took a look at the other wolves, noting the enhancements from the last strengthening potion. Aside from Wolf 8 and Wolf 9 who were still at Mortal Tier level 7, the others were all at Mortal Tier level 8, while Beta and Gamma were at Mortal Tier level 9, just like him. Finally, it's over. Alpha's voice betrayed undeniable weakness, symptoms of the aftermath after going berserk. Just a moment ago, it thought it was going to meet its end here, even prepared to sacrifice itself for the chance of a safe retreat for the wolf pack. Who knew they would actually turn the tables this time? And Sue could clearly feel the shock and a hint of reverence in the wolves' gazes towards him, from that moment of lightning power that was beyond mortal tier. It left all the wolves, including Alpha, in awe. The little wolf pup from his own family, having watched it grow up, when did it have so many abilities? What other skills does it possess? But after thinking it over, the wolf pack seemed relieved this seemed to be a good thing for them. After all, the little pup belonged to their clan. This little one is definitely the future heir of the wolves. Many wolves thought in their hearts. Let us go back to that building we just came from, Sue suggested after everyone took a moment to catch their breath. Alpha looked at Sue, puzzled. It's no ordinary place. Now that the giant man-faced spider has been killed, let's check it out again. Alright, let's all go together. Alpha thought it over. A place that could give birth to something like the giant man-faced spider must be special, perhaps hiding some secrets. So the injured wolves set off again towards the ancestral hall. This time, everyone wasn't as anxious as they were at the beginning. Once again arriving at the ancestral hall, all the wolves were taken aback by the dense spider silk and cocoons before them. Nobody knew how many times they had been astonished. The experiences of today were in a realm untouched by their traditional hunting. Sue was also shocked initially. They had only caught a glimpse from outside, but now stepping inside and taking a closer look felt much more direct. Various animals were wrapped in spider silk, showing only their shriveled heads. Clearly, these animals had been drained completely by the human-faced spiders. At the deepest part of the ancestral hall, there was a massive silk nest, surrounded by smaller silk nests, stacked together like a honeycomb. Sue walked around the room but didn't find any danger. The scattered human-faced spiders hadn't returned, and there were no other animals present at the moment. Woo-woo! Sue pointed at the floor and the offering table with its front paw. They indicated for the other wolves to take a look at these jade-like phenomena inside the ancestral hall. After growling, he forcefully scratched the ground inside the ancestral hall with the tip of his front paw. Gee! The ground was smooth and shiny, and the sharp wolf claws couldn't leave any marks on it. Chapter 15, Crisis. At this moment, Sue and the others in the ancestral hall were unaware. A drone came racing in from afar, appearing in the sky above the village. This small drone was flying back and forth over the area where the battle had taken place, its onboard camera transmitting all traces of the battle back in real time. It was clear that the recent fierce battle had caught the attention of humans. To be precise, the sudden gathering of dark clouds and thunder in this mountain forest alerted the humans who had been keeping an eye on this area. On the other side, in a command center whose location was unknown, an elderly man with silver hair, dressed in camouflage combat attire, stood in front of a large screen, his eyes fixed on the images being transmitted. Charred deep pits, collapsed houses, broken trees, trenches of varying depths, and the dismembered limbs of human-faced spiders, numerous traces of the battle left behind. As the camera on the drone rotated, it appeared on the big screen. Li Chang, analyze this, the silver-haired elder suddenly said as he looked at the scene in front of him. A young man, also in camouflage combat gear, adjusted his glasses and after pondering for a moment, replied, "Yes, Commander. Based on the traces of the battle on site, it seems two groups of mutated beasts were fighting. One side, judging from the incomplete carcasses sent back, should be some kind of mutated spider. From the looks on site, it's evident the spider's opponents won, possibly with a great victory, as there aren't any bodies left. Of course, they may have left after removing the bodies of their kind." The young man paused and glanced at the elder. The silver-haired elder waved his hand, signaling him to continue. From the traces of fighting on the scene, the leaders of these two groups of mutated beasts should be very powerful, having reached Tier 1 transcendent level, the bespectacled young man analyzed. The charred body of the spider in the pit shows it was likely killed by lightning. The changes we observed in the mountains and forests should have been caused by the killing of this Tier 1 transcendent spider. It might be more serious than we imagined. There could be 3 Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts at the scene, or a type of lightning-type treasure might exist. 3. A treasure? The elder's expression turns somewhat grave. Yes, the mutated spider must have been fighting with some ferocious beast. From the collapsed buildings and the snapped trees, it can be concluded that these areas were not struck by lightning. It's highly likely that neither of them are lightning-type creatures. The bespectacled young man pointed to some battle traces displayed on the screen and analyzed. The lightning strikes concentrated in these few pits, and looking at the carbonized body of the giant spider found in the deepest pit, this Tier 1 transcendent giant spider died under the lightning strike. It's obvious that a ferocious beast appeared in the end and killed this spider. Of course, there's another possibility: some kind of lightning-type celestial treasure might have appeared. The world now is not what it used to be, so we can't rule out that possibility. After finishing his analysis, the bespectacled young man fell into silence along with everyone else present. The cooperation of Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts, or the appearance of treasures, is not good news for us humans living near the mountains. As for the second possibility, based on the information collected so far, it's just rumored that some mysterious objects have appeared, with truths mixed with falsehoods. The silver-haired elder rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. The development of the world was increasingly beyond his control. How many times has he reported to his superiors, requesting supplies? At first, there was some response. Although the support was limited, it was enough. But later, all the replies turned into on-site coordination. 3 years have brought significant changes to the world's landscape. The originally well-connected transportation network has now been destroyed by flora and fauna. Although various cities continue to repair external connections, the results are not significant. Only a few cities that are relatively close still maintain contact. Many other areas have had their connections forcibly severed. The entire society has also undergone many changes due to the abnormality of the world. The once hidden demons and spirits have now all emerged. Coupled with the awakening of some humans, everything has become extremely complex. Yong City, where the military district was originally located, experienced societal turmoil at the onset of mana emergence, and the military quickly took over the entire city to avoid further unrest. After taking control, the military began to handle all aspects, balancing the need to maintain social stability with responding to external security threats. This left the silver-haired elder feeling somewhat helpless, and he wasn't sure how long this situation could be sustained. After all, 3 years of evolution provided ample evidence that the fierce beasts were becoming increasingly intelligent, especially the Tier 1 transcendent beasts, which were basically on par with humans. The future of humanity is becoming increasingly uncertain. Everyone's heart felt heavy. Can we determine which animal population the spider swarm is battling with? After a long silence, the silver-haired elder broke the tense atmosphere. The ground has been too badly damaged, and since there are too few clues, it's difficult to make a judgment. After all, there are still many animals with group behaviors. The bespectacled youth shook his head and replied, "Direct the drones to search this area carefully, to see if there are any other valuable clues." The silver-haired elder tapped his fingers a few times and began issuing commands. Deploy reconnaissance teams to the scene of the incident for on-site investigations, and remember, today's events are to be kept confidential. Yes, Commander. As the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft conducted low-altitude surveillance with its infrared thermal imaging camera. On the other side, Sue and Alpha's group were currently in the ancestral hall, studying the phenomenon of the hall becoming jade-like. They had no idea what was happening outside. Such rich energy, what kind of power can seal mana within other substances, leading to a jade-like reaction? Sue marveled silently. Could it be related to the music box? Sue took the music box out of the space. The music box is quite ordinary. It's a wooden music box that appears to have nothing special about it from the outside. However, the moment this music box appeared on the floor, it seemed to connect to something within the ancestral hall. The mana inside the ancestral hall gradually thickened. This feeling is like... Sue thought for a moment. A key? Yes, the music box is like a key. Its presence can trigger a reaction here, but exactly what that situation is remains unexplainable. With his current understanding, he can't explain it. So, Su chose not to delve deeper. It was enough for him to control this music box, and he could study it more later. Feeling the mana gradually intensifying, Su silently sighed. No wonder such a Tier 1 transcendent giant human-faced spider could thrive here. This unique environment allows any creature that comes here to quickly level up. Inside the ancestral hall, Su gently played the music box. A soft melody began to play, just like a regular music box. There was nothing unusual about it. Of course, perhaps this music box has some limitations. The melodies it produces might only affect certain animals. One should know that before this, the entire wolf pack had only Su himself, and he could hear the calls within. Su gazed at the mysterious music box in front of him, recalling the spirit gathering plate he had obtained earlier. Since the spirit gathering plate is a tool, could this mysterious music box also be considered a tool? Su thought for a moment and then sliced open his front claw, letting his blood drip onto the music box. Blood is a collection of the body's vital energy, capable of leaving its mark on some magical treasures. Of course, Su thought of this method purely because he had read too many novels in his past life. The bright red blood quickly merged into the music box, and Su was delighted to discover a faint connection between himself and the music box. It really works! Chapter 16, Promotion to Tier 1 Transcendent. Once he felt in control, Su prepared to carefully investigate the functions of this music box. He wound the music box for the second time. As a lively melody began to waft through the air, Su began to immerse his mind in the music box. At the same time, a powerful suction emerged from the music box, quickly drawing energy from Su's body, as if it intended to completely drain him. This surprised Su a bit, but fortunately, this situation stopped just when he could barely hold on. On the other side, within Su's immersed consciousness, he felt a three-dimensional halo diagram appear before him. That feeling was akin to gazing at a sky full of stars in his past life. In this three-dimensional halo diagram, there were clusters of light spheres varying in size and pale blue in color. The light spheres were scattered at different distances, and each one had a different shape. Is this life influenced by the music box's melody? Su speculated in his heart while looking at the light spheres before him. So he carefully examined these light spheres. Upon inspection, he found that these were indeed lives influenced by the music box. Every time Su got close, he could clearly sense the biological beings corresponding to these light spheres. He could also sense the strength of each light sphere. Touching them would create a tremendous attraction. However, Su did not touch them blindly. After observing for a long time, he chose the one that was farthest from him, a light sphere embodying a lizard form. This light sphere had the weakest power, leading to a correspondingly stronger control over it. When Su's consciousness touched this lizard-shaped light sphere, everything seemed to twist and turn violently, as if time and space themselves were distorting, with various lights and shadows swiftly flowing past him. Finally, when everything came to a halt, Su opened his eyes, and what greeted him was towering giant plants and thick vines densely surrounding him. Su looked down to see his arms, slender forelimbs equipped with webbed toes. He confirmed that he was inhabiting the body of a lizard. This feeling was quite strange. It was like being a clone. So Su maneuvered the hands and feet of himself to crawl towards the place where the light was. He wanted to crawl out and see where this place was. How far away it was. Su used all her strength to crawl outward, struggling through the great wooded jungle. Finally, she crawled to the edge, reaching a large stone slab. Standing on the stone slab, she looked up and gazed ahead. In the distance on the left were massive buildings, while on the right were dense woods. After a while, Su realized that she was near the mountain road at the entrance of the village. She had simply shrunk in size, which made it difficult for her to adapt to her current body and sense of distance. The feeling of this awareness being embodied in other animals was truly marvelous. A different kind of touch. After some adaptation, Su began to understand the functions of the music box she had acquired. This music box could be described as a small controlling artifact, capable of temporarily influencing intelligent creatures that hear the melody. The controller could manipulate the affected creatures through this medium, the music box. It forced the manipulated creatures to do things that the controller wanted. This feeling was akin to having a remote clone. After learning about this skill, Sue thought of various application scenarios. Reconnoitering external conditions, remote attacks, and even infiltrating other groups to eavesdrop on secrets would be effortless. In the past, the giant humanoid spider did not master this music box. It merely used its melody to control the attributes of creatures, making those animals merely passive attractants. Of course, the powerful functions of this somewhat mysterious music box do have limitations. On the contrary, there are quite a few limitations. Firstly, not all creatures can be controlled. The fact that only she could feel this illustrates the problem. Moreover, among the creatures it could affect, the weaker they were, the easier they were to control. Secondly, the sound produced by the melody of the music box covers a limited range. This might relate to the strength of the controller, or it could be tied to the capability of the music box itself. This aspect still requires Sue to continue exploring. Currently, she can control creatures only within a distance of about 1 kilometer. Thirdly, the music box has a time limitation based on the winding time. It lasts for a quarter of an hour. When the time is up, it will automatically exit, requiring rewinding. While manipulating this clone as it walked, Sue felt immensely pleased. This unexpectedly acquired mysterious music box was truly timely for her. In this stage of spiritual recovery, with dangers everywhere, the stronger her own and her clan's power became, the more means they had, leading to a reduced pressure for survival. Sue felt very fortunate that the giant humanoid spider did not actually possess this music box. It had treasure but did not know how to use it, only using it to obtain food. She was equally glad to have discovered and killed this powerful existence in time. Otherwise, if it continued to grow, it would directly threaten the nearby wolf pack. Thinking of the powerful mutated humanoid spider swarm, Sue couldn't help but shake her head. The scene was too terrifying. Such a presence cannot be allowed in the wolves' territory. Having just reincarnated, one never knows if there will be another opportunity. Buzz buzz buzz. While Sue was adapting to his lizard body, lost in thought, suddenly, a buzzing sound came from afar. Unmanned reconnaissance drone. Sue looked up at the flying machine in shock. This was no ordinary civilian drone, it was a military reconnaissance aircraft. The cameras underneath the craft were constantly rotating, scanning and recording everything around, including the appeared lizard. How could a human unmanned reconnaissance drone appear here? Sue frowned. Was it the commotion from the earlier battle that attracted human attention? This is not a good sign. The appearance of the unmanned reconnaissance drone caught Sue off guard. Humans were much closer than he had initially estimated. Their battle with the human-faced spider had just ended, and they were already sending out aircraft to gather useful information. Fortunately, his main body and Alpha along with the wolf pack were still in the ancestral hall. They must not let humans discover their presence with the wolf pack. He and the wolf pack were still too weak to protect themselves. Being discovered by humans would be a disaster. The lizard stared at the drone in the sky, thoughts racing. The unmanned reconnaissance drone continued to patrol back and forth, centered on the battle position near the entrance of Hengdeling village. In the next moment, Sue withdrew his consciousness from the lizard, returning to his body inside the ancestral hall. As soon as he entered the ancestral hall, Sue noticed Alpha walking towards the entrance, clearly having sensed the noise of the drone in the sky outside the village. Sue hurriedly ran in front of Alpha, blocking its path. "What's wrong? What happened?" Alpha paused, looking at Sue in confusion, a voice appearing in his mind. "There's a human unmanned reconnaissance drone searching outside, we shouldn't go out for now." At that moment, Sue couldn't worry about other things or how to explain that he, a young wolf that had been living in the mountains, knew about human drones. They would figure that out later. Sue thought about it, worried that Alpha and the others might not know about humans, so he continued to explain, "Humans are difficult to deal with species. The unmanned reconnaissance drone is a machine they control, capable of tracking and collecting information, and it can attack too. Wolf Dad, you let everyone stay here for now, don't go out until the drone leaves." "Humans." Upon hearing the two words human, Alpha's gaze started to change slightly. After a moment of silence, it spoke again. It's been a long time since I've heard those two words. Ever since it was very young, it had followed a pack of wolves away from the place humans called a zoo. It stayed hidden in these mountains and forests for 3 years, without seeing any humans. Little did it expect that today it would find out there are human aircraft outside searching for signs of battle. Seeing Alpha lost in thought and not asking itself, Sue let out a slight sigh of relief. This was really hard to explain. The unmanned reconnaissance drone in the sky didn't stay here for long. After multiple reconnaissance missions and continuous photography around the battlefield, this human drone turned back and left towards the west. I don't know if it's because the ancestral hall made of jade could block human thermal imaging, but although the drone flew over the village several times, it never lingered around the ancestral hall. For this, mortal tier level 9 Sue could still sense it by sound. After the drone left, about an hour later, Sue walked out of the ancestral hall with Alpha and the other wolves. This ancestral hall is a bit strange, the wolf said loudly as it left. It seems to block mental perception, both inside and out. If you don't look carefully, you can't even notice the oddity here. Sue nodded in response. But Sue was now preoccupied with the presence of the human drone in this area and didn't have the mood to continue researching. Before heading back, Sue still felt uneasy. Worried that it might leave too many traces behind. So after communicating with Alpha, he took action to erase some of the traces he left. He tried to make the scene more complicated. Only after that did he slowly leave. After dark, the wolf pack returned to their den. Amidst the abundant mana in the den, the previously tense spirit gradually relaxed. Sue felt the mana entering his body through every pore as he breathed slowly. His whole body felt warm. Sue quietly adjusted his physical condition, slowly restoring his body to a full state. Time waits for no one. It was about time. Level up. Sue silently thought. In an instant, the abundant mana in the cave surged towards Sue all at once. It constantly washed over Sue's body. Sue's momentum was also steadily rising. At this moment, Sue suddenly felt a surge of energy pouring into his body. This energy didn't give Sue a chance to react, it all rushed into his body at once, and the energy was immensely vast. It surged like a tidal wave, causing Sue's entire body to tremble. Crack, crack. His body emitted a sound like explosions, rapid and fleeting. With those sounds accompanying his not-so-tall figure, it began to visibly expand at an alarming rate. The mutations were continuously ongoing. Sue could deeply feel that every inch of his body was accumulating energy, each part growing stronger. The surging power kept destroying his body, only to be repaired again and again, in an endless cycle. Every act of destruction was a step towards becoming even stronger. His hair was slowly changing as well, shifting from grayish-white to a silvery hue, and its luster gaining a crystalline quality. Sue's momentum surged repeatedly, the unique aura of Tier 1 Transcendent radiating outward. Fortunately, during the last Alpha promotion, all surrounding birds and beasts were scared away, so this time Sue's promotion made no sound that could be detected by other creatures. Concentrated evolution points EP continuously bombarded Sue's body, and finally, his whole body could no longer bear it, as the repair speed couldn't keep up with the damage. Finally, when Sue's body reached about 1 meter and 50 centimeters, its growth stopped. His body began to crack in multiple places, and his silvery hair started to be stained by blood. Such a situation was completely beyond Sue's control. Just as Sue was at a loss, his consciousness became somewhat hazy from the torment of pain. Not knowing if it was subconscious, the music box suddenly appeared, beginning to draw an excess mana, as if the overflowing mana had found an outlet, started to surge into the music box. And the music box seemed like a black hole that could never be filled, continuously absorbing. Until the mana vortex gradually dissipated, it finally came to rest on the ground. At that moment, the system's ringing echoed in his ears, but Sue did not pay it any mind. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes within himself. Chapter 17, Tier 1 Transcendent Intermediate Level 1. Sue did not know that he had wandered through the gates of death. The path to promotion was perilous. After seeing Alpha easily advance, he thought promotion was a smooth process. In reality, it was not that simple. Alpha had been stuck at mortal tier level 9 for quite some time, with a solid foundation. Moreover, he had transformed from an ordinary common bloodline to a metal element bloodline, essentially undergoing a purification and enhancement, and it was only under the boost of a strengthening potion that he finally succeeded in his promotion. On the other hand, Su, lacking adequate preparation, was overwhelmed by his inner worries and couldn't wait to get ready, choosing to promote directly. Moreover, receiving such a large amount of evolution points EP at once allowed him to evolve continuously without any buffer. His body simply couldn't handle it. The continuous evolution of his genes was collapsing, making the situation extremely perilous. Fortunately, the presence of the music box helped siphon off some of the energy, suppressing the speed of evolution, and ultimately turning danger into safety. On the other side, the pack of wolves sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su's body, unable to hide their shock. This young wolf from their own pack was leveling up at an astonishing rate. This exceeded their understanding. However, perhaps due to their frequent contact with Su, they had encountered many things they couldn't comprehend. Gradually, it seemed they had developed an immunity to these feelings. The entire pack had begun to get accustomed to Su's uniqueness. Their shock was merely a realization that Su's leveling speed was so fast, surpassing their understanding. Then they considered that it was Su who was leveling up, as if giving him an excuse, and all the wolves slowly felt that it should be so. Similarly, once Su successfully leveled up, it would mean the pack was growing stronger, which made the other wolves feel a bit more reassured. With the changes in the world and the enhancement of intelligence, the wolves in the pack underwent countless hunts and battles together. In this process, many brothers and sisters perished in the struggle for survival, which intensified the bonds among the remaining wolves. The appearance of the three little ones was a hope for the wolf clan, and it made this small pack even more unified. Among them, Su's role was the most notable. After the shock, the pack of wolves felt more joy. Thus, the wolves returned to their respective positions. A day of battling had left them more or less injured. Now they were seizing every available moment to recover from their injuries and strengthen their physiques. But during this process, everyone's gaze occasionally glanced towards Su's position. With the pack soon gaining another Tier 1 transcendent wolf, their hearts were filled with anticipation, and they felt even more pressure and motivation. The alpha at the center of the den also felt some joy and expectation. He was somewhat surprised to find himself different from the old wolf king from the past. He did not feel threatened by the pack soon having a powerful wolf, but rather was filled with expectation and joy. He was not afraid that Su would take away his position as leader, and even entertained the idea of handing the leadership over to this wolf cub. This strange feeling puzzled him a bit, but he didn't think too much about it after all. Su was his child, and the one with the most potential. Perhaps everything in the world has changed, and some of the old rules have changed as well. Thus, the alpha thought to himself. Su had no idea what the pack of wolves was thinking. He was deeply feeling his own transformation. The Tier 1 Transcendent level tier is truly a world apart from the previous mortal tier level tier. As the name suggests, Tier 1 Transcendent surpasses the mortal tier, marking a significant leap in life. After reaching Tier 1 Transcendent, every cell in his body was filled with vitality, constantly absorbing mana from the surroundings. The flow of mana was also very smooth, flowing naturally without needing to think about it. His body had also become stronger, receiving an all-around enhancement. Su could feel his terrifying explosive power. Su opened his eyes. The entire world appeared clearer in his eyes. Ha! Suddenly, Su noticed that the world before him had changed. The world now appeared more vibrant. The air was filled with tiny particles of different colors, floating around. Upon closer inspection, they looked like little fairies, crystal clear. By carefully sensing, he could feel different energies. Su turned his head to look around. He saw colorful particles entering the bodies of the wolves with each breath, yet most of them were expelled again. However, the number of golden particles expelled from their bodies had noticeably decreased. Su had some guesses in his mind as he turned towards the alpha. At the position of the alpha, there were clearly more golden particles, and they were more active. With each breath of the alpha, many golden particles entered its body. Unlike the other wolves, none of the expelled particles were golden. As Su's mind shifted, the small particles around his body became more lively, and noticeably, more golden particles were attracted. It was evident that the golden particles seemed friendlier towards him. Su guided the particles into his body, and the golden particles directly merged into his cells. A small portion of the other particles also entered his body. Upon careful inspection, these colorful little crystalline particles were the mana in the air. Only after his upgrade could Su see them in greater detail. Based on the current situation, mana appears to have different attributes. Su's entire tribe belongs to the metal element bloodline, making them more attuned to gold-type mana. Su could sense that the golden crystalline particles were of the gold attribute. Though small, they had a faint sharp aura of killing intent, feeling more familiar to him. Red carried a burning sting, yellow had a sense of heaviness, blue felt light and airy, green was filled with vitality, and black had an aura of evil. It can be said that gold, wood, water, fire, earth, darkness, and light are all included. Did you successfully level up? Alpha's voice echoed in my mind, filled with joy. Yes, Wolf Dad. Su nodded, somewhat excited. Su had completely accepted the fact of being Alpha's child, and calling it Wolf Dad felt so natural. After all, Alpha treated me really well. It risked its life to protect me during the day, which came from the heart, especially since I am its child. You can feel it, right? The mana around us has attributes. Alpha noticed Su sensing the mana in the air. Our clan is more attuned to this golden type. Yes, we all have the metal element bloodline. Naturally closer to gold attribute mana. Su nodded and expressed her understanding. Metal element bloodline, I see. Alpha pondered. After leveling up to Tier 1 Transcendent, it realized that its limited understanding couldn't explain much. There is so much to learn. The more I know, the stranger this world feels. Alpha soon snapped back to reality, its tone somewhat complicated. Yes, this world is too complex. We need to lead our clan well. By the way, have you awakened any special abilities after leveling up? Alpha asked with curiosity. This reminder from Alpha made Su unable to resist clicking on her status panel. Host, Su. Clan, Wolf Clan. Bloodline, Metal Element Bloodline. Level Tier, Tier 1 Transcendent Intermediate Level 1 Evolution Points AP 1250 80,000. Talent, Pack Star, Note, inherent to the host, enables unification of the clan, strengthens individual belonging. Clan members' level tier increases will give the host 10% of the evolution points EP in return. Eye of Truth, Note, can see through opponent's strength information based on one's own power. Diamond Body, Note, thick blood with high defense. Skill, none. Tier 1 Transcendent Level 1 Intermediate, surprisingly jumped directly from beginner to intermediate this time. What an exaggerated thing. It's important to understand how difficult it is for other animals to break through to Tier 1 Transcendent, given that all I managed to do was kill a Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beast. Not only did I break through to Tier 1 Transcendent, but I also reached the intermediate level of Tier 1 Transcendent Stage 1. Of course, this Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beast is particularly powerful. Su felt his own strength carefully. After breaking through to Tier 1 Transcendent, it seemed as if he gained a deeper understanding of level tier intuitively, and he became much more knowledgeable about level tier. The Tier 1 Transcendent realm is actually quite similar to the mortal tier realm. However, the Tier 1 Transcendent realm does not have 10 levels tiers like the mortal tier realm. After reaching the Tier 1 Transcendent realm, there are only 4 levels for each stage: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Su could sense that the beginner level of Tier 1 Transcendent is actually levels 1 to 3, the intermediate level is 4 to 6, the advanced level is 7 to 9, and the peak is a state just before advancement. This means that even among the same Tier 1 Transcendent creatures at the same level tier, their strengths can really vary, and the differences can be quite significant. Su gradually came to realize this more deeply in the battles that followed. The path of breakthrough and promotion is indeed fraught with danger and requires great wealth, as it involves battling both heaven and man. Defying the natural order. Su also discovered that the required evolution points EP increased significantly after reaching Tier 1 Transcendent. It only took 2000 EP to advance from mortal tier level 9 to beginner Tier 1 Transcendent, but now it was astonishingly 80,000 EP to advance from intermediate to advanced. Surprised as he was, he could understand it. Plus, with the advantage of his system, he was beyond comparison to others and animals. Sue stopped studying evolution points EP and instead looked at his talent skills. My awakened talent is the diamond body, which seems to offer some resistance to blows, Sue said with a wry smile. Chapter 18, Lottery. A body as tough as diamond, resistant to hits? Upon hearing this, Alpha revealed a strange expression and continued, "That's quite a talent as well." Sue glanced at Alpha, surprised to see such a human-like expression on Alpha's long face. "You've leveled up, so my burdens will be a bit lighter." Alpha shifted the topic and began discussing the current situation of the wolf pack. Alpha no longer viewed Sue as just a child and started communicating about the tribe's issues on equal footing. Sue talked with Alpha about the human drones they had seen during the day and discussed some dangerous areas in the forest. The two wolves conversed for a long time, exchanging each other's suggestions and opinions. In fact, neither Sue nor Alpha moved from their spots, they were just communicating telepathically through their strong mental powers. Meanwhile, their bodies continued to do their own tasks. Alpha was busy absorbing the mana from the air. As for Sue, he remembered that he still had a few system level up rewards to check. Taking a moment during his free time, he discovered that after the successful level up, he had gained 2 lottery chances. Sue silently murmured to draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the technique, Beast King Secret Art. Note, human level technique can be upgraded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Transmission Stone. Note, records and stores transmitted techniques. What a stroke of luck! Sue was filled with joy. Having just been able to see mana and learn about its attributes, he sensed that for wolves like himself with the metal element bloodline, absorbing other attributes' mana might not be beneficial. Alpha, being a Tier 1 Transcendent, had ways to avoid absorbing mana from other attributes, but the other wolves lacked this capability. Even after reaching Tier 1 Transcendent, relying solely on oneself would have yielded diminishing returns. This situation made Sue hopeful. He wondered if there were any ways to increase the cultivation speed of himself and the others, allowing the pack to move in the right direction. This lottery resolved Sue's troubles. A technique. A human-level technique is also considered to be of a certain rank. Most importantly, it seems this technique can be upgraded. That's really something to cherish. This made Sue extremely excited. The Beast King Secret Art appeared in Sue's mind, and he understood how it operated. It was as if he mastered it instantly without the need to learn. Therefore, Sue instinctively began to channel the Beast King's secret art. In that instant of channeling the technique, a massive amount of metal element mana surged into Sue's body. As the cultivation technique operated, the mana within his body was continuously compressed, nourishing and refining his physique throughout this process. The Beast King technique can actually absorb the corresponding mana according to one's constitution, refining the practitioner's body. This made Sue very excited. At first, Sue was a bit worried that the technique would not match his physique. Looking back now, that concern seems a bit unnecessary. With the technique plus the transmission stone, it's like adding wings to a tiger for the development of the tribe. Sue quickly took out the transmission stone from his inventory. The transmission stone is a piece of ancient sculpture. The entire statue stands 2 meters high, with a square stone base, and the front of the stone bears 2 large ancient characters. Although he couldn't recognize the characters, it was strange that just seeing them made him intuitively understand their meaning. Transmission. The stone features a finely carved wolf howling at the sky. The sculpture is incredibly lifelike. Sue placed his wolf paw against the stone, and at moment of contact, a mysterious power flowed into Sue's body. Immediately, Sue could clearly sense the existence of the Beast King technique within the transmission stone. This is incredible. Sue was taken aback. These things had already surpassed Sue's understanding. In fact, it wasn't just this transmission stone, everything provided by the system was quite magical. Sue had a hard time grasping it all. But thankfully, he could control its use, and it was beneficial for both himself and the tribe. In this state of confusion, Sue slowly stopped probing too deeply. After all, the system itself is like a cheat device. Perhaps if he were stronger, he might have the ability to understand more. Su shook his head, gradually suppressing the surprise in his heart. As long as someone touches this transmission stone, it can copy the cultivation technique of the toucher. This function indicates that the transmission stone is a divine artifact for collecting techniques. It is equally a sacred artifact for the tribe's future inheritance. It is very important for both personal growth and the tribe's development. Everyone, place your front paws on this sculpture, and you can learn the techniques, Su called to the surrounding wolves after his trial. When the transmission stone suddenly appeared in the wolf den, all the wolves there were instantly attracted. They heard Su's call echoing in their minds. Though puzzled, they followed Su's instructions, each taking turns to place their front paws on the transmission stone. The moment they touched the transmission stone, a technique appeared in the minds of the wolves. With a shift of their thoughts, the technique instinctively circulated within their bodies. The mana of the gold element in the air also became exceptionally active. Awah! Awah! The wolves who gained the technique were filled with excitement and couldn't help but howl. The results from following the operation of the technique in their minds compared to the previous chaotic guidance were vastly different. Adding the Beast King's technique allows them to directly absorb the metal-type mana in the air, enhancing their absorption effect to more than tenfold. The pure metal-type abilities flow into their bodies with the circulation of their internal techniques, continuously strengthening the vital organs and bones of the pack. During the process, every part of the body is reinforced. These are truly great things. With this, our clan will grow stronger and stronger. Alpha felt the internal flow of the technique and gazed at the transmission stones in the den, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, what our clan lacks the most right now is time and population, Su said. The number of the population can indeed change over time. Ultimately, what is still lacking is time. Now that everything is set, the clan is moving forward on a path of positive development. A night without a word. Everyone is adapting to the techniques. The next day, just as dawn broke. After a night of internal technique circulation, Alpha's mana had increased more than tenfold compared to before. This is already a terrifying improvement. The tenfold amplification of the spirit gathering array, combined with the tenfold amplification of the technique, results in a 100-fold amplification. What does this mean? 1 day's progress equates to 100 days for other beings as long as they are given time. It shouldn't take long for all of them to reach Tier 1 transcendent level. This forest is considered one of the top-tier clans. Of course, the world has undergone tremendous changes. Not only has mana emerged, but mysterious objects like music boxes have also appeared. This world can no longer be explained by common sense. Perhaps there are even more marvelous treasures or special regions that they are unaware of, and other beings have their own fortunes. Especially the humans. What exactly is their current state? Are they still the masters of this world? Su still dared not let his guard down. After dawn, Alpha and the other wolves stood up happily. After a night of training, many lower-level wolves had advanced. With the dawn, they instinctively wanted to go out hunting, but the abundant mana in the den and their increasingly strong bodies made them reluctant to leave. Training had become somewhat addictive. However, after some thought, Alpha still planned to go out and lead them in hunting. They secretly hoped to catch more prey to avoid having to go out frequently to forage, wasting precious training time. Su was unaware of their thoughts and had no time to pay attention to them. He hadn't slept all night, and his internal technique was continuously operating rapidly. Throughout the night, he had been studying the mysterious music box that had arrived during the day. He never expected that such an ordinary wooden music box could have such magical functions. It is no less impressive than the items the system rewards him with. Is it possible that the changes in the universe have led to some items within it changing as well? Su doesn't know. Nowadays, he is still in the exploratory stage regarding the changes happening in the world. After reaching Tier 1 Transcendent, Su's abilities increased by more than tenfold after crossing a significant threshold. Now, his maximum ability allows him to use the music box to cover nearly 4 to 5 kilometers with that star map. His own strength has grown tenfold, but even with Su exerting full energy to control the music box, the distance hasn't increased tenfold. The root of the problem is that as the radius expands by a kilometer, the obstacles to traverse increase. And the number of living beings within that radius also increases. The consumption is particularly enormous, it's increasing exponentially. This is still due to Sue's promotion, which has resulted in a massive influx of energy into the music box. That is barely enough to reach this 4 to 5 kilometers. Moreover, as he moves outward, the coverage quality deteriorates, and the number of light spheres decreases. After a night of exploration, Sue has also mastered the ability to shield part of the light spheres. After all, there are just too many different creatures in the mountains and forests. Even if the music box is only effective against certain creatures, it can't be helped given such an overwhelming number. This kind of consumption is something Sue cannot afford right now. The recently obtained music box is a good item, but it is also a major consumer. Without a bit of capital, it's impossible to control it. A night of investigation. He has a somewhat clearer understanding of the situation within a 5-kilometer radius. Sue also has some understanding of what types of creatures exist within 5 kilometers. There are very few animals within a 1-kilometer radius. The other areas are relatively normal. The reason there are few animals nearby may be due to Sue and Alpha's Tier 1 transcendent aura, which drives away most creatures with even a hint of intelligence or those that can sense danger. What catches Sue's attention is that he discovered a significant number of giant rat tracks toward the far eastern edge. This discovery makes Sue cautious. Combining with the previous attacks of the giant rats on the wolf den, Sue assesses the existence of a giant rat colony here. Rats reproduce extremely quickly, so this giant rat colony may be expanding rapidly. Chapter 19, Return to the Village. There are rat groups present around the wolf pack. This is Sue's judgment. Although he knows they reproduce quickly, Sue isn't particularly worried deep down. He has the strength to say such things now. The rat swarm is merely a group of sneaky beings that can't hold their own weight and exist at the very bottom of the food chain. Aside from reproducing quickly, they have very few abilities to show for themselves. However, Sue also considered that, after the giant rat colony develops to a certain extent, the rat king inside is likely to be Tier 1 transcendent. Of course, this is just Sue's speculation. The current wolf pack is taking an elite route. Although their numbers are few, their combat power is top-notch, and the surrounding mouse population poses no immediate threat to the existence of the wolves. Sue's greatest concern now, which he believes to be the biggest threat, is the sudden appearance of humans. This is because he himself was once human, and knows the difference between humans and these mutated beasts. They are better at learning, and even with the massive changes to the world today, it won't affect their rapid development through the use of the various technologies and resources they control. Moreover, Sue currently has no idea where he has been reincarnated, although it feels very likely that it is not the original world. This further made him increasingly wary of the humans in this world. The unknown is the most terrifying. No one knows just how powerful they really are. His pack, along with himself, is just a small wolf clan with 13 wolves. Currently, they are certainly no match for humans. Should we migrate? But where would we migrate to? Without any maps, placing the pack in an unknown area could be even more dangerous. Sue was suddenly flooded with countless thoughts. Yesterday, a drone was spotted at the battlefield location, but it ultimately left. But its shadow has been swirling in Sue's heart. He cannot ignore the uncertain factor that is humanity. The giant rat clan has become secondary in front of humanity for the wolf clan. Humans could truly be a tremendous force influencing the development of the wolf pack, and a single mistake could be fatal for them. This is something Sue does not want to see. Therefore, Sue thought long and hard, realizing that what he needed to do now was to understand the situation of the nearby humans. He needed to know exactly how far their area was from the territory of the wolf pack. If the opportunity arises, it's best to ascertain how strong the other side really is. This way, I can have a sense of control, and be better prepared for emergencies. Provide a way out for the wolf pack that has not yet become powerful. As for this group of giant rats, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them later. After all, one cannot allow others to sleep soundly beside one's own resting place. Such things are certainly not permitted. Especially with this group of cunning fellows, who once even wanted to sneak into the wolf den to steal pups. Before Alpha went out to hunt, Su communicated with it, instructing it to hunt in the opposite direction of the village from yesterday. The core hunting area of the wolf pack spans a radius of 30 kilometers during times of food scarcity. The outer range can extend to 100 or 200 kilometers. The dilapidated village from yesterday is located about 20 to 30 kilometers northwest of the wolf's den. Su has sent the wolf pack south to hunt today, while he heads back to Hangling village again. He always had a feeling that humanity would not let things end so easily. They will definitely come back again, it's just uncertain how, as Su said. This premonition is incredibly strong. Once Alpha left with the wolf pack, Su also bid farewell to the 3 wolf pups in the den and set off. Although the 3 little ones really wanted to go out, Su did not take them along. Instead, they were told to hurry and train in the wolf den, striving for rapid advancement and a quicker breakthrough. After leaving the wolf's den, Su suppressed his aura and quickly made his way toward yesterday's ruined village. Humans want to understand the situation here. How could Su not want to know about the human circumstances, either? At Su's current speed, he would reach the vicinity of his hometown, Hangling village, in less than half an hour. Reborn as a wolf, moving effortlessly through the mountains and forests. Thinking back to the past, when people traveled outdoors, hiking in the mountains and walking along ancient paths, one could cover 20 to 30 kilometers in a single day. Back then, the trees weren't as dense as they are now. However, he didn't approach directly, but rather distanced himself a bit, hiding in a thicket in a hollow several kilometers away. He first checked the surroundings, then relied on his senses to search the area. After confirming that there was no danger nearby and he wouldn't be disturbed, only then did Su take out the music box from his inventory. When he gently turned the handle of the mysterious music box, once a clear, crisp sound rang out, a strong suction emerged from the music box. As Su's energy was continuously absorbed, his spirit was drawn into a starry realm. With the melody of the music box spreading, all the intelligent beings nearby formed shimmering, light blue orbs. The stronger the ability, the larger the orb, and the shapes within the orbs became increasingly distinct. Su had previously speculated that these blue orbs represented a form of mental energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control the bodies of the beings corresponding to these blue orbs simply by connecting with them. Su examined the dense stars before him and quickly filtered out most of the irrelevant information. After calculating the location of Hangling village, he chose an orb shaped like a small bird. Once his spirit touched this orb, the world before his eyes changed again, and as the world spun, he opened his eyes once more, now finding himself as a little lark. The little lark landed on a large tree at the edge of the village. His eyes carefully scanned the surroundings of the village. The village had not changed much compared to yesterday. The village was quiet and peaceful. On the other side, at the foot of a mountain, 10 kilometers from the village, creek, 2 off-road vehicles suddenly stopped, having arrived from God knows where. Throwing open the door, a man with a large beard dressed in camouflage glanced at the dense foliage of the distant mountains and frowned slightly. The trees in the mountains have become increasingly dense in less than 4 years, it's south already impossible to drive in. The bearded man's name was Wang Gang, a mortal tier level 8 fighter. ISNT that right. The small hills where I used to run wild as a child have now turned into pristine forests. From the other vehicle, a younger soldier dressed in combat gear stepped out. The young soldier who spoke to Wang Gang was called Li Nan, a sniper in the military, skilled at long-range shooting, also at mortal tier level 8. 3 more people gradually got out from behind, 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in mini combat gear. A group of 5. The 2 men were named Lu Dao and Zhang Ming, and their levels were mortal tier level 7. Let us check our gear, take a short break, and prepare to enter the mountains. The last to get out was a short-haired woman with a spirited demeanor. This short-haired, spirited woman was the leader of this reconnaissance team, named Lu Dan. They were the reconnaissance team sent from Yongchang. In the Tier 1 Transcendent era, the fact that a woman could become the leader of a reconnaissance team speaks volumes about her strong abilities. Lu Dan received military orders this time to investigate reports of a battle involving a Tier 1 Transcendent beast that appeared in the abandoned village of Hangling. Before she came, the commander informed her that 3 Tier 1 transcendent beasts might appear in the battles breaking out in Hangeling. The situation relayed back from the reconnaissance aircraft indicated the incredible power of these beasts. She was advised to be cautious during her investigation and to be well prepared. For some time now, Lu Dan had been pondering these matters. In this village, why would 3 Tier 1 transcendent beasts erupt into battle? Long-term reconnaissance experience tells her that every animal has its own territory, and even if it has leveled up to Tier 1 transcendent, that one T change. So why are these Tier 1 transcendent beasts gathered together and engaging in life and death fights? Perhaps this is why the command center dispatched them for reconnaissance. Lu Dan was lost in thought. Everyone quickly checked their equipment, firearms, and knives, and wiped them down carefully. For this mission, they had all prepared ample weapons and ammunition, considering they would be delving deep into the mountains, and no one could guarantee what kind of beasts they would encounter. Let's go! With a wave of her hand, Lu Dan and the 5 others swiftly plunged into the dense forest. 5 people advance along the mountain road, where the vegetation becomes denser. The original mountain road, though worn and battered, was being uprooted by the twisting roots of plants. But as long as you follow the road, you won't get lost in the dense forest, and since the road is relatively open, the chances of encountering venomous creatures are significantly lower. Guanjian Hongling village is conveniently located near the circular mountain road. However, this path is not a shortcut, it requires taking many detours. Once I entered the forest, everything around me was shrouded in gloom. The dense trees block out 9/10 of the sunlight from outside, allowing only a tiny amount of light to filter through. Fortunately, the group of people is not ordinary, they are continuously moving forward through the mountains. I heard that this reconnaissance mission into the mountains was ordered directly by the commander. Bear Dai Wine Gang leaped over a fallen tree lying across the middle of the road. Tier 1 transcendent level ferocious beasts battling, what do you think? Li Nan said. The forest is becoming increasingly restless. That zoo manager really deserves to bite the dust. Listening to the conversation between Wang Gang and Li Nan, another man in the team, Lu Dao, who had twin daggers at his waist, spoke up. Others were just about to respond. Suddenly, silence. Lu Dan, who was in motion, raised his hand and then commanded, "Conceal." Everyone fell silent in an instant, quickly hiding their figures. A moment later, a large black bear, about 4 to 5 meters long, slowly emerged from the nearby jungle. Standing in the middle of the road, the enormous black nose twitched endlessly, sniffing the scents all around. Everyone held their breath, not daring to say a word. Chapter 20, Scout Team. The gigantic bear that suddenly appeared this way looked around in confusion. The large black nose on its big head twitched constantly as it intently sniffed the scents in the air. There seems to be an unusual scent in the air that is drawing it in. I sniffed like this for quite a while, but in the end, I didn't find anything. The giant bear swayed its massive body, slowly making its way into the dense forest, gradually walking away. During its journey, many branches and vines were forcefully broken. The members of this reconnaissance team turned their gazes toward their leader, Lu Dan, but saw her gently shake her head. Everyone understood and continued to stay motionless in place. As expected. Just half an hour later, the giant bear once again poked its massive head out from deep within the dense forest. Obviously, it just hasn't left. The black bear peeked around carefully for a long time but found nothing. A hint of confusion flickered in its eyes. Although everyone was mentally prepared, the giant bear's sudden attack still caused everyone's expressions to change, leaving them frozen in place, too afraid to even breathe. After quite a while, the black bear finally left this place slowly and unsteadily. An hour after the black bear left, the members of the third squad were still crouched in their concealed positions. Ha! They looked in Lu Dan's direction and saw her nodding gently, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't expect to encounter such a large mutated beast right after entering the forest. Thankfully, I had already covered my scent with this dirt. Wang Gang slowly stood up. Instead of brushing off the dust from his clothes, he actually took a handful of dirt and rubbed it on his face, lamenting as he did so, "Are the mutant beasts nowadays this clever? They can even pretend to leave and then launch a surprise attack." Captain Lu, can you sense which level tier this mutated black bear is at? On one side, Li Nan also stood up and glanced at Lu Dan, who was at the front of the team, and inquired. A mutated beast of mortal tier level 8. Lu Dan's expression was still somewhat serious, just as Wang Gang had said. Over time, the intelligence of these mutated beasts was also increasing. Lu Dan's awakened ability is perception. This ability can sense nearby creatures that possess mana, as well as their level tier. This ability leans towards reconnaissance. Thus, she was assigned to the reconnaissance squad. Also, officially, her ability allows her to detect danger ahead of time during missions, turning numerous crises into safety. Alright, keep moving. We need to reach our target before dark. Lu Dan shook her head, choosing not to dwell on those matters. The main task now was reconnaissance. The purpose of their small team was reconnaissance, so unnecessary battles should be avoided as much as possible. The 5 of them began to move forward again. As soon as they entered the mountains, they encountered a giant bear, which made them feel somewhat heavy-hearted. Although the path into the mountains was rugged, the 5 of them were not ordinary people, so despite the absence of other transportation, their pace was not slow. The journey was silent. On the other side, Su would control a small animal through the music box at intervals, quietly observing the village called Hengdeling. Indeed, this level of consumption was quite a burden for Su. However, it was not solely a burden. By completely exhausting the internal energy in various parts of her body, the operation of the Beast King technique became smoother, resulting in faster progress in gaining more mana. This could be considered an unexpected gain. In Su's observations, the area around this village appeared particularly quiet, with hardly any animals present. It might be that the scent of battle had not dissipated, or it could be because this was originally the lair of the human-faced spider, and nearby animals had been lured away, turned into jerky. As a result, the entire village and its surroundings lacked vitality. In the view of the music box, there were only a few sparse blue orbs of light representing animals, and they were small and very dim. They looked like small lizard-like animals or insects. This phenomenon led Su to form a hypothesis. Could it be that the places in the forest where animals were sparse were even more likely to harbor unknown dangers? Those areas might be dead zones or home to some powerful creatures. Upon careful consideration, this possibility seemed quite significant. After this human matter is settled, I should thoroughly investigate this mountain forest next time. Su thought to herself, it's my territory, I need to understand it. The clear melody played again. Su was once again immersed in the starlight disk. This time, Su chose a light orb representing a bird. This type of light orb is more suitable for reconnaissance. Not far from the mountain road, on a tall tree, Su looked at the distant village, and his gaze instinctively fell on an unusually green structure in the village. Yes, it was the ancestral hall. The entire ancestral hall appeared to be completely covered by vines from the outside. It was not very conspicuous in the whole village. After all, in an abandoned village, the unmanaged vines grew everywhere, leading to the situation where most of the houses inside were like this. The only difference was that this ancestral hall had not collapsed. Other buildings had varying degrees of collapse. The occurrence of this situation is related to the phenomenon of house petrification. Su had certainly thought about destroying this ancestral hall. However, the jade-like building was exceptionally solid, and Su's claws, as sharp as they could be, couldn't leave a trace on it. Alpha also tried and found that, similarly, it couldn't be damaged in the slightest. This ancestral hall is not simple at all. Su silently sighed. Is it a blessing or a curse for humanity to have discovered such a magical place? He couldn't help but feel a flicker of murderous intent. The sun was setting. The temperature between heaven and earth began to slowly decrease, with the cold biting in the early morning and evening. It was now around autumn, and Su and the others were far from human society, having no sense of time, only vaguely aware of the seasonal changes. The night in the mountains was even more perilous than the day. If he were human, he would likely venture out during the day. It was at this moment that Su was considering whether to return to the wolf den. In the distance, among the densely packed trees, several moving shadows appeared. They were cautious, moving forward with extreme care. It's here! Su's heart jolted. Someone was really coming. Originally just a guess in his heart, would the drone, after noticing this area, send humans for on-site reconnaissance? Thus, he waited here to see if he could gather some useful information. If there were no incidents in a short time, then humans probably didn't care about this place, or it was relatively far from where humans were. Then the wolf pack could temporarily develop here. He also had time to lead the wolf clan to grow stronger, first accumulating some power for himself. However, the drone appeared yesterday, and today humans arrived in this Hengeling village. A mere day's time. This means that humans are not too far from this village. Considering the difficult terrain of the forest after the recent mutations, along with the enhancement of human abilities, these factors cancel each other out. Su speculated that the human gathering point was likely within 30 to 40 kilometers from here. The appearance of humans brought Su a strange sense of nostalgia, as if he were once human, coupled with the disappointment of the wolf clan's future becoming even more complicated. It was a complex emotion. Nevertheless, Su quickly suppressed his feelings at this moment. He scrutinized the group of humans that had appeared. This group consisted of 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed in camouflage combat uniforms, resembling well-equipped special operations personnel. Su silently watched them as they slowly approached the village, observing their every move. Su, Lu Dan said, looking at the map, shows it's in this area. The bearded Wang raised his arm and checked the electronic combat equipment, noting that the last drone located this very spot. Everyone be cautious during the reconnaissance. Report any developments promptly. Lu Dan began giving instructions not far from the village entrance. Lu Dan's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Unsure if it was her imagination, her sensitive senses always made her feel as if something was watching this side. After all, as a Tier 1 transcendent being, her talent skill is perception, and this feeling made her cautious. Lu Dan was observing the surroundings, while the rest quickly began to scout the scene. Lu team, look quickly. The 5-person team stood at the village entrance, staring blankly at the scene before them, shockingly calling out to Lu Dan. Lu Dan quickly followed. The ground at the village entrance was in disarray, with countless deep ravines interweaving, and around these ravines were 4 or 5 deep pits the size of water barrels, with a charred area surrounding them. At this moment, water had seeped out from many places in both the ravines and the deep pits, forming numerous puddles. Looking further in, half of the houses near the village entrance had collapsed, and shattered tree branches and vines scattered everywhere. The evidence of battle made everyone swallow nervously. How intense must the fighting have been to create such a scene? Chapter 21, The Situation. Is this the combat power of a Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast? Li Nan said with astonishment, even those awakened with combat abilities in the combat team as Tier 1 transcendent beings can't be this strong. Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts have unique advantages. Their combat power is certainly unmatched by ordinary Tier 1 transcendent beings. Lu Dan glanced at the surrounding team members and then began to explain. Whether it's mutated beasts or Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts, they choose a different focus of evolution than us humans. They hone their physical bodies, while humans enhance various abilities, leading to different directions. Therefore, in terms of individual destructive power and combat strength, Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts far exceed human Tier 1 transcendent beings, but Tier 1 transcendent beings have their own strengths. After entering Tier 1 transcendent, awakening abilities will further strengthen, and it's said there will be qualitative changes. When I break through to Tier 1 transcendent, I want to try to match my physical strength against ferocious beasts. Wang Gang was full of fighting spirit. He was a combat expert who particularly focused on honing his body, and his awakened ability was immense strength, so when he breaks through to Tier 1 transcendent, he might be able to challenge ferocious beasts solo. Is breaking through Tier 1 transcendent that easy? Lin Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Gang didn't dispute it. He knew Lin Nan was speaking the truth. Tier 1 transcendent is a hurdle, and few have managed to break through it in the past 3 years. Most remain stuck at the mortal tier. Those lucky enough to break through to Tier 1 transcendent are now figures of considerable power in Yong City. Ordinary people envy this group of awakened individuals, while they, in turn, admire those who have broken through the mortal tier level tier to become Tier 1 transcendent. It is rumored that Lin Dong, a Tier 1 transcendent in Yang City, fortuitously obtained a spirit fruit while on a mission and, after consuming it, successfully broke through to Tier 1 transcendent. For this reason, he transformed from a combat team member into a big shot in the operations command. You could say he soared to great heights in an instant. Of course, the chances of encountering a spirit fruit are incredibly low. There's only been talk of this one. But this has sparked the interest of many awakened ones on missions, who are now keenly drawn to the mysterious spirit fruit and closely watch for anything that could lead to a breakthrough to Tier 1 Transcendent. This time, tasked with scouting the village where the Tier 1 Transcendent ferocious beast battle occurred, aside from their predetermined objectives, they also secretly hope to uncover something valuable during the process. Alright, the sun is about to set. Everyone, quickly survey the scene. Li Nan will take external watch, Wang Gang is responsible for retrieving the pit spiders, Zhang Ming will investigate the combat traces at the site, and Lu Dao and I will explore the village's interior together. Lu Dan interrupted everyone's thoughts and quickly arranged the assignments. The five split into 4 groups and began their respective tasks. Retrieving the human-faced spider? From a distance, Su watched one of the group members jump into the deep pit and instantly grasped their intention. After the human-faced spider was struck down by the heavenly thunder curse, the reason Su and the others didn't tend to it was that the spider had turned to char under the heavenly thunder. Of course, a second reason is that the wolf clan has an instinctual aversion to eating spiders, especially a corpse that has already become charred. When that human jumped into the deep pit, Su suddenly became aware of a possibility. They are consciously collecting the corpses of Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts. Conducting research? In his past life as a human, he certainly understood the difference between humans and animals. They definitely wouldn't retrieve it to eat. So what's the purpose? Of course, it's for scientific research and creation. Undeniably, the imagination and creativity of humans are unparalleled among all species. After all this time, have humans achieved any results in their laboratories? What areas do these results pertain to? Suddenly, Su thought of many things and grew increasingly wary. At the same time, the murderous intent in his heart also intensified. But he couldn't act here, he needed to think of a good plan. On the other side, a man and a woman headed deep into the village, which made Su somewhat worried about the exposure of the ancestral hall. However, he quickly felt relieved. When the unmanned aerial vehicle first appeared, he had already considered this situation. Worrying was completely meaningless. Apart from mana's crystallization, nothing else unusual could be found in the ancestral hall even if humans discovered it. For them, this place was a mysterious land. They might be curious. But this is, after all, a mountainous forest, not a human city. Everything here wouldn't be as convenient for Su, a member of the wolf clan living in the mountains. Moreover, since he already harbored murderous thoughts, he just wouldn't act now. He hoped to let these people lead him, allowing him to know the territory of humans. In the past, Su didn't know where humans were, constantly worrying that he would be captured and taken back for research. Instead of hiding, it would be better to take the opportunity to understand the situation outside. This way, humans would be in the open while he remained in the dark. After all, what he was worried about was the exposure of the wolf pack and himself. The issue with the ancestral hall was actually minor. Su controlled the lark to fly up and, after circling twice in the air, it naturally landed on a tree near the ancestral hall in the village. Just a little lark, the most ordinary animal in the mountainous forest. The members of the reconnaissance team noticed it but didn't pay much attention. On the other side, Lu Dan and Lu Dao were cautiously exploring the situation in the village. The village was empty through his senses. Lu Dan found no security risks. It seems that although a Tier 1 transcendent level beast battle had erupted here, they all seem to have left. For now, this place is safe. After searching, they also discovered the existence of the ancestral hall. As soon as they entered, they saw numerous spider nests and hanging animal cocoons, which made their scalps tingle. This is where the spider's lair is. It was defeated, so it's now abandoned, Lu Dao said. Let's go in and see if we can find anything. It's the lair of a Tier 1 transcendent beast. Lu Dan gripped his weapon tightly, looking ahead. Just as the two were about to step into the ancestral hall, Wang Gang's excited voice came through the earpiece. Team Lu, the spider's corpse is still in the pit, we've just pulled it up, you should come take a look. Alright. Xiao Dao, keep checking, I'm going to the village entrance for a bit. Lu Dan's foot, just about to step out, came to a halt as he turned to Lu Dao and spoke. Team leader Lu, you can leave this to me, I'll handle the investigation here. Lu Dao touched the twin daggers at his waist and spoke up. The corpse of a Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast is obviously much more important. On the empty ground at the edge of the deep pit, Wang Gang twisted his damp clothes while his gaze remained fixed on the giant spider corpse, which looked like charcoal. The others rushed over as well, all wanting to take a look at this Tier 1 transcendent spider corpse. The corpse of a Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast is actually still here. Lu Dan arrived at the scene quickly and slowly crouched down. The corpse pulled from the water looked like a piece of charcoal, damp and wet. Lu Dan pulled out a dagger from his thigh and carefully started to remove the charred outer layer. As the charred parts slowly came away, other colors began to reveal themselves from the corpse. As expected, it hasn't completely carbonized. Lu Dan felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickened his movements. In the end, he cleaned out 2 fist-sized pieces of flesh. Lu Dan took a glass container from his backpack and carefully placed the clean tissue inside. Everyone present stared at the not-so-large piece of tissue with eager eyes. This is the tissue of a Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast, a very rare experimental material. As long as they can bring it back safely, they're sure to receive substantial rewards. Chapter 22, Night Stay. Getting the tissue of the Tier 1 transcendent human-faced spider thrilled everyone. When the drone transmitted the images before, the charred corpse that was identified as a Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast caught the attention of everyone on site. A Tier 1 transcendent level corpse is a priceless treasure. Most of the corpses captured so far have been of common level mutated beasts. The Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast has only been hunted once up to now. At that time, a lot of preparation and considerable costs were invested to hunt the Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast. In this Tier 1 transcendent era, the higher the level of the creature, the more valuable it is for research. With the support of various factions and conglomerates, major laboratories have been conducting various studies, such as research on evolutionary directions, physical enhancement studies, genetic research, and so on. These technologies, which had stalled in the earlier world, have progressed rapidly after the awakening of spiritual energy. After the revival of spiritual energy, humanity has experienced numerous benefits from awakening. Ordinary people have transformed into superheroes, possessing abilities that, in the past, could only be imagined. Moreover, the legendary rejuvenation has also become a reality with evolution. This has made some people who originally sought self-cultivation and longevity in a typical world less focused on such practices. The balance has been broken. A dark current is running through the entire human society. The military unit to which this reconnaissance team belongs also has its own research facility, and the discarded Tier 1 transcendent corpses are naturally the most important material. The purpose of this reconnaissance team's mission, aside from regular field reconnaissance, is most importantly to bring back the remains of the Tier 1 transcendent spider. The 5-member reconnaissance team is made up entirely of awakened individuals from the military. Being assigned to complete this task entails certain confidential elements. While Lu Dan was cleaning up, the others did not stop their work. Wang Gang worked with Zhang Ming to examine the combat traces around them. The sky gradually darkened. The mountain forest at night is quiet yet dangerous. When Lu Dan led everyone back, Lu Dao had already built a fire in a partially collapsed house next to the ancestral hall. Over the fire hung a small pot, boiling water. The group followed the light of the fire as they walked in. Xiao Dao, why aren't you making a fire in the ancestral hall next door? The house there is still intact and can be inhabited. Lu Dan pointed to next door, curiously inquiring with Lu Dao. Although the ancestral hall was covered with cobwebs, compared to other buildings that had collapsed and were overgrown with weeds, the environment there was relatively better. Captain Lu, you know well that inside is filled with cobwebs. These webs are extremely resilient, they can't be cut with a knife or cleaned away. I fear that the webs could catch fire, making it unsafe. Lu Dao stirred the materials in the fire pit, explaining to everyone, then continued. Moreover, there are all kinds of mummified corpses hanging inside, which is unsettling. That's true, Lu Dan thought for a moment and said, have the nests inside been checked for any abnormalities? Do the mummified corpses count? Lu Dao said helplessly, besides the mummified corpses, there are just webs and nests. The spiders inside are all gone, they may have fled. Although Lu Dao's tone was relatively flat, the firelight reflected on his face, his eyes flashing with an unknown meaning. Lu Dan did not continue this topic. The acquisition of the Tier 1 Transcendent Spider's body tissues made her feel quite happy, and she chose not to dwell on the matter. Everyone simply cleared away the weeds and clutter around the fire pit. They each sat around the fire, roasting by the warmth. The last to arrive, Li Nan, pulled out a few walnut-sized peanuts from his pocket and tossed them beside the fire, then buried them in the coals, planning to roast them. Today is lucky, as there are still a few peanut vines in the farmland at the village entrance. I dug some up on my way back. Let us roast them for everyone to try. Look at that, even the wild peanuts have mutated into the size of walnuts. It's been such a long time since I've eaten these things, and it's only been 3 or 4 years. Wang Gang was the first to see Li Nan take out a peanut and couldn't help but exclaim. Although the awakened ones don't lack food and the food allocation is prioritized for them, the city of Yong is currently facing a severe food shortage. At present, the farmlands around the city of Yong that can be controlled are planted with high-yield mutated potatoes, and most of the rations are potato products. Other foods, like peanuts, are quite rare. Meat is somewhat better when on missions, they can hunt for themselves, and during normal times, some canned food can occasionally be distributed. Before the revival of spiritual energy, it was said that there was an explosion of information. In fact, at that time, productivity was strong, and survival supplies were also abundant, fulfilling everyone's needs. I really miss the days when resources were plentiful. Hearing Wang Gang's words, Li Nan couldn't help but sigh as well. Would you give up your awakened abilities to become an ordinary person in exchange for sufficient resources? Suddenly, Zhang Ming, who was sitting on the side, asked in a deep voice. Li Nan was stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. Is that even a question? If there was no awakening, I would still hope to return to the past, but now I don't desire it anymore. After the body's mutation, gaining powerful strength and tasting the sweet reward of becoming stronger will only make one think more about taking it further. Not answering Zhang Ming's question, Li Nan already had the answer in his heart. This answer is not just for Li Nan, others would feel the same way. They see further and know that the two are not contradictory. To gain sufficient resources, one must become stronger. Once they become stronger, they have everything. Especially being strong enough to set the rules means they won't have such worries anymore. Everyone sat around the campfire. With few animals around, there were no opportunities to catch small game, so they could only eat the rations they brought with them. After a long day, everyone began to settle down. Did you find anything useful at the scene today? Lu Dao seemed a bit curious as he asked his teammates nearby. Not much useful information. Wang Gang took a sip of water and mumbled. The scene is a bit strange, it seems like someone deliberately damaged the site. Zhang Ming, sitting on the side, said with a puzzled expression. Many traces of battles at the scene had been deliberately destroyed, and for a moment, nothing significant was found. This made him ponder a question. How could this situation arise? The others also found it hard to understand. Could it be that the other side in the battle deliberately destroyed it? Li Nan pondered and asked, is the goal to cover up the traces? They are indeed covering up the traces, but why would these Tier 1 transcendent beasts do this, knowing we would come to investigate? Are Tier 1 transcendent beasts in the forest afraid of us? Zhang Ming nodded. Based on his investigation, he didn't find anything useful, which left him somewhat puzzled. A Tier 1 transcendent beast that can cover its battle traces is indeed not simple. The intelligence of the opponent must be extremely high. Is it possible that yesterday's drone made that Tier 1 transcendent beast aware of us? Wang Gang frowned. He spoke up, saying, if that's the case, then our situation is quite dangerous. Everyone, make sure to rest quickly, we need to leave first thing in the morning. Lu Dan's expression was equally grim. The analyses from a few people were indeed based on sound reasoning. Thinking more deeply, it's possible that he and the others have already attracted the attention of some beast. If that really is the case, then it is indeed very dangerous. The people gathered around the campfire were unaware that everything they speculated was actually very close to the reality. The fiery flames illuminated their faces, each person wearing a different expression, lost in their own thoughts. Only Lu Dao cast a fleeting glance at the ancestral hall not far away, then quickly averted his gaze. Chapter 23, Return. At this moment, in a corner of the room, a small lizard was hiding among the clutter. It remained motionless, yet listened intently to everyone's conversation. Earlier, when he possessed a bird that appeared on a tree branch beside the ancestral hall, Lu Dan sharply noticed him. He glanced in the direction of the bird. This made Su remain cautious. After Lu Dan left, Su released the bird and, after resting, took control of a small lizard hiding in the village. He wanted to eavesdrop on this group of people's conversation. Indeed, this eavesdropping allowed him to learn a lot of useful information. For example, the scarcity of resources in human society is understandable. The human population base is there, so many fields were needed to support humanity. Now, with the changes in the world and the revival of spiritual energy causing plants to grow wildly, animals have mutated, and the wild has become increasingly perilous, resulting in a significant reduction in controllable areas for humans. There are no longer enough fields for planting crops. It's surprising if resources can be abundant. On the contrary, with the transformation, the area of mountains and forests has expanded, and the corresponding resources within them have become even richer. The cycle of heavenly principles follows its own rules. In this process, there was a point that caught Su's attention as unusual, sparking his interest. This group of people were all wearing camouflage combat uniforms, each armed with firearms, and their movements were under unified command. Based on Su's previous knowledge of weapon management from his past life, as well as relevant information from the internet, he tentatively judged that they should belong to the military or some armed organization. However, this group of people didn't seem to be of one mind. This point can be seen from the person called Lu Dao. Su had already noticed the unusual presence of the ancestral hall, but this Lu knife did not report it to their leader Lu, instead secretly concealing the matter. In order to prevent others from noticing something amiss, they even moved their campsite to the collapsed building next door a day early. This was indeed unusual. However, it was also something Su could take advantage of. Perhaps it was everyone's speculation, their fear of the powerful Tier 1 transcendent beast from the unknown. This made the five of them even more vigilant about their current location. After that, the group chatted much less. The reconnaissance team began to take turns keeping watch. In the dead of night, when the reconnaissance team was resting, he returned to the wolf den and spoke to Alpha about needing to be away for a while, so they wouldn't worry about him. Then, under the watchful eyes of the wolf pack, he left the den. The next day, just as dawn broke, the reconnaissance team was all packed up. After a night of being on high alert and feeling anxious, the situation did not change, which brought them a sigh of relief, but they did not completely let their guard down. The danger remained as long as they did not leave here. They were preparing to head back to Yong City. The organization of the Tier 1 Transcendent Spider was ready to be sent back promptly, to avoid trouble later. If it weren't for the dangers lurking in the mountains and forests after dark, they would have returned yesterday. Each extra day brought more unpredictability. This meant a higher chance of unforeseen circumstances beyond their control. Thus, leaving as soon as possible was everyone's consensus. Before setting off, Lu Dan made contact with headquarters via communications. Then, a team of people started to retrace their steps. Meanwhile, Su quietly followed behind at a distance. Following the scent, he also occasionally controlled the small animals along the way, secretly observing their direction. Lu, did you hear any melody? Zhang Ming glanced around in some confusion and quietly asked Lu Dan, who was walking in front. Melody? No, I didn't. Lu Dan listened carefully but didn't hear any sound. Could it be that I heard wrong? Zhang Ming shook his head. I thought I heard some melody just now, but then I couldn't hear it anymore. What melody? Is it the tune of the ghostly beauty? Li Nan jokingly remarked, "In the wilderness, a female ghost plays the lute inviting people to enjoy bliss." Ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. On the nerve-wracking return journey, they occasionally made jokes to lighten the mood. No one except Zhang Ming heard any melody. If the captain found out, they would all get tense again. After all, the captain was a perceptive awakened. But she didn't notice anything, so it was almost certain Zhang Ming was overthinking it. Even Zhang Ming genuinely believed he must have misheard. The speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it to heart. After hearing their conversation, Su, who controlled animals, fell into contemplation. Su speculated that the melody emitted by the music box might be a type of sound wave that is either above or below the range humans can hear. Perhaps this is exactly the reason why some people might be able to hear certain things while others cannot. If this is really the case, care must be taken in subsequent use. As long as humanity is aware of the existence of such sound waves, capturing these waves with modern technology and even pinpointing the source is not a difficult task. It might even be possible to disrupt the propagation of the sound waves, making the range of the music box's control obstructed. Therefore, it's essential to keep the existence of the music box hidden from humanity. It's crucial not to expose the mysterious music box's ability to control living beings. After all, having such a powerful ability to remotely control creatures within a certain range can be considered a significant trump card for Su. The imagination surrounding this remote control artifact is still vast. On the return journey of the reconnaissance squad, nothing unusual occurred. Everyone moved cautiously through the dense forest. Li Dan led the way, while Lu Dao followed closely behind, and the other three observed their surroundings carefully. They carried firearms on their backs and wielded machetes in their hands, slashing at the weeds by the roadside to clear a path. On the way back, although some powerful mutated beasts appeared, they were swiftly detected by Lu Dan, and everyone held their breath to avoid detection. For humans, the dangers in the mountains and forests go beyond animals. There are also many poisonous insects and mutated plants. Their presence can sometimes be even more frightening than that of mutated animals. Mutated animals might still have a chance to fight back, but when encountering these mutated insects or poisonous plants, sometimes there aren't many good options. As the trees and grasses grow wildly, it provided space for their development. This is also why they chose a winding mountain road to enter the mountains. Although the winding mountain road is longer, it is relatively easier to navigate. Some roadbeds were damaged by vines and tree roots, but the vast majority were still free of obstructive weeds. Su stayed behind, watching them leave without intervening directly. Instead, he was looking for a suitable opportunity. Striking too close to Hangling village would certainly draw more attention. However, after leaving Hangling village, if anything were to happen to this human reconnaissance squad, it could be a different matter altogether. Chapter 24, Mysterious Ambush. Su secretly followed the 5-member team. He neither got too close nor did he keep too far away. Similarly, due to a series of characteristics of the music box, Su only intermittently controlled it and did not operate it continuously. It was a cycle of expenditure and recovery. He remained at the edge of his limits. Though it was exhausting, the results were very effective. Not only was the energy within him continuously increasing, but his body was also undergoing significant refinement. In addition, his mental strength was also improving. As a result, Su found himself somewhat enthused by it. Sometimes, Su wouldn't even choose to immerse his mind in a particular orb of light. He simply observed the star-like images before him. In this area, countless creatures continuously shift between hunter and prey in their struggle for survival. The changes in the light spheres signal an evolution or destruction of life. The movement of the light spheres indicates the chase between hunters and prey. Even though it's impossible to monitor all activities within a 4 to 5 kilometer radius, just from what can be seen, one can feel the brutal jungle law that governs the forest. Even though small lives, perceived as insignificant, have their own blood and gore. As he moves forward, Su constantly switches and shields certain light spheres. This not only clears his field of vision but also allows him to observe what he wants to see. Gradually, he begins to pick up on various tricks. For instance, the smallest light spheres generally represent tiny insects, which usually appear as densely packed dots, often abundant in number. Slightly larger than these dots are lizards or larger insects. Even bigger are small animals or weaker mutated beasts. In general, different sizes of light spheres represent varying levels or tiers. At this moment, after regaining himself, Su checks the reconnaissance team's situation once again, confirming he hasn't lost track. He then exited the light sphere and chose to browse the star spectrum displayed in his mind by the music box. This also helps him gain a better understanding of his surroundings. He looks to see if there are any notable creatures nearby. Suddenly, while Su sifts through the music box's spectrum in his mind, an orange light sphere appears in the northwest corner of the circular light displayed by the music box. Tier 1 Transcendent. The orange light sphere is only found with Tier 1 Transcendent ferocious beasts. This led Su to speculate upon his first use, as the orange alpha light sphere came into view. This type of orange light sphere is larger than an ordinary blue one and boasts a bright color. So far, this kind of light sphere has only appeared when scanning for alpha. Thus, it can be inferred that this special orange light sphere, like alpha, is likely also Tier 1 Transcendent. In other words, there is a Tier 1 Transcendent ferocious beast 5 kilometers to the southwest of Su. The music box is indeed useful. It allows preemptive detection of foes. Discovering the Tier 1 Transcendent beast surprised Su and made him unable to hold back his exclamations. No matter how the opponent conceals their presence, as long as the music box is there, they cannot hide. The only requirement is for Su to keep himself well hidden, to remain out of the opponent's perceptive range. After all, once the opponent's strength is formidable and their perception range increases, this music box could become useless. Fortunately, Su's own strength is also increasing. As long as it's far enough under your control, such situations won't arise. In the current situation, others may not know their own circumstances, but they can know the circumstances of others. This is what is often referred to as having an advantage. By mastering the advantage, one can be prepared. When faced with any situation, it allows for more ease and confidence. When encountering an enemy, one can set up in advance and wait for the right moment. What kind of Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beast is this? A faint light flickered in Su's eyes. He observed closely within the orange light sphere was the image of a golden monkey. Surrounding the orange light sphere were numerous blue light spheres, each resembling monkeys. Monkey King? Su speculated to himself. After some thought, he finally chose a weaker blue light sphere near the orange one, then gradually immersed his consciousness into the light sphere. When Su opened his eyes again, squeak! An ear-piercing screech sounded in his ears as he found himself hanging on a mother monkey, which was swinging between the trees. Meanwhile, on the other side, on both sides of the winding mountain road 1 or 2 kilometers ahead of the reconnaissance team, there were a dozen humans wearing evil spirit masks. They held their breath, remaining motionless, seemingly waiting quietly for their prey to walk into their ambush. The target of their ambush was the returning reconnaissance team. At this moment, the members of the reconnaissance team were completely unaware and were walking step by step into the encirclement. Ha! When they were still 400 to 500 meters away from the encirclement, Lu Dan seemed to notice something and couldn't help but exclaim. "What's wrong, team leader Lu?" Li Nan, the team's sniper, asked. Lu Dan's anomaly made everyone tense. They all took out their weapons and looked around. "It's a bit strange. I can't sense any animals in the section ahead. It seems like there are no animals around," Lu Dan explained with a furrowed brow. Her awakened ability is perception, allowing her to sense the mana within animals to determine their strength. No animal activity? Isn't that a good thing? Lu Dao put away the twin blades in his hands and smiled, saying, "This section probably just doesn't have any animal activity. Let's go. We need to hurry back with the task for the spider organization and submit it early." The others in the team also felt this made some sense. After checking around and finding nothing, they lowered their weapons and continued on. But after taking 2 steps, Lu Dan stopped again. The others, seeing her stop, also halted. "Let us go. What are we waiting for?" Lu Dao seemed a bit anxious, but he tried to suppress his emotions and urged everyone. Lu Dao, why are you so anxious? Lu Dan did not explain why she stopped but looked down at Lu Dao and asked. I'm not anxious, I just think there's no danger here. Let's quickly get out of this mountain forest and go back to submit the task sooner. A trace of panic flashed in Lu Dao's eyes, but he quickly masked it, shrugging with a casual demeanor as if doing it for the team's mission. Oh, really? Lu Dan glanced at him and spoke faintly. The subtle atmosphere made everyone else feel uneasy. What happened outside? Everyone picked their weapons back up. You're all afraid of danger, so I'll go explore the path. Lu Dao noticed others were viewing him with increasing suspicion, so he pretended to grit his teeth, claiming he would check the situation ahead for everyone's safety. Having said that, he picked up his twin knives and turned to walk down the path. Stop right there! Lu Dan raised his automatic firearm and aimed it at Lu Dao. Their guns were specially made after the revival of spiritual energy, with bullets that had greater power. The purpose was to increase the firearm's lethality, allowing it to battle mutated beasts in the wild, capable of piercing through their bodies and exploding large chunks of flesh. This type of firearm caused significant damage to mutated beasts, and it was equally effective against humans, since awakened humans were not even as strong as the mutated beasts. The sudden turn of events left everyone a bit at a loss. Captain Lu, is this how much you distrust your partners? Lu Dao stopped with a bitter smile, slowly turned around. Partners? You put down your weapon, and then we can talk about the word partners later. Lu Dan ignored his words. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle. Alright. Lu Dao appeared harmless, but he did not want to drop the twin knives in his hands. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed in the quiet forest. Gunshots came from the mountainsides along the winding road, accompanied by the sound of bullets whizzing. In the dense forests on both sides, agile figures emerged, rapidly surrounding from both flanks and racing towards this direction. These individuals, similarly dressed in camouflage combat attire, ran with the ferocity of a fierce tiger, their eyes fierce and their faces grim, a group of over 10 people. This sudden series of changes also caught Su off guard. Then he remembered something, abandoned his investigation of the monkey group, and redirected his focus back to this location. Soon in Su's field of vision, he saw two groups of soldiers in camouflage combat uniforms fighting ahead. On the reconnaissance team's side, there were only 4 people, while the other side had around 10. Among them was Lu Dao. Sure enough, when Su saw Lu Dao, he quickly understood most of what was happening. Su did not want to involve himself in their matters, he merely observed the situation before him as a bystander. The moment the gunfire erupted, the members of the reconnaissance team instinctively rolled to the ground to avoid danger, searching for something to take cover behind. At that moment, taking advantage of everyone's momentary diversion, when their attention shifted away from him, Lu Dao quickly pulled out a grenade and threw it, while he himself jumped as fast as possible to a slope beneath the winding road. Boom! The sound of the grenade explosion shattered the quiet forest, creating a deep pit in the ground. Shrapnel flew everywhere. Damn Lu Dao! Wang Gang quickly rolled into the trees on the side of the winding road, his face covered in dirt as he cursed. Now everyone knows that Lu Dao is a traitor, clearly trying to lead them into the encirclement. And he claims it's all for the sake of completing the mission. Fortunately, Team Lu noticed something unusual, which prevented the reconnaissance team from being caught. Counterattack! Don't let them get close! Lu Dan hid not far away and shouted loudly. Without Lu Dan's orders, everyone took cover behind obstacles. The 4 members of the reconnaissance team began to raise their guns and fight back. Li Nan, I'll cover you. Zhang Ming lay on the ground, firing a barrage of bullets at the crowd in the distance, trying to buy time for Li Nan's sniper rifle. Li Nan had always carried his sniper rifle on his back, and at that moment, he quickly adjusted his position and set up the sniper rifle. His awakened ability is precision. Therefore, the sniper rifle is the most suitable weapon for him. Bang! A gunshot sounded. Among the rushing crowd ahead, one person's head exploded in an instant. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered everywhere. The advancing body, due to inertia, staggered forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. This sudden turn of events didn't make anyone stop. On the contrary, the remaining enemies quickened their pace. Clearly, they knew that there was a sniper with precision skills among this reconnaissance team. There was no hope for long-range attacks. Everyone knew that no one could match a sniper with awakened precision ability. Especially in the awakened mortal tier realm, whether in physicality or ability, it was still insufficient to compete with firearms. This is also one of the reasons why the military can suppress the situation. Thus, those laying in ambush aim to quickly close in, denying the sniper the chance for a long-range shot. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and another person from the rushing crowd fell. Tap, tap, tap. From the distant woods, 4 or 5 firing points were heard, attempting to suppress the sniper's fire, creating opportunities for their rushing comrades. A flurry of bullets whizzed through the air, hitting branches and vines, splattering some wood chips and foliage. The enemy's fire suppression created obstacles for the reconnaissance team. As bullets flew by, everyone quickly took cover. 500 meters isn't far, especially in an era of awakening, where the ones on site are all awakened individuals whose physical abilities continue to strengthen. In terms of speed, they are much faster than ordinary people. If not for the interference of the reconnaissance team's bullets, they would be even faster. Bang! Li Nan remained unfazed by the outside world, calmly firing off a series of bloodthirsty bullets. The enemies were getting closer. Retreat, into the woods. There are too many enemies. When the remaining distance was about 200 meters, Lu Dan decisively ordered. The other side was well prepared, with one team providing fire suppression while another flanked from the side. Don't let them get close. You all retreat first, I'll cover you. With gritted teeth, Lu Dan unleashed a frenzied barrage of bullets. The other team members didn't hold back either. They grabbed their weapons and turned to run into the dense forest behind. A bunch of sons of bitches. Wang Gang cursed as he walked. Once everyone retreated into the dense forest, Lu Dan quickly fired a series of bullets and swiftly crouched down to retreat. What's coming? Zhang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead as he fell back. The group escaped into the dense forest, and the gunfire outside came to a halt. However, nobody relaxed. Everyone knew that things wouldn't be that simple. The military's core elite, the Willowblade, had betrayed them and arranged for a dozen people to ambush them on their way back. Moreover, they had even evaded Lu Dan's perception abilities. If Lu Dan hadn't discovered the anomaly in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. So, the ambush by the dozen couldn't be so half-hearted. This group of ambushers wouldn't give up easily. They definitely followed us. It's too early to tell, but the target should be the Tier 1 Transcendent Spider Body organization in our hands. Lu Dan poked at some weeds with his gun. Entering the dense forest, the countless trees and bushes surrounding them formed a natural barrier, which they could use for cover to escape and counterattack. Suddenly, Wang Gang, who was in front, let out a grunt. Only then did everyone notice that Wang Gang was injured. Are you all right? Li Nan stepped forward to support Wang Gang, a hint of worry in his voice. The two usually joked around and bickered on the way they had the best relationship. It's nothing serious. This little injury won't kill me. Wang Gang chuckled. The grenade that Lu Dao had just thrown exploded beside him. Even though he dodged it, several pieces of shrapnel still embedded themselves into his body. Let me take a look. Li Nan didn't believe what Wang Gang said. Blood was seeping from Wang Gang's thigh and abdomen. Shrapnel had lodged itself in his thigh and abdomen. His injuries were not as minor as he claimed. Are you really okay? It's all right. Wang Gang said, possibly fearing they wouldn't believe him. He added, don't forget, I've trained my body. All right. Li Nan casually replied with an acknowledgement but didn't pursue the topic further. In their current situation, it was uncertain if everyone could make it back. He simply helped Wang Gang take out the bandages and bandaged the two wounds hastily. Meanwhile, the first wave of attackers was also reaching the edge of the dense forest, with the remaining wave soon on the way. The masked leader pointed towards Lu Dao, who appeared in the crowd of attackers, signaling him to speak. Lu Dao nodded. Hiding behind a tree, he shouted loudly. Captain Lu, it's me, Xiao Dao. We're all comrades, so let us leave a way out for you. As long as you lay down your weapons and come out, I guarantee you'll leave safely. Chapter 26, Black Bear. Bang! A bullet shot out from the dense forest. It directly penetrated the tree that Lu Dao was hiding behind. The impact of the bullet created a hole the size of a basketball in the tree. With the cover of the trees, Lu Dao was afforded some time to evade. Lu Dao quickly lay flat on the ground. Even then, he was covered in dirt. Ha ha ha! From deep within the forest, Wang Gang's booming laughter echoed, filled with delight. Despite pulling at his wounds and grimacing in pain, he continued to laugh. Pfft, what do you think you are? A partner? Lin Nan, kill that bastard. Outside, Lu Dao, who had narrowly escaped, looked pale and clenched his fists. Suddenly, seeing a group of people wearing ghost masks looking at him, fear rose in his heart. He took a step forward with a smile. Ghost leader, let me try again. The leader of the attack, wearing a ghost mask, waved his hand but said nothing. He waited for a group of people behind him to catch up, preparing to make a concerted effort to capture them. Now our side holds a significant advantage we cannot afford to delay. The dense forest was full of uncertainty, and he didn't know when the military reinforcements would arrive, so he wanted to end this quickly to avoid prolonging the battle. On the other side, Su had been observing the situation here. The sudden appearance of the attackers indeed took him by surprise. He was happy to watch them fight. It would be best if both sides died here, so he wouldn't have to take action himself. Based on the direction returned by the reconnaissance team, Su roughly knew that the human city should be in the northwest direction of this mountain forest. As long as he confirmed the direction, he could explore it himself. Moreover, the fighting among humans allowed Su to observe their combat styles, techniques, and their awakened abilities. From the observations and conversations over the past 2 days, Su discovered that humans have a form of awakening before reaching Tier 1 Transcendent, awakening some abilities. This is different from animals, which only gain special abilities after breaking through Tier 1 Transcendent. Therefore, compared to animals, purely from this point of view, humans are fortunate. The attackers wearing masks dispersed and slowly advanced in the dense forest. They are getting closer. Lu Dan frowned and said, there are people in the attacking team who can block mana abilities, and they can block the mana of all living beings within a certain range. This ability just happens to counter me. Lu Dan initially noticed the absence of animals around her, which felt strange, but at the time, she only found it odd and didn't grasp the key point. Later, she noticed the violent fluctuations of mana within Lu Dao, which deepened her unease. Lu Dao's betrayal completely confirmed her feelings. Someone had the ability to block perception, and it was specifically aimed at her. Now that feeling has re-emerged. The range of her empty perception is getting closer, which is why, despite hiding in the dense forest and not seeing any shadows moving, she could still sense someone approaching. This feeling of being targeted by others is not pleasant. Fight while retreating. The enemy is numerous, and we are no match. I have already requested reinforcements. Lu Dan glanced at Wang Gang and continued, can we keep moving? There are many dangers in the dense forest, and you have a smell of blood on you. It's very dangerous. Lu, don't worry, I've already prepared myself mentally. Even if I, Wang Gang, die, I'm taking someone down with me. Just don't mind me. Wang Gang laughed lightly. Stop talking nonsense, just follow along. Didn't you say you wanted to become a Tier 1 Transcendent being to see if your immense strength can shake a Tier 1 Transcendent beast? Li Nan looked through his binoculars at the front, cursing under his breath. Bang! In the distance, a slightly shaking patch of grass instantly fell silent. Let us go. Li Nan fired a shot and, not wanting to linger, turned to withdraw. Thus began a chase in the dense forest. Carrying an injured Wang Gang slowed the reconnaissance team's speed, but Li Nan insisted, and Lu Dan and Zhang Ming did not oppose. As time passed, The distance between the two sides grew shorter. Moreover, both sides ventured deeper into the forest. Lu Dan, stop fooling around. Just turn over the things you have, and we promise to leave right after. Lu Dao's voice called from behind. He no longer referred to him as Team Lu, but directly called him Lu Dan. The pursuit had exhausted his patience. Venturing deeper into the forest was filled with danger, making them very wary. Fortunately, one of their teams had successfully circled around to block Lu Dan's route. The reconnaissance team was now effectively trapped. Don't refuse a toast and ask for a beating. Everyone in the reconnaissance team fell silent. The chase between the two sides lasted for an hour. Lu Dan's team had basically exhausted their ammunition. In the end, they were surrounded by a multitude of attackers. Lu Dan and the other 3 team members dropped their firearms and silently drew their military daggers from their thighs. They coldly stared at the enemies surrounding them. Until this moment, they showed no intention of surrendering. This scene caused Su, who was watching the battle, to secretly praise them. These people were true warriors. Good, good, good. Lu Dao kept saying good 3 times. The reconnaissance team's disregard for him filled him with rage. A group of nearly dead individuals still look down on themselves. Those who recognize the situation are the true heroes. The world has changed, and only by becoming stronger can one follow anyone. Die. Lu Dao discarded his empty firearm. In the intense battle, as the attacking side, they needed to consume more bullets to suppress Li Nan's deadly sniper during the chase. Most people's ammunition was nearly exhausted. Lu Dao drew out his dual blades. He was accustomed to using dual blades, and his awakened ability made him more adept with knives. Since everyone was out of firearms, it would come down to who was stronger. Lu Dao's target was Wang Gang, the guy who had mocked him multiple times in his rage. He couldn't help but want to slice him down. Traitor, just in time. Wang Gang shouted loudly. Having been injured and worn out from running for a long time, Wang Gang's pale face showed signs of excessive blood loss. But he didn't back down, drawing on his internal mana for a swift response. A powerful punch struck towards the incoming Lu Dao. If that punch hit, with Wang Gang's immense strength, it would definitely leave him severely injured on the ground. Lu Dao slightly leaned back to dodge this punch, and then twirled his dual blades, the sharp edges slashing through Wang Gang's clothes. Wang Gang was injured, and his movements were affected at that moment. Fortunately, he was a level above Lu Dao and had awakened the ability of immense strength. His wide and sweeping arm movements made Lu Dao afraid of a head-on clash, barely able to cope with the current situation. As Lu Dao moved, the others behind also reacted. Zhang Ming and Li Nan waved their military daggers, engaging in the final struggle. Su observed all of this without any special circumstances. The outcome for the 4 was predictable. Suddenly, Lu Dan moved. Holding a military dagger that glimmered faintly, she swiftly targeted a nearby enemy. Puff! With one swift strike, she cut across the opponent's neck, causing a spray of blood instantly. The masked attacker clutched his neck with both hands, making choking sounds as he convulsed on the ground. In military combat, the emphasis is on a single fatal strike. Resolving opponents quickly and efficiently. This scene indeed stunned the onlookers. As a mortal tier level 9, Lu Dan certainly had her exceptional qualities. Kill. The surrounding masked attackers hesitated for just a moment before rejoining the battle. Lu Dan was encircled by 4 or 5 attackers. However, she showed no sign of fear. She charged forward, kicking one of the attackers in the chest and sending him flying several meters. In the next moment, as Lu Dan looked at an attacker wielding a long knife, she sidestepped, then swiftly smashed her elbow down hard, staggering a nearby attacker, and without waiting for him to react, plunged her military dagger into his heart. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. I'll handle it. Seeing that those surrounding Lu Dan were achieving nothing and instead giving away their lives, the Ghost Commander finally spoke. He slowly drew a short knife from his side. Both were mortal tier level 9, with comparable physical abilities. Upon contact, they unleashed their full strength. A faint light emerged from their bodies. The intertwined figures of the two grew faster and faster. Mortal tier level 9 is just one level away from tier 1 transcendent in terms of mana usage. They couldn't project mana externally like a tier 1 transcendent could. But they could already burn mana, enveloping their entire body surface with strength, enhancing their combat lethality. The faint light was hidden and did not project outside. Other mortal tier realms could only mobilize mana within their bodies to cover a localized area, enhancing specific combat power. At this moment, both of them emitted a faint glow from their legs and arms. Lu Dan was white, while the Ghost Commander had a dark hue. The movements were extremely fast, with both sides exchanging blows multiple times. Only shadows could be seen flickering, accompanied by the continuous sounds of weapons clashing. The Ghost Commander's mana appeared somewhat murky, with wisps of black smoke constantly drifting by during the fight. No one paid attention to this situation, except for the nearby Su, who noticed. The thin strands of black smoke might be a unique ability of this attacker's commander. This ability seems to need no gestures, it emanates directly from the mana that surrounds him. Humans should not be underestimated. Su narrowed his eyes slightly. Among the billions of humans, there are various awakened abilities. One must be more cautious when dealing with them. One wrong move could lead to a disaster. Both sides exchanged blows for several rounds. Boom! After a hit, the two figures separated. Lu Dan was kicked away by the Ghost Leader, her entire body flying several meters into the air before crashing down after breaking a tree. It's poisonous. Lu Dan, lying on the ground, had a rather grim expression. She looked ahead until she saw the faint black aura emanating from her opponent before realizing what was happening. The man wearing the mask seems to have the ability to use poison. She had been careless. However, it was somewhat too late for her to realize it. This poisonous mist had silently been inhaled into her system. As the mana circulated, Lu Dan felt her body gradually becoming numb, slowly losing control of her hands. Soon, two attackers with ghostly masks grabbed Lu Dan. They tossed her along with Li Nan and Wang Gang in front of the Ghost Leader. The three, surrounded by others, had multiple stab wounds, bloodied, and Zhang Ming had fainted. Wang Gang was covered in blood, struggling to get up, but his face was firmly stepped on by the willow knife, preventing him from getting up. Search, the Ghost Leader glanced at the four lying on the ground. Ghost Leader, do we need to? Willow Knife glanced at his former companions, revealing a cruel expression, and made a slashing motion across his throat. The Ghost Leader looked at the Willow Knife, uncertain of the expression behind the mask. When someone found the Tier 1 Transcendent Spider's organic material in Lu Dan's backpack, he nodded. Roar! Just as the Willow Knife drew his dual blades, a roar of a beast echoed through the mountains. A massive black bear charged out from the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 27, Unfortunate Calamity. Roar! The giant bear roared as it charged. It barreled through, breaking several vines and trees along the way. The jungle chase caught the attention of the giant black bear that was foraging. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Let us go! The Ghost Leader shouted. The group that had been following him immediately turned and fled. Fighting against a mutated beast of such size may kill it, but it would be meaningless. Now that things were in hand, there was no need to create further trouble. Moreover, considering the size of this giant bear, even if his group could kill it, the cost would be devastating. Consider yourselves lucky. Willow Knife was also startled, not bothering to deal with each of them, and stabbed Wang Gang, who was closest to him on the ground, hard with his knife. He then sheathed his dual blades and ran. Beasts! Li Nan gritted his teeth as he glared at the Willow Knife. Once a companion, now how has it become so unfamiliar? Instead, I'm harsher on my own. Wait until you survive. The voice of Lu Dao came from afar. While running, he saw a small snake hanging on a branch. In the midst of running, Lu Dao subconsciously swung his knife, and the small snake was cut in half, falling to the ground. And this small snake just happened to be the one possessed by Su. In other words, the onlooker Su was caught in an unexpected disaster. Almost simultaneously, Su's consciousness returned to his original body. Kid, you're going to be unlucky. Now, I am no longer human, but a ferocious beast considered a threat by humans. The blood of a bloodthirsty nature flows within me. Being reborn as a wolf has a significant impact on him, making him less resistant to killing. Even if the other party is human. What Sue cares about most now is his own survival and that of the wolf pack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have already harbored killing intent towards the reconnaissance team. Originally, he planned to watch them fight each other to the bitter end, solving his troubles without lifting a finger, a truly win-win approach. But now it seems something has gone wrong. Despite not valuing the bodily tissues of the human-faced spider, he cannot simply allow humans to obtain them. This point Sue had already considered. Who knows what would happen if these things fell into human hands? Sue does not want to take that gamble. In the tranquil mountain forest, a white shadow flashed quickly. It rushed towards the group of unidentified armed personnel that were retreating. On the other side, the running giant bear moved extremely fast, like an armored vehicle speeding through the dense forest. In just a few breaths, it arrived beside the reconnaissance team. The black giant bear stopped upon seeing Lu Dan, who couldn't move, and then glanced at the fleeing crowd in the distance. Its nose twitched slightly. The scent of blood in the air was quite strong. This blood contains a rich mana, which excited the giant bear immensely. It was considering whether to pursue the other humans or to eat the few injured ones in front of it first. The giant bear seemed to have made up its mind. With so much food before it, why bother hunting other humans? Let's start with this high-energy food right here. In its eyes, Lu Dan was undoubtedly the best meal. Her flesh was filled with energy. The giant bear slowly walked up to Lu Dan and nudged her with its paw. Seeing her motionless, as if unresponsive, the giant bear no longer hesitated and opened its mouth to prepare to eat Lu Dan on the ground. Lu Dan on the ground watched the giant maw getting closer, a foul stench wafting towards her. Despair filled her heart. Was she about to perish in the bear's mouth? Just when the giant mouth was a centimeter away from Lu Dan's head, suddenly, the giant bear's body suddenly trembled. Its movements halted. The massive head looked around as if puzzled. Just now, a voice suddenly echoed in its mind, making it confused. At the same time, it filled it with great fear. It seems that the voice in my mind is not just talking to myself, but can also easily control my body as if it were in charge. This was something it had never encountered since its mutation. Fear and awe made it almost instinctively decide to obey the commands in its mind. In the next moment, the giant bear's expression changed. It became even more brutal and fierce. It glanced at the humans on the ground, and without any hesitation, swung its massive paw down. Boom! The reconnaissance team leader, Lu Dan, lying on the ground, had harbored a glimmer of hope. But in the next moment, as the giant bear's paw came crashing down, he was slammed into the ground. The other severely injured members of the reconnaissance team could not escape either. They were killed instantly. The fleeing attackers saw the black bear stop, seemingly starting to take an interest in the corpses and the reconnaissance team, and everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Dao laughed heartily. The weight in his heart also lifted. He was particularly afraid that the other members of the reconnaissance team would return to Eternal City, as that would expose his betrayal. At that time, he would face military pursuit. If everyone died here in this dense forest, with their bodies dismembered, the military would have no way of investigating. The mountainous area was increasingly showing signs of becoming a forbidden zone, and it was entirely normal for a few people to die during missions. This would prevent any discovery of Lu Dao's betrayal. This was also why he was so eager to kill his former companions. Now the black bear did this for him, easing his worried heart. Having joined this organization and made a great contribution, he would then live in seclusion for a while. The organization had promised him that as long as his research went smoothly, all kinds of resources would be prioritized for his use. Thinking of this, he felt extremely proud. Soon, he would also become a Tier 1 transcendent individual, becoming someone above others. However, this joy didn't last long as the giant bear once again charged toward their direction. It didn't spare a moment to taste the incapacitated reconnaissance team. Roar! With a roar, the giant black bear accelerated and continued to dash in the direction where Lu Dao and the other attackers were fleeing. This somewhat bizarre scene left everyone secretly staring in confusion at the humans here. Lu Dao and the attackers, cursing in their hearts, dared not linger any longer and fled for their lives. Chapter 28: Reinforcements. The explosive power of the black bear was astonishing. It pushed off with its hind legs and charged forward at high speed. It charged directly behind Lu Dao. Lu Dao, who had seen the giant bear stop, was just about to open his mouth to eat Lu Dan. Then it suddenly stopped in such a bizarre manner. After that, the inexplicable look in its eyes made his heart skip a beat. He sensed keenly that something was off. Not daring to stay, he immediately turned and ran madly towards the position of the ghost leader among the crowd. As long as he reached the ghost leader, he would be safe. The thoughts in Lu Dao's mind. He had no problem with this idea. People always like to gather around the strong. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there is always someone tall to hold it up. Even if this giant beast rushes over, with so many people plus the ghost leader, can't we handle it? Lu Dan is at mortal tier level 9, so if the ghost leader can defeat Lu Dan, he must be even stronger. The giant bear before him is just a mutated wild beast. As Lu Dao moved, the giant bear also stirred. Still desperately running, Lu Dao felt a tremor behind him, but he dared not stop and could only grit his teeth to keep moving forward. Closer. Closer to the main force. But just as he was about to push himself harder to dive into the crowd was also desperately speeding up. As soon as he got close, everyone scattered. This confused Lu Dao. It had happened several times, making him unable to resist glancing back. A massive head was right behind him, and seeing him turn around, the giant bear revealed a terrifying grin. Lu Dao was sure that this giant bear was smiling. Scared, Lu Dao quickened his pace. He drew upon the mana within him to envelop his legs, and his speed surged instantly. He dashed rapidly through the forest. However, the forest is not like flat ground. The dense underbrush made it difficult for Lu Dao, who couldn't ignore the branches and vines like the giant bear could. Plus, mana is not infinite. He had already consumed a portion during the previous fight, now barely managing to support a moment's speed. When he slowed down and looked back, he was shocked to discover that the giant beast was still behind him. Is it targeting me? Lu Dao felt a surge of panic. Ghost leader, save me. But no one responded. Everyone scattered and accelerated to escape. You can't do this, I've contributed to the organization. Watching everyone avoid him like he was a plague, with no one offering a helping hand, Lu Dao couldn't help but shout loudly. However, aside from the rustling sound of the forest, no one responded to him. Roar! He shouted loudly, and the enormous bear paw came crashing down. Lu Dao felt the fierce wind from behind and sidestepped to draw his twin blades, aiming for the bear's paw. Unexpectedly, the bear changed its form at the last moment, and another paw came crashing down on Lu Dao. Bang! Lu Dao was sent flying. The powerful force made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Don't come over, don't kill me. After just one exchange, Lu Dao knew he was no match for this giant bear. But he wanted to live. He didn't want to die. Lu Dao got up from the ground, clutching his chest with one hand, and slowly began to back away. His face was filled with fear as he looked at the black giant bear before him. Su didn't want to waste words with him and stepped forward to resolve the matter directly. Seeing the giant bear approach, Lu Dao's face was filled with terror, repeatedly mumbling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Suddenly, a hint of madness surfaced on Lu Dao's face. The finger covering his chest pointed at the ghost leader fleeing through the jungle and shouted loudly to the black bear, He has a Tier 1 Transcendent Beast body organization on him. Do you know about the Tier 1 Transcendent Beast organization? It's the flesh of the Tier 1 Transcendent Beast that can promote your evolution. You must go find him quickly, or it will be too late. Lu Dao shouted desperately, his heart overwhelmed by fear in the face of death. Right now, Lu Dao just wanted to survive, by any means necessary. He had put in so much effort just to live better, even if it meant betraying everyone. Surviving brings hope. In a world where spiritual energy has revived, animals are continuously evolving, and many of them possess considerable intelligence. Especially those mutated beasts that evolve to relatively high levels, they have become indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Lu Dao was betting that this massive black bear could understand his words. In the end, he was drawn by the corpse organization of the Tier 1 transcendent beast, ignoring his insignificant presence. Lu Dao's cries echoed in the silent forest. Everyone was looking at him. Damn it! The ghost leader, retreating, couldn't help but respond upon hearing Lu Dao's voice. He was not sure if that giant bear could understand human speech, probably not, as every species' language is not mutual. This is a consistent fact. But Lu Dao's actions made him extremely angry. At first, he looked down on such a traitor, but after all, his existence was beneficial to the organization and to his own actions. Moreover, in this socially resource-scarce context, people's survival is difficult. He had seen many dark things in the city. Overall, while he looked down upon Lu Dao, they could still collaborate. If it weren't for the danger, he would be rewarded by the organization for bringing him back. But now, his behavior seemed to want to put himself in a dead-end situation, attracting disaster. This made him feel murderous. The ghost leader did not stop or continue speaking. Everything seemed meaningless. He quickened his pace, wanting to escape this forest quickly. Outside there were still backup plans, making retreat easier. Su instinctively glanced at the fleeing ghost leader, not hesitating, and struck down. Crack! Lu Dao's voice abruptly stopped, his head twisted to one side, neck broken. He collapsed on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his body twitching slightly. It seemed he was already beyond saving. The black bear, after dealing with Lu Dao, directly chased after the fleeing ghost leader. Feeling the massive destruction caused by the giant beast moving behind him and the tremors of the earth, the ghost leader paid no heed and simply charged forward. Other masked assailants, sensing the commotion behind them, couldn't help but look back. The giant bear was charging towards him at an incredible speed, filling him with panic. Boom! The enormous black bear barreled through like a tank. Despite its size, it was surprisingly fast. It quickly caught up with the fleeing humans. These humans were swatted away like flies by the black bear's paws. The sound of their screams echoed through the mountains. The ghostly leader also felt the relentless pursuit of the giant bear behind him, and his sharp instincts detected an imminent danger approaching. It was as if a more terrifying presence had locked onto him. This feeling made him instinctively drop the spider organization he had just acquired. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a roaring sound was heard from the distant sky, gradually getting closer. Chapter 29, The Enraged Monkey King. Su was initially ready to attack the leader of the armed force that had just appeared. But at a critical moment, the so-called ghostly leader threw away the spider organization he had just obtained. It made Su hesitate. In the next moment, a huge roar came from the distant sky, catching Su's attention as well. He temporarily abandoned the idea of intercepting the ghostly leader. The magnitude of the roar was somewhat familiar to Su. It was the sound of an armed helicopter. Has human reinforcements arrived? Su glanced towards the sky in the distance, slowly concealing himself. On the other side. Previously, Su had discovered the monkey troop where the Tier 1 transcendent beast was located. A golden monkey was half reclining on a massive fruit tree. Its tail swayed beneath it as one hand rested behind its head while it held a piece of fruit in the other, appearing quite relaxed. It looked quite human. There were no other monkeys on the tree except for it. The golden monkey was just over a meter tall. Aside from its golden fur, it looked no different from a regular monkey. Surrounding the tree were 5 tall, robust gray monkeys, each nearly 2 meters tall, glaring fiercely at everything around. They seemed like guards. If any monkeys accidentally crossed the boundary, they would roar loudly and swat them away, forcing them to other areas. All the monkeys seemed to fear that particular area. Every time they played on the branches, as soon as they got near that tree, they would lower their heads and submissively droop their tails to show compliance. The golden monkey lounging atop the treetop was feeling quite bored. Suddenly, a jujube pit was thrown over. The golden monkey looked up. It was a small monkey hanging on its mother, gnawing on a jujube while curiously gazing at it with blinking eyes. Unable to help itself, it grinned. With a gentle toss of its hand, a small fruit was thrown towards the little monkey. The little monkey reached out to catch it. The fruit landed perfectly in its hand. The timing and strength were just right. At that moment, the mother monkey also sensed something unusual. It looked up towards the direction of the golden monkey and then glanced at the little monkey in its arms. Smack! A hand came down hard on the little monkey's bottom. Squeak! The mother monkey chirped indignantly, seeming to scold, but her eyes revealed a loving look. The little monkey rubbed its rear, looking somewhat aggrieved. Not far away, a golden monkey laughed with a caw, watching the little monkey who had just been spanked. Victory is exhilarating. Tap, tap, tap. Bang! Suddenly, a faint sound of gunfire echoed from the forest in the distance. The golden monkey gazed into the distance, a serious expression crossing its face. However, the gunfire seemed distant, and it lay back down again. But the mood right now is not as good as it was just a moment ago. Humans. This is the sound of human gunfire. It sounds like it's about 4 to 5 kilometers away. This golden monkey king seems uninterested in meddling in others' affairs. Today I'm feeling pretty good, not in the mood for killing. The golden monkey king does not actually like humans and is even somewhat hostile, which relates to its past experiences. Like Alpha and the others, many animals in this forest came from that large zoo in the past. The Monkey King also came from there. Since it gained intelligence, it has been more sensitive about its past and particularly concerned about the time it spent in captivity. All the humans who appeared within its territory at the beginning were killed by it. Now that it has been promoted to Tier 1 Transcendent, it is not afraid of humans, but it still has its monkey descendants. Not all monkeys can be like it. As long as humans don't appear on their territory, ignore them. He closed his eyes and suppressed the restless emotions inside. The sound of gunfire lasted for half an hour, and the whole world seemed to quiet down significantly. The golden monkey king picked another fruit and placed it in his mouth. It seems to be over. Just roll away when it's over. The golden monkey king thought to himself. The dense vegetation absorbed most of the gunfire, and the monkey troop remained unaffected. One by one, they swung back and forth like they were on a swing in the trees. The competition among them was quite joyful. This entire area is an orchard. It was all cultivated by humans when they first entered the mountains, but after they withdrew, it was left unattended and began to grow naturally. After the revival of spiritual energy, under its nourishment, the fruit trees mutated further, with each one lush and fruitful, the fruits even containing manna. This area was just taken over by a troop of fruit-loving monkeys, becoming their territory. All were fruit trees, heavy with fruits. Different places have different fruit trees, and the fruits vary as well. After the sound of gunfire faded away, things were far from over. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the sky, approaching from a distance. Squeak! Oh, whoa! The monkey troop became restless, with monkeys jumping around in the trees. Many female monkeys became anxious, scanning their surroundings warily, before each grabbing their young and leaping swiftly behind the troop. The golden monkey king looked up at the sky. It's a helicopter. Human-armed helicopters, there are 2 of them. Roar! The golden monkey king instantly exploded with rage. The suppressed anger was suddenly released. He had already tolerated humans for quite some time previously. Their activities had not occurred within his orchard's territory, so he had not interfered. But now, 2 helicopters were openly flying over his territory, as if they didn't consider him, the Tier 1 Transcendent Monkey King, worth anything. The furious Monkey King's golden fur seemed to explode, bristling with intensity. The Monkey King glanced around but found nothing that could be used as a weapon. Suddenly, he spotted a dozen fist-sized stones at the base of a tree. The golden monkey king approached, picked one up, tossing it in his hand to gauge its weight. In the next moment, the golden monkey king struck decisively. Whoosh! With a single throw, a stone flew through the air, rapidly aimed at the cockpit of an armed helicopter coming from the northwest. The stone was so fast that the crew inside the helicopter couldn't react before it shattered the glass above the control panel. Enemy attack. The pilot decisively pressed the alarm button. A deafening alarm blared from inside the cabin. Everyone in both armed helicopters readied their weapons, prepared for combat. Though they felt a bit tense, they remained calm. Chapter 30, Humanity Tier 1 Transcendent. Enemy attack. The pilot decisively pressed the alarm button. A deafening alarm blared from inside the cabin. Everyone in. All of this happened in an instant. The combat team members falling to the ground were fully armed. After landing, they took cover, drew their specially made weapons, and prepared for dangers around them. The 5 giant monkeys beside the Golden Monkey King let out piercing roars upon seeing the 7 or 8 humans falling from the sky. Boom! This armed helicopter, on the forefront, crashed nearby and quickly caught fire and exploded. Just as the Golden Monkey King was about to shoot down the remaining helicopter in the same manner, a formidable-looking man, around 34 years old, jumped from the second helicopter. The man was incredibly fast after landing. He rushed toward the Golden Monkey King and stopped about 5 meters in front of him. It all took just a moment. I am Lin Dong. You can understand my words, right? We're passing through here, not to offend anyone, just to support our comrades. Please, Monkey King, don't be so aggressive. The man introduced himself as Lin Dong. Even facing the Monkey King, he was not afraid and addressed him with equality and respect. He could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the Monkey King. If he hadn't shown up, it was likely the reconnaissance team wouldn't have received support, and both helicopters would have been destroyed. Now it was just a bit delayed, and 1 military helicopter had already been damaged. The Monkey King was intelligent and had spent time in the human world when he was younger, allowing him to understand some human language. He generally comprehended what this human was saying. The speed the human had just displayed made him a bit wary. The Monkey King wasn't afraid of this human, even though he sensed his might. He had already reached Tier 1 Transcendent level tier and was confident he wouldn't lose in a real fight. However, he couldn't be so sure about the monkeys behind him. The speed that man had intentionally shown seemed to be a warning. The Golden Monkey King suppressed his anger and roared at the monkeys around him. Especially at the 5 eager giant monkeys. He was restraining his monkeys. Upon hearing the Monkey King's command, the 5 2-meter-tall monkeys led the troop back. Then he pointed to the orchard, pointed to himself, and then pointed to the helicopter in the sky, waving his hand. Everyone understood the Golden Monkey King's meaning. He was stating that this orchard belonged to him, and that helicopter could not pass through. We mean no offense since the Monkey King has already shot down one of our aircraft, let's call it even. We have other matters to attend to and won't delay. Lin Dong waved to the helicopter in the air and the ground combat team, instructing, "You go around this area first to provide support. The supplies must not be taken by anyone." "Commander Lin, aren't you coming with us?" a member of the combat team asked. Lin Dong waved his hand and said, "You all go ahead, I'll follow shortly." On the other side. Hearing the roaring sound in the sky, Su had already concealed himself. Meanwhile, the black giant bear continued to chase after the fleeing humans. It wasn't until the roar grew louder that the enormous black bear slowly retreated from its bloodlust. It looked up at the strange birds flying in the sky with some confusion, then noticed something unusual. Suddenly, a number of humans appeared all around. It felt as if it was being locked onto by something. This feeling is very unpleasant. The combat team members who came to assist looked ahead in shock at the devastated forest. Numerous human corpses lay scattered across this area. The smell of blood is extremely strong. Roar! The massive black bear grew increasingly agitated, pounding its chest heavily and roaring at the sky. Just as it was about to charge towards the humans ahead, its vision blurred, and it fell into a deep sleep. It turned out that Su had already taken over its body. "Do you really think you're invincible?" Su immersed his mind into the light sphere and felt some resistance, noticing that the physical exertion had suddenly increased significantly. In the end, he still managed to maintain control, but it reminded Su that while the music box was powerful, it wasn't all powerful. Different levels of mutated beasts or humans posed varying challenges. Only having a sufficiently strong power is fundamental, otherwise, even the best treasures would only allow for minor skirmishes. Sue felt the body of the black bear. At mortal tier level 8, its internal strength was particularly immense. Sue sensed that even if a real tank came, he could crush it with a single punch. This body seemed to possess endless explosive power. This feeling also made Sue realize some inherent advantages among different races. The black bear is a creature that can engage in one-on-one battles with tigers. Of course, mutated beasts generally have strong combat abilities. This is also the reason mutated beings can fight humans at higher levels. Currently, humanity relies on advanced technology, but as time goes on and the world undergoes drastic changes, it's uncertain how long this advantage will last. Chapter 31, The Great War with Humanity. Tier 1 Transcendent. The roar of helicopters grew louder as they approached. The rampaging giant bear suddenly stopped moving, ceasing its pursuit of the remaining armed personnel. This made the fleeing armed personnel feel extremely relieved, scattering in all directions in panic. They not only had to dodge the bear's pursuit but also had to retreat before the military personnel arrived, or they would face death as well. Whoosh! The loud noise of the propellers rapidly drew near. At the same time, several figures in camouflage combat gear began to appear amidst the trees. As the black bear stood still, they could clearly see the scene. One by one, they gazed at the vast area of broken trees and the corpses scattered everywhere, their expressions turning grim. As a support team, they had been in contact with the reconnaissance squad, but just before they were about to arrive, they lost contact. The only possibility of losing contact is that they encountered misfortune. Their mission was not just to rescue the reconnaissance squad, but also to recover the items the squad had obtained. This is the reason for dispatching military helicopters for assistance. It's important to understand that humanity has already experienced the dangers of the forests nowadays. The revival of spiritual energy in the world has brought about tremendous changes. The threat of mutated beasts to humans is increasing, and as the forest expands, more places are returning to a primal state. Initially, human armies also ventured into the mountains to hunt them down, but over time, it has become increasingly difficult. Whether it's aerial fighters or ground troops, both face significant losses. From the initial extermination efforts to the current defensive position, humans are becoming increasingly helpless in this ever more dangerous forest. Some assert that besides using missiles to clear the area, there are basically no other options. However, with so many deep forests and uninhabited areas to contend with, there are some places that have long been off limits to humans. Along with some internal changes, facing so many dangers leaves no room for the abundance of missiles needed to clear the area. Moreover, the more destructive nuclear bombs are also not something that can be carelessly deployed. No one knows what kind of consequences would arise. Would it lead to faster evolution of mutated beasts? That would definitely be counterproductive. What should we do, Captain? An operative hidden among the trees inquired. From their observations and the information received earlier, they understood the situation ahead to some extent. It must have been after the reconnaissance team was attacked by other armed forces that such a powerful mutated bear emerged. Team 1 and Team 2, pursue the fleeing unknown armed group. Everyone else, wait and hold for orders from command. On the other side, the Golden Monkey King faced off against the human Tier 1 Transcendent. Though neither side engaged in a full confrontation, both remained locked onto each other's presence. Any movement from one would trigger an immediate reaction from the other. Sensing the atmosphere, the monkey group slowly began to retreat. Lin Dong noticed this change and furrowed his brow, feeling a bit anxious. His primary goal this time was to retrieve the body of a Tier 1 Transcendent dispatched secretly by the military's reconnaissance team. He wasn't there to fight this Monkey King. If the monkey group truly retreated, and the Monkey King faced no concerns, he might find himself embroiled in a battle with the king, which would stray too far from his original purpose. While he could rely on his speed to remain undefeated, he also lacked the means to defeat the Monkey King. It's well known that Tier 1 Transcendent beasts possess the ability to fight above their level. Their combat strength far exceeds that of human counterparts. Moreover, in desperate battles, they can even contend with multiple human Tier 1 Transcendent fighters. This is based on his extensive combat experience. Recently, a city arranged for 4 Tier 1 Transcendent individuals to ambush a single Tier 1 Transcendent beast. After fighting all day, one human Tier 1 Transcendent was seriously injured and 3 others were lightly injured, while the Tier 1 Transcendent Fierce Beast managed to break through the encirclement and escape. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb the Monkey King. Sensing the withdrawal of the armed helicopter and combat team, Lin Dong was the first to speak, cupping his hands towards the Golden Monkey King. The Monkey King ignored Lin Dong, and Lin Dong didn't mind. After cupping his hands, he felt a gust of wind beneath his feet and quickly floated eastward. The figure swayed twice before disappearing from the sight of the monkeys. The Monkey King watched Lin Dong leave and squeezed the stone in his hand until it shattered, with stone fragments falling through his fingers. The anger in his heart did not dissipate. The helicopter arrived at the scene first, following the signals emitted from the reconnaissance team. Now, due to the previous battle, the trees in this area were not too dense, leaving some gaps. The armed helicopter hovered above, followed by a rope ladder dropping down. A dozen team members, all dressed in camouflage combat uniforms, leaped down from the helicopter. These combat personnel were on alert, with their guns always aimed at the position of the black bear ahead. They quickly ran from the periphery towards the location of the reconnaissance team's bodies. The reconnaissance team all carried signal positioning devices, making it easy to locate their positions. However, aside from a few corpses, there was nothing else at the scene. The mission items had also disappeared. Commander Lin. Before long, a figure arrived at the location of the reconnaissance team accompanied by a gust of wind. It was Lin Dong, who had received news and looked quite displeased. What happened? Were they taken away by unidentified armed forces or? Lin Dong glanced at the giant black bear not far ahead and inquired. Could it be that this black bear ate them? Human Tier 1 Transcendent. The giant bear, Su, opened his eyes. The middle-aged man who appeared before him was a genuine human Tier 1 Transcendent. This was the first human Tier 1 Transcendent that Su had ever encountered. The corner of the giant bear's mouth twitched slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. In the next moment, the black bear, which had remained still, suddenly moved and began to run towards this side. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. The various combat team members on alert immediately opened fire on the black bear. Su changed direction and continued charging forward, his target being Lin Dong. Lin Dong had also been watching this black bear on the battlefield. However, he didn't pay it any mind from its aura. He could sense that this black bear was still at the mortal tier and posed no threat to him. What he didn't expect was that he ignored the mutated beast, yet the mutated beast dared to attack him first. It seems like everyone thinks I'm easy to bully. Lin Dong was already quite irritated, and now he was furious to the point of laughing. He had just faced off against the Monkey King and taken a silent loss, and with the loss of mission items, his mood was already sour. This beast actually dares to provoke me, thinking it's got a good temperament. I will come, and you will conduct a field investigation. Lin Dong waved his hand, signaling not to shoot, then his figure flickered and he leaped into the air next to the giant bear. He then raised his arm, clenched his fist, and smashed it down hard onto the giant bear's head. So fast. Su was startled. He quickly tilted his head aside, while at the same time raising his arm to bring down the massive bear paw. Boom! A tremendous impact knocked Lin Dong back several meters, and Su also stumbled backward a large step. Impressive! A team member in the distance couldn't help but exclaim. Yet they didn't know whether they were talking about the giant bear or Lin Dong. Chapter 32: The Power of the Beast King Technique. Lin Dong was clearly a bit surprised that his strike had actually missed. Moreover, this giant bear possessed immense strength. Is this the power of a mutated beast? However, he didn't dwell on it. At this moment, he was extremely irritated, thinking, can't I even handle a single beast? Bring it on! Lin Dong's speed increased again. Reappearing already behind Su, this time Lin Dong kicked directly at the giant bear's back. Boom! Su, who had just stabilized itself, was also sent flying several meters by this blow, its massive body crashing into nearby trees and breaking several fir trees thick as wash basins. This physical body simply couldn't keep up with its own reactions. Although Su could sense Lin Dong's appearance, it couldn't react. It could only passively endure the blows. Fortunately, its giant bear body was relatively tough, and such heavy strikes had minimal impact. Lin Dong flashed and appeared behind Su before it could get up. He kicked out again. Boom! The giant bear was sent flying once more. A cloud of dust rose in the dense forest. With this back and forth, the black bear had no power to fight back at all. Tier 1 Transcendent is indeed powerful, fast enough? Su itself had transformed from mortal tier to a Tier 1 Transcendent beast, so it certainly understood the vast divide between Tier 1 Transcendent and mortal tier levels. It could be said to be a complete suppression. In Su's view, a mortal tier battling against a Tier 1 Transcendent was practically impossible. Now he wanted to challenge this Tier 1 Transcendent human named Lin Dong using this giant bear. This is an attempt, and also a way to gauge human battle power, so that I can have some experience when dealing with human Tier 1 Transcendent later. This battle against human Tier 1 Transcendent must not be taken lightly, otherwise, I won't be able to measure Lin Dong's depth. Su controls the body of the giant bear while fighting and thinks about how to deal with Lin Dong at the Tier 1 Transcendent level later. The current giant bear can only be a target for Lin Dong and has no power to fight back. What should I do? Should I try using Beast King art to control the body? A thought pops into his mind. Soon, this thought becomes persistent. During this period, Su's original body has been constantly channeling mana to operate the Beast King art, which has made him increasingly skilled in using his mana. With each operation, he can feel different changes. The mana running through his body constantly nourishes every part, enhancing every aspect of his physicality. Su can feel that as long as he perseveres, it won't be long before he breaks through to Tier 1 Transcendent again. Similarly, when operating the Beast King art, both his reaction and combat power will improve. This is also one of the benefits of the Beast King art. While thinking about this, Su begins to operate. Let us do it. Su immediately controls the black bear's body to run the Beast King art. The compatibility of the Beast King art is excellent, plus the body structure of mammals is generally similar. Although there are some differences in operation, it doesn't affect performance. At first, it took 10 minutes to complete one cycle, but as the number of cycles increased, the speed got faster, and gradually he could complete his cycle with each breath. As the technique operated, the black bear showed signs of breaking through to level 9. Meanwhile, the giant black bear's movements became increasingly swift. Su channels the mana within the giant bear's body, flowing in the circular manner of the Beast King art. Slowly he feels his body starting to become a bit more agile. The black bear has an ordinary physique. The mana absorbed while operating the Beast King art isn't solely metallic like his, but it's all being absorbed indiscriminately. After absorption, it undergoes compression. This doesn't mean that the black bear with an ordinary physique is better than Su and the others with metallic bloodlines. In fact, the opposite is true. Multi-attribute beings lack distinct attributes, and indiscriminate absorption just increases the volume without yielding the same destructive power as a single attribute. The Beast King art keeps running, but Su doesn't show any of it. Instead, he's still passively taking hits like at the beginning. Lin's speed is really fast. Those sudden appearances make it impossible to defend against. One of the combat team members was in awe, watching the intense fight unfold before him, each blow hitting hard and making his blood boil. He truly wished he could join in. Like Lin Dong, to become a Tier 1 Transcendent being. This black bear can really take a beating. Captain Lin has struck it so many times, yet it hasn't been knocked down. Another combat team member chimed in, equally stirred by the spectacle. But the team leader didn't say a word. He was the strongest, though not a talent of the perception type. Yet he could sense that the mana within the black bear hadn't waned. Instead, it was growing stronger, which sharply contrasted with its pitiful appearance of enduring blows. What's going on? He couldn't understand. Lin Dong on the battlefield also frowned. He again flickered in movement, this time appearing atop the swaying giant bear's head. He felt his mana flowing through his legs. In an instant, the power in his thigh surged multiple times. This time his target was the black bear's head. If this strike landed solidly, the black bear would surely be severely injured. Su sensed Lin Dong's movements, but pretended not to notice, rapidly working the Beastmaster formula in his heart, feeling his strength quickly intensify. His perception ability also improved further. This was actually Su's deliberate action. The opponent's speed was too swift, he couldn't react in time, and could only have a chance to counter by catching him. And the bait was the head of himself. Su intended to use this opportunity to see if he could grab Lin Dong's thigh. He wrapped part of his mana around his head, concealing it, preparing to take this hit head-on. Wrapping mana around his head made his mind clearer. Boom! In everyone's eyes, Lin Dong's leg, gleaming with crystal light, landed hard on the giant black bear's head, creating a resounding echo. Just as Lin Dong smiled, his expression suddenly froze. In a split second, a gigantic paw swiftly enveloped Lin Dong's thigh. Just when Lin Dong was gathering all his mana to kick the black bear's head, his body was slammed hard against the ground. Boom! The ground was directly smashed into a human-shaped pit. Soon after, a pair of massive bear paws came crashing down heavily into the pit. Everything happened in an instant. Everyone's mouths hung open, incredulously staring at the towering 3-meter-tall giant bear before them. Is this the combat power of a level 8 mutated beast from the mortal tier? One of the combat personnel couldn't help but murmur. The black giant bear was able to directly confront the tier 1 transcendent intermediate being, Lin Dong, and after taking such a heavy blow to the head, it could still counterattack and successfully smash Lin Dong, the tier 1 transcendent fighter, into the ground. Unless I saw it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. When the dust on the ground slowly settled, Su did not see Lin Dong's figure in the pit. My earlier feeling was right, I only slammed him into the ground. By the time my fist hit the ground, that guy named Lin Dong had already left. I just felt a gust of wind pass by, and a swift figure disappeared from the deep pit in the ground with the breeze. That is to say, my punch that just hit the ground did not actually land on Lin Dong. Su slowly got up. Although it's not my own body, possessing this black bear now, I still feel a burst of pressure in my head. On the other side, Lin Dong also appeared not far away, his camouflage outfit covered in dirt and grass clippings, looking quite disheveled. Although he wasn't seriously hurt, it was still a humiliating experience for him, especially since it happened in front of other combat team members. If I went back to the Eternal City and the other Tier 1 transcendent beings found out about this, I would become the laughingstock among them. Being unable to handle even a mortal tier mutated beast and suffering such a big loss was something he couldn't accept, and the anger within him was about to erupt. Just now in the pit, I activated my speedy talent skill, which allowed me to dodge a heavy punch. Good. Lin Dong couldn't help but grinding his teeth and saying 3 good words. I underestimated you. A mutated beast can possess such cunning is quite impressive, but... Lin Dong shook off the dust from his body and walked forward while pulling a short sword from a leather pouch on his belt. He was fast, the long sword would hinder his speed, so the short sword and dagger were more suitable for his fighting style. Lin Dong held the short sword in a reverse grip, and his aura instantly became powerful. A pressure from a Tier 1 transcendent being emanated from his body. Advancing to Tier 1 transcendent is a metamorphosis of life level. He is no longer an ordinary life form. Lin Dong took a slow step forward, and as his foot touched the ground, his figure vanished, leaving only a lingering shadow rushing past. Only a sound remained in the air. But, the game ends here, so you can die. Put. The body of Su was pierced by the short blade several times, and blood immediately gushed out. Su couldn't feel Lin Dong's position at all. Fast, incredibly fast. Gouts of blood spurted out in a very short moment. We can't just sit back and wait. Su grabbed a broken branch of a pine tree with one hand and swung it around vigorously, the tremendous force snapping several trees in quick succession and generating a cloud of dust in the air. Pine branches splintered and scattered in the air, temporarily easing the pace of Lin Dong's attack. But this is merely a delaying tactic and does not solve the actual problem. Su repeatedly employed the Beast King's technique, continuously refining the mana within his body as mana from the air surged into him. Roar! The giant bear let out a tremendous roar. The momentum of its body kept rising. At the critical moment of life and death, the black giant bear broke through. Chapter 33, Defeated Yet Honorable. This black bear actually broke through in battle. One of the combat team members couldn't help but exclaim. Everything happening before their eyes was unbelievable. A mutated beast, the black bear, could actually contend with a Tier 1 transcendent being, albeit it was still getting soundly beaten since the Tier 1 transcendent being wasn't going all out. However, it's important to know that Tier 1 transcendent and mortal tier are two different levels. They themselves are well aware of the vast differences between the two. Are the mutated beasts really this strong now? Do we humans still have a future? Another vigilant combat team member looked at the battlefield ahead in shock, his face a bit pale, unable to help but murmur. Today's battle has shaken his understanding. If mutated beasts can fight against humans at Tier 1 Transcendent, then how terrifying must the Tier 1 Transcendent beasts be? The world has become so dangerous. Is there still hope for humanity's future? Beast, die. Lin Dong also felt the rising momentum of the black bear. He hesitated no longer today. This black bear had given him too much stimulation, and the rage that had filled him began to subside. This black bear cannot be spared. This was his inner thought, not only to restore his image but also due to the combat strength and potential displayed by this black bear. Letting it grow further will definitely pose a threat to Eternal City in the future. Now, while the black bear has not yet fully risen, he must suffocate it to prevent chaos in Eternal City later. Lin Dong summoned his mana. His body flickered rapidly, moving at lightning speed, with his short sword locked on Su's neck, preparing for a fatal strike. Roar! Su sensed the rising mana within the giant bear's body, and a feeling of exhilaration made him unable to help but howl to the heavens. The bear's paw slammed against the ground with a thunderous boom. With each hit, its momentum rose another level. As the Beast King's art was in effect, his body didn't swell dramatically. Instead, it actually shrank a bit during the evolution, losing its previous bloat and becoming more solid. The streamlined lines suggested that this body harbored greater explosive power. Whoosh! Lin Dong's figure appeared alongside the black bear. With a swift thrust, he aimed directly for Su's neck. He used 70% of his strength for this strike, and with the enhancement of mana within, even a Tier 1 Transcendent Beast could sustain significant damage. He intended to take down the black bear in one blow. Su sensed Lin Dong at his side and raised his massive bear paw for defense. The short sword pierced through a thick bear paw in an instant, its momentum unabated as it continued forward. Su's second bear paw blocked the attack, while his body tilted slightly to avoid sustaining a critical injury. Finally, the short sword pierced through the black bear's sturdy paws. The force generated by the mana attached to the sword pierced directly through the bear's shoulder. Su was sent reeling back by the tremendous impact, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a stop. A strike from a Tier 1 Transcendent powerhouse is extremely terrifying. Having failed his attack, Lin Dong swiftly retracted his sword and vanished into the distance, preparing for a second assault. The black bear's paws and shoulders were drenched in blood, and the immense pain continually stimulated Su's spirit. Su glanced at his trembling paws, gritted his teeth, and kept activating the Beast King's art. To outsiders, the blood-soaked appearance looked rather tragic. However, Su knew that the situation was actually just some superficial wounds, and the vital spots were well protected. With the operation of the Beast King's art, the bleeding gradually stopped, and amidst the great pain, there was a tingling sensation mixed with the feeling of flesh regrowth. Boom! Boom! Dust and smoke billowed across the battlefield, and countless trees around were broken. In the subsequent deadly strikes from Lin Dong, Su used injury to trade for survival, narrowly escaping fatal blows. Every time the onlookers thought it was over. The massive silhouette of the black bear was able to slowly rise amidst the smoke. This left everyone in shock repeatedly. Although this black giant bear was currently just a mortal tier mutated beast, Su, however, was still manipulating a Tier 1 Transcendent beast. Su's spirit was also Tier 1 Transcendent, enabling him to catch sight of Lin Dong's figure. Although this black bear's body couldn't effectively follow the shifts and thought to make corresponding adjustments, it could still manage to passively defend its weak spots based on the captured figure of Lin Dong. Only Su and Lin Dong were aware of the secrets hidden within this battle. Others could only see Lin Dong displaying his incredible power, ruthlessly slaying the black giant bear in a pitiful state. Lin Dong increasingly valued this black bear. "You beast can make me exert my full strength at the mortal tier level. You can be very proud of that." But this good fortune will come to an end now. It's time to stop everything. Lin Dan laughed heartily. Although he was smiling on the outside, his expression was dark and frightening. The bear's adaptability seemed to be growing stronger, and its recovery speed was terrifying. It seemed related to the black bear continuously absorbing mana from the surrounding air. Advancement to mortal tier shouldn't take this long. Why has this black bear been able to hold out for so long? Lin Dan pondered quietly. Everything about this bear suggested it was extraordinary. It seems I can't keep this to myself any longer. As a tier 1 transcendent novice, I need to exert all my effort just to kill a mutated black bear at the mortal tier. Who would believe that? Even I initially didn't take this black bear seriously. Why is the mana inside this black bear still surging, and why is mana still gathering around it? This is impossible. A sensing combat team member couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, she felt the black bear's body was like a black hole, continuously absorbing mana from the outside. The external mana was still gathering around the bear incessantly. This has already exceeded his understanding. Old Xian, what do you mean it's impossible? One nearby combat team member, aware of their teammates' abilities, asked curiously. According to the research in Eternal City over the past 2 years, the amount of mana absorbed during each advancement is related to species and physique. Although different races absorb varying amounts, the overall difference is not that significant. Not to mention human advancements, even ordinary mutated beasts have a certain range for mana absorption during their advancements, which is related to their size and physique. But this black giant bear seems like a bottomless pit, with mana continually flowing in, only going in and not out. For such a long time, it hasn't exploded from the pressure. Lu Dan explained. Meanwhile, the other combat soldiers showed shocked expressions. Could it be advancing to Tier 1 Transcendent? One of the combat soldiers voiced his guess, feeling somewhat anxious upon realizing a Tier 1 Transcendent beast was right in front of them. The strange thing is that when I first observed this black bear, it seemed to be only at the level of Mortal Tier 8, and it certainly hasn't reached Tier 1 Transcendent with its recent upgrade, meaning it is still fighting against our Commander Lin at Mortal Tier. Hearing this explanation from Old Xian, the others looked at the distant battlefield in disbelief. To have them fight at Mortal Tier against Tier 1 Transcendent, they didn't even have the courage to face a Tier 1 Transcendent, is far too powerful. On the battlefield, Su was operating the Beast King technique, repeatedly compressing the mana within its body, with Tier 1 Transcendent and Mortal Tier only transcending and transforming in terms of physical life. The mana within it also thickened as it leveled up, and a stream of mana of the same size now contained energy that differed by several times or even dozens of times. This is also one of the reasons why Mortal Tier cannot compete with Tier 1 Transcendent. Chapter 34, The Finale. Taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the Beast King technique during this breakthrough, Su repeatedly drew in the mana from the air into its body, compressing and purifying it. Through the operation of the Beast King technique, the mana within became increasingly pure through constant refinement. And this pure mana is simply for its final burst at a crucial moment. This is Su's final preparation. After all, the gap between Mortal Tier and Tier 1 Transcendent is still quite significant. Lin Dan mobilized the mana within his body, and as the mana was consumed, blue flames enveloped his entire body. The faint blue flames wrapped around him. Lin Dan felt the immense power within him that could erupt at any moment. Now he was in his prime state, with his fighting ability comprehensively enhanced. In this state, his talent ability reached an astonishing level. This is incomparable to when he was mobilizing part of the mana to create flames locally. The gap is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Beast, die! Lin Dan shouted loudly and launched another attack. In an instant, shadows of Lin Dan surrounded Su. These were the afterimages left by his extreme speed. Lin Dan, running rapidly, no longer gave the black bear a chance to block or react. Su also found it impossible to determine the direction of Lin Dan's attack. Roar! There is no way out this time. It should be the final killing blow. If I make a wrong move, Lin Dan will take me out in an instant, leaving no chance for counterattack. Then all the preparation would be useless. Su let out a loud roar. The mana refined by the Beast King art within him was fully released. Su burned these mana without restraint. His 3-meter-tall figure had a faint, blood-red mist flowing on the surface, which couldn't project outwards like Lin Dong's. After burning the mana, Su felt a significant boost in his physical response and power, as if he had endless strength surging through him. Roar! Su let out a fierce roar. No longer defending, he chose to attack. He closed his eyes, focusing on sensing everything around him. Suddenly, his soul sensed Lin Dong's figure. Lin Dong appeared directly in front of Su. Before the giant bear could react, the dagger plunged straight into the heart of the giant bear. At the same time Lin Dong made his move, Su also struck. A huge bear paw slammed forward. Boom! Lin Dong hurriedly attempted to withdraw his blade for support. The dagger got stuck between the bones of his chest, unable to be pulled out for a moment, forcing him to strike back with his fist. After a loud crash, both man and beast were sent flying several dozen meters. Lin Dong slowly stood up after crashing through several trees. He clenched his lips tightly, forcing down the blood that was about to spew from his mouth. On the other side, the black giant bear plowed through the dense forest like a bulldozer, creating a trench 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep, while knocking down dozens of trees in the process. Is this battle? Everyone was shocked by the battle unfolding before their eyes. A battle of this scale would have people believe it was a clash between two Tier 1 transcendent beings. The once densely wooded forest now had a clear area 300 meters in diameter. Is it over? The other soldiers on the armed helicopter executing this mission stared dumbfounded at everything. They were shocked by Lin Dong's power and also by the strength of the mutated beast. If Commander Lin hadn't suddenly joined, this group would have been unable to handle this mutated beast, the black bear, by themselves. The mortal tier level 9 beasts they previously worked with weren't this strong. This world is becoming increasingly dangerous. They were filled with worry. Only by becoming stronger like Commander Lin could they survive in this world. Everyone reignited their fighting spirit. Countless trees were broken. Su sat back in the pit, a short sword embedded in the chest of the black bear he controlled. Although the sword wasn't long, its force had pierced through its body, blowing a hole the size of a bowl at its back, with blood gushing out. Su sensed that the life of the black bear seemed to be ebbing away. He began to activate the Beast King art, wanting to stop this from happening. The Beast King art circulated the spiritual energy within his body, nourishing the injured creature. But this time, the short sword's position was too cunning, aimed directly at the heart, attempting to shatter the black bear's heart with his force. Fortunately, Su temporarily controlled the Beast King technique to encase the internal organs and shifted them just as the force entered the body, preventing Lin Dong's intentions from succeeding. Unfortunately, the Beast King technique ran inside this black bear for too short a time. If it operated for a longer period, the body's functions would be enhanced, allowing better control over the internal organs to avoid potential damage. Alright, it's over. Lin Dong slowly walked over. He knew that his force was powerful enough to crush the other party's heart. Now, the black giant bear appeared to him as an imminent dying mutated beast, no longer a threat. All he had to do now was to put an end to it completely. Retrieve his short sword. He took 2 steps, then suddenly stopped. A golden figure appeared in the dense forest. The Monkey King. How could the Golden Monkey King appear here? Lin Dong's expression was somewhat grim. But he couldn't show it, he couldn't let the other party sense his depths. The Monkey King was a truly Tier 1 transcendent fierce beast, not at all comparable to this black bear. Lin Dong was on guard against the Golden Monkey King. Golden Monkey? Su also saw this golden monkey and sensed the powerful aura emanating from it. Su confirmed that it was indeed the Monkey King he had sensed earlier. The fierce battle had drawn it here. The Golden Monkey King ignored Lin Dong and the other combat team members. Instead, it turned and walked towards the black bear. It seemed to also have an interest in the black bear. The sounds of the battle over here had attracted it. It came just in time to witness the last scene, with the black giant bear receiving a full strike from Lin Dong, which, despite its tragic outcome, was still a mortal tier level facing off against a Tier 1 transcendent level. A battle beyond levels. Even in defeat, there is honor. After seeing that the Golden Monkey King had no intention of seeking him out for a fight, He relaxed his vigilance slightly, looking somewhat pained at the short sword embedded in the black giant bear. He waved his hand to signal the soldiers executing the mission to withdraw the armed helicopter. After everyone was pulled back, he also left with the helicopter. The massive roar of the helicopter gradually faded away. The Monkey King on the side glared coldly. However, what puzzled Sue was that the Golden Monkey King also did nothing to the black bear. It neither kicked a person when they were down nor offered help. It merely approached to take a look at the back of the black bear and, upon seeing the blood that was gradually stopping, left. This left Sue somewhat at a loss. Did they know each other or not? Chapter 35, Returning to the City. Chapter 35, Return. In the helicopter, Lin Dong closed his eyes to rest. He had expended quite a bit during this battle. This time he participated in the rescue mission based on a sudden decision of his own. On one hand, the biological material of Tier 1 transcendent monsters is currently a precious experimental resource. On the other hand, it's been a long time since I deeply explored the mountains after the last mission was completed. Most of the time, I am stationed in Yongcheng. After all, there are some undercurrents in Yongcheng now, which have been stirred up with the resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of various awakenings. Coupled with the social turmoil, some ambitious individuals are making a chaotic society even more chaotic. Fortunately, the current military is undoubtedly the strongest force capable of maintaining social stability. As for Lin Dong, as one of the few Tier 1 transcendent beings in the military, stationed in Yongchang, he is not only powerful himself as a Tier 1 transcendent, deterring villains. It also represents the military's stance, demonstrating a deterrent to various forces, and fostering trust among the people of Yongchang in the military's protection of the city. Lin Dong had always been quite confident in his own strength. He is already at Tier 1 Transcendent Level 2, being among the fastest batch to break through. They say that in martial arts, speed is what cannot be broken. Speed is my greatest advantage. However, today's battle with the black bear has once again given him a whole new understanding of mutated animals. Humans do not yet know enough about the changes in the world, especially concerning the increasingly unfamiliar mountains. Xiaoyi, have your search personnel returned? Finally, Lin Dong opened his eyes and asked the leader of the combat team and the armed helicopter. Personnel from Team 1 and Team 2 have both returned. The leader of the combat team, named Xiaoyi, was a sturdy young man. He respectfully replied. Tell me about the situation. Lin Dong had already lost hope for this mission. On the battlefield, there are 28 bodies. Apart from the 5 members of our reconnaissance team, all the others are unidentified armed personnel. Aside from the various gunshot wounds from both sides, most fatal injuries were caused by heavy blows, and it is preliminarily judged they died under the paws of that black bear. The commander named Xiaoyi continued to narrate some of the information they had found during their search. We did not find the mission items. None of the bodies on the ground had them. It can be preliminarily judged that they were either not taken by the unidentified armed personnel or were eaten by that black bear. At this point, the commander of the operation team also seemed a bit disheartened. During the search, we discovered the traces of the unidentified armed personnel escaping, but we did not capture any live ones. This mission can be said to be a complete failure. The reconnaissance personnel were not rescued, the mission items were not found, and similarly, no live unidentified armed personnel could be captured. Can we determine which force the unidentified armed personnel belonged to from the traces at the scene? Lin Dong thought for a moment and asked. It is impossible to confirm. There is nothing on them that can indicate their identity. Their combat uniforms and firearms are all standard arms, which can be purchased on the black market. Xiaoyi shook his head. What about that traitor Lu Dao? It's confirmed he is also dead. Lin Dong's expression became increasingly grim. This mission yielded nothing, yet the losses were considerable. A team of experienced scouts, an armed helicopter, and his own short sword. The traitor Lu Dao has been confirmed dead, and he was killed by the black bear. Xiaoyi lowered his head, afraid to meet Lin Dong's gaze. Once we return, make sure to investigate all information about Lu Dao and everyone he interacted with. Lin Dong took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. He was struggling to suppress the anger rising within him. On the other side, In fact, after both sides ceased fire, the music box's time had also come, and with a rotation, Su's consciousness was separated from the black bear. His hidden form, lurking in the mountains and forests, quietly followed the armed helicopter in the sky. As long as he followed this armed helicopter, he could determine the location of the humans. This battle against Lin Dong, although conducted through the black bear, allowed Su to gain some understanding of a Tier 1 transcendent being like Lin Dong. He also learned a bit about the combat capabilities of humans at the Tier 1 transcendent level. He was able to discern the level of the current peak combat strength of humans, aside from hot weapons. Especially that short sword taken out by the opponent at the end. It wasn't an ordinary cold weapon, seemingly capable of conducting mana. This also indirectly indicated that humans not only mastered technology but have also begun to adapt to this world transformed by the great changes. It's unclear how many of these things humans still possess, but it can't be many. First, this short sword looks very ancient, unlike a product off an assembly line. Secondly, other human combatants were not equipped with such things, only that human Tier 1 transcendent possessed it. Following this logic, it's possible these items were also discovered by humans after the upheaval. Su speculated to himself. On the side of the black bear, Su used the Beast King art to channel mana, managing to stabilize the creature's injuries after much effort. Then he stopped paying attention to it. The path must be walked by itself, and it was already commendable that he could keep it alive. Though the reason for its injuries was due to his actions, as he had fought using its body. But this is the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong in the jungle. Weakness is the original sin, and even Su cannot be an exception. He is a part of this world. Thus, the only way to escape this situation is through continuous evolution and becoming stronger. Moreover, this black bear did not leave empty-handed. For instance, in terms of leveling up. For example, its body had been enhanced by the Beast King art. These are all gains for it. One could say that this battle solidified the foundation of the giant bear, which is beneficial for its advancement to Tier 1 transcendent. After Su's spirit departed, the black bear lying in the middle of the battlefield slowly wakes up. It feels as if it has just had a dream, in which it was fighting against a human. When it truly wakes up, it is surrounded by a piercing pain all over its body. It feels like not a single part of its body is uninjured. There are scars all over. In many places, the wounds are deep enough to see bone. What is happening? I just took a nap. How did I end up in such a miserable state? It looked down to see a short sword embedded in its chest. Just as it tried to pull it out, the pain made it grimace. Its beloved bear paw, which it often liked to lick, now has several holes pierced through it. This leaves it feeling a bit tearful with no tears. The black bear glanced around its surroundings. Within a radius of 300 meters, trees were uprooted and broken, and the once dense forest now had not a single healthy tree. The ground was pitted and filled with craters from impacts. The extent of the destruction startled it, and it shivered. Who could have caused such devastation? It needed to flee this place of conflict. It couldn't help but try to stand up, but the excruciating pain made it gasp. Finally, when its body could move a bit, the black bear eagerly disappeared into the dense forest. It seems I've leveled up. The limping black bear then realized that it seemed to be somewhat different now. It recalled the voice it had heard in its mind earlier, shook its large head, and dared not linger any longer. It hurriedly ran deeper, planning to hide back in its cave and heal its wounds. Chapter 36, Elevated City Walls. Chapter 36, Elevated City Walls. The helicopter flew straight northwest. After circling around the of the Golden Monkey King, the return trip was relatively safe, with no unexpected incidents. Throughout the journey, the plane whizzed through the sky. Although it provoked several mutated beasts in the forest below, they merely roared as a warning and did not encounter any raptors or Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts. After the revival of the world's spiritual energy, human aircraft faced unprecedented threats. Birds in the high sky became more aggressive, flying in flocks, patrolling their territories. When they saw other creatures in the sky, they would launch attacks. Human aircraft were also among the targets. Thus, in recent years, aircraft and vehicles on missions were often lucky enough not to encounter danger, but if luck ran out, it could end in destruction and loss of life. Low-flying armed helicopters frequently faced attacks from various raptors and mutated beasts on the ground, as the territory awareness of these mutated beasts and raptors was beyond the ordinary. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, some human aircraft would try to avoid deployments. After all, losing one means one less. Following the great upheaval in the world, the wild growth of plants and the mutations in animals created barriers between human cities, making it impossible to transport resources from the outside in or from the inside out. Such a reality left many local equipment manufacturers unable to produce anything at all. The previous division of labor and cooperation in various places can no longer be maintained under the current circumstances. What is worse, the worst part is that the transportation of energy resources like oil and natural gas, as well as essential supplies from other regions, has become blocked, leading to significant changes in daily life. In the city, apart from the powerful elites, everyone else has essentially returned to a pre-industrial way of life. Many people are unable to meet even their basic survival needs. This situation has caused a tremendous upheaval in society. Su hung far back behind the helicopter, maintaining the same speed as it while heading northwest. After about 2 hours, the plane flew out of the mountains and into human cities. Ding! The system's voice rang in his ears. Host has discovered a human city and earned a lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? No. Su silently thought that there was nothing particularly needed at the moment, so he'd save the lottery for later when it was needed. At that moment, he had no mind for the lottery. He was mesmerized by the immense human structures ahead. This is what those humans refer to as the Eternal City. Standing at the top of a small hill, Su gazed at the distant city, comparing it to the cities he had seen in his past life. He recalled hearing from the reconnaissance team that they came from the Eternal City, and this was the very city they spoke of. The scale of this city is massive, comparable to those major cities from his previous life. There is a vast open area around the city, planted with various types of low vegetation. Su could see that some of these plants were bearing fruits of various sizes. Groups of humans were working among the low plants. These fields belonged to humans. At the juncture between the fields and the mountains, there were several continuous tall fences. These fences were tightly linked together by tall trees, and around these tall plants, numerous thorns were intertwined. These tall, straight trees formed a natural division line between the mountains and the fields. Clearly, the purpose of these boundary lines was to prevent the mutant beasts from the mountains from entering the fields. Su's gaze crossed over the boundary lines and the vast fields, reaching the wall at the end of the fields. Su could see that the main structure of these walls was an elevated city ring road below the original elevated road. This group of humans had built a thick wall using a mixture of concrete and stones. The entire city wall extended towards the end along the elevated direction. The outer side of these elevated walls was secured with some steel cables, which had nails and barbs. On the outside, there were many sharpened stakes pointed outward. As Su's gaze rose, he could see that atop this enormous elevated city wall, there were houses like bunkers every 300 to 400 meters. Above these city walls, many people in battle attire are patrolling. And inside the walls, there are tall residential buildings and commercial structures. At this time, it was nearing dusk, but the city was devoid of any lights. No matter whether it was the shorter buildings nearby or the towering skyscrapers in the distance, not a single light was on. There weren't even the colorful neon lights commonly seen in the past. The entire city appeared unusually dim and lifeless. If it weren't for the humans constantly moving in the fields outside and on the walls, anyone would think this was a dead city. The sky gradually darkened, and bonfires began to light up on the walls. Su concealed himself in the woods, walking towards the elevated wall while observing its condition. He chose the nearby highest mountain to get a bird's eye view of the entire city. In Su's observation, this eternal city has seemingly turned into a gigantic fortress. A fortress that uses elevated bridges as defense. Every section of the elevated wall has a large gate that corresponds to the main roads outside. However, these gates are usually closed, and the entire door is made up of two massive iron gates. There are even many roadblocks placed at the entrance of the gate. On both sides of the gate, two machine gun emplacements are constructed. Su glanced at these two machine gun emplacements, assessed their firepower in his mind, then directed his gaze to other areas of the elevated wall. This circular elevated structure is utilized as a wall, becoming a barrier on the outskirts of the city. Moreover, this wall is very convenient for reinforcements. Once trouble arises in one location, reinforcements can rush over from above quickly, saving time. Inside the city, there are also two internal elevated walls. The thorny tree line outside and these elevated walls completely isolate the mutated beasts from the outside. It's not impossible for a Tier 1 transcendent beast in the forest to sneak into the city, but the possibility is very slim. Even if there are some weak points, it's believed that humans have considered this. However, this does not affect Sue. Sue possesses a music box that can be considered a divine artifact. He turned to look at the elevated wall, then turned around to a concealed spot. Chapter 37, Little Puppy. Chapter 37, Little Puppy. Sue found a small hill near the city and laid down on a patch of ground in an abandoned house halfway up. His mind slightly as he gently activated the music box in front of him. The music box has powerful functions, with a strange melody emanating from it. And it rapidly spread outwards from Sue's body. Since he was already here, it wasn't just to observe the human city. It would be best if he could understand some situations within the city. Although the range of the music box is limited, it can still reveal some circumstances. At the moment the music box played, a circular interface appeared before Sue. The distance extending towards the human city is significantly greater than that through the mountains. Hey! Sue couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, but soon understood. He was currently at the mountainside. The area towards Eternal City was much more open, thus the melody could spread much further. Therefore, it makes perfect sense that it could travel a bit farther. Aside from that, the interface of the disc remained unchanged. The interface was filled with blue light dots, which transformed into three-dimensional animal-shaped blue light orbs once he immersed himself in them. Each light orb represented a different creature. Now entering human society, as opposed to the wilderness, Sue was cautious about the subjects he could control. The intelligence of humans would certainly detect this anomaly upon possession, and whether it would draw human attention is hard to say. Sue didn't dare to take that gamble. Thus, Sue chose to be relatively cautious this time. He selected a small dog-shaped light orb from among the many orbs. A pet among humans? That will do. After Sue sank his consciousness into the light orb, his own spirit attached itself to the biological body, controlled by the melody of the music box. Sue's spirit quickly adapted to the new body. When Sue opened his eyes again, what came into view was a very dilapidated, temporarily built small wooden house. The wooden house was small and shabby, with a plastic oilcloth roof, looking particularly rudimentary. At the entrance of the wooden house, a child of about 5 or 6 years old was squatting beside a hanging iron bucket, staring intently at the bucket. Wood stacked beneath the bucket was burning, and bubbles were forming inside the bucket. The child had slightly long hair, probably hasn't been groomed for quite a while, with bits of grass stuck in it. His little face was smeared like a clown, with patches of black and gray, not a single part being clean. His clothes were also filthy, clearly not washed for some time. Anyone would think this child looks like a little beggar. Sue did not linger too much on him. He needed to confirm his current situation. Sue stood up and looked down at his feet. He had 4 short legs, with small, pointed paws and 4 toes, each with tiny claws. He turned to glance at his body from behind, a long body, a slender tail, and a sandy yellow color. This body was that of a puppy. Woof woof! Sue couldn't resist barking a couple of times. To his surprise, as soon as he opened his mouth, the nearby child suddenly ran over. He squeezed Sue's mouth shut and whispered to him, "Good puppy, don't make a sound, the people outside will eat you." At first, Sue struggled a bit, but seeing that the child did not take any further action against him, his stiff body gradually relaxed. At this point, Sue realized that the voice of the child speaking was that of a little girl, and the small beggar in front of her was a girl. Seeing that the puppy stopped moving, the little girl finally let go. "Puppy, you must be good, do you understand? Otherwise, you will end up like your mother, beaten to death and eaten. There are many bad people outside." The little girl set the puppy down and looked for 2 round objects that resembled potatoes from the corner of the small room. Seemingly hesitant, she ultimately couldn't bear to take both and carefully set one back down. Instead, she chose a slightly larger potato. She scooped some water to wash it, then found a small knife to cut it into several pieces, and finally walked to the door to toss the scraps into the bubbling iron bucket. Then the little girl sat at the door, eagerly watching the water bubbling in the bucket, lost in thought. As if recalling something pleasant, she suddenly broke into a smile. Sue quietly watched the little girl before her, as she lay on the ground. She was also thinking about other things. After a while, the little girl estimated that the food in the bucket was ready to eat. She took a long spoon and served herself a scoop. Then she served a small spoonful for Sue and placed it into the discarded can next to him. Be a good puppy and eat more. You're still small now, but when you grow up, you will be able to take care of yourself, the little girl said to the puppy, as if she was also reminding herself. Sue lowered his head, controlling the puppy to start eating the potato soup in the can before him. It had a mild flavor, with a hint of potato starch, not very tasty. The little girl, however, cleaned out the can completely before serving herself another bowl. Only then did she pat her little belly and nod in satisfaction. For her, having something to eat was happiness, and now having found a little puppy, she would no longer be lonely. She would be even happier. Though with one more mouth to feed, figuring out mealtimes for two would be a bit of a headache. But it's alright if necessary, I'll just eat a bit less and share with the little dog. The world of children is always very simple. What worries her the most now is that the puppy needs to be well hidden and not discovered by others, otherwise, they might really eat the puppy. She does not want this to happen. She feels that the puppy is just like her, having no parents, and seems very similar to herself. Chapter 38, The Slums. Chapter 38, The Shanty Town. As night fell, the little girl carried Sue back into the house. In a corner of the room, under some clutter, there was a small bed made from a piece of wood. The little girl tidied up the clutter on top, then lay down holding the puppy. It was already autumn, and after night fell, the weather turned slightly chilly. The little girl and the puppy snuggled under a tattered piece of clothing, which served as their blanket. Once the little girl drifted off to sleep, Sue slowly tried to wriggle out from her arms. However, the little girl, sensing the puppy's movements, quickly woke up and patted the puppy's bottom. "Aren't you going to sleep? It's dangerous outside when it gets dark," she said, holding the puppy even tighter. Sue tried to break free but realized the little girl was quite strong. With just this body, he couldn't escape. This was a bit frustrating for Sue. During the day, she said there were people outside who wanted to eat dogs, and wouldn't let it go out. Now, at night, she was holding it closely, so what could Sue possibly find out? However, Sue wasn't completely without options. He had no choice but to choose another light orb nearby. This light orb was a mouse that had just come out to forage, and Sue managed to control it. Rats in the city evolve at a different rate than those in the wild, as city rats face a much better survival environment and fewer natural enemies compared to mountain rats. The risk is lower than that in the mountains, and the rate of evolution is also slower. This situation certainly has its pros and cons. The adult rat Sue is now possessing has only mortal tier body size, which is smaller than that of wild giant rats. But a smaller body is easier to hide. As a compromise, he decided to use this mouse to familiarize himself with the surroundings. After wandering around for a bit, Sue discovered that the area where the little girl lived was close to a river. Her small wooden house was about 400 or 500 meters from it. On both sides of the river were poorly built houses of all sizes, densely packed. Moreover, the closer one got to the river, the more concentrated the houses became. It was a vast expanse of them. These dilapidated houses were all piled up with wood and stones. They looked just like the slums depicted in news reports from previous lives, intertwined and chaotic, with no planning whatsoever. As Sue passed by a few small houses, he deliberately took a look inside. Every room had people living in it, and some of the bigger houses housed several family members. Along the river, apart from these small shabby houses, there were also some high-rise apartment buildings. In these high buildings, only the lower floors and surrounding shops had some flickering lights, while the higher floors were completely shrouded in darkness. Obviously, no one lives in these tall buildings. According to Sue's understanding, when most people live in dilapidated houses, those who occupy the shops and ground floor apartments are definitely not ordinary people. They might be people in power or perhaps the awakened ones. These people clearly hold more information. Sue glanced at the nearest neighborhood, where a flicker of flame could be seen in a ground floor building not far away. He controlled the mouse and swiftly ran towards a ground floor apartment that still had a light shining. Sue quietly emerged from the garden bushes and jumped onto the windowsill of that house, where the tempered glass on the window had already shattered in several places. Fortunately, even if this kind of glass is broken, it remains as a single piece, effectively blocking the wind and rain. The glow from the flames in the fire pit was not bright. The entire room relied on this little light, which was not sufficient to illuminate every corner. The closer you got to the window, the darkness swallowed the light, making the whole room appear very dim. Sue gently pushed open the glass window, which had a small gap. Then he darted inside. The room's decorations were decent, but most of them were covered in the black soot of smoke. Even so, compared to the little girl's wooden house, it was 100 times better. At that moment, 3 people were gathered around the campfire, looking like a family of 3. The 3 of them were much cleaner than those living in the slums with the little girl. The middle-aged man took a sip of hot water to warm himself. He somewhat missed the old days when he liked to brew a cup of tea at work. He wouldn't even drink it if the tea leaves weren't good, unlike now when he can only have plain boiled water. Now, with material shortages, the package of tea leaves hidden at home is only taken out for guests. Normally, he wouldn't dare to drink it himself. Who would have thought this only happened in a short span of 3 to 4 years? Ji-chang, how is your training going? The middle-aged man pulled his thoughts back, put down his cup, and asked the boy sitting beside him. I broke through to mortal tier level 4 a while ago, but I haven't awakened yet. The teacher said awakening depends on opportunity, the boy said, seemingly afraid to admit this to his father. You need to tighten up a bit. Don't slack off on your training. Consult your classmates more about how they awakened, understand the conditions for awakening, and experiment more. It's not a bad thing. The middle-aged man had high hopes for his son, wishing him to succeed. Over 3 years ago, it was about academic success, now it's about training success. His son is a bit more talented than he was. This time, leveraging his past connections, he sent his son to a training school in Yongchang, which is attended by the children of the wealthy. The purpose of the school was to explore systematic training for cultivating talented individuals based on past experiences. The establishment of the school is still in the experimental stage. If it yields good results, it will be promoted further. Logically, given his current situation, he shouldn't be able to squeeze the child, and a comrade with a deep bond helped him out. It has only been 3 or 4 years since the revival of spiritual energy, and some connections can still be made after a longer period. It will be uncertain. Everyone knows that the future still belongs to the Tier 1 transcendent beings. Don't blame your father. You must understand that times have changed. In today's society, if you cannot become powerful, you will only end up living in a slum. A middle-aged woman sitting beside him gently patted the boy and said softly, "Mom, I know," the boy replied as he looked at his mother and nodded seriously. "Only by awakening can the path ahead be broader and easier to walk, Dad, who was once a civilian staff member in the military. After the disaster, I didn't have the talent for cultivation. It's not like I was arranged here to manage the slum. They say it's management, but ultimately, I've just been assigned here." The middle-aged man sighed, feeling somewhat depressed, and took a few sips of water from his teacup, trying to calm himself down. "Ji-chang, don't be discouraged, keep it up," the middle-aged woman encouraged softly, and then turned to the man beside her, saying, "Old Jean, try to say less. It's not easy to come home, so don't always wear a straight face. Ji-chang isn't a child, he understands." The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang no longer continued the topic, but instead, the family started chatting casually. In just 3 or 4 years, who would have thought society would change this much? Do you know how many people died in the last riot? The family talked about various other matters in life. Most of them were lamenting the significant changes in society after the revival of spiritual energy, the barriers between cities, resource shortages, and the formation of slums. Chapter 39, Laboratory. Chapter 39, Laboratory. Sue quietly listened nearby, observing these events as a bystander. Gradually gaining some understanding of the Eternal City and recognizing the current situation of humanity. He used to think he was still living in the original world, just that the world of spiritual energy revival had changed, but now he sees that this world is not the same as his previous one. There are many cities in this world he had never heard of. They are merely somewhat similar to the world he once knew. Now, it's not just Eternal City. One could say that most cities are in a dire situation, facing two major threats to humanity. One is that mutated plants and animals have made most areas unsuitable for human habitation. The other is the shortage of survival resources. Currently, the shortage of survival resources in the Eternal City has become the biggest threat for most people. The revival of spiritual energy began 3 years and 11 months ago, precisely coinciding with the first day of the new year, January 1st. Logically speaking, it has only been a short 3 years and 11 months. Not even 4 years. It is important to know that every country will have its own stockpiles of resources and food reserves. Generally, a reasonable arrangement would be just enough for survival without considering other situations, and sustaining for about 5 years shouldn't be a problem. There won't be such a severe shortage of supplies appearing so soon. The cause of all this is panic. After the spiritual energy revival, most animals became aggressive, leading to increasing casualties everywhere, while the rampant growth of plants caused transportation disruptions. The situation is getting worse and showing no signs of relief. This has triggered panic, with everyone thinking about hoarding supplies. By the time ordinary people started stockpiling, the supplies had already become scarce. Major forces had already begun planning before the spiritual energy revival, and a large amount of supplies in society had already been hoarded. In response to the crisis, the government has also centrally managed relevant reserves and no longer released them. The expansion of flora and fauna has caused what was once an efficient transportation and logistics system to become less effective. Not only is food not guaranteed, but energy supplies are also slowly running out. The city's energy supply cannot be effectively replenished. The entire city has already stopped the supply of water and electricity for a long time. This is also the reason for the emergence of slums in the city canals. All the skyscrapers have become unsuitable for human habitation. After the spiritual energy revival, wild beasts and poisonous insects sporadically began to attack humans. Society has collapsed, and during that time, those injured or poisoned could not receive treatment and could only wait to die. This has led to an increasing number of frightened people fleeing to cities. Humans surrounding Eternal City flocked towards it seeking sanctuary. At first, efforts were made to settle them, but as more and more people arrived, the pressure here became greater. The crowd was asked to settle in designated areas, with a centralized approach to managing the crisis. But even so, in a city like Eternal City with millions of inhabitants, as resources dwindled in the following days, large-scale riots broke out. The unrest lasted for a long time, and finally, the military made a firm decision to impose strict measures. Countless people were killed by military force, which ironically alleviated the shortage of supplies at that time. However, every time people recall that period, they feel a chill. There were far too many deaths, but fortunately, society eventually stabilized. The middle-aged man sighed as he recounted. Later, the military organized the people in the city to work in exchange for relief. Slowly, they built walls around the original outer ring of the city and cultivated farmland, blocking the invasions of beasts and poisonous insects. With food available, we could finally survive. For a moment, the room fell silent. Perhaps it could be even worse than here. Overall. Currently, Eternal City isn't just the area with elevated walls. There are also other small human settlements in places isolated by mountains. At this moment, this area is the core area, where the main military force is located, and it is also the most populated region. It is the most powerful human force within the original borders of Eternal City, whether regarding firearms or Tier 1 transcendent beings. The smaller human settlements are gradually being infiltrated by other forces. These are the conclusions drawn by Sue during his family's casual chats. For Sue, who is entirely in the dark about the outside world, this is a lot of information, considering the human perspective on this spiritual revival. The family chatted for a long time. They only went to bed after the bonfire in the house had died down. Sue once again guided the mouse to run in the opposite direction of the river. There are hardly any small, shabby houses in the slums that are about 1 to 2 kilometers away from the river. This also confirms what the middle-aged man said. After the water and electricity were cut off, humans had no way to move out of the high-rise buildings, and they settled near the river for easier access to water and living. A small mouse is running through the city streets. At this moment, the city is completely dark, without a glimmer of light. In the darkness, there are not only mice looking for food, but also humans catching mice and foraging at night. Having obtained some useful information, Sue spent the whole night eavesdropping on others' conversations. Later, deep into the night, he moved through the city, observing the surroundings, and just before dawn, released his control over the mouse. Sue seems to have grasped a bit of what the little girl was saying to the puppy food shortages, and how the puppy is also considered food. Having gathered a lot of information today, Sue decided not to inhabit other beings again. A quiet night. Outside the city, Sue's main body continuously operated the Beast King technique. The surrounding metallic mana continuously fused into his body along the way. Although Sue's spirit was controlling other beings, the Beast King technique in his main body kept operating non-stop. Whether moving or resting, it operates incessantly. He wants to make the practice of his technique as natural as breathing, occurring daily without effort. With the enhancement of the technique, Sue's body is clearly becoming stronger. The mana within his body has been purified, and the impurities in his body are gradually decreasing under the impact of the golden-colored mana from the Beast King technique. Due to the absorption of the golden mana, his body is increasingly imbued with a sharp feeling. His bones, claws, and teeth are all being reinforced. Surely, it won't be long before Sue's body is tempered to be as hard as metal, with a skeletal structure of steel. On the other side, in a laboratory whose location is unknown. Dr. Jean, how's it going? A masked man walked into the laboratory and asked the person busy with experiments. Inside a glass partition, a small white mouse has a lump swelling on its back, which begins to grow, while other parts of the mouse slowly shrink. It was as if all the energy material within its body had been absorbed by this lump. However, this protruding lump did not grow larger, and the small white mouse withered away and died. From the current observations, the cell activity is particularly high, exhibiting a strong aggression, said a middle-aged man wearing glasses, adjusting his glasses with excitement. The greater the aggressiveness, the stronger the cells. As long as we can harness the energy of these cells, we can create powerful warriors. As he spoke, he seemed to be entranced, his eyes filled with longing and madness. Prepare the experimental subjects for me, a lot of experimental subjects. As you wish. The masked man nodded. However, the eyes behind the mask reflected a hint of regret. This mission had failed, and the new material that had seemed almost certain was lost. Otherwise, the results might have been even better. Dr. Jean, why not conduct human experiments directly? After all, it will eventually be applied to humans. We have far more people here than laboratory mice. The masked man suddenly spoke up. Ah, great, great, great. Dr. Jean, wearing glasses, was taken aback for a moment and then burst into laughter, repeating the word great 3 times. Everyone in the laboratory looked at these two crazy individuals, feeling somewhat uneasy. After the masked man walked around the laboratory twice, as he was leaving, he instructed the similarly masked guards behind him, make sure to fully cooperate with Dr. Jean regarding the experimental subjects. Yes, I understand. The guard behind him stood up straight and replied respectfully. Chapter 40, Red Alert. Chapter 40, Red Alert. Late at night. Commander, we have intel coming from the south of Yongcheng. A young man in military uniform knocked on the door of a lit office. Let me see it. An old man with silver hair stepped out and took the documents from the young man, scrutinizing them closely. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. The silver-haired elder was the highest military officer of Yongcheng, Commander Xin Jianjun. He determined the fate of Yongcheng in these chaotic times. After a long time. Notify everyone the heads of all military departments in Yongcheng should come here for a meeting, said the silver-haired elder Xin Jianjun. Yes, Commander. The young soldier saluted. Soon, the heads of the Yongcheng military appeared one after another in the command meeting room. No one knew what major event had occurred. Before coming, they had heard that this seemed to be related to the actions in the southern mountains. Half an hour later, in the Yongcheng command meeting room. At this moment, a group of people was seated around a conference table. The meeting room was small, and not many people were gathered. Including the presiding silver-haired elder, Commander Shin Jianjun, there were only 6 others. These 6 were the most powerful figures in the current Yongqing military. After the military took control of the city, they were in charge of all operations in Yongchang. I've called everyone over today for a meeting due to a special situation, to make everyone aware. Once everyone was present, Shin Jianjun cleared his throat and spoke. This is the intel that just came in, everyone, please pass it around. The silver-haired elder Shin Jianjun handed the report he held to a young soldier beside him. The young soldier took it and began to read. When he saw that a Tier 1 transcendent second-tier beast had been discovered near the southern mountains, he couldn't help but show an expression of shock. Previously, the existence of a Tier 1 transcendent second-level beast had not been discovered, yet within the mountainous forest outside of Yongchang, such a powerful beast already exists, which is certainly bad news for humanity. The more power you grasp, the better you understand what that strength represents. The Tier 1 transcendent first-level beasts have already unleashed immense destructive power. And what about the second level? Does this mean that our firearms pose no threat to them? This young soldier read through the not-so-thick report with a heavy heart. After reading, he handed it over to the next person. About half an hour went by like this. Everyone in the conference room had read through the reports in their hands. Everyone's mood mirrored that of the young soldier. Does anyone have anything to say? The silver-haired elder seated at the front looked around before speaking up. Could there be an error in the intelligence? Asked the young soldier who was the first to receive the report, furrowing his brow. The young soldier is Ding Tianhu, a representative of the youth in the army and the head of the external combat team. He is also among the first batch of Tier 1 transcendent beings. He clearly understands the changes in strength after entering Tier 1 transcendent and, being in charge of the combat team and executing missions outside, he is quite familiar with the situation around Yongchang. That's why he was so shocked when he received the report. What does it mean for a Tier 1 transcendent second-level being? The increase in combat power is not just a point or two, it can basically dominate Tier 1 transcendent first-level beings. The silver-haired elder Shin Jianjun shook his head, indicating that the intelligence is reliable. This has been confirmed multiple times. This left everyone else in silence once again. Everyone has read the report. I'd like to hear your opinions. By the way, Li Chang, please explain the situation to everyone first. Understood, Commander. The young man in military uniform named Li Chang activated the projection equipment and began explaining to the senior figures in the conference room. On November 5, just a week ago, we detected violent tremors in the southwest direction of Yongchang, so we dispatched a drone to investigate the site. The drone found that the ground had collapsed in the southwest part of Yongchang, and a large amount of spiritual energy suddenly appeared at the collapsed site. We immediately sealed off the area. Everyone look, this is what we cleared up recently. Li Chang pointed to a photo projected on the screen. Ruins? Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of the ancient building in the photo. Yes, preliminary judgment indicates that this ancient building is likely a product of an extremely distant era. We can't say exactly when yet. According to on-site observations, this building is constantly radiating a powerful aura, and the entire structure has a special protective shield that our current powers cannot penetrate. Li Chang nodded. Being a trusted confidant of Shin Jianjun, he certainly understood that the discovery of this building was significant. The few people present were all influential figures in Yongchang, well informed, and they were aware of the movements of the Southern Army. However, this army was mobilized by Commander Shin Jianjun, and it was classified at the highest level, so while everyone knew there had been changes over there, the specific circumstances were not particularly clear. After all, many abnormalities have emerged around Yongchang following the drastic changes in the world. What does the discovery of the ruins have to do with this Tier 1 transcendent second-level beast? A middle-aged man spoke during the meeting. Is this Tier 1 transcendent second-level beast also spying on the ruins? The person asking this question was Su Feng, head of Yongchang's city defense. Yes, it's precisely the appearance of the ruins that alerted us to such a hidden powerful beast, but the opponent is very cunning and has been hiding. The silver-haired old man nodded. I just received news tonight that after a recent mission to confront the Tier 1 transcendent beast in the mountainous region of Hangcheng, they discovered a Tier 1 transcendent second-level beast. Even though it was just an encounter, it already resulted in heavy casualties for their combat team, with 3 Tier 1 transcendent fighters killed on the spot, and only one managed to escape. This underscores the terrifying nature of the Tier 1 transcendent second-level beasts, so we must be prepared. In the conference room, a middle-aged man wearing glasses took them off to wipe them, then revealed another shocking piece of information. Aside from the silver-haired old man Shin Jianjun, everyone else showed expressions of shock. No one doubted his words because he was Jiang Chang, the head of military intelligence. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly oppressive. The silver-haired old man Shin Jianjun was already aware of the situation in Hangcheng, as Jiang Chang had informed him first. I propose designating this area as a red alert zone, and we need to strengthen the defensive forces at the newly discovered ruins, said Su Changfeng, the head of city defense, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Reopen discussions. This matter is of great importance, and I suggest reporting it to Haidu, requesting them to send some fighter jets to station in Yongcheng, while also applying for satellite operations to conduct thorough reconnaissance around Yongcheng and prepare for targeted cleanups. In the meeting room, an elder who had been silent and was of similar age to the silver-haired old man Shin Jianjun finally spoke. Wang Giki, the logistics chief, who once competed with Shin Jianjun for control of Yongcheng, later saw Shin Jianjun gain the support of most, especially those in the military Tier 1 Transcendent, making him the top military leader in Yongcheng. Everyone looked towards the silver-haired elder Shin Jianjun. Reporting to Haidu, according to previous legal principles, there are indeed no issues. Although cities are now ruling themselves, in name Yangcheng is the original location of the military district, and the military in surrounding cities is under its jurisdiction. However, this is clearly allowing Haicheng to interfere in Yongcheng's management, introducing external forces into the situation. While what Wang Giki said was not an issue, everyone knows his connections with certain people in Haidu, and his intentions are clear to others. Everyone present is a key figure in the Yongcheng military. None are fools, and upon hearing these words couldn't help but frown. Now, with the drastic changes in the world, Yongcheng has discovered ruins according to their thinking. This must not be leaked. This is of great significance to everyone present. Maybe it's the capital of their rise after such drastic changes in the world. The silver-haired elder Shin Jianjun pondered for a moment and said, applying for satellite reconnaissance is a good idea. We don't need to station fighter jets in Yongcheng for now, as they are not particularly lacking in aircraft at this time, and who knows, they may not be useful in the future. Yes, Yongcheng has not reached that point yet. Ding Tianhu also agreed. Wang Giki smiled, not caring. There's one more thing. There was another operation in the Dongquan mountain range. During the return journey, the reconnaissance team was ambushed by unknown armed forces. We need all departments to cooperate in the investigation to identify the leakers and planners. The military cannot afford to have termites, and this time there will be no mercy. The silver-haired elder Shin Jianjun glanced around at everyone present and continued. Additionally, some people in Yongcheng have already extended their hands into the military. This hand has grown a bit too long. They need to be taught a lesson, and everyone should know who is in charge in Yongcheng now. That night, there was a lot of unrest in Yongcheng, and many people couldn't sleep. Chapter 41, Information from Yongcheng. Chapter 41, Information from Yongcheng. Through Su's observations, he found that today's Yongcheng differs vastly from the human cities he had imagined. The tall buildings have become dilapidated, with useless garbage strewn everywhere. Moreover, the layout of the entire city has changed. Other than the reinforced concrete structures that are difficult to demolish and some key transportation routes, any usable land has been planted with crops. The original city parks have all been demolished, and most of the plants in the landscaped flower beds along the roads have been cut down. The entire eastern area displays a bizarre blend of farmland and slums among the skyscrapers. People wandering the streets, whether adults or children, all appeared emaciated. Under the arrangement of the slum managers in the city, some residents have gone outside the elevated walls to cultivate the land. Others are working in the fields within the city. Farming on the outskirts of the city undoubtedly increases the danger, but it also offers advantages that farming within the city does not have. Aside from the occasional wild beast or venomous creature coming down from the hills to disturb the area, There are often small animals appearing in the fields, and those working there might be lucky enough to catch quite a few. These small animals are now a rare commodity in the city. Many powerful families within the city seek to buy these small creatures. Thus, working on farms in both the inner city and the outskirts has its own advantages and disadvantages. It is precisely for this reason that among the humans in the city, other kinds of animals have become extremely rare, and it would be considered a miracle that a little girl can still keep a small dog in her house. In the city, the laborers work under the oversight of a manager who tracks their work points based on attendance, and at the end of the day, they receive food according to each household's points. Older children can also help their families with work in the fields, although they only earn half a work point for a day's labor. They are all eager to join in. Living in the city and working is a stable way to obtain food. Food is extremely scarce in Yongchang, making it a vital resource for survival, and anyone wanting to live has to think of various ways to secure it. Residents of the slums often need to curry favor with the managers to allow their children to participate in the work. Even the younger children are not idle. Most of them are scavenging for various usable materials in the city. They navigate through tall buildings that are devoid of energy and no longer inhabited. As they search within these buildings, they look for anything that might be of use. Occasionally, when they discover items that others have missed, they carefully hide them away to take home, fearing that others might snatch them away. However, after nearly 4 years, most things in the tall towers have been scavenged countless times, and usable items are becoming increasingly rare. This has also led some children to catch flies in garbage piles. The lack of functionality in the city has filled the air with foul odors. Similarly, most animals have been consumed, leaving only the flies swirling around the garbage piles. These flies have also changed, growing significantly larger. It only takes 7 or 8 of them to make a small black meat patty. They have become a scarce source of meat for households. Smack! A patched net bag captured one. Got another one. A skinny little boy, looking like a little monkey, laughed as he grabbed the flies from the net bag, pulled off their wings, and tossed them into a plastic bag. Great, if we catch a few more, we can go back and make meat patties. The other children looked on with envy. Such scenes can be seen at various garbage accumulation points throughout the city. These are just the surface of what this city is like. In addition, by organizing fragmented information, Sue also understands quite a bit about real useful information. The strange changes in the world took place 3 to 4 years ago. After a series of upheavals, the city is now under military control. Currently, communication between Yongchang and the nearest Hangcheng continues, and supplies are flowing. After all, the infrastructure built with massive investments prior to the revival of spiritual energy has made transportation particularly developed. These transport routes have become lifelines for many cities. However, this situation has become increasingly difficult over time. The dangers on the roads are multiplying, and road maintenance and safety are becoming greater issues. There have been numerous incidents where convoys sent to exchange supplies encountered mutated beasts halfway and went missing. To many ordinary people and even the guards on the elevated city walls, it seems that in the near future, the wilderness may no longer be an area for human activities. Especially for cities like Yongchang, which previously had a good natural environment or were surrounded by mountains, they have now become islands. Yongchang is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with 2 openings to the northwest and north, which are currently the main routes for connecting with the outside world. Many emergency supplies are transported through there. However, the information that Sue is most concerned about regarding military strength is relatively sparse. After all, these military leaders are all situated in the city's core area, which is completely beyond Sue's scope of investigation. According to some outside humans, the elites living in the inner circle of the city enjoy a much more affluent life. It is even filled with a lot of mysterious elements. It is said that the inner circle is a paradise where awakened ones and other powerful beings can live. Similarly, ordinary people who wish to enter the inner circle have only one route: they must become awakened, gain recognition from the military, and then they would have a chance to enter the inner circle. It can be said that awakening presents ordinary people with an opportunity to leap into a new destiny, similar to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Chapter 42: Recruitment for Awakening in Yongchang. Chapter 42: Awakening Recruitment. Over the past couple of days, Su has observed and gained a rough understanding of some situations in Yongchang, a human city very close to their tribe. Although they have not been able to truly delve into the core situations of humanity in this world, based on the information available, they can generally grasp the state of most humans. Currently, human life is not too good. External upheavals have destroyed the previous social structure, throwing the entire human world into chaos. This has thoroughly intensified the contradictions between the entire world and humanity, as well as within humanity itself. In light of these conflicts, humans have no choice but to shrink their controlled areas, and various factions continually stir beneath the surface. By analogy, the situation in other human cities worldwide should be largely similar. After understanding the situation of humanity, Su let out a sigh of relief. Humans have not yet fully adapted to this great change in the realm. They are still in the throes of pain. This is good news for themselves and the current wolf pack. If the other party has fully adapted to the post-catastrophe world, then the neighboring wolf pack will be suppressed. The wolf tribe, wanting to expand, will also have to migrate forcibly. But now, that is no longer necessary. This represents a valuable window of opportunity for the wolf tribe. The wolf pack can take advantage of this period to develop within this mountain forest. As long as they do not move towards the area of human cities, everything will be fine. Su has already considered the direction for the wolf tribe's development, temporarily avoiding expansion towards the northwestern direction of the human city. They can aim their expansion towards the east, south, or even southwest. Once the wolf pack becomes strong enough, they can engage with humanity, the former world hegemon. By then, they can establish themselves in the dense mountain forest and confront humans on equal footing. Having made up his mind, Su prepared to leave this place and return to the wolf pack. After all, staying here would neither provide valuable information nor significantly aid his training. Just as Su was about to leave, he suddenly discovered within the music box's disc that the little girl named Lele actually harbored another consciousness. Usually, the two consciousnesses are merged together. Discovering this situation surprised Su. It was the first time he had seen anything like it. Uncertain whether it was out of compassion from his past life as a human or for other reasons, Su inexplicably stayed in the same place for another 2 days. During these 2 days, he used the music box to control the little puppy to practice the Beast King tactic during the day and the little girl Lele to practice it at night. This training significantly improved the physical quality of both the person and the dog. What he did was only that it didn't provide much help to them. However, before leaving, Su left a message in the little puppy's mind, telling it to grow up and find itself in the mountains. This was another attempt by Su to strengthen his tribe. Wolves and dogs actually have a lot in common, and there isn't even a reproductive barrier. Dogs are essentially the result of humanity domesticating wolves. So can we say that dogs are a subspecies of wolves? They can certainly be considered a branch of their own tribe. With a tribal system of their own, dogs can totally become a vassal tribe of the wolf pack. So far, there has been no trace of other wolf packs found in this mountain forest, which is partly due to the small territory. However, for Su, anything that could expand the scale of the tribe could be worth a try. And now the appearance of this little puppy has opened a door for Su. Should I first train up a dog king, and then bring other dogs to join the wolf pack, thereby strengthening it? The more Su thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Su is not worried that the dogs will break away from his control. The rise of the original wolf pack is already unstoppable. As long as their power is strong enough, being a vassal is not a bad choice. Moreover, with the existence of Packstar, although his main body has never encountered dogs, he can certainly give it a try later. In fact, when it comes down to it, the dogs that currently rely on humans have lost all space for survival. Humans are struggling to survive themselves. How can dogs have any value? After Su withdrew his mind from the music box, he glanced at the human city in the distance. In these 2 extra days of staying, quite a few new actions have emerged throughout Yongchang. The most prominent of them is the new round of recruitments for the awakened and the crackdown on illegal organizations. The current rulers of Yongchang are mobilizing the army and launching large-scale operations in various regions. Similarly, management personnel at all levels have also sprung into action, screening and organizing everyone in their respective jurisdictions. During this process, Numerous loudspeakers in various residential areas continuously promote the military's preferential policies for the awakened. At any moment, you can hear news about who has joined the army, or a family leaving the slums. This has also encouraged many people to participate in the screening. Even if a family has no awakened individuals, if their child possesses cultivation talent, the entire family can also receive preferential treatment. After all, this time is different from the past. The military has intensified its efforts to absorb good cultivation candidates. At the same time, battles are also occurring in many areas of Yongchang. This is a crackdown on illegal armed organizations. The military is constantly suppressing other illegal armed groups through propaganda and grassroots public opinion guidance. They are criminalizing and demonizing them. They aim to completely uproot those illegal armed factions from the grassroots. This process shows the military's control capability in Yongchang and highlights the importance placed on cultivation candidates and the awakened. Human society is rife with deception and intrigue. Where there are people, there is conflict, deeply depicting human characteristics. This can be seen from the recent reconnaissance team's mission. Humans are not united as one, and the various factions are complexly interwoven, with the military being just one of the most powerful forces. It's important to note that the attackers were also armed with firearms, indicating that the opposing force was not weak. Now the military does not want other forces to interfere in their territory, while also consolidating their own power. Chapter 43, Su leaves. Chapter 43, Departure. In the mountains, Su stood up from the hiding place he was in. He turned to glance at Yongchang not far away, feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. Although humanity is in chaos, it is still a very large group. They have the capacity to gradually adapt to this changing world. This is something the wolf pack he currently belongs to can never compare to. Moreover, under the current circumstances, they continue to cultivate talent. This has put quite a bit of pressure on Su. Suddenly, ding! A familiar voice from the system appeared in Su's mind. Ding! The strength of the host's group members has increased, and the host earns 500 evolution points EP. Ding! The strength of the host's group members has increased, and the host earns 500 evolution points EP. Ding! The host's group member has been promoted to Tier 1 Transcendent, granting the host one lottery opportunity. Ding! The host's group member has been promoted to Tier 1 Transcendent, granting the host one lottery opportunity. This evolution power is not just the usual few points. Su is now a Tier 1 Transcendent Intermediate Beast, and his rate of absorbing external mana has greatly accelerated, thus the daily conversion of evolution points EP has also greatly increased. When he was at Mortal Tier, he could only earn 0.5 evolution points AP per day. Now, as a Tier 1 Transcendent Intermediate Beast, he can earn 9 evolution points AP every 24 hours. With the enhancement of the Beast King technique, his speed increased tenfold, reaching 90 points of evolution points EP. In other words, under normal circumstances, Su can earn around 90 evolution points EP every 24 hours by operating the Beast King technique, and occasionally, members of the Wolf Pack evolve and gain some evolution points EP. Every day, there is a notification sound indicating the accrual of evolution points EP. After hearing it so many times, it doesn't catch my attention anymore. Every time the system upgrades Su, he doesn't pay much attention. However, this time, the two notification sounds caught Su's special attention. The upgrade indicates that the strength of the pack members has increased, and they've gained 500 evolution points EP. The last time he received such a large amount of evolution points EP was when Alpha was promoted. When Alpha advanced to Tier 1 Transcendent, he also earned 500 evolution points EP. Two wolves in the pack have also evolved to Tier 1 Transcendent. Su couldn't help but feel overwhelmingly delighted. The stronger the pack, the safer they are in the face of danger. Based on the strength of the pack members, the ones breaking through to Tier 1 Transcendent this time should be Beta and Gamma, as they were already at Mortal Tier level 9 when Su left. With the dual enhancement of the Beast King technique and the Spirit Gathering Array, their breakthrough to Tier 1 Transcendent has been significantly accelerated. Su opened his status panel. Host, Su. Clan, Wolf Clan. Bloodline, Metal Element Bloodline. Level Tier, Tier 1 Transcendent Intermediate Level Evolution Points AP 3250 80,000. Talent, Pack Star. Note, inherent to the host, enables unification of the clan, strengthens individual belonging. Clan members' level tier increases will give the host 10% of the evolution point CP in return. Eye of Truth, note, can see through opponent's strength information based on one's own power. Diamond Body, note, thick blood with high defense. Skill, none. Including this times 2 lottery chances, Su now has a total of 3 chances to participate. However, Su does not plan to use these 3 opportunities for the time being. Since their main body is not in the wolf den, and there is nothing particularly urgent to address right now. Things are slowly progressing according to Su's thoughts. The pack is steadily growing stronger now. The wolf pack Su is part of has 4 tier 1 transcendent beasts, which is quite a formidable force in the wilderness. Moreover, this power is particularly low-key and does not draw attention. Especially among humans, they are unaware that a wolf pack possesses 4 tier 1 transcendent wolves. Su believes it won't be long before all the wolves in the pack break through to tier 1 transcendent. At that point, it will be an unprecedented spectacle for Su's wolf pack. Everyone is at tier 1 transcendent. This forest will also be free from fear. They can roam freely throughout the woods. And this day is not too far off. Right now, the only limitation is that the number of wolves is still too small, which constrains the development of the pack. But there is not much that can be done about that. It's impossible to create something from nothing. After returning this time, the development plan for the wolf pack needs to be prioritized. Su's return journey did not follow the same path. While out, it's important to check the nearby geographical terrain, so he can understand the area better. Thus, Su made his way back along a primary road previously used by humans through the forest. Heading northeast for about 10 kilometers, he came across an abandoned factory area. The tall factory buildings, now dilapidated, are overtaken by weeds and vines. Many structures within the factory complex have collapsed, and some concrete surfaces have sunk, creating pits. The steel facilities originally used for production and some colored steel tiles are now corroded and rusty. It has become a paradise for mutated animals. All kinds of mutated creatures are roaming around here. Su reined in his aura to avoid breaking this lively scene. As dusk gradually fell, the darkness enveloped the area without a sliver of light. Without the lights of humanity, the night is pitch black. Especially in the dense forest, where little sunlight is seen year-round, gloom consistently covers the ground. Given Su's current vision, it is unaffected by darkness or daylight. He sees just fine. But he prefers the sunshine and stars. In this factory area, there is sunlight during the day, and at night, one can look up and see the stars. This brings Su much enjoyment. After all, his previous life as human habits make him fond of clean and natural beauty in the environment. Su slowly came to a stop, feeling the gentle breeze in the air. Su thought to himself that upon returning, he should clear a dry, sunny area around the wolf den. For himself. Now that my own group can protect itself, it's time to consider improving the environment. Just as Su was lost in thought. In the distance, a pair of eerie blue eyes were fixed on Su. The owner of these eyes had also quietly restrained their presence, which caused Su not to pay too much attention. There were too many animals around Su walk without any concealment, and along the way, there were swarms of mutated beasts watching him. However, most didn't dare to attack Su, merely watching him leave, while those who did dare ended up as Su's prey. Now, with his own strength, there's no need to fear. In the wilderness there aren't many who can harm him. Even if he encounters something he can't fight, Su is confident he can leave. In the darkness, that pair of eerie blue eyes watched Su for a while before slowly lowering their head, seemingly lost in thought. This guy ahead seems not to have much power, yet instinctively presents some threat. This made it very uncomfortable. It's a feeling it has never experienced before. This big fool has some nice fur. The silvery fur has no mixed hair. It's shiny and smooth. Although it's still slightly lacking compared to itself, it's already quite good. A hint of human-like appreciation flashed in the owner's eyes. Su sensed this gaze and looked up to see a firefox crouching not far away. Its fiery red fur was hidden in the darkness. The firefox also noticed Su staring at it, immediately bristling its fur and baring its teeth. It looked like it was putting on a show of hunting. This made Sue find it somewhat amusing, yet he didn't mind. Meanwhile, the firefox hiding to the side weighed the pros and cons, perhaps thinking it wouldn't be able to take down this guy, and slowly turned to leave. As it left, it turned back several times, its eyes swirling in its sockets, not knowing what malicious thoughts it had. Sue paid no attention to the situation. Chapter 44, The Strange Firefox. Chapter 44, The Strange Firefox. Sue walked back and forth, observing the surroundings. And that firefox kept appearing not far away, watching Sue. It seemed to be observing Sue's every move. It was quite curious about what this seemingly not very clever fool wolf was doing, looking like a country bumpkin in the city. This area is its hunting ground, and it had some doubts whether this fool wolf was trying to contest its territory. How could it give up such a good territory? Besides, this wolf only has slightly better fur, its size is small, and it doesn't seem to possess any real strength. How could it be the opponent of my Fox Highness? Being so clever, I'm currently at mortal tier level 9 looking around. Besides the tiger pack in the north, there are few I would look up to. A bunch of fools. The firefox's inner thoughts were quite abundant. However, the situation was indeed as it thought in this area, it was the boss. Don't be fooled by its small size, it was particularly clever and quite strong. It's pretty good in this area. After observing Sue for a day, the little fox couldn't hold back anymore and ran out. "Hey! You big fool!" A clear voice suddenly rang in Sue's ears. Sue raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. It was the little fox. He had noticed it earlier, but since it had been cautiously following him, he hadn't acknowledged it. Unexpectedly, it actually jumped out on its own. This left Sue somewhat stunned. "What is going on here?" "I'm talking to you, you big fool." Seeing that Sue ignored it, the little fox seemed a bit annoyed, losing some of its fear as it ran out from the nearby bushes, standing on its hind legs and crossing its front paws over its chest. The sight was undeniably funny. Sue came to his senses, and in front of him stood a bright red fox, a sight that even this well-traveled person found astonishing. It turns out zoologists can mimic this well. At the same time, Sue was a bit confused. This fox surely wasn't here to deliver takeout? Shouting at his Tier 1 transcendent wolf clan. "Look at your foolish look, if it wasn't for me calling you, who else could it be?" The little fox looked at Sue with some disdain, then continued, "I'm talking about you, big fool. I've been watching you for a long time. What do you want? This is my territory, do you know that? Are you trying to fight me for territory? You should inquire about my title, Lord Fox." The little fox chattered on non-stop, but Sue understood the main point this time and didn't feel as lost as he did at first. Sue instinctively observed the little fox with his true eye. Target, fox. Species, fox. Bloodline, fire. Level tier, mortal tier level 9. Talent, none. Skill, none. It actually has a special bloodline. This surprised Sue during this time. Aside from his own clan and those altered by his bloodline template, this little fox before him actually has a special bloodline. Fire bloodline, as the name implies, is an elemental bloodline like his metal bloodline. From this perspective, this little firefox can be said to have exceptional talent, making it a noteworthy mutated beast. Level tier, mortal tier 9, hasn't broken through to tier 1 transcendent, meaning it hasn't entered tier 1 transcendent yet. Hasn't entered tier 1 transcendent, so it shouldn't be able to speak within the mind. It's not telepathically communicating with me. It can actually talk like a human. Suddenly, Sue looked at the little firefox in shock. Incredible. What are you staring at? Lord Fox is more beautiful than you. The fox brushed its bright red fur and rolled its eyes. This gesture and expression left Sue feeling torn between laughter and tears. The learner indeed mimicked it quite well. Can you speak human language? Sue couldn't help but probe into the little fox's mind. Of course. The little fox wore a proud expression, not even thinking about it. Grandpa Fox is exceptionally clever. He learns everything effortlessly. Just as it finished speaking, it suddenly realized something. Its fur bristled, and it lowered its front paws that were hugging its body, preparing to flee. You better not move. Sue's voice echoed in its mind once more. The proud little firefox that had just been strutting around was now a bit deflated. Tier 1 Transcendent Ferocious Beast. I didn't expect the other party to be a Tier 1 Transcendent Beast. Truly, one who hunts geese ends up being pecked by geese. How did I end up so unfortunate? Seeing the little fox about to escape, Sue realized it understood that he was a Tier 1 Transcendent, as only Tier 1 Transcendent beings could communicate mentally, a realization he had only come to after evolving to Alpha. This firefox must have encountered a Tier 1 Transcendent beast before, otherwise, it wouldn't be so knowledgeable. Alpha sir, I did not recognize your greatness. You're generous, please spare me. The little firefox's attitude made a complete turnaround of 180 degrees, showing no signs of its previous arrogance, now appearing humble and pitiful. I'm asking you a question. Don't say useless things. How can you speak human language? Sue didn't entangle with it and directly posed the question that was on his mind. In his previous life as a human, familiar with human language, now even having evolved to Tier 1 Transcendent Level 4, he still couldn't control his pronunciation and could only speak mentally. How could a mortal Tier 9 fox speak human language so fluently? I don't know, it just suddenly happened. The little firefox shrugged. It really just happened all of a sudden. No. Having previously eaten a sweet fruit and having had some contact with humans, but it had no intention of telling this big silly creature. Sue felt that with the revival of spiritual energy, anything could happen. Perhaps this was just one of the many strange occurrences, and he didn't delve further. Have you seen any other animals at Tier 1 Transcendent level? Sue asked his second question. Well, there is a tiger king to the north. I encountered it once and almost got eaten. The little firefox patted its chest, looking fearful. Tiger King. Sue quietly remembered this Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beast. Now, apart from the 4 from her own tribe, the other Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beasts she knows are the Monkey King, the Black Panther, and this Tiger King. There are already 3 Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beasts. You have decent talent, so don't go. Stay and chat with me, Sue said after thinking for a moment. Can I refuse? I'm a fox who enjoys idleness, and I won't disturb you, Alpha. The little fox shook its head like a rattle. It secretly cursed in its heart, am I some kind of fool to be hanging out with you, this big oaf? I, a fox, can't live freely. Sue didn't care about what it was thinking. She wasn't asking for its opinion. Chapter 45, The Fox That Always Wants to Run Away. Chapter 45, The Fox That Always Wants to Run Away. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. After waiting for a long time without hearing Sue's response, the Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beast in front of her didn't seem to pay attention to her. It didn't look anything like a proper Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beast, just fiddling with a wooden box. It seemed a bit dim-witted. Yes, like a fool. Seeing this scene, the fox's eyes began to spin. Its body slowly started to back away. No reaction after a step? Take 2 more steps back. Still no reaction? Retreating a few steps and there was still no reaction, the fox became a bit bolder. Grandpa is slipping away. The fox chuckled, thinking if not now, then when? It quickly turned and ran away. The little fox dashed away like a flash of red lightning, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. After all, I am a level 9 mutated beast in the mortal tier. With my wits, I am unbeatable in this area, living freely. What bad luck to run into a Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beast today, especially one that seemed a bit slow-witted and restrained. It had none of the aura expected of a Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beast. The little fox always imagined that once it became a Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beast, it would proudly roam the mountains and forests, letting all animals know its name. But back to the point, why would this Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beast appear here? It found that a bit strange. After all, most animals have their own territories and usually do not migrate around, especially the Tier 1 Transcendent fierce beasts that have a stronger sense of territoriality. Within their own territories, they need not worry about food and drink, wandering around aimlessly. What boredom! The little firefox thought to itself. However, it quickly stopped thinking about this, as it had slipped out on its own and was still that free fox. Forgive me for living a wild and indulgent love. Boom! Just as the firefox believed it had escaped the clutches of danger and began to sing loudly, suddenly its body became uncontrollably airborne, crashing down to the ground like an uncontrollable stone. When it struggled to get back up, it saw a face that seemed to be smiling. It was not. Bad luck, it got too excited and made a mistake. The little firefox was secretly angry, but it didn't show it, instead putting on a flattering smile. What are you loving to chat with the boss? The little firefox's eyes darted around. Sue deliberately licked his lips and asked. Loving what? Loving to chat with the boss. The little firefox's eyes were spinning. Sue did not expose it and was not worried that this little firefox could escape from his grasp. After all, he had marked it and could control it at any time. But the little firefox itself didn't know it had always thought it was its own mistake. Boss, I will call you boss from now on, and I'll stick with you, completely devoted, really. The little firefox became more and more ridiculous as it spoke. It followed Sue back to the original spot. After Sue lay down, it flatteringly helped Sue groom his fur. While grooming, it marveled and gasped in wonder. The boss's fur is truly extraordinarily beautiful, silver white like snow, glossy and full. It can't even compare to those mixed hairs. The boss truly deserves to be the boss. Faced with such an extraordinary firefox, Sue found it somewhat silly and a bit amusing. Ever since coming into this world and spending a long time without much communication with others, Sue has felt a bit lonely. When chatting with Alpha, they mostly talked about hunting. Alpha didn't really understand much else, so there wasn't much to discuss. Sue was somewhat cautious when it came to humans. Having turned into a wolf, he was seen as an outcast in human eyes. He knew that the vast majority of humans wouldn't believe him being human. He understood them. Now encountering this peculiar firefox, Sue felt a long-lost sensation, reminiscent of the days when he was human, joking around with good friends. There was an air of relaxation everywhere. All right, who taught you that? Your flattering skills are impressive. Sue glanced at the little firefox and teased. This is from the bottom of my heart. The little firefox patted its chest, speaking earnestly. Sue didn't argue with it. Don't even think about running away, you can't escape. How could I? Following the boss is my fortune, why would I run? Am I that kind of fox? The little firefox replied seriously. As Sue walked, he stopped occasionally. He didn't know why, but passing through this industrial area of humans gave him a peculiar feeling. He always felt that this place was not simple. But he couldn't quite pinpoint why it felt that way. This made him slow down on his way back to the wolf pack, taking some time here. The little firefox felt that the white wolf in front of it seemed to be searching for something. Although it wasn't staring at it, the little firefox felt constantly under the wolf's control, making it hesitant to move. It had witnessed the combat power of Tier 1 transcendent fierce beasts. Wolves live by hunting too, and their speed is certainly not slower than its own. If it ran now, it surely wouldn't get far. If it angered this guy in front, what would happen if it got eaten? Although this guy looked a bit slow-witted, nowhere near as smart as itself, he was still a wolf, a meat-eating wolf. It was just a weak little fox. With the innate racial suppression, it seemed to be on his menu. Boss, should I catch an animal for your dinner? Wait for me. The little firefox suddenly thought of an excuse, chuckling mischievously before speaking to Sue. Without waiting for Sue's agreement, it stepped out and said, I want to go far, I know where there are some fat and big pheasants. As it walked, it described how fat and delicious the pheasants were. To make Sue let down his guard. Is that the fat pheasant you were talking about? Sue looked up and pointed to 3 pheasants slowly coming from a distance. The 3 pheasants had particularly bright feather colors and long tails, looking very beautiful. These are actually colorful pheasants. The little firefox stared, dumbfounded, at the 3 pheasants in front of it. Were these pheasants also dumbfounded? How did they come over here? The little firefox looked at the 3 pheasants in shock, walked over to Sue's side, and surprisingly wasn't scared at all. Are they blind? There are two carnivores here, just waiting to be fed. The little fox rubbed its eyes in disbelief. Since when did the phoenix become so easy to catch? With the revival of spiritual energy, the evolved and mutated phoenixes have become increasingly beautiful, while their speed and alertness have also risen. These three are colorful phoenixes, and a phoenix's tail has 5 different colorful feathers. The colors are dazzling, and each feather features beautiful patterns. From a distance, they look like colorful spirits. The strength of a phoenix is related to the variety of colors in its tail feathers. The richer the colors, the higher the tier. These 3 colorful phoenixes correspond to mortal tier level 5. The little fox stared in shock at the few phoenixes before it. Usually, capturing one took a lot of effort. The phoenix is not only fast, but it can also fly. Catching one requires some luck. Watching Sue leisurely kill a phoenix and start eating, the little fox felt a surge of frustration. This is possible. Chapter 46, Information on the Tiger Pack. Chapter 46, Information on the Tiger Pack. A few days' time made the little fox gradually despair. Running away yet unable to escape. Each escape attempt made it feel more convinced this time would work, but the outcome was often failure. Every time, various reasons caused it to end in vain. However, Sue was very happy these days, outsmarting the little fox and ensuring it didn't realize when traps were set, which made Sue extremely pleased. Besides surviving and getting stronger, life has also brought other joys. These days of exploration allowed Sue to discover other uses for the music box. For example, subtly changing the direction of someone's movement without them noticing. In summary, it's about using melody to indirectly control some of a person's actions. After a few days of battling wits, the little fox resigned itself to its fate. Day by day, it trailed behind Sue with its head drooping, no longer yearning for freedom. However, the little fox roughly understood Sue's personality and was no longer too afraid of him, appearing resigned and indifferent. What? You're a female? Is there a problem? Then what should I call you, Fox Grandmaster? If not Fox Grandmaster, should it be Fox Grandmistress? Fox Grandmaster has such presence. The little fox spoke as though it was the most natural thing. The above represents some of the everyday chats between Sue and the little fox during their leisure time. Through their conversations, Sue learned that the little fox was only 1 year old and had lived in the northern forest since it could remember. Later, it once unintentionally discovered a hunting tiger pack, and the brutality of the pack during the hunt terrified it greatly, prompting it to flee south and find this area a month ago. This area has no powerful beasts, and there are plenty of small animals. So, it settled here and has lived quite freely this past month. I see you've reached mortal tier level 9. Your advancement speed is quite fast. That's right, Fox. I'm an excellent fox. The little firefox had a proud look, especially confident about its progress, having only turned a little over a year old since its birth, yet achieving such a high level. Given time, I'm sure I'll also be a tier 1 transcendent beast, and I won't have to rely on others like I do now, thought the little firefox, glancing at Sue beside it. It instinctively wanted to say Sir Fox, but with Sue, the tier 1 transcendent beast nearby, it lacked confidence and held back. Tell me, boss, how old are you? Is it hard to advance to tier 1 transcendent? The little firefox asked slyly. 5 months, it was easy, I suddenly became tier 1 transcendent. Sue looked at the little firefox with amusement. Yeah, right. The little firefox rolled its eyes. It didn't believe such nonsense. So, tell me about the Tiger Clan's information. How much do you know? Sue didn't explain anything, just asked the question it wanted to know. The information about a tiger clan in the north came from the little firefox, which revealed that the tier 1 transcendent tiger tribe wasn't solitary but part of a clan. This was also the topic Sue was most interested in during their journey. Talking to the little firefox before, everything it said was nonsense, with not a single truth. Sue hadn't pressed for details. Now it seemed the little firefox had been somewhat convinced by itself, prompting Sue to ask its questions. The tiger clan has more than a dozen tigers, white and yellow, among which the yellow ones are larger. The little firefox thought for a long time and struggled to find a way to describe them. It glanced at Sue's figure and finally thought of a comparison. Typically, the yellow tigers are about the size of 3 leaders lined up in a row, while the Tiger King is about the size of 4 leaders in a line, and the white tigers are slightly smaller, maybe 2? The little firefox kept gesturing with its forelimbs. Sue roughly understood what it meant. Comparing it to the tigers he had seen in his past life, yellow tigers would be similar to what he imagined as Siberian tigers, while the white ones were likely Bengal tigers. He remembered Alpha mentioning something about wolf packs coming from the zoo, but at the time he hadn't paid much attention. Now that he thought about it, with so many species in this mountain forest, it was probably related to the revival of spiritual energy. Otherwise, how could a forest that humans had cultivated for economic crops sustain so many wild beasts? And there are so many ferocious beasts like giant lizards, venomous snakes, etc., existing to threaten humans. According to the rules of human development in previous lives, these animals should have long become rare species, and this area is definitely not suitable for their survival. However, now that the spiritual energy has revived, the plants are rapidly expanding, and the forests are growing larger and denser, making it gradually more suitable for these animals. Conversely, humans are facing restrictions, unable to expand outward and instead constantly shrinking. This could be the divine cycle, where everything has its destined course. As for the size of the tiger pack described by the little fox, Sue also pondered over it. Currently, he stands at nearly 1.5 meters, so 2 of him would be 3 meters, with the white tiger being 3 meters long and the yellow tiger 4.5 meters. The Tiger King is even 6 meters long. What a colossal creature this is! Just by the size alone, Sue can feel the strength of the opponent's combat power, especially considering their great numbers. Indeed, they are a terrifying group of opponents. Fortunately, the wolf pack now has 4 Tier 1 transcendent wolves, which would have been unable to compete previously. The entire northern forest is the hunting territory of the tiger pack. Boss, you don't intend to go north, do you? The little fox continued, noticing that Sue had a blank expression and seemed lost in thought, and couldn't help but ask. You've piqued my interest, indeed. You absolutely must not go. The Tiger King is formidable, and when it comes to fighting. The little fox's voice grew increasingly faint. It didn't finish the sentence, but Sue understood its meaning. The little fox is worried that it won't be able to hold its own. Sue couldn't help but smile. Although this little guy was somewhat unreliable, he still had a good conscience. It was worth it every time Sue ordered takeout to take him along. You don't need to worry about this, I have my skills, nothing will happen. Sue lifted his front paw and patted the little firefox on the head. The little firefox glanced at this new boss in front of him. Although he was also a Tier 1 transcendent fierce beast, his small size was nothing compared to the imposing presence of a Tiger King that strides like a dragon and roars through the mountains. This little body really seems to be fragile. Now being forced to follow him as his little subordinate, even though he wasn't very willing, the food situation still made him quite enjoy it. Especially with different kinds of animals regularly served for meals. This was actually intentionally chosen by Sue. After reaching Tier 1 Transcendent, besides the necessary eating, Sue wasn't very willing to hunt other animals. Perhaps it was his instinct from his past life to maintain ecological balance, even though that might be insignificant. With the existence of the system, Sue could actually kill other animals to gain evolution points. Coupled with the existence of the music box, he could keep collecting endlessly. But Sue never did that. He instinctively resisted it. What meaning would that serve, a slightly higher level tier? To become a bloodthirsty killing creature? As long as the tribe can survive, and coexist peacefully with humans if able, that's enough. This is Sue's true thought at this moment. Sue feels he is not a saint. In his weak moments, he also fought desperately for survival. All animals and humans in this mutated world are struggling for survival. Chapter 47, Anomaly. Chapter 47, Anomaly. Sue noticed the little firefox's gaze and couldn't help but slap it again. Sue no longer explained anything to it. The secret of the music box is something no one can reveal. The more he uses the music box, the more Sue feels that it is like a divine artifact, and at the same time, he grows increasingly curious about the ancestral hall in the mountains. His curiosity about the origin of the music box also deepens. Where did this mysterious object come from? How did it appear inside the ancestral hall in the mountains? What does the music box actually represent? He is completely unclear about all of this. Yet he is eager to understand. Sue does not know if there are other such mysterious items in this world, besides the ancestral hall that he knows, and whether their functions are similar to his music box, or if each mysterious item has a different ability. Has this kind of mysterious item ever been possessed by other animals or humans? All of this, no one can answer Sue. It requires him to explore on his own. On the animal side, Sue has no way to find out. Animals do not communicate with each other, nor do they share information. Only on the human side, maybe there are records or someone knows about these matters. A night of cultivation. Sue gazed at the rising sun in the distance, patting the little fox curled up beside him who was still asleep. The little fox was training as well, but without any proper techniques like Sue, it couldn't absorb a large amount of energy to replace rest through cultivation. Almost all the mutated beasts still need to rest. Let's go, we need to leave now. Boss, are you serious? The little fox, once groggy, perked up and opened its eyes wide upon hearing that Sue was going to take it away. Let's go. Sue ignored it and continued walking straight ahead. Wait for me, boss. If I'm following you, you need to protect me. The little fox hurriedly stood up, trying to keep up with Sue's pace, looking at him with pitiful eyes. Sue nodded, taking the little fox along. It provided him with a companion to chat with, and besides, the little fox had decent talent. It could be cultivated as a little brother. Thus, a wolf and a fox moved forward through the abandoned factory area. This abandoned factory zone was vast, with large roads lined with factory buildings, all now desolate and devoid of people. Weeds sprawled across the roads, and even trees were growing in the middle of the streets. Since there was no rush, Sue didn't run wildly. Otherwise, with his current speed, he could cross this industrial park in no time. He and the little fox walked slowly, taking in the sights of this decaying industrial area. Before the revival of spiritual energy, these places must have been very busy every day. Along the way, several large trucks were parked by the roadside, their fuel tank openings ajar, suggesting that the fuel inside was long gone. Boss, why are you heading to the Tiger King's territory to the north? Their pack is really strong. I just want to see where their territory is. Soon, we might be rivals. Are you planning to fight against the Tiger Pack, boss? Who can predict the future? As Sue chatted with the little fox, violent tremors suddenly emerged from the mountains. It was as if a fierce explosion had occurred. Sue turned his head towards the north. The sound came from the north, not too far but also not very close. With his Tier 1 transcendent hearing, Sue could make out that the explosion was accompanied by the roaring of beasts. On the other side, in the northern mountain forests, a fully armed group was attacking a tiger that was hunting in the wild. The tiger wasn't large, it was an immature cub. Even though it was just a cub, it was over 3 meters long and more than a meter tall, fiercely fighting back and moving too quickly to give the humans a chance to encircle it. This tiger is too slippery, it won't go near our traps at all. Use armor-piercing rounds, aim carefully, and if it doesn't work, take it out. Quick and decisive, don't let the other tigers come over, one of the team members spoke up. Everyone, charge together. To capture this young tiger, they had been lying in wait for quite a long time. It was only after they thoroughly understood the young tiger's habits that they decided to take action. They just wanted to collect some tiger blood and tissue samples, but of course, it would be even better if they could capture a tiger alive. Roar! The tiger's roar echoes through the mountains. With everyone rushing at it, this nearby tiger showed no fear, leaping up with a roar. In the tiger's eyes, all animals are its food, and humans are no exception. They are all its prey. How dare these prey provoke it? Have they grown tired of living? Or do they think of themselves as young and easy to bully? A juvenile tiger is still a tiger, and its ferocity should not be underestimated. The tiger's massive paw came down on the humans like a slap. This blow sent one person flying as the hidden claw made contact with its prey, it suddenly extended, ripping through half of their flesh, tearing off a large chunk, and blood splattered everywhere. This poor human didn't even get a chance to fight back before being knocked to the ground, coughing up blood and convulsing. Transform, or you won't even get a chance to. Upon hearing this, the others began to undergo a bizarre and rapid transformation. Beastification. As a team, they each transformed into terrifying forms, their power surging, each one unique, with different animal features seemingly reflected in their appearances. The drastic change in the humans alerted the young tiger. The former prey now seemed different, larger, and more menacing. Their presence felt oppressive. The young tiger was stunned by the sudden changes before instinctively taking a step back, then it stood tall and let out a roar. Roar! I am the child of the Tiger King, the king of all beasts. How can I retreat? Bring it on, let us see what makes you different. The pride of the king of beasts made it utterly fearless, and it leapt up again, attacking these monstrous figures. Kill them! Roar! In an instant, dust flew, and countless trees were snapped in the chaos. Boom! A 3-meter-tall bio-warrior, covered in black fur and with a bear-like head, landed a solid punch on the young tiger's head. The young tiger staggered back several yards from the hit. At this moment, the young tiger's yellow and black fur was soaked in blood, and it bared its mouth, revealing a gory maw. This heavy punch made it a bit dazed but also ignited its ferocity. The giant tiger scanned the scene in a short confrontation. It had already killed 2 of the bio-warriors, but it had also sustained significant injuries. Although the opponents still had 7 or 8 warriors left, it felt no fear. Restrict it, use tranquilizers. The commander from afar had a grim look on his face. This young tiger's combat power exceeded his expectations, as 10 bio-warriors were unable to subdue it. Time cannot be delayed. If it drags on too long, they might not be able to escape. Upon receiving the command, all the bio-soldiers sprinted, while the young tiger stood its ground, immediately engaging in battle, and both sides collided once again. The bio-soldiers, risking being bitten, secured the tiger with their strength from all sides. Fire! Powerful anesthetic fired. From a distance, a modified tranquilizer gun in a vehicle aimed at the immobilized young tiger. Roar! Several powerful anesthetic darts instantly pierced into the young tiger's body. The young tiger let out a painful roar, initially struggling, but gradually the sound weakened. Let us go! The bio-soldiers quickly lifted the now quiet young tiger and tossed it into the vehicle. The sound of tiger roars could be heard from afar, and there was no time to collect blood samples, so they could only take the whole tiger back. A group of people quickly transformed back into human form, not bothering to put on clothes, hurriedly getting into vehicles, and the driver floored the gas pedal. With the roar of the engine, the convoy sped away. Chapter 48, Mysterious Base. Chapter 48, Mysterious Base. What is going on? Sue frowned. Humans are fighting against mutated beasts. And it sounds like the roar of a tiger. Humans are capturing mutated beasts again. The little firefox also heard the sound of explosions mixed with roars and showed a somewhat frightened expression as it spoke. Have you seen these humans? Sue keenly caught the 2 pieces of information mentioned by the little firefox, one being capturing mutated beasts, and the other again. I've seen them, not far from here. The little firefox nodded, its expression unusually serious. Thinking for a moment, it continued, however, they have something very dangerous in their hands. Many animals have been killed. Nearby, huh? The little firefox's words piqued Sue's interest, but it also alerted Sue humans can still survive outside the walls. What are they doing, and why do they have such powerful weapons? Yes, just nearby. Boss, do you want to check it out? I can take you there. Alright, let us go take a look. Sue nodded. With the little firefox leading the way, a wolf and a fox wound their way to a nearby factory. There are humans over there. I encountered them while searching for food. I saw them transporting mutated beasts in trucks. The little firefox stood up and pointed with its front paws towards a building ahead. Sue followed the direction the little firefox was pointing. At the entrance stood a doorway covered in vines, with the faint words Spring River Technology Company, Limited visible. Indeed, it was different from other places. although at first glance it looked like other factories, dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that there were some unusual aspects, like the lack of animal activity around. Though there were many weeds, the roads to exit were not overgrown with trees like in other places. Clearly, there was a need for vehicular access. There must be some secret here. "Boss, I won't go any further, this place is very dangerous," the little firefox said, a bit frightened. Clearly, it has had its share of hardship here otherwise, with its free-spirited nature, why would it be so cautious? "Okay, wait for me here." Sue nodded. Then he slowly walked forward. Using the dense weeds around him, Sue cautiously approached the special factory. Just as he neared the entrance of the Chunjian Technology Factory, Sue immediately sensed the slight movement of the camera at the door. "Oh no, there is surveillance." Sue quickly retreated, and just as he did, a laser shot towards his location in an instant. Gee! After a faint sound, a charred hole appeared in the ground. Laser weapon. Indeed, this place is not simple. Inside the factory, in a monitoring room, two fully armed security personnel also heard the alarm from the laser weapon being fired. "What is going on?" one of them asked. "A wolf has approached, but it's lucky it wasn't shot dead by the laser, otherwise it would have been a feast tonight," the other personnel said, reviewing some footage. "Yeah, it's rare for any animals to dare come close here," said the first speaker, nodding. "Should we go kill this wolf? Leave without authorization? If you want to die faster, go ahead. Then never mind." The two security personnel chatted casually in the monitoring room, and Sue's appearance didn't catch their attention. Sue cautiously circled the entire perimeter of the factory, observing the surroundings. He found that the defenses were very tight, with high-definition cameras covering every corner of the entire area. As soon as there is any disturbance, the laser weapon can shoot precisely. This prevents any animals or people wanting to approach. The stronger the security system, the greater the secrets it represents. Sue became even more curious about this place. This must be a secret base of humanity. What kind of secrets are hidden here? If what the little fox said is true, they have brought many mutated beasts into this factory. What are these humans up to? Surely it's not just for food. This time, they are even hunting mutated tigers. According to the little fox, the tiger pack is extremely powerful. Are these humans really so reckless? Moreover, in Sue's perception, there wasn't even a single animal around this building. All of this made Sue furrow his brow. However, no matter how tight the defenses are here, it's not a problem for Sue. Sue concealed himself again, then gently activated the music box. In an instant, countless blue orbs of light appeared before Sue. A familiar point light map appeared in his mind. Sue skillfully selected an area, enlarged and filtered it, and what finally appeared before him was a rectangular area. The points of light around this area were clearly defined, showing that the closer to the edge, the fewer animals there were, eventually becoming a blank area. Inside the square area, there are countless clusters of light. Sue adjusted some viewing angles, transforming the entire rectangular area into a three-dimensional pattern. In an instant, the distribution of all living beings in the factory appeared before my eyes. This mysterious factory lay before Sue, with the distribution of living beings directly visible. The three-dimensional image is filled with an array of luminous orbs. A dense mass sharply contrasts with the distinct boundaries. Moreover, the luminous orbs are distributed in layers. Sue counted and found there are a total of 9 layers. Yet, the tallest building in the Spring River Technology Factory is just a 3-story small building, so does these 9 layers suggest that there might be at least 7 levels underground? What kind of place is this, with such tight security, and so many life forms concentrated in this area, along with the preliminary assumption of 7 underground levels? All signs indicate that Sue has discovered an extraordinary location for humanity. This is a secret base for humanity. Chapter 49, Biological Experiment Base. Chapter 49, Biological Experiment Base. In these 9 layers, it resembles an inverted triangle, with the most life forms on the first layer and fewer as it goes down. The second to last layer has 4 luminous orbs. The last layer has only 1 luminous orb. Similarly, the further down, the larger and darker the light orbs representing life forms become. Although none of them are orange, the deep blue of the second to last layer, according to Sue's observations, suggests this is actually the pinnacle of mortal tier level 9. The next step will allow a breakthrough to Tier 1 Transcendent, the peak of mortal tier. However, what puzzles Sue is that in the last layer, that solitary life form has a small orb and a light color, giving Sue the impression of being a typical mortal tier entity. But being placed in the last layer surely can't be that simple. The specific reason is something Sue can't comprehend right now. Sue roughly counted. The first layer has over 1,000, the second layer 5 to 600, the third layer over 200, the fourth layer around 100, the fifth layer 50, the sixth layer 20, the seventh layer 10, the eighth layer 4, and the ninth layer, which is the last layer, has only 1. Sue scrutinized the shapes contained within each layer of the luminous orbs. The first 2 layers have the most luminous orbs, each corresponding to different life forms, showing many mutated animals of various races inside. And in the lower layers, most of the luminous orbs are humans, with only a small portion being mutated animals. However, there is one phenomenon that caught Sue's attention. Among the layers below the third, many luminous orbs appear somewhat chaotic. The life forms inside appear to be in severe distress. This situation is most prominent in the third, fourth, and fifth layers. Among them, many light orbs appeared taking on forms that intertwined between human and animal, constantly twisting and reshaping. This made Sue furrow his brows. He already had some guesses in his mind, but he needed to verify his assumptions through the next actions. After thinking for a moment, Sue didn't choose the mutated beasts or the humans below, but instead opted for a weak light orb in the third layer. As Sue immersed his mind, he took control of the very chaotic light orb in front of him. At the same time, his first feeling was one of intense pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as if his body was not his own. The pain felt similar to when his bloodline was changed. Sue clenched his teeth and exerted all his strength to open his heavy eyelids, and with a moment of dizziness, Sue saw a bright white shadowless lamp hanging above him. His body was completely immobile. He's awake. It's true, he really woke up. Hurry, continue to increase the dosage. Keep stitching. The rejection reaction is manageable. Sue heard the voices of several people around him. He caught a glimpse of 4 or 5 humans wearing white protective suits. They were conducting experiments on this body. The experimental subject's physical indicators are normal. The experimental data has been compiled and archived. The 5 of them surrounded Sue, continually writing and sketching. Whenever the data deviated, they would inject different drugs. Just as Sue was about to change his body, the experiment seemed to be over. He was lifted into a glass vessel. Lying in the cylindrical glass vessel, his body was filled with various tubes, and after all this, Sue was transported to an empty spot installed on the wall. As a liquid slowly filled the container, it gradually encased his body until he was completely submerged. This is a nutrient solution. Sue felt a surge of power slowly merging into his body. The original pain began to gradually recover within the liquid. Sue opened his eyes again. Ding! The system's voice sounded. Host has discovered a biochemical laboratory. Reward host with 1 lottery chance. Will you draw now? Biochemical laboratory. No. Sue understood this location was actually a biochemical laboratory. He decided to observe the situation first before thinking about the lottery later. Compared to his previous immobility on the experiment table, now he could see the other conditions in the room while hanging on the wall. As his line of sight shifted, the layout of the entire room came into view. It was a room several hundred square feet in size, with dozens of petri dishes inside. Sue couldn't clearly see what he looked like now and had no idea what kind of body he was inhabiting. But compared to the other 10 or so cylindrical petri dishes, Sue could somewhat infer the general shape of this body. Dozens of cylindrical cultivation containers, each housing a human or a humanoid creature, but each test subject appears to have different parts externally connected from various animal tissues. Some are large, some are small. What is this, bio-enhanced soldiers? Sue thought to herself. Sue gathered a lot of information by observing and listening to the conversations among the humans in this facility. She had obtained quite a bit of information. Indeed, it was the same as Sue had previously speculated. This was a bio-experimentation facility. The first floor housed a large area for housing mutated animals, with all kinds of mutated creatures, which served as experimental reserve materials for this facility. From the second floor onwards, each level added laboratories. The second floor mainly focused on collecting data on human and animal rejection and housed storage spaces for extracting and preserving mutated animal genes or parts. From the third floor onwards, the experimentation phase officially began with human and mutated animal bodies and genes. The deeper the levels descended, the higher the experimental levels became, with increasingly demanding requirements for materials. Through these experiments of varying levels, different test subjects were created. These test subjects are the so-called bio-enhanced soldiers. This experimental facility is researching how to transform humans into powerful bio-enhanced soldiers. For this reason, there are numerous test subjects in this facility. The number of these test subjects is quite large. The more successful the test subjects are, the smoother the merging of the spheres of light representing their spirits. Conversely, those that fail become extremely violent. From Sue's observations, she also found that the lower the floors went, the more stable the spheres of light representing life were. In the light spheres after merging, the forms of life became very clear. Especially in the lowest layer, which intrigued Sue the most, the forms of the light spheres were not much different from ordinary humans. There is another phenomenon. It is unclear whether it is due to the merging with mutated animals, but these test subjects can be accurately displayed in the music box discs. This differs somewhat from the usual coverage, where some organisms cannot be displayed in the discs formed by the music box. Chapter 50, Bio-Enhanced Soldiers. Chapter 50, Bio-Enhanced Soldiers. On the other side. Suddenly, the entire third floor was filled with blaring alarms. Beep. Wail. The sharp alarm echoed throughout the space, and red alarm lights flashed continuously. A group of researchers quickly began searching for hiding spots. Meanwhile, heavily armed guards swiftly gathered on the third floor from all levels. What is going on? Aren't the test subjects all asleep? Which one has gone out of control? The head of the third floor, Professor Scher, was now furious. Did one of you forget to inject the sedative in one of the petri dishes? No, I double-checked with Zhao Bing, a somewhat panicked researcher quickly explained. Upon hearing that Zhao Bing had confirmed, Professor Scher felt a little more at ease. Zhao Bing was his assistant, and although he didn't talk much, he was quite meticulous in his work. Since there were no mistakes in their programming, even if the test subject escaped control, it couldn't be blamed on them at most. It was just a matter of lack of experience. It wasn't uncommon for test subjects to go rogue in this laboratory. Armed guards intervening meant that there wouldn't be major problems on the third level. Recently, there had been a test subject riot on the 7th level, which took a significant effort to suppress. During that time, countless guards and several operational test subjects lost their lives. At this moment, Sue was quietly controlling a mutated lizard on the 3rd level, observing the battlefield. In front of him, both sides were at a standstill. The sounds of crashing and collapsing equipment echoed from time to time. Teams of guards, armed with guns, slowly made their way inside. Sue listened to the on-site command, knowing that this group of guards was trying to lure the test subject out of the room with the cultivation containers, so as not to affect the other test subjects inside. Inside the room, there was a young man with his body exposed, clutching his head in pain. Who am I? Who am I? Ah! You all should die, you all should die. Boom! Suddenly, he started to frantically hit the ground, his hands already covered in blood. I will kill you all, I want to kill you all. His body slowly began to grow larger, and as it did, he started to become hunched and deformed. A thick layer of horny scales grew on the exposed skin of his body, his hands and feet became gigantic, and sharp claws emerged. Whoosh! The speed was astonishingly fast, instantly delivering a lethal claw strike that split the nearest guard in half. Not good, he has transformed. Open fire. Sue heard the urgent shouts of the guards ahead, and for a moment, gunfire erupted. Tap, tap, tap. Automatic rifles spat out tons of fire. Bang! A table was thrown out, instantly crushing a guard who hadn't managed to dodge in time. Kill, kill, kill. The test subject inside was screaming madly. Continuous bodies of guards were being hurled out, and at times, clusters of body parts shot out. Blood splattered, and the smell of blood filled the air. Ah, kill, kill. The stench of blood made him even more frenzied. He was rampaging through the crowd. Guards were trivial to him, scattering in panic, only able to shoot sporadically. The defeat of the guards caused the captain standing beside Sue to have a rather unpleasant expression. A bunch of useless trash, so ineffective, they might as well become experimental materials, saving us the trouble of having to catch people for experiments. The other guards were pale but dared not voice any rebuttal. Boom! Another guard was blasted out, crashing into the wall, instantly bleeding from all 7 openings, collapsing like a pile of rotten mud. A little strength and you don't know who you are? Looks like you're about to get beat up, said a visibly sinister captain. He slowly took off his jacket. Die! Trash! The captain, who was not initially muscular, started to show bulging veins all over his body, his muscles swelling dramatically. Thick mane grew on his back and chest. His body grew taller, instantly reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters. Fortunately, the 3rd floor has a height of 6 or 7 meters, so 3 or 4 meters here isn't much of a constraint. The giant's eyes are blood red. Roar! It roars in front, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth like spikes. Hidden to the side, Sue looks at the transformed captain of the guard with some surprise. Is he also a test subject? When not transformed, he looks just like an ordinary human, with no noticeable differences. Sue deduces from the other stance that the mutated captain has reached mortal tier level 7. So what would his strength be before transformation? This piques Sue's curiosity. At first, this captain didn't seem special to Sue's perception, so he didn't pay him much attention. As the captain transformed, the uncontrolled test subject also noticed his presence. Let us go. The surviving guards quickly retreated from the battlefield. In just about 10 minutes, half of the 30 guards had died. Sue, hiding behind the guards, finally saw the test subject inside. Sue stares blankly at the test subject before him, lost in thought. This test subject is exactly the one he controls. He can sense the mark made by his music box. But at this moment, its appearance has changed so drastically that it hardly resembles a human anymore. Instead, it looks more like a mutated pangolin. Just as Sue is dazed, 2 test subjects begin to fight. In an instant, the entire 3rd floor is filled with the sounds of heavy blows. Waves of punching winds scatter some scattered documents and experimental equipment. Bang! Bang! Roar! Chapter 51, The Battle Among Test Subjects. Chapter 51, The Battle Among Test Subjects. It's test subject number 1013. Professor Schur also arrives at the edge of the battlefield after the captain transforms, looking at the test subject ahead in astonishment. He turns to the 2 researchers following him, his eyes filled with anger. A bunch of useless fools. The 2 researchers also see the test subject in front of them, initially feeling apprehensive, but their faces turn pale instantly. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and come over to record the test subject's data. Professor Schur shouts at the 2. The 2 researchers, trembling, come over and take out their notebooks to start recording. These researchers are responsible for conducting experiments on the test subjects and need to understand their combat methods and forms to accumulate experience and cover any gaps. Number 1013? Upon hearing Professor Schur's words, Sue begins to ponder. Does test subject number 1013 imply that 1013 human experiments have already been conducted? Or perhaps even more, these are just the numbered test subjects, and there are countless failed experiments that don't deserve a number. Of course, there's also the possibility that this is just a simple number, merely a meaningless sequence of digits. Sue leans towards the first suspicion. Professor, I remember that number 1013 involved replacing the mutated beast's pangolin genes with evolution-capable psychic gene fragments found in the organism's own spiral genes. Although this technology is new, several organisms have successfully implemented it, so theoretically, data analysis shouldn't go out of control, one of the researchers nervously stated while taking notes. Recent research indicates that certain psychic genes in the mutated beasts contain a potential ancestral factor, which can easily trigger some mutations in the organism. If there are no problems in other areas, the loss of control for subject 1013 might have something to do with this factor. Although Professor Schur was angry, he had previously thought well of this researcher, and since this incident likely wasn't due to their mistake, he offered an explanation. However, we currently lack the technology to grasp such factors. I've only heard lower-tier researchers mention it, and we are still in the theoretical stage. Professor Schur continued. Ancestral factor. The two researchers and Sue, who was hiding nearby, quietly took note of this. Sue had no understanding of these genetic theories, so he could only superficially remember terms like organism, psychic gene, and ancestral factor. Captain Yang Li from the 7th Squad of the security team indeed possesses great strength after transformation. No wonder he's an experimental subject personally handled by the doctor. Professor Schur was very interested in the combat power of the security team leader, who was clashing hard against Subject 1013 in the battlefield. I haven't seen him use full strength yet, but I heard he can unleash Tier 1 transcendent combat power. So powerful. The two researchers beside him were closely observing every move of their superior. Hearing Professor Schur's words, they were surprised and enviously watched the battle scene. They were ordinary people and could not cultivate. Therefore, having the ability to freely control transformations like Captain Yang Li and possess Tier 1 transcendent abilities like other cultivators was a deep-seated desire for them. After the recovery of spiritual energy, many people were able to cultivate, and some even experienced awakenings, instantly becoming elites among the crowd. Yet they were just ordinary people, who had suffered enough bullying from society outside, which drove their obsession with power. The two were brought here because they were clever and had previously been graduate students in a gene university before the recovery of spiritual energy, having studied gene editing, which led to their absorption into this mysterious organization. Here, they discovered that gene modification could also empower people, granting them capabilities beyond ordinary limits, not inferior to regular cultivators. However, they still belonged to the lowest tier in the base and couldn't access advanced organism experiments. Experiments on the 3rd and 4th floors are still quite basic. They can become powerful but come with serious side effects. Thus, they yearn for continuous progress, slowly aspiring to possess higher authority like Professor Schur and to receive the latest experimental materials. Only the future can provide the best experiments for oneself, allowing one to become stronger. They heard that some of the laboratories on the lowest level of the experimental base have more advanced and powerful equipment and superior materials. In such laboratories, one can conduct perfect experiments, transform freely without any side effects, and even grow. What do you think? Captain Yang Li's experiment was completed personally by the lower-level doctor. Can the combat power be the same? Unexpectedly, after the aura revival, the implementation of the biochemical warrior project has gone more smoothly. Professor Schur has been an elder at this experimental base, having started research on genes before the revival of the aura, hoping to develop biochemical warriors. However, back then, the experiments had made no progress. After the revival of the aura, the mana in the air, which everyone would later become familiar with, surprisingly has a catalytic effect, allowing experiments to continue, and subsequent experiments became increasingly successful. Biochemical Warrior Project. Sue heard a new term, gaining a rough understanding of what this 9-layer experimental base is used for. Meanwhile, the battlefield has also reached a fever pitch. Roar! The giant transformed by Yang Li roars violently, delivering massive punches against the shell of experimental subject 1013. Each hit produces a resounding boom. Meanwhile, the shell-using experimental subject 1013 continuously roars, hoping to use speed to turn the tide of battle. However, within the not-so-spacious area, there isn't much room to maneuver, and the giant's speed is not slow, so experimental subject 1013 does not hold an advantage. Fortunately, the pangolin gene has caused him to grow thick scales, granting him a certain immunity against the giant's punches. However, although the giant can't break through his scales, its inner strength crashes into his body. This constantly impacts his internal organs. Kill. 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 The experimental subject has been completely overtaken by instinct, with only slaughter in its mind. Sharp claws scratch deep wounds into the giant's skin, yet it seems unable to inflict significant damage. Boom! Again, a heavy punch strikes experimental subject 1013 on the head. The furious force instantly sends it flying, crashing against the wall. This caused a slight tremor. The walls and floors of this experimental building are constructed in a way that doesn't seem to weaken, as such fierce combat has not caused any damage. Ah! Ah! I want to kill you. Having been knocked back, experimental subject 1013 is in an extreme rage, completely devoid of any human reasoning. It howls frantically at the giant formed by Yang Li. Its violent aura growing stronger, forming a cyclone that continuously rotates around its body. Chapter 52, Second Form. Chapter 52, Second Form. Number 1013 wants to transform for the second time, but it lacks the ability to do so. A researcher looked at the experimental subject before him, his face showing shock. The genes of the mutated pangolin are not sufficient to support a second transformation, forcing it would only cause its body to collapse. Professor Schur also looked grave. Second transformation. Hidden on the sidelines, Sue's heart skipped a beat upon hearing these words. Their research into biochemical warriors seemed to have reached a higher form. Although Sue didn't know what the second transformation actually looked like, Sue could sense the trio's importance on it. The second transformation seemed remarkable. Meanwhile, the giant transformed by Captain Yang Li also seemed to have noticed the state of the experimental subject. He also paused his assault. This was the first time Yang Li truly faced this experimental subject. His earlier attack was just an appetizer. He hadn't exerted his full strength, but now the situation seemed to have changed, making him take it seriously. If this experimental subject could break through to the second transformation, it would no longer be a battle of the current level. The aura emanating from experimental subject 1013 grew stronger, its hands and feet elongated, and its sharp claws gleamed with a ghostly light. Perhaps it really can succeed. Professor Schur looked in astonishment at the battlefield, where the aura of the experimental subject was becoming increasingly overwhelming, unable to help but murmur. Ah! Ah! I want to kill you, kill you. Experiment 1013 could only howl in pain while repeatedly uttering this phrase. Yang Li stared at the experimental subject with bloodshot eyes. Although he was excited to see it break through and then have a good fight, clearly, this scene did not allow for that. Moreover, if the battle escalated, no one knew if it would lead to other unnecessary troubles. After all, not far from the battlefield were several cylindrical incubators, containing many dormant experimental subjects. If the battle affected that area, it would be troublesome. This was also the reason why the guard team did not launch an immediate attack at the beginning. The duty of the guard team is to maintain stability in the experimental base. Therefore, they couldn't wait for it to break through. A swift resolution is needed. Thus, the giant transformed by Yang Li raised his right hand. A surge of power began to accumulate rapidly, and soon this already thick arm became even more robust. It even became twice the thickness of the left arm. Die! The giant bellowed, leaping forward and bringing his right hand down like a colossal rock onto the experimental subject on the ground. Boom! Everyone was shocked to see that experimental subject 1013 managed to block Yang Li's strike using just its alternating arms, nearly stepping back a single pace. It got stronger so quickly. This thought crossed everyone's minds. And it hasn't even broken through to the second transformation yet. Bring it on! The rough roar of the giant resounded. Boom! Boom! Even multiple successive critical hits couldn't inflict damage on the experimental subject, and their effectiveness was waning, initially causing it to retreat 2 steps. Gradually it became just 1 step. And then it became half a step. In the end, he stood still and endured a giant's heavy punch. Just when everyone thought that the experimental subject number 1013 might bring everyone miracles and break through to its second form. This situation needs to be reported upwards. If the experimental subject number 1013 breaks through to its second form, then today's incident can't just be seen as a simple loss of control. Professor Scher's face looked a bit grim, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He took out his communication device from his pocket, preparing to report the abnormal situation occurring on the third level. Looks like I need to go all out. The giant let out a harsh sound, filled with murderous intent. At that moment, crack! Amidst the noise, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Others did not notice it, but Yang Li, who was transforming, keenly heard this unremarkable cracking sound. Crack! The second cracking sound followed. Then came the third, and the fourth. Everyone noticed something unusual. Experimental subject number 1013's body began to shatter, although its momentum continued to rise. Yet the body was like shattering porcelain, with cracks constantly appearing. No! The experimental subject also noticed his anomaly and screamed in terror. However, the shattering did not stop. In fact, it quickened. Under everyone's astonished gaze. Amidst the desperate roar of experimental subject number 1013, its body collapsed. The entire body shattered into irregular shapes, scattering across the ground. After the massive body fractured, not a drop of blood remained, just like stones. The captain of the guard, Yang Li, also slowly returned to his original appearance, taking the clothes handed to him by a subordinate and changing back. Before transformation, Yang Li's strength was only slightly stronger than an average person. After transforming, he could reach mortal tier levels 7 or 8, possessing immense destructive power. This is simply a shortcut to increase combat power. It's just unknown if there will be any side effects. Su couldn't help but feel a bit stunned by this technology used in human research. On the other hand, experimental subject number 1013's breakthrough to its second form failed. I was so scared I thought number 1013 would be able to break through to the second form, a researcher said while patting his chest. Breaking through to the second form isn't that easy. Professor Scher put down the communicator in his hand and turned to the two researchers beside him, saying, "Get someone to clean up the scene, and you two check the status of the other experimental subjects. Check carefully, all right?" "Understood, Professor," the two replied, nodding. Just as the two were preparing to leave, a holographic projection device above them emitted a holographic image. The two instantly stood respectfully behind Professor Scher. The holographic projection showed a middle-aged man in a suit wearing glasses. "Professor Scher, how do you plan to explain this incident happening on the third level to me?" The calm words seemed to strike at Professor Scher's heart, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. "Dr. Liang, this situation is my responsibility. I will sort out all the information related to number 1013 to report to you shortly." Professor Scher, too respectful to wipe his sweat, said seriously to the holographic projection in front of him. "Okay, I'll wait for your report. I hope you don't disappoint me." The middle-aged man known as Dr. Liang said with a smile. "I won't let you down," Professor Scher said earnestly. Swish! The holographic projection vanished. Professor Scher finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Dr. Liang is the highest authority in this experimental base, a dominant figure here. Professor Scher immediately turned around and shouted to the two people behind him, "What are you standing there for? Go organize the data." Yes. Chapter 53, The Arrival of the Tiger King. Chapter 53, The Arrival of the Tiger King. Su's spirit quickly detached, because he sensed some movement suddenly occurring outside this mysterious base. So, Su withdrew a considerable distance, hidden beneath the tall plants. "Boss, I told you, this human territory is really not easy to approach. Ever since I came here, I've not seen a single animal dare to come close. Of course, you're the first, boss." The little firefox, hiding behind, was still debating whether to leave, but before it could decide, it saw Su returning and hurriedly flattered him. No wonder the guards are so strict. It's a biochemical laboratory that conducts experiments on humans. I wonder what level of experiments they are capable of now. They must have plenty of results by now. Sue ignored the little firefox's words and was deep in thought. Boss, what did you say? This place is indeed dangerous. If you didn't warn us about being here, you're really lucky. Sue glanced back at the little firefox, whose eyes were darting around, and spoke. Ha ha. The little firefox secretly rolled its eyes, thinking to itself, who do you think I am? Is this sharp mind just for show? Silence. Just as the little firefox was about to speak, Sue's voice echoed in its mind. It quickly shut its mouth. In this factory named Spring River Technology, numerous armed humans suddenly emerged. Have they been discovered? The little firefox felt a bit nervous, but soon it noticed that this group of humans was each getting into off-road vehicles and driving grandly towards the northern mountains. What are they doing? Could it be that they are going to provide support in the north? The little firefox heard explosions and tiger roars in the far-off mountains becoming more frequent. What should we do? We still alarmed the tiger pack. What if we take some blood and send it back? Coward number 145, come on. How much effort was spent to catch it, and now you just let it go? When will we have such a good opportunity again? Number 137, that can't be said like that. If we lure the tiger pack to headquarters, we can't bear this responsibility. A few people in the vehicle engaged in a heated discussion, seemingly unable to persuade each other. Ask the captain what he thinks. Everyone turned to look at the captain. I will report to headquarters and let them decide. The captain thought for a moment and ultimately did not make the decision himself, preferring to leave it to headquarters. After all, the strength of the tiger pack in the northern region of Yongchang was too formidable, and even a Tier 1 transcendent wouldn't necessarily have the confidence to confront an adult giant tiger. The existence of the Tiger King was even more legendary. It was said that he easily killed 2 people surrounded by several human Tier 1 transcendent beings, forcing them to retreat. From then on, North City became a place that everyone feared to mention. This was the only red alert area before Dongquan Mountain was designated as a red alert zone. Okay, yes, understood. The person on the other end of the phone nodded with great respect, and no one showed any dissent once the call was connected. Everyone fell silent, afraid to make a sound. After hanging up the phone, the captain said just one sentence. Bring back the tiger. No one in the entire carriage raised any objections. Everyone knew this was an order from their superiors. Roar! After driving for more than 10 kilometers, the tiger roars from behind grew frantic, filled with anger. 114, 145, 137, 159, 58, you stay behind to ambush the pursuing tigers. The captain coldly recited several code names. Yes. Though the 5 individuals named changed their expression slightly, they dared not show any signs of resistance or dissatisfaction. Headquarters has sent people to support us. Hold on a little longer. The captain nodded slightly and spoke. By the way, all high-energy nutrient solutions are left for you. The 5 of them cupped their fists to the captain, grabbed several boxes of high-energy nutrient solutions, and jumped off the vehicle to set up an ambush on this road. They intended to use their strength to buy time for the convoy's escape. The 5 understood the captain's meaning, buy time until death, but the captain still gave them hope. Support from headquarters. The outcome was already determined. They would not wait for support before they died. Ambushing has always been an action filled with sacrifices, and this time was no exception. They were facing an enraged tiger. Everyone, take a break. A fierce battle is coming soon. 58 was a young man with a square face, and among them, he had the strongest abilities after transformation. I wonder what level of tiger is chasing us. Can we manage to kill one if we fight to the death? 137 casually took a bite of the high-energy nutrient solution on him, replenishing his internal energy. If it's a common mutated white tiger from the tiger pack, we have a good chance of killing it, but if it's a mutated Siberian tiger, we might end up mutually damaging each other. 114 also pulled out the nutrient solution and began to replenish his energy. For a moment, the atmosphere turned a bit bleak. No one spoke. Everyone was busy saturating themselves with high-energy nutrient solutions. Every transformation consumes a lot of energy, and these high-energy nutrient solutions are the best way to replenish it. With energy, their combat power becomes stronger, and the transformations last longer. The recent battle with the baby tiger has already drained a significant amount of energy, so now is just the right time to replenish it. Don't forget, our goal is not to kill the chasing tiger, but to buy time. Number 159, who had been silent, said gravely. Yes, as long as we can buy time. What if we can hold out until reinforcements arrive? Thinking like this, it seems there's a glimmer of hope. Only number 58 remained silent. He knew that capturing the tiger wouldn't be that simple. He had already made the worst possible preparations before this mission. Unexpectedly, after completing the mission, he was double-crossed by the captain. The captain is Subject 49, who, like 58, successfully underwent the gene implantation of mutated beasts. While they may not have had significant past conflicts, the philosophy of better a dead comrade than a dead tool seemed to be second nature to them. He no longer hoped for support. He didn't trust 49's words. Even if there were reinforcements, it would be a supply convoy that wouldn't care about their tools' lives. As test subjects, even if they died, they could still be remodeled. Biochemical experiments never lack test subjects, and aside from the first 5 subjects, all others can be replaced. He doesn't know much about the first 5 subjects besides a few people. No one knows their condition. The most important reason these test subjects risk their lives for the research base is that they need to inject a suppressive agent once every month, otherwise, the fused genes would collapse. If the genes collapse, the test subject would die a horrific death, so no test subject can survive outside the research base. Number 58 instinctively touched the area over his chest. There is a crystal the size of a fingernail inside it. Is his safeguard, obtained during a mission. Initially, to hide it, he embedded it into his flesh. Never did he expect that the crystal had actually fused with his flesh and blood, and he could feel its existence, while the scanning devices could not detect it. This eased his previously anxious heart. Since obtaining this crystal, he had found that he seemed to have less dependency on the suppressive agent. He had been keeping this secret hidden. He had hidden it for so long just for today. What he, number 58, needed to consider now was how to use these 4 cannon fodder to buy himself time to survive and seize this opportunity to escape. Sniping the mutated tiger seems ineffective as it passes through ditches and felled trees. Currently, the only effective factor is their combat ability after transformation. Everyone hide first. I'll go up high to observe, number 58 said as he set down the high-energy nutrient solution. The others did not doubt him, quickly choosing their positions and watching number 58 leave slowly. After a long wait, number 58 still hadn't appeared. What's up with number 58? He didn't run off, did he? What situation should be discovered? Where can one run to? Abandoning one's post means death, and separating from the organization also means death. That's true. Chapter 54, The Powerful Tiger King. Chapter 54, The Powerful Tiger King. A giant beast suddenly charged in from afar, moving at incredible speed, kicking up sand and stones, and all the trees on the road were shattered by its brute force. As if sensing the presence of the 4 people, the massive creature slowly came to a halt. As the dust settled, the 4 of them looked at the colorful giant beast in front of them with fear in their eyes. Tiger King. Everyone gasped. It was actually the Tiger King who was chasing them. Transform quickly, ah! 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 The forest was filled with cries of despair. The giant striped tiger only stayed here for a very brief moment before speeding up again. I can't believe it's so powerful. Fortunately, I left early, otherwise, I would never have escaped. On top of a giant tree halfway up a small hill in the distance, a figure stood silently watching. This person was the early escapee number 58, and he too was shocked by this giant beast. Especially the glance the giant beast shot as it left his hair standing on end, his body rigid, afraid to make a sound. What a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes. Only after the beast had left did he let out a slight breath. At that moment, number 58 realized his palms and back were drenched in cold sweat. Oh no! This bunch of useless fools couldn't even delay a bit of time. All combat personnel, disembark. Sensing the huge racket getting closer behind the convoy, the temporary captain of this team, number 49, looked somewhat grim. The captain felt reluctant but had no choice, preparing to disembark with the others to intercept. He knew he couldn't bring this prey back to the experimental base, otherwise, he wouldn't have any value in the organization's eyes. It seems the captain has received support. In the distance, a convoy was rushing over. Transport trucks and armored vehicles were dozens. Great, let's go. On the other side. At the biochemical experimental base. More and more experimental subjects were coming out of the biochemical experimental base. Before transforming, these subjects mostly had human forms, with only a few possessing parts from other animals. Just as Sue was secretly observing these experimental subjects. Hiss! A screeching halt sounded. 2 vehicles sped in and came to a stop at the entrance of this abandoned factory. 4 people got out of the cars, hurriedly opening the back doors. They lifted something out from inside. A tiger. Hiding in the grass, Sue and the little fox both saw the creature being pulled from the car. It was a large tiger. They captured a tiger, how dare they? The little fox said in disbelief, aren't they afraid of the Tiger King's revenge? If they were afraid, they wouldn't have captured it. Sue replied calmly. The little fox unusually fell silent. The others saw number 49 and cleared a path for them to carry the tiger inside the perimeter. The sounds of cannon fire and gunshots in the distance stopped. Everyone stood ready, awaiting the final showdown. The ambush on the tiger pack had likely already failed. Sue sensed above. He looked up towards the distance. In the woods far away, birds flew up in alarm. Something was approaching swiftly. Slowly, the ground began to tremble slightly, and gradually the vibrations grew stronger. Roar! The ground shook violently, accompanied by roaring sounds. A giant beast charged out of the woods. It was a colorful giant tiger, 6 meters long and 2 meters high, a true behemoth. After bursting out of the woods, the giant tiger gradually came to a stop, no longer charging forward. It stepped forward slowly. Each step felt as though it was pressing down on the hearts of all the test subjects, their momentum crushing them, making it hard to breathe. The tiger hasn't arrived yet, but its oppressive power has already come in advance. Tiger King. The little red fox's eyes widened in astonishment as it gazed at the giant beast in the distance. So this is the Tiger King. Sue activated the true eye. Target, Tiger King. Bloodline, Wind Weak. Level tier, Tier 1 Transcendent Intermediate First Stage. Talent, Tiger Might releases an aura to intimidate opponents, capable of suppressing up to 20% of the opponent's strength. Skill, None. This Tiger King has a level tier that is not low, comparable to its current self. Moreover, its talent is extraordinarily powerful, suppressing 20% of the opponent's strength. What a terrifying ability. No wonder the entire northern area is its hunting ground. This time, humans hunting the tiger is truly a provocation against this Tiger King. The number of tiger and wolf packs should not be large. Sue empathized and found it utterly intolerable. It was inevitable for the Tiger King to appear here. Based on what I know about this human biochemical laboratory, their power is unfathomable, and even the Tiger King might not gain any advantage. The battle between the Tiger King and the experimental base is unlikely to be that simple. As expected. In front of the biochemical experimental base, the subjects, those biochemical warriors, began to move in batches under the command of various leaders. Most of these subjects were ordinary people before transforming, appearing unremarkable under Sue's true eye, just plain humans, but after transformation, their power surged dramatically, reaching the 6th and 7th levels of mortal tier. Once transformed, the subjects no longer resembled humans, becoming bizarre and grotesque, excessively ugly, and extremely bloodthirsty. Their behavior was also exceptionally frenzied, seemingly indifferent to their own lives or deaths. They charged forward for slaughter, undaunted. Even if a swipe from the Tiger King shattered their arms or torsos, they still dragged their bodies, relentlessly biting. As long as they could attack the opponent, they would use any means possible. Sue also observed this phenomenon. It seemed that these frenzied subjects felt instinctively fearful of the Tiger King's intimidation when they were still in human form, but once they transformed, it seemed that the Tiger King's intimidation had no effect. They transformed into thoughtless beasts that only knew how to kill. Humans can also transform into monsters. The little red fox beside him could hardly believe the scene before its eyes. In front of it, batches of humans instantly transformed into all sorts of bizarre monsters, their bodies swelling and enlarging, some body parts directly morphing into various strange animal features. Some even sprouted all kinds of tentacles from their insides. For a moment, the little red fox's eyes were opened wide, breaking through its imagination. This world seemed different from what it had imagined. Isn't the competition between humans and animals just a race to see who evolves faster? Although humans have some strange tools, are these also considered new tools for humans? These test subjects didn't pose much of a challenge to the Tiger King. Although there were more of them, they couldn't inflict any real damage, just draining a lot of its energy. Chapter 55, The Essence of the Tiger Clan. Chapter 55, The Essence of the Tiger Clan. On the other side, Dr. Liang, going head-to-head with the test subjects results in significant losses for the base's test subjects. In a room at the experimental base, a tall, beautiful young woman stood behind a middle-aged man wearing glasses, gently massaging his shoulders. The tall woman, dressed in a sharp business suit, perfectly accentuated her figure. It doesn't matter, it just clears out some of the flawed test subjects from the past. This not only saves on storage costs but also frees up some space. The middle-aged man with glasses was sitting in front of a massive monitor, watching the carnage at the entrance, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. He was Dr. Liang, the master of this experimental base. This Tiger King is indeed formidable. I really want to get some blood and flesh samples from it. By the way, the tiger we hunted has been transported back to the base, right? It's already been brought back and is now imprisoned in the live animal enclosure on the second floor, ready for experimentation at any time, the woman replied. Dr. Liang nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the monitor, deciding to wait until this incident was over before addressing everything. What do you think it would cost to keep this tiger? When it comes to fighting, numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 could all take it on one-on-one. But to capture it, it might require number 1 to step in, the woman mused for a moment before speaking. After saying this, she fell silent. Number 1 was a top-secret entity within the experimental base, known only to herself and Dr. Liang. The man in glasses closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Number 1 is a special existence, and it seems that even Dr. Liang has no good solutions for it. What a pity! Let us at least leave behind some flesh and blood, the man in glasses sighed. Suddenly, new changes appeared on the monitor as a dozen tigers charged in from afar, a mix of spotted tigers and white tigers. This tiger we're capturing doesn't seem ordinary. The man in glasses was not at all anxious, still speaking confidently. However, this current situation won't work. Let us put together teams 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yes. Dr. Liang's arrangements were unknown to Su. But at this moment, he noticed something unusual in the distance. A dozen gigantic tigers were charging in, making a grand spectacle. This is the Tiger Clan. Tigers can also hunt in packs. Though Su had heard about it before, seeing it with her own eyes still left her slightly awestruck. When Su first heard the little firefox speak of the Tiger Clan, she was somewhat surprised, as according to her past life's perspective, 2 tigers cannot coexist in one. Mountain tigers mostly fight alone. Could it be that the awakening of spiritual energy has changed their habits, or is it that this is the only way they can survive better, or perhaps the experiences in the zoo have caused them to get used to living together? Su did not dwell further on why the tiger group was in a pack. He used his true eye to observe. There were as many as 12 giant tigers that appeared later, 7 white tigers and 5 striped tigers. Among the later arrivals, 2 of the tigers were Tier 1 transcendent beasts, while the others were mortal tier level 8 and 9. Among the 2 Tier 1 transcendent giant tigers, one was a white tiger and the other a striped tiger. They were leading the way. In Su's talent skill, True Eye, their information appeared before him. Target, white tiger. Bloodline, none. Level Tier 1 transcendent Tier 1, early stage. Talent, Tiger Roar, a powerful soundwave skill with great penetration that can cause brain injury to the target. Skill, none. And the information about the status panel. Target, colorful tiger. Bloodline, none. Level Tier Tier 1 Transcendent Tier 1, Early Stage. Talent, Steel Claw Enhanced Tiger Claw, a multiple increase in the strength of the Tiger Claw. Skill, none. The talents of both Tier 1 Transcendent Giant Tigers lean towards offense. Although they cannot compare to the battle suppression talents of the Tiger King, they are still considerable talent abilities. For a species, such battle power can be considered extremely luxurious. This is the foundation of the Tiger Pack. Sue inwardly compared the battle powers of the Wolf Pack and the Tiger Pack and found that there didn't seem to be a significant advantage. Although the Wolf Pack has a slightly larger number of high-end battle power now, the specific strength does not seem to show a considerable advantage for the Wolf Pack. The only advantage lies in potential. The Wolf Pack has accelerated its development due to its existence, lacking only time and size. Seeing the situation of the experimental base and the Tiger Pack, Sue couldn't help but sigh. The road to becoming stronger is still long and arduous. Sue's previous sense of relaxation has now been completely dispelled. It was time to return to the Wolf Pack, and Sue suddenly felt nostalgic, wanting to see how the Wolf Pack had developed. Compared to the Tiger Pack, Sue was even more wary of the experimental base. The blatant capturing of animals and conducting experiments on their flesh and blood to create more powerful biochemical warriors. It was more like a rule-breaking catfish that thoroughly disrupted the peace of the mountains and forests. The arrival of other giant tigers in the Tiger Pack instantly changed the battlefield. Ordinary experimental subjects, though fighting desperately, could not stop the Tiger Pack's advance. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a one-sided massacre. These monsters don't seem to be a match for the Tiger Pack. It looks like they will breach this encircled area soon, the little firefox said, excited to see the Tiger Pack showing its might. Although it didn't have a good impression of the Tiger Pack, having escaped from the north to avoid being hunted, this did not stop its growing hatred for the humans. Aside from those bloodthirsty monsters, everything started because humans captured a tiger and brought it into the factory, so naturally, the initial fault lies with the humans. This is how the little firefox perceives it. It's still too early to say, these humans have more tricks up their sleeves. Sue shook his head, speaking very assertively. Tricks up their sleeves. The little firefox looked at Sue with some confusion. Noticing he didn't respond, it continued watching the fierce fighting. The fighting was extremely brutal, however. Besides the shattered bodies of experimental subjects, there was no blood at the scene, only some viscous, transparent bodily fluid of unknown origin. Inside the walls, all the experimental subjects made way for a path. A group of humans dressed in black emerged from the interior of the Spring River Technology Campus. This group comprised around 20 individuals, and compared to other experiment subjects, their demeanor and clothing were indistinguishable from those of humans. They were not at all as wooden and dazed as the group of experiment subjects standing in the open space. At the back of the crowd, Sue spotted a familiar face, Yanli. However, he was at the very end of this group. As soon as these people started to move, Sue had already noticed it through the music box. Some life forms on the 8th and 7th levels began to move, which was also why Sue had told the little fox that it was too early. As for the life form on the 9th level, it surprisingly did not join the battle this time, which disappointed Sue. Chapter 56, Slaughter. Chapter 56, Slaughter. The appearance of this group also caught the attention of the Tiger Pack. Roar! With a loud roar, the Tiger King charged forward. Big Kitty, your opponent is me, a delicate-looking man with peach blossom eyes burst out from the crowd. I really don't want to transform, it's ugly, but there is no choice since you won. Behave. The delicate man twirled his fingers and giggled, saying, Big Kitty, remember my name is number 2. After saying this, the delicate man's figure swelled, transforming into a fearsome beast. His entire body was black, covered in bone blades, with his limbs resembling curved daggers. He had a pair of blade-like wings on his back. He looked like a killing machine. A humanoid mantis. At the same time, others also began to transform. Aside from Yang Li's transformation, Sue hadn't seen any of the other forms before. The transformations of these 20 people were even more fearsome and streamlined compared to the previous experiment subjects. Their explosive power was much stronger. The experiment subjects were ugly and hideous, and after their bodies swelled up, they ended up looking somewhat bloated and uncoordinated, but this group of people had clearly been optimized significantly. Sue looked at the interface of the music box where 4 orange orbs suddenly appeared. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still a bit shocked. Human biochemical abilities have now allowed a mortal tier human to reach Tier 1 transcendent combat power through mutation. For Tier 1 transcendent combat powers, along with the addition of 16 mortal tier level 9 powers, the previously one-sided slaughter came to an immediate halt. Sue's gaze was fixed on those 4 biochemical warriors who instantly entered Tier 1 transcendent. Each of the 4 had their own unique traits. Aside from the delicate man's mutated mantis form, the other 3 were a porcupine form covered in steel spikes, a burly bear form that charged recklessly with bulging muscles, and a werewolf form with unmatched speed and steel claws. Among them, the mantis in the number 2 form has the greatest killing power, even capable of putting up a fight against the powerful Tiger King. The mantis is for attack, the explosive bear represents strength, the hedgehog stands for defense, and the werewolf symbolizes speed. Under the gaze of Sue's true eye, the 4 bio-warriors are clear to see the mutated level tier is at Tier 1 Transcendent, and compared to an ordinary Tier 1 Transcendent, the only notable difference is the absence of any talent. However, this does not affect them, perhaps transformation itself is their talent. Of course, Sue's attention is naturally focused on the mantis and the werewolf. When the werewolf form appeared, Sue noticed it immediately. After all, if they can transform into a werewolf, their experimental material surely included wolves. This implies that this experimental base had hunted wolf packs before. This must have occurred before their own arrival at that time. The strongest in the wolf pack was the alpha. A mortal tier 9 wolf king is hardly a match for this group of bio-warriors. Sue can imagine that if he hadn't come along, under such harsh survival conditions, this wolf pack might have faced extinction. In fact, this likelihood was quite high. It's worth noting that if he hadn't appeared, several of the wolf puppies would have likely perished when the giant rat attacked without any defensive wolves around. The lag in the evolution speed of the wolf pack led to an inability to keep up with hunting, resulting in many casualties. Coupled with the lack of offspring and fresh blood, even a small change could spell disaster. This small wolf pack was on the brink of doom. 7 beasts of Tier 1 Transcendent were fighting against each other. They are referred to as 7 beasts because the 4 human transformed monsters can no longer truly be considered human. Calling them beasts is more fitting. Boss, this group of monsters is incredibly strong, able to engage directly with the tiger pack. The little fox exclaimed, pointing at the battlefield. Seeing such a large-scale fight for the first time was thrilling. This heat is really spectacular. Boss, look at that spiky creature that actually prevents the tigers from attacking. Its claws are hesitant. Being spiky is really cool. Should we try capturing a hedgehog later and see if we can keep its skin? That creature that looks like a bear, bouncing around on its feet, is it sick? That's human combat. Oh, that werewolf looks a bit like you, boss. It's just that its fur doesn't look good, and its upper body is too muscular. You still look better, boss. That monster that is going toe-to-toe with the Tiger King really has strong combat power. Number 2 uses all 4 limbs. For him, every part of his body is a weapon because every joint and surface is equipped with blades or barbs. Therefore, he fights the Tiger King without defense, continuously attacking. However, the Tiger King can only exchange injuries in battle with him, making it quite unprofitable. This infuriated the Tiger King. Roar! Roars echoed. The Tiger King wished he could bite this prickly fellow to death, but due to his spikes, he couldn't manage to kill him. Nonetheless, the Tiger King's level was much higher than that of number 2, so his mana-infused claws would occasionally strike hard against number 2, who could only endure while being attacked. But the Tiger King's claws were not easy to withstand. Every hit would tear a piece of armor or break off some spikes from his body. The battle had reached a stalemate. The battle between Tier 1 Transcendent is different from the initial battles between Tier 1 Transcendent and Mortal Tier. In battles between Tier 1 Transcendent and Mortal Tier, the damage caused by Mortal Tier is minimal, while Tier 1 Transcendent is overwhelmingly powerful, allowing them to quickly slay most Mortal Tier opponents on the spot. However, battles between Tier 1 Transcendent and Tier 1 Transcendent are different. All parties possess great combat power and destructive capability, and when they clash, it often becomes chaotic. At this moment, on the battlefield, 7 Tier 1 transcendent beasts were in a fierce fight, and the scale of the battle was gradually expanding. Fortunately, this area used to be an industrial park, providing open space filled with numerous small and large factories and companies, and the large-scale paving of asphalt and concrete meant that there were relatively few trees in this area. The other abandoned factory sites surrounding them were open and did not hinder their battle. In no time, the 4 factory walls surrounding large landscape trees were all breaking and collapsing, sending dust and grass flying. The Tiger Pack advanced towards the position of the factory where Spring River technology was located, while the bio soldiers drove them in the opposite direction. How is number 2's combat power? The man in glasses enjoyed the gentle massage of delicate hands on his shoulders while asking about the battle in the video. Doctor, number 2's first form is not a match for the Tiger King. It appears to be attacking continuously but cannot inflict any damage on the Tiger King, whereas every seemingly light swipe from the Tiger King can severely wound number 2. The young woman behind him voiced her opinion. Indeed, the difference in level tier is still quite significant. The second form experiment is currently unstable, and it's uncertain whether number 2 can break through to the second form. Has number 2 ever disappointed the doctor? The woman smiled slightly, the corners of her attractive mouth lifting. True, ha ha ha. The middle-aged man with glasses laughed heartily. Chapter 57, The Turn of Events. Chapter 57, The Turn of Events. While everyone's attention was focused on the fierce battle outside the biochemical research base, something unnoticed was happening inside the base. All the cages of mutated beasts on the first and second floors were opened. One by one, the mutated beasts surged out. Looking at the countless mutated beasts emerging from various dispersal channels on the first floor, everyone inside and outside was taken aback and didn't know what was happening. Before they could react, they were directly pounced on and torn apart by these mutated beasts. What is going on? I don't know. Are they worried about not having enough experimental subjects and are using these animals to fill the gap? Aren't these the mutated beasts kept in the experimental material room? The humans and experimental subjects outside the battle also noticed the changes occurring inside the base. Some questioned the issue, as everyone had seen these mutated beasts in the experimental material room. But there was no commotion at the scene, and there weren't any alarm sounds to make them uncertain. Wait, did they escape? No way. Someone quickly discovered the anomaly. In the next moment, alarms blared, and all the staff panicked, running for their lives. The mutated beasts charged to the ground floor, seeing the outside world they hadn't seen in a long time, pouring out and running wildly. They were all exceptionally excited, finally escaping from this hellish research base. On the way, anyone they encountered was killed. Experimental subjects were slain by other experimental subjects. The situation was reversed in front of the Spring River Technology Factory as these mutated beasts directly altered the battle that had been leaning toward the research base. The Tiger Pack immediately seized the opportunity and began counterattacking. In an instant, the area in front of the Spring River Technology Factory turned into a chaotic melee. In a room of the biological research base, the middle-aged man with glasses listened to the alarm, slightly furrowing his brow. Today, there have been 2 alarm incidents already. The people below are a headache for him, far from obedient like the experimental subjects, and in due time, they would all be captured and turned into experimental subjects. He gently tapped on the screen beside him. Ha! The glasses-wearing man couldn't help exclaiming as all surveillance on the second floor was unexpectedly shut down. But this didn't stump him, as the glasses-wearing man had the highest authority. He quickly operated and restarted all surveillance equipment. He saw one by one mutated beasts running before his eyes. All the mutated beasts on the second floor have been released. Who did this? Dr. Liang, the glasses-wearing man, rewound the video and found Zhao Bing and Lu Arrow entering the material room. Traitors, arranged to capture them. I want to see who gave them the audacity to dare to betray me. Dr. Liang, who was once confident about the situation, was now somewhat humiliated and angry. So many flaws have appeared in the backyard, and the originally tight control has suddenly become uncontrollable. This feeling of losing control is making him extremely restless. Yes. The woman who had been standing beside him finally spoke after hearing the command. The woman in a professional suit walked out of the room. She didn't ask how to deal with the escaped mutated beasts because she knew that the current experimental base had no energy to deal with the hundreds of mutated beasts while also tackling the tiger pack. Such impossible matters cannot be resolved even if Dr. Liang is consulted. Rather than raising such unsolvable issues and making the person in charge of this experimental base uncomfortable, it's better not to mention them at all. Two clever people deliberately ignored the escape of the mutated beasts, focusing only on capturing the traitor. Let us back off a bit, this chaos will spread over a large area, Su said as he watched the little fox beside him who was engrossed in the scene. The little fox rolled its eyes, of course, its boss was still quite timid. They had retreated several times already, and he didn't understand how the White Wolf boss's Tier 1 Transcendent level was being raised. He said that Tier 1 Transcendent battles have a wide impact, and that drones were monitoring the battlefield's dynamics. Anyway, as soon as there was a chance of exposing his situation, the White Wolf boss immediately withdrew. He preferred to observe the battle from a distance. To carry on hiding. The little fox was reluctant mainly, it wasn't satisfying to watch the battle details from afar. But since Su was the boss and also a Tier 1 Transcendent Fierce Beast, it could only follow him in retreating. What is so great to watch? The battle is about to end. Su noticed the little fox's dissatisfaction, shot at a glance, and said, "You can also go join the fighting yourself. Or maybe not. I have small arms and legs, it's much better to hide and watch." The little fox shook its head, it wasn't foolish. It had nothing much to do with this drama, so why join in? However, it looked at Su with some confusion. It's over? It doesn't seem so. The Tiger King and those monsters are fighting fiercely, and the mutated beasts just joined in. Although this boss is cowardly and lazy, he seems to speak convincingly. Every time he says something, it becomes reality. For example, he said there would be a good show to watch, and also mentioned the humans have a trump card, and he was accurate every time. Now he says it's about to end, and surprisingly, the little fox started to believe it. Sure enough, not long after, the tiger pack really retreated, and the numerous mutated beasts scattered and fled, leaving only a ground full of various corpses. On the human side, a large number of experimental subjects were killed in battle. The remaining strong experimental subjects were too few to pursue. Thus, a life-and-death battle ended in such an anticlimactic manner. "Let's go, we're leaving too." At this moment, Su was hiding with the little fox at the edge of the forest. The released mutated beasts sprinted away after leaving the factory area of Spring River Technology, not daring to linger any longer. The Tiger King also noticed the young tiger mixed in among the mutated beasts, slowly giving up the fight and retreating with the tiger pack. In this battle, the biggest losses were for the biochemical research base, which neither achieved its initial plans nor managed to keep many mutated beasts. It's important to understand that capturing these mutated beasts is not easy. Having this quantity in stock is the result of long-term hunting. Of course, it was not completely fruitless. Su was least pleased to see that all the tigers in the pack had sustained injuries. Su wasn't sure what effect this small amount of blood and tissue had on the biochemical experiments. The release of mutated beasts was actually Su's strategy, intended to create chaos and deal a heavy blow to this biochemical research base. But deep down, a voice told him that the outcome was not good. But Su had no better solution. Even if he exposed himself by helping the tiger pack, what difference would it make? It was normal to bleed during a fight unless there was overwhelming force. Clearly, neither the tiger pack nor he himself had that. "Let's go, I'll take you home." Su turned away from looking at the biochemical research base in the distance, secretly resolving to become stronger. Next time, he would completely level the base. Home? The boss's home? What do you think? "Boss, you wouldn't take me back just to eat, would you?" The little fox's expression instantly fell, unable to help but plead. "Guess." "No?" "Take a guess." "Boss, don't scare me. I'm your little brother." The little firefox's face fell instantly as he couldn't help but plead. "Let's see how you perform." Chapter 66, Return to the Wolf Den. Chapter 66, Return to the Wolf Den. A wolf and a fox walked forward through the forest while talking. The little firefox, endowed with the talent to speak, was good at chatting. Occasionally, his strange phrases made Sue mistakenly think he was someone who lived in the city. From Sue's observations, this little firefox should indeed have had contact with humans otherwise, even with his innate talent, some things are not known without experience. But since the little firefox didn't speak, Sue didn't ask. After walking for a while, the team of 1 wolf and 1 fox became 5 wolves and 1 fox. The 4 wolves that escaped from the biochemical research base encountered Sue and the others halfway. This encounter was a result of Sue deliberately guiding them. The wolf pack needed to grow, needing fresh blood, and these 4 wolves were currently homeless, so taking them in was beneficial for both sides. The strength of the wolf pack that Sue belonged to was now formidable enough that they need not fear being overshadowed, not to mention he still possessed the talent ability of a wolf tribe star. The 4 wolves are only mortal tier level 6. It seems they have been kept by humans for a while without enough food, and one by one, they look emaciated and their fur is dull. At the same time Sue saw them, they also spotted the wolf and fox in front of them. The fox did not conceal its aura, and the pressure from the mortal tier 9 level force overwhelmed them. This made them hesitate to plot against this little firefox. As for the silver-white wolf next to the little firefox, although they could not sense the aura of this kindred, they felt a sense of affinity. This puzzled them, as wolves rely on strength within the pack, and wolves without strength are often bullied. They couldn't perceive its level but still felt inclined to draw near. "Follow me, I'll take you to the wolf pack." A voice appeared in their minds, surprising them as they gazed at the small wolf in front of them. Without caring whether they followed or not, Sue turned and began to walk forward. It turned out that the mysterious voice that rescued them belonged to one of their own kind. Thus, the 4 wolves did not hesitate in the least and lowered their heads to show submission, following the strong is the nature of the wolf clan, and this wolf was surely extraordinary. And so, a fox and 5 wolves began their journey south. "Boss, how many wolves are in your pack?" the little firefox asked curiously along the way. "Including me, there are 13 wolves, and counting the 4 behind me, the pack now has 17. Sue replied while multitasking, observing the search interface of the music box. "So, are you the Wolf King?" The little firefox seemed to turn into a curious baby. The 4 wolves that joined halfway behind also perked up their ears slightly, being mortal tier level 6. They already possessed considerable intelligence. Moreover, during Sue's conversation with the little firefox, Sue didn't just answer in the little firefox's mind, but communicated in the minds of all 4 wolves and the fox, so they could all hear. "I am not the Wolf King is my father." Sue looked ahead. Alpha is indeed his father for this lifetime, but Sue does not know who the mother wolf that gave birth to him and the short-eared ones is, nor has Alpha ever mentioned it. "What?" The little firefox was genuinely shocked this time. It originally asked out of curiosity but found Sue's answer hard to accept. "You, a tier 1 transcendent beast, can't become the Wolf King? Then your father must also be a tier 1 transcendent beast." The little firefox stood upright, flailing its front limbs. Upon hearing tier 1 transcendent beast, the eyes of the 4 wolves behind suddenly lit up. "It seems I've joined the right organization." "Exactly," Sue replied lightly. This reply hit the little fox hard. Why was the ascension so easy for them, while it struggled to level up? However, what Sue said next left the little fox speechless for a long time. "There are 4 of us in the wolf pack like me. 4 tier 1 transcendent fierce beasts. A wolf pack has 4 tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts." This time, not only was the little fox numb, but even the 4 newly joined wolves widened their eyes in disbelief. So tier 1 transcendent is actually that cheap? On the journey ahead, the little fox became somewhat taciturn. It had thought Sue, being a tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast, would be a wolf king, and as a junior in the pack, it wouldn't be too hard to get by. Now it seems like this leader isn't that impressive either, and it wondered if Sue could be relied upon in the pack. "Boss, you need to work harder and stop being so lazy." At night, while resting, the little fox and the other 4 wolves were diligently absorbing the spiritual energy in the air to convert it into mana for their bodies, while Sue lay on the ground, snoring. This made the little fox furrow its brow. It wasn't even the top of the pack and was still slacking off. It would need to rely on you in the future. Unable to hold back, the little fox finally spoke up to admonish Sue. Just so you know, there's an abundance of spiritual energy around Sue, but he is just lying there, not absorbing any. But the little fox didn't realize that Sue had been cultivating all along his bloodline belonged to the gold element, so when the Beast King's technique was in operation, it attracted a large amount of spiritual energy, but Sue only absorbed the gold element. The other types of spiritual energy could only drift outside, unmoving. To the little fox, it seemed like there was a gathering of spiritual energy, yet it didn't know how to absorb it, just lying there sleeping lazily. Seeing that Sue was indifferent, the little fox couldn't help but feel frustrated. Chapter 67, Changes in the Wolf Pack. Chapter 67, Changes in the Wolf Pack. Sue led the 5 followers southward, moving slowly with stops along the way, traveling during the day and hunting, eating, and cultivating at night. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the area of Dongquan Mountain where the wolf den is located. It's been nearly a month since I left the wolf pack. Sue truly missed the wolf pack, especially his little followers, Shorty, Little Gray, and Chubs. I wonder what level tier they are now. When I left, Little Gray and the others were at mortal tier level 3 or 4. With the aid of the Beast King's technique and formation, they should have advanced quite a bit by now. The wolf pack has already promoted 2 members again. Apart from Alpha, which are the other 2 tier 1 transcendent wolves, and what talent abilities do they have after their promotion? Sue felt a sense of anticipation, looking forward to the new changes in her pack. After seeing some of the outside world, he felt an even greater urgency for the future development of the wolf pack. That's the way this world is, if you don't put in the effort, you'll be left behind. The outside world is truly dangerous. The wolf pack is better off than before, but they still can't fully protect themselves. The road ahead is long and arduous. Arriving at the foot of the mountain where the wolf den is located, Sue began to emit the unique howl of a wolf. A whoa! A long howl suddenly echoed through the mountains. Just after that howl ended, immediately, a second howl followed, coming from halfway up the mountain. A whoa! A whoa! After 2 howls, one followed another in quick succession. A dozen figures rushed down from the mountain. Before long, a group of wolf-tribe figures appeared in front of Sue. Alpha, Beta, Little Gray, Shorty, all appeared before Sue, coming to greet her return. Little Gray, Shorty, and Chubs nuzzled against Sue, affectionately expressing their longing for their leader. You're back. Alpha's voice echoed in Sue's mind, still in that calm tone, but Sue could sense the concern behind the words. Yes, I'm back. Sue nodded in response. Alpha's aura is much stronger than when I left. It seems a lot has been gained during this time. It's good that you're back. Another voice also appeared in Sue's mind. Sue turned to look. It was Beta, who had also grown significantly now. Its size reached 3 meters, just slightly smaller than Alpha. Standing next to Beta was Gamma, who didn't speak but kept a smiling expression as he looked at Sue. When Sue looked toward him, his voice timely appeared in her mind. It's good that you came back. At this moment, Gamma also had a body length of 3 meters and an even more powerful aura. Just by looking at their size, it was evident that Beta and Gamma were the ones who had been promoted to Tier 1 Transcendent. Sue used the Eye of Truth to observe them. Target, Beta. Bloodline, Gold. Level Tier, Tier 1 Transcendent Tier 1, Early Stage. Talent, Eye of Falsehood. Notes, can see through mist and illusion. Skill, None. Target, Gamma. Bloodline, Gold. Level Tier, Tier 1 Transcendent Tier 1, Early Stage. Talent, Fury. Notes, instantly erupts several times. Combat power, lasts half an hour, and is weakened for 24 hours. Skill, None. One of their talents is as fierce as Alpha, while the other is a supportive ability, the Eye of Deception. The wolf pack has just added 2 Tier 1 Transcendent warriors. Let us go home, Sue said with a smile to all the wolves. Who are they? Alpha exclaimed in surprise as he noticed a few other wolves and a fox behind Sue. This fox is my friend, and these 4 were rescued from a biochemical lab. I just invited them to join the wolf pack. Sue explained one by one. The little fox on the side was originally frightened while watching a large group of wolves charging toward it, trembling on its legs. If it weren't for Sue being there, it might have already run away. Even so, it still stayed tightly close to Sue, not daring to move. Especially when several large wolves like Alpha appeared, their size and presence made the little fox afraid to breathe. Hearing Sue introduce it as his friend to the wolf pack caught a glimmer of surprise in the little fox's eyes. It had always thought Sue regarded it as a younger brother or a follower, never expecting Sue considered it a friend. This warmed the little fox's heart. "Hello, everyone. I am our leader's friend," the little fox stammered, its words coming out all jumbled, completely unlike its usual self. The little fox's ability to speak surprised Alpha and the other wolves. "It has a unique talent, different from ours," Sue helped explain. "The world is vast, especially now with the revival of spiritual energy. All sorts of strange things are happening, and everyone is gradually becoming more accepting of these uncommon occurrences." Alpha turned to look at the other 4 wolves. Beta, Gamma, and the others kept staring at the 4 wolves behind Sue, as if trying to recall something. "You are." Alpha gradually began to recognize them. "The zoo," Gamma reminded him. Once reminded, the leader remembered that these 4 wolves had previously lived with him and were all born in the zoo. After they escaped, the wolf pack split in 2. One part fled south toward Dongquan Mountain, while the other went north, and they never crossed paths again. "I can't believe we can meet here again." The 4 wolves also recognized Alpha and the others, slightly surprised they hadn't expected that the wolf pack that had gone south was thriving so well, each one exuding impressive presence. Even a few of the pups looked stronger than the older wolves. The massive gap in strength made them lower their heads in submission. Alpha also accepted their submission. After all, they were once companions of the same species. "From now on, your names will be Wolf 14, Wolf 15, Wolf 16, and Wolf 17. Alpha addressed the 4 wolves. "Hey! Wolf 14 is starting, what about Wolves 10 to 13? Sue asked, somewhat curiously. The other wolves cast amused expressions that were neither smiles nor frowns. Eventually, Beta explained, "You are Wolf 10, and the rest are these 3 little guys." "I'm called Wolf 10. Sue said, feeling a mix of amusement and embarrassment. However, Sue did not reject the names given by Alpha and the others. Perhaps they had already been designated, and he just hadn't paid attention. Wolf 10 is fine as long as he knows his name is Sue. Chubbs is Wolf 11, Little Gray is Wolf 12, and Shorty is Wolf 13. Casual names, one and all. Chapter 68, Transference. Chapter 68, Transference. Alpha took Sue and the others back to the wolf den. Little Firefox followed behind the pack of wolves, feeling somewhat restless, as it kept close to Sue, afraid to stray far. It continuously blamed itself in its heart, thinking it shouldn't have foolishly followed Sue back to the wolf den. What business does it, a fox, have trailing after wolves? At first, it laughed at those animals that ran in front of Sue to deliver takeout, but now it realized it was just as much of a fool, delivering takeout for the wolves. Sue looked at the platform at the entrance of the wolf den, which remained clean. The only camphor tree stood in the center, its massive crown providing shade. It seemed that during the time he was away, the wolves had cleaned up the den. Seeing his 3 little followers wagging their tails, Sue couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He knew who was tidying things up for him. Unable to resist, he patted their heads. "This view is great from here, you can see quite far," Little Firefox remarked. "Yeah, I'm back now, ready to repair this place and tidy it up. Who knows, this could become my lair in the future," Sue said with uncontainable enthusiasm. Wow, such dense spiritual energy. Little Firefox was initially unwilling to enter the wolf den because it felt like a den of dragons and tigers. The dark cave looked like the massive mouth of a monster, as if one would be devoured upon entry. But it didn't dare to stray too far from Sue, and after Sue entered the cave, it reluctantly followed. Upon entering the wolf den, Little Firefox was astounded. It was a divine paradise filled with dense spiritual energy, resembling a completely different world from the outside. Absorbing spiritual energy outside was like drinking water through a straw, whereas in this cave, if one wished to, it was like having a free-flowing faucet one couldn't possibly drink at all. Little Firefox started to understand why this pack of wolves had 4 Tier 1 transcendent fierce beasts. It glanced at Sue, unable to resist mocking in its heart. No wonder the boss, despite being lazy, could become Tier 1 transcendent. I'm actually capable too. The little fox wagged its tail, feeling the spiritual energy in the air, and all thoughts of wanting to leave were cast aside. Only a fool would leave such a great place. Boss, you'll always be my boss, the little fox said to Sue with a playful smile. Get lost, Sue said to the little fox, laughing and scolding, fully aware of what this guy was thinking. Got it. Meanwhile, the 4 wolves, led by Wolf 14, arrived at the wolf den, and the 4 emaciated wolves weren't much better than the little fox's performance. They all widened their eyes in surprise. The performance of these newly joined wolves instilled a sense of pride and arrogance in the original wolf pack. Their eyes couldn't help but drift towards Sue. Everything within the wolf pack depended on Little 10, without whom the pack wouldn't have taken on its current form. As the leader, Alpha brought his 4 new little brothers to the pivotal position of the wolf pack's den. A stone tablet carved in the shape of a wolf. The transmission stone. He indicated for them to place their wolf claws on the transmission stone. After a brief flicker of weak light, a skill suddenly appeared in the minds of Wolf 14 and the others: King of Beasts technique. Practice according to this method to advance your level. Alpha's voice echoed in their minds. Wolf 14 suppressed their excitement and ran to the farthest corner of the den to begin their training. They understood their level as newcomers to the pack. They could only stay at the far edges. Even so, Wolf 14 was filled with exhilaration. Such a wolf pack would undoubtedly be invincible in this mountainous forest. The little fox also ran over to join in the fun, but the transmission stone seemed to have no effect on it. No matter how many methods it tried, the stone remained unresponsive. No reaction. This made it feel somewhat dispirited. It didn't know what this sculpture was for, but it saw Wolf 14 lightly touch it, and then a glow enveloped them as they happily ran away. So the little fox thought this sculpture was a good thing, but after finding it unresponsive when it touched it, it ran off out of boredom. Sue was sensing the spiritual energy around him. Although the King of Beasts technique had kept going outside, the surrounding spiritual energy was relatively thin, making progress slow. Coming back this time, he saw that the whole group had leveled up significantly. Even the 3 little ones seemed to be at level 6 or 7, which sparked Sue's desire to train hard. Therefore, after he returned, he settled back into his spot, comfortably lying down, no longer concerning himself with the new wolves, allowing Alpha to handle everything. Ding! The system's voice echoed again. The host's pack has new members. The host has earned a lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Another lottery chance has been added. Now, calculating, he had accumulated quite a number of lottery chances. Discovering that Yongchang has rewarded once, Beta Gamma has progressed and also rewarded once, and upon investigation, it was found that the biochemical laboratory has also rewarded once, making it a total of 5 opportunities. Sue has also roughly understood the system's rewards and lottery tricks. One is key advancement rewards for his own tribe, and the other involves exploring forces that might influence his tribe in this world, which can also lead to lottery rewards. Now that he is back in the wolf pack's territory, he decides to try his luck in the lottery and see if he can get something good. Lottery! Sue silently muttered. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special life form, Mountain Spirit. Note, after integrating with the mountain range can develop on its own. Mountain Spirit? Sue looked at a sphere of meat that appeared in his inventory, which seemed to be something good. It's just that he's not sure what effect the mountain range's development will have. Will it make the mountains more treacherous or turn them into a land of fortune? Sue had some expectations in his heart. He directly tossed the fist-sized lump of meat onto the ground. The meatball immediately vanished as soon as it hit the ground, merging into the stone beneath it. Sue felt around and discovered that there was nothing, as if it had vanished into thin air. Forget it. No matter how much I want it to become a blessed land, it can't just change like that. There's a subtle process involved, right? Sue shook his head and continued with the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a special item, altar. Note: gather the clan's luck and attract relatives within a certain range to join the clan. This is a good thing, I just don't know how large this certain range is. Sue took out the special item called the altar, which turned out to be a small black incense burner. After taking it out, Sue felt a connection. The small black incense burner had a faint link to him, and through this link, Sue could sense the area covered by the incense burner. Currently, this black incense burner can cover the area of this small hill. In other words, it can now attract relatives within this hill to join the clan. This left Sue a bit at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, but perhaps with time, its range could expand. Thinking this in his heart, Sue placed the incense burner under the camphor tree at the entrance of the wolf den. Because he felt a connection, Sue was not worried about it getting lost. Initially, the black incense burner caught the interest of Shorty and the little fox, but after a few plays, their interest slowly faded. Chapter 69, Continuous Breakthroughs. Chapter 69, Continuous Breakthroughs. The Third Lottery. I drew a breaking through pill. In the fourth lottery, I drew a Heavenly Wolf Battle General Technique. In the fifth lottery, I drew a Mysterious Lotus Seed. The breaking through pill is described as a pill that can quickly facilitate breakthroughs. Sue saved it for future use. Heavenly Wolf Battle General Technique. Note: low-grade human-level martial art. Another martial art, but it seems to be slightly inferior to the previous Beast King technique, as it is classified as a low-grade human-level martial art, whereas the earlier Beast King technique did not have the low-grade designation. Sue transmitted this martial art into the transmission stone, and similarly, Sue learned the Heavenly Wolf Battle General Technique. This martial art indeed proved to be somewhat inferior to the Beast King technique. Although the process still nourished the body and increased the speed of absorbing spiritual energy several times, it did not produce the terrifying tenfold enhancement that the Beast King technique did, nor could it compress or purify the mana in the body like the Beast King technique. However, this martial art has one advantage: it is suitable for combat and significantly boosts combat strength with several times the explosive power. As for the last, Mysterious Lotus Seed, it is indeed mysterious. Its note simply states that it needs to be planted in the luck pool. All 5 items from this lottery were useful to Sue, even the last Mysterious Lotus Seed, which Sue felt was a good item. He could explore its usages later when he got stronger. In the following days, with Sue's return and the addition of new wolves, the wolf pack gradually calmed down as they adjusted. One by one, they returned to their previous way of life. Under Alpha's supervision, the pack of wolves busied themselves with training, except for necessary hunting. Except for the few initial scouting trips led by Alpha, as time passed, most hunting tasks were entrusted to the newly joined wolves, including Wolf 14. They diligently completed their hunting duties while also quickly improving their own strength. Little Firefox was a restless spirit at first. It trained alongside everyone every day, but gradually grew bored and often went out for strolls. Sometimes, it enjoyed following Wolf 14 and the others out on hunts when there was nothing else to do. However, this situation didn't last long, until one day, Wolves 4 and 5 made breakthroughs. After 2 or 3 months, the wolf pack once again added 2 Tier 1 Transcendent level wolves, while Little Firefox remained stuck at Mortal Tier level 9 with no noticeable change, which made it somewhat anxious. In fact, during this time, there had always been wolves progressing within the pack, but these were just ordinary level tier advancements, not significant breakthroughs. Especially the several young wolves at Mortal Tier and the recently joined Wolf 14, who had advanced from Mortal Tier level 6 to level 8. Meanwhile, all the adult wolves in the pack had already advanced to at least Mortal Tier level 9. The remaining Alpha had started attempting to break through to the Tier 1 Transcendent first level rookie stage, while Beta and Gamma also consolidated their status at the same first level stage. Their strength had significantly increased once again. Not only that, Wolves 4 and 5 had just broken through Mortal Tier, reaching Tier 1 Transcendent first level rookie. Wolves 4 and 5 successfully broke through to Tier 1 Transcendent, and they also awakened their talent skills. Wolf 4's talent skill is related to speed, called Swift, allowing it to exponentially increase its speed in an instant. Meanwhile, Wolf 5's talent skill is Giant Transformation, allowing it to enlarge instantly, and after fully exerting its strength, it can now become a giant wolf over 4 meters long and 8 to 9 meters tall. Talent skills are growth-type abilities, which enhance along with level tier advancement. Sue believes that Wolf 5 will definitely become a supergiant beast in the future. As the laziest Sue in the eyes of the little fox, apart from the tenfold aura amplification in the wolf den, through continuous training and the various rewards from leveling up in the wolf clan, they have successfully solidified their strength at Tier 1 Transcendent Intermediate level and have taken firm steps towards the advanced level of Tier 1 Transcendent. For Sue, changes are occurring almost every moment. In just 2 or 3 months, the aura surrounding them has changed completely from before. This situation has caused the little fox to doubt whether it is a so-called genius. The pride of being below 2 years old and already at mortal tier level 9 was defeated in the wolf pack, which made it feel ashamed. However, thanks to the training during this period, although there hasn't been a breakthrough in level tier, their combat power has increased, with the mana within them significantly rising compared to before. What delights them even more is that they can now vaguely sense a potential breakthrough. What no one notices is that in the wolf clan, every time someone levels up, a wave of energy enters the little incense burner under the camphor tree. With only a few times showing no change, particularly with several Tier 1 Transcendent advancements, the originally pitch-black little incense burner has become less dark, and its size seems to have slightly increased. On this day, there's a heavy snowfall. The current season has entered winter, and with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the changes in the world and the 4 seasons have become more evident. The snow is heavy, continuously falling as if to cover the entire mountain forest. Standing on the natural platform in front of the wolf den and looking far into the distance, many places in the valley are already blanketed in white, with some trees having been crushed. The biting cold wind sweeps through the air. The dense trees in the forest seem warm. The snow is sheltered by the massive tree canopies. The animals in the forest are not greatly affected, and the dim space below remains lively. I don't even know what day it is today. It's probably close to New Year's. Sue stands under the camphor tree, looking into the distance and muttering to herself. It's been nearly a year since coming to this world, and a lot has happened in that year. In this life, I am no longer human but have turned into a wolf, and my clan is so close to the city, constantly facing the threats from the Eternal City and the biochemical base. I need to quickly improve my strength alongside the wolf pack. The little fox is playing around with Shorty under the camphor tree. Since returning to the wolf den, Sue has not restrained the little fox, and slowly the little fox and Shorty have grown increasingly close. The little fox, having spent a long time alone in the mountain forest, possesses insights that the other 3 little ones do not. Adding to that eloquent mouth of its, it left the 3 little ones stunned. Now, it has clearly become the new leader of the trio, no longer clinging to itself, but leading them into daily mischief. At this moment, they were rolling the black incense burner under the camphor tree, having a blast. At first, Sue paid little attention to them. Ding! The black incense burner bumped into a rock, and the sound caught Sue's attention. This glance made him notice something unusual. The formerly pitch-black altar resembling an incense burner had undergone a change. It seemed less dull and appeared to have grown in size. It's worth noting that Sue is now a Tier 1 Transcendent Wolf, and his eyesight is far beyond what an ordinary person could compare to. Any subtle differences are no longer hidden from his view. The incense burner-like altar has indeed changed. Sue's mind stirred slightly as he felt the connection to this altar, which now could cover an area of several kilometers. This coverage doesn't serve any other purpose and is unlike the ability of the music box. Sue cannot determine its exact effect at this point. Now that the small altar has changed, he couldn't let these guys keep playing with it like a ball. Sue gave the 4 of them a good scolding. Chapter 70, Rodent Infestation. Chapter 70, Rodent Infestation. Heavy snow sealed the mountains. The entire world seemed to have fallen into silence. The change in weather did not affect the wolf pack at all. Once they no longer had to worry about survival, all the wolves became obsessed with their training. Their newfound strength gave them a sense of safety and made them feel particularly satisfied. The current life was hard-earned, fueling their desire to strengthen their abilities. The stronger they became, the more they craved advancement. The constant transformation of their bodies into something higher has become an ongoing pursuit for the wolf pack, including Sue. The exhilaration of leveling up has them entranced. Staying in the wolf den for an extended period has gradually led to less contact with the outside world. Even Wolf 14's occasional hunting was mostly quick in and out, spending little time outside. This situation caused the hunting range of the wolf pack to gradually shrink. The original hunting areas have not been visited for a long time, and other predators have started to emerge. During this time, Sue also did not use the music box. Exploring the area within a 5-kilometer radius, there were only those animals, with no major changes. Not seeing any Tier 1 transcendent beasts for a while made them lose interest. Moreover, Sue found that wholeheartedly practicing the Beast King's directive would increase the evolution points EP absorbed each day. With a 10-fold amplification of spiritual energy, he could now absorb 500 evolution points EP daily. This is an amazing energy conversion rate. It's good news for Sue, as breakthroughs have faced no bottlenecks, and as long as there's enough energy, he can level up quickly. This day, Wolf 14 and the others went out to hunt again, just like usual. Before long, one of the wolves returned to the den carrying a prey. Shorty ran over to start eating, while the other wolves did not move. The higher one's level, the less demand there is for food, mainly because they can now replenish their energy by absorbing external spiritual energy. Besides the occasional simple satisfaction of hunger, eating to replenish energy has become less necessary for them. Why is it mice again? Recently, you've caught quite a few mice. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were cats. The little firefox was about to join in but saw 4 massive giant rats on the ground, instantly losing the desire to eat. It slowly turned around and murmured, "Recently, has it all been these giant rats we're catching?" Unintended words caught Sue's attention as he glanced towards the direction where Shorty and the others were eating. Those torn-up prey, though bloody and mangled, were still recognizable to Sue as giant rats, similar in size to the larger ones he faced during his first battle shortly after arriving. It's a giant rat. Yes, it's happened many times. Wolf 14 goes out hunting and brings back these giant rats. Boss, why don't we go catch some pheasants instead? They're especially fat this time of year, and now with the heavy snow, they can't fly high or run far. The little firefox's eyes darted around. At first, it was responding to Sue's words, but then it started thinking about the pheasants and couldn't help but swallow. Many times? That's a bit strange. Sue murmured to himself. Where have you been hunting lately? A voice echoed in the minds of Wolf 14 and the others. Sue decided to ask Wolf 14, who had been out hunting. We ran into them as we went down the mountain, so we all had a big meal and brought back a few prey. Wolf 14 explained in response to Sue's voice in their minds. Was it just down the mountain? Sue frowned and asked. Today we were down the mountain. A couple of days ago, it was a bit farther away. We didn't go far from the den before we encountered them. It seems like there are more rats down the mountain lately, said one of Wolf 14, echoing the sentiments. It's strange lately other prey have decreased, but there are plenty of these fat rats. Seeing Sue didn't say anything, the other wolves remained quiet, but Wolf 15 voiced his confusion. Alright, I understand now. Sue learned something different from their conversation. This group of giant rats seems a bit unusual. This giant mouse was encountered before. If it hadn't been for the few that had just evolved, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After killing them, I have not encountered them again during hunts. Later, I advanced to Tier 1 Transcendent and obtained a music box. Through the music box, I observed traces of these giant mice's activities, though I barely glanced and didn't pay much attention. After all, I had already advanced to Tier 1 Transcendent, and my focus naturally shifted to the fierce beasts of Tier 1 Transcendent. These little mice in the dark weren't worth my attention at all. Thus, I neglected them a bit. Now that these unusual situations have suddenly appeared everywhere, Sue still felt the need to verify things himself. Let us go investigate. The little fox immediately perked up, running to Sue's side, eager to join in. However, Sue seemed to ignore it, changing positions after asking and showing no sign of wanting to move, which made it puff up with annoyance and return to its spot. Xiao Shi, what happened? The alpha in the center of the wolf's den also lifted its head to look in Sue's direction. Nothing much, it seems there are more giant mice outside lately, so I'll investigate a bit. Sue replied. Alpha glanced at Sue, who lay motionless on the haystack, with no intention of going out, and didn't press further. It knew that this child was somewhat unusual. Carrying many secrets, Sue's declaration of going to investigate reassured Alpha. It continued to focus on cultivation, as the leader of the wolf pack now couldn't lag behind the others. Striving to advance was the only way to maintain a strength advantage. On the other side, Sue subtly activated the music box, sending a wave of energy rippling out from the cave. Having such a miraculous item as the music box means Sue didn't even need to go out to check once he becomes stronger. Perhaps he could just lie in the wolf's den to know what is happening in the world. Sue looked at the disc in his mind, and the biological information of all creatures within a 5-kilometer radius appeared on this disc. Sue randomly selected a distant light sphere positioned higher up nearby, attaching his consciousness to it. Being at a higher vantage point allowed for clearer observations and further visions. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a branch of a tall tree. It was an owl. Feeling the body of the owl, he assessed it to be around mortal tier level 4. It was a mutated owl, originally a nocturnal hunter, which, after evolving, had big eyes able to see further and clearer in the dark. This was just perfect for Sue to observe the situation below the tree. Sue looked down at the trees, where the dimly lit woods were especially lively with small animals darting back and forth in the grass. Figures raced back and forth amidst the underbrush and weeds. However, upon closer inspection, something seemed off. The movement of the animals in this forest did not appear to be normal activity, as if they were panicked and scampering everywhere. The darkness did not impede the owl's vision in the distance. Some large herbivores also let out roars, as if trying to drive something away. Continuously, shadowy figures were rustling in the darkness, occasionally emitting a squeaking sound. It really is a giant rat. Chapter 71, Seeking the Source. Chapter 71, Seeking the Source. The figure of the giant rat quickly appeared in Sue's sight. The owl perched high in the tree instinctively wanted to hunt, but Sue restrained its desire. It quietly watched everything below. In the rustling underbrush below, there were more than 20 giant rats, grouped together, searching for food. These giant rats, the size of house cats, roamed freely in this forest, not avoiding other animals, appearing much like the common image of rats. Sue kept observing this group of giant rats. While they were digging at the roots and searching for fruits and insects in the weeds, their eyes were watchfully fixed on the nearby animals. Squeak! A group of foraging giant rats suddenly attacked a small-sized roe deer. The resting roe deer clearly did not expect that this group of rats would attack it so suddenly. Though it tried to evade, it was caught off guard. The herbivore roe deer continuously leaped and violently shook its body, attempting to shake off the giant rats that had jumped on it, while the other giant rats climbed onto its back one after another, tearing at it. Crack! This violent shaking knocked down and broke many dry branches and bushes around, causing the surrounding animals to flee in all directions, some running away, while others stood at a distance observing the fight. Squeak! Other giant rats in the distance rushed over, one after another, launching their attacks at this roe deer. In no time, the roe deer was completely covered in giant rats. Giant rats were continuously being thrown off. Some were directly trampled to death by the frenzied roe deer, but this did not affect the relentless assault of the other rats. The battle soon ended. The roe deer bled out excessively, and dozens of giant rats ate away at its body, creating numerous holes. Some smaller ones even burrowed inside to tear at it. The roe deer quickly could not hold on any longer, its movements slowed, and finally, it collapsed directly to the ground. With their numerical advantage, the giant rats killed a roe deer several times their size. After the roe fell, the giant rats wildly tore at its flesh, grabbing at this prey's blood and meat, each acting quite frenetically, biting each other to secure a position. Sue frowned slightly as he watched the group of frenzied giant rats. The madness of these giant rats made him uneasy. When did it become their turn to behave so brazenly near the wolf den? Moreover, the incident where they ambushed the wolf den was something Sue had not forgotten. Despite being temporarily preoccupied, this grudging grudge lingered in his mind. It was time to settle the score with them. Sue maneuvered the owl away from the area, flying between the trees. The further east he went, the more giant rats he encountered. Dozens, even hundreds, swarmed through the woods, leaving little room for other animals in this mountainous forest. Most animals had vacated the area. It was clear that the giant rats had come from the east, driving other animals affected by the heavy snow further away. The owl flew low, witnessing countless animals scattering from east to west. More and more shadows of black giant rats appeared among the weeds and shrubs, scuttling through the trees. Occasionally, fights broke out along the way. Most giant rats surrounded those smaller animals, particularly targeting the young. Whether herbivores or carnivores, these giant rats seemed unafraid. In the face of overwhelming numbers, the fighting capability of the giant rats increased significantly. During battle, the giant rats, bolstered by their growing numbers, gradually wore down the strength of other animals who had initially held an advantage, ultimately consuming them with bitterness. Sue directed the owl further east, where the battles had slowly diminished, replaced by the remains of bodies picked clean to white bones. These bodies varied in size, all surrounded by giant rats. This rodent plague was no joke. Sue controlled the owl to soar past the 5-kilometer range and stopped at the 6-kilometer edge. His advancement had increased his control distance, but he could not exceed 6 kilometers at present. Having grasped the changes in the woods below, Sue's true form slowly opened its eyes. It seems the situation is a bit dire. There's a rodent plague below, and the number of giant rats is rather alarming. I need to go check it out. Sue's voice echoed in everyone's mind at the wolf den. Boss, I want to go with you. The little red fox jumped at the opportunity to volunteer as soon as it heard they were going out to investigate. Although this area was rich in spiritual energy, the little red fox had always been restless. Staying in one place was incredibly uncomfortable for it. Moreover, it had now sensed it was on the brink of a promotion, and there was no rush. This breakthrough from mortal tier to Tier 1 transcendent was not something that could be achieved purely through hard practice. Sometimes, it required a bit of luck. Of course, this did not apply to Sue, who possessed a system. As long as Sue is given time and spiritual energy, based on the current experience, he can continue to evolve. The only uncertainty is how far he will evolve in the end. Sue can't say for sure and can only take it one step at a time. I want to go too. Little Gray shouted inwardly. And me. Chubbs couldn't help but echo. Me too. Shorty finally managed to squeeze out 4 words, revealing an eager gaze. As soon as the 3 little followers heard Sue say he wanted to go out, their ears perked up, and they began to feel excited. When Little Fox shouted that it wanted to follow, they completely couldn't hold back. Each of them eagerly wished to go along. Little Fox can come with me. The rest of you stay here in the wolf den and wait. There will be opportunities for you to shine later. Sue pointed at the little fox beside him, ignoring the hopeful gazes of the 3 little ones, and took the little fox out. The 3 little creatures exchanged glances, each a bit dejected as they lowered their heads. There's already a rat infestation outside. When you go out, don't wander off. Remember to stick close to me. This level of infestation is not simple. Sue instructed the little fox while walking. This infestation of rats came suddenly. Although the little fox's level 9 combat power was not afraid of these generally level 3 or 4 giant rats. But no one knows whether there are any high-level beings among this group of giant rats. You must know that with so many giant rats, there will inevitably be some stronger individuals in their group. Now Sue no longer underestimated any rapidly evolving group, even if it was just this kind of mouse group. With such a large number, no one knows if there might be a few Tier 1 transcendent beings among them. Chapter 72, Rat Swarm. Chapter 72, Rat Swarm. Sue set off with Little Fox from the wolf den. A white and a red figure slowly merged into the darkness. Sue and the little fox walked through the forest. He did not release the aura of his Tier 1 transcendent fierce beast, merely moving through the low bushes like an ordinary wolf. Possessing the vision of an owl in the sky, he felt as if he were observing everything happening in the forest from a divine perspective. But at this moment, walking alongside Little Fox, he was truly experiencing life in the human world. After the revival of spiritual energy, the rapid growth of plants, the massive tree canopies and vines competing for sunlight have completely blocked the sky. As a result, the forest, which once had some sunlight, is now perpetually dark. Fortunately, with the revival of spiritual energy, animals are also changing with the times, gradually adapting to the current environment, each able to observe the surroundings in the darkness. But the dimness has brought about another issue. The forest has become increasingly damp, and the smell of decay and mold in the air is quite strong. The humidity has led to a surge in the growth of moss and mushrooms, making them a food source for many animals and insects in the forest. The awakening of spiritual energy has further enhanced biological diversity, resulting in explosive growth throughout the forest, both in terms of variety and quantity. The wolf pack is part of the ecosystem, and their alpha hunts in accordance with the rules of the biosphere, deliberately avoiding the extermination of any particular species, thus indirectly maintaining ecological stability. However, at this moment, the forest at the foot of the wolf den is rather quiet, unlike its usual lively self. Even the sounds that can be heard are distant, plaintive cries from some animals. It is obvious that they are under attack. Sue slightly twitched his nostrils upon entering this forest. The intense smells were quite overwhelming. His sense of smell was already good, but after evolving, it has become extremely sharp. The air was filled with countless odors. Aside from the musty scent of decay and dampness, there was also a strong smell of blood. Looking around the quiet surroundings, it was clear that the rampant rodent plague had driven all the animals from this area. The animals had all fled from here. The appearance of Sue and the little fox drew the attention of many watchful and suspicious eyes from the underbrush. The slightly bloodshot eyes focused intently on the wolf and fox that had suddenly appeared. Clearly, Sue's presence had stirred this group of giant rats into action. Their successful rodent tactic had rapidly inflated their confidence. It seemed like there were no mutated animals that could be their opponents. Even those that used to be their natural enemies, like some raccoons, snakes, and foxes in the forest that normally preyed on them, were now being killed and consumed by them. Even nearby large carnivores, such as bears and leopards, were keeping a wise distance due to their massive presence. Thus, these two not-so-large wolves and foxes were not given much attention, but instead their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty eagerness to tear them apart. Although the red fox seemed somewhat imposing, clearly a high-tier mutated beast, they were not filled with much fear. In their eyes, it was just two relatively tough meals. As for Sue, they sensed no aura of power from him, nor felt any pressure. They figured he was at most at the same level as them. He was simply an ordinary mutated beast, just a bit larger. No need for concern. Now they were all waiting to see who would be the first to lose patience and charge in. The giant rats were all waiting for the first one to charge in. The first giant rat to charge in would be absolute cannon fodder. Once this cannon fodder made a move, countless giant rats would follow. Those little things seem eager to try their luck, quite interesting. The little fox chuckled, showing its sharp teeth. Even though the little firefox has been a bit off track in front of Sue lately, it usually hangs around a bunch of Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts, so an animal of mere mortal tier level can't do much but stay cautious. But that doesn't mean it's easy to bully. After all, it is also a level 9 mutated beast of mortal tier, and its wild nature has always been there. Before meeting Sue, it was a proud firefox in the forest, part of a group with extremely high talent and rapid advancement. It seems I haven't made a move in a long time. No one knows the great name of my red flame anymore. The little firefox slowly extended its claws that were hidden among the fur on its toes. You still have a great name like Red Flame, Sue teased as he glanced at the little firefox. Hee hee, thank you for the recognition. In the world of rivers and lakes, the little firefox's face, which originally had some murderous intent, immediately fell. Red Flame is a name it gave itself, and the reason it chose this is simply because that is all it could think of. Nothing catchy. For some reason, it felt that this boss didn't quite resemble a pure wolf. How should I put it? To it, this boss felt more human. He possesses human wisdom and judgment, and he knows a lot, making the firefox feel more like a child in his presence. This feeling isn't simply because he is Tier 1 transcendent and it is mortal tier. When facing other Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts, it feels fear, pressure, and killing intent. But there is none of that feeling with this boss. On the contrary, what it experiences most with him is a sense of equality rather than brutality. He even usually doesn't exert pressure. If it weren't for knowing his background, other animals would generally be deceived, thinking he was just a lazy ordinary white wolf. All of these feelings made the little firefox gradually accept the existence of such a boss, even though it and he are not of the same kind. It even feels it can trust him. This is a very strange feeling. However, what annoys the little firefox a bit is that in front of the boss, it feels like a small creature, and every time it moves, as long as the boss looks at it, it's as if he can see right through it. Ha ha! Sue laughed heartily, not minding the little firefox's awkwardness, and continued to walk forward. He wanted to see what was happening in the eastern forest, why the giant rats were swarming westward. Is it truly because the breeding rate of the rat population is particularly fast, or is there some other reason? Only by going deeper can he understand this clearly. The further they went in, the more giant rats they encountered, with groups wandering about. Upon seeing Sue and the little firefox, they all stopped. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A series of squeaking warning sounds echoed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a giant mouse couldn't help but pounce forward. This action seemed to ignite a powder keg, causing the other giant mice to jump up in quick succession. Chapter 73 Tier 1 Transcendent Giant Rat. Chapter 73 Tier 1 Transcendent Giant Mice. Puff. 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 In the moment this group of giant mice rushed over or leaped up, the little firefox's vision blurred. All the giant mice that were leaping and trying their luck were torn in half and dropped to the ground, shrieking in pain. Around the little firefox, dozens of giant mice lay dead or injured, blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, the big boss beside him seemed completely unbothered. There were no traces of any prior actions at all. The other giant mice in the distance were stunned by this scene, momentarily frozen. None dared to make a move. The originally brutal and bloodthirsty emotions seemed doused with cold water, chilling them from the heart right down to their backs. No giant mouse dared to move again. Let's keep going, Sue said to the stunned little fox, ignoring the giant rats around. Boss, you're amazing. I didn't even see you make a move. The little firefox's eyes widened as it flailed its arms excitedly. All right, let's keep moving forward. Sue glanced at the huge rat in the distance that seemed too frightened to move. Now's the time to escape, to avoid trouble. The further they went, the more giant rats there were, increasing from dozens at first to hundreds later. Other animals had basically vanished, with even the insects in the grass and bushes disappearing. Obviously, they had been devoured clean by these hungry giant rats. During this time, Sue had struck several times. With each encounter, the number of giant rats killed increased. But the giant rats seemed as endless as chives, being cut down repeatedly, seemingly impossible to eradicate. They couldn't keep killing them endlessly like this. Sue exchanged a glance with the little firefox. Pick up the pace, Sue said. The little firefox nodded. It had already been stunned by this endless swarm of giant rats, initially thinking that dealing with these little creatures would be an easy task with its mortal tier level 9 strength. But it hadn't expected that there were just so many of them, with shadows flickering all over the mountains and forests, all giant rats. The small black orbs in their eyes sparkled with a frenzied and bloodthirsty light in the darkness. Letting it kill on its own might enable it to take down dozens or even hundreds of giant rats, but even humans get tired, and foxes do too. There would eventually come a time when all strength was depleted. By then, it would be no different than the other animals that had been hunted. The little firefox then understood why there were fewer and fewer other animals the further east they went. If it hadn't followed the boss Sue this time, the consequences of coming here recklessly would be unimaginable. The hills and forests undulated, and after moving forward 7 or 8 kilometers, they began to see mounds or burrows appearing on the ground, with giant rats constantly coming in and out. Rat holes. Sue looked up and gazed into the distance. Countless holes appeared in the undulating low forest, the holes wide as wash basins, appearing every few meters, new holes continuously emerging. Each giant rat returning from afar carried various things in its mouth, including venomous snakes, plant roots, or fruits, along with unknown stones gathering from all directions. They directly burrowed into the holes. Sue's spirit stirred, activating the music box in his inventory. As the melody spread out, a mass of luminescent orbs appeared in the scene before them. Among these orbs, there was a striking orange orb. Tier 1 Transcendent. Sure enough, among these giant rats, there was a Tier 1 Transcendent giant rat. This orange orb was located about 3 to 4 kilometers away from this place, surrounded by a dense gathering of light orbs. The density far surpassed that of the area immediately in front of them. From the movement of the light orbs, Sue discovered that all the blue light orbs were entering the innermost area from the outside and then turning back out, repeating this back and forth. This is collecting supplies for the Tier 1 Transcendent Giant Rat. Sue immediately understood why those giant rats were returning to the burrow one by one, each carrying various items to pay respect to their leader. Sue sent a strand of his mind to attach to a blue light orb in the most central area. When Sue opened his eyes again, he found that this underground cave was exceptionally spacious. This is an underground cave surrounded by some massive rocks. The giant rat clan has excavated this mountain. Sue sensed that this underground cave was about 10 stories high, around 30 to 40 meters, and conical in shape, with a large base tapering off as it went up. The area below was roughly the size of 4 soccer fields. It was filled with all sorts of supplies, including various plants, animals, and minerals. It seemed like a huge general store. It seems like all the good things the giant rats found have been brought here. At that moment, Sue was standing in the middle of the conical cave. In this huge space, it was unclear whether it was due to the various mines, but the entire area emitted a faint glow. Though the whole space was dim, it was much better than the outside forest. Sue surveyed everything in the space. He noticed that the stone walls of the entire space were densely packed with holes, and from time to time, various objects fell through these holes. Obviously, these holes connect to various places outside, and all the giant rats that bring back supplies drop the items they carry into this vast space. The music box's map indicates that the orange light orb representing the Tier 1 Transcendent Giant Rat is located in this area. How could it not be here? Could it be behind the giant supplies? Sue withdrew his mind from this giant rat and attached himself to the giant rat in the hole on the opposite mountain wall. Meanwhile, the previous giant rat was knocked by the one behind it, causing the dazed rat to accidentally fall through the hole in the stone wall. Fortunately, there were plenty of supplies in this huge space, so the fallen giant rat was unharmed. Bang! A much larger giant rat, with a tail as thick as a bamboo stick, swung it directly into the face of the little giant rat. In pain, the little giant rat didn't dare make a sound and quickly fled through a nearby cave. It was scared out of its wits, not daring to linger a moment longer, fearing that if it didn't leave soon, it would be ripped apart by this huge creature in front of it. Adjusting his position, Sue saw the back of the supplies and also witnessed the scene of the giant rat he had just possessed falling down. This time Sue noticed that there were dozens of giant rats around on the ground, each about a meter long excluding their tails, with their tails cracking in the air like whips, making a sound like splitting air. These were about the size of a larger dog from a previous life. Are these still rats? Sue couldn't help but complain internally, but all the animals seemed to be growing larger, which made it less difficult to understand. On the ground in the resources area, there was an exceptionally large giant rat, currently resting in a spacious, semicircular stone wall cave. This is it. Tier 1 Transcendent Ranked Giant Rat. This giant rat, roughly the size of a golden retriever, was lazily reclined, while the smaller rats were rummaging through the pile of resources on the ground, retrieving items to present to this giant. The giant rat took what was offered and directly put it into its mouth to chew. Life was being enjoyed to the fullest. Chapter 74, Overwhelming Push. Chapter 74, Overwhelming Push. Sue gazed at the giant rat before him, unable to help but mutter to himself about when he would be able to live such a life with someone to serve him. Look at these rats, as soon as they gain some strength, they start enjoying life. Just as Sue was observing the distant Tier 1 Transcendent Giant Rat, dozens of noticeably larger giant rats appeared in this densely packed cave. Surrounding them were layer upon layer of ordinary giant rats, numbering in the tens of thousands. The arrival of Sue and the little firefox, 2 uninvited guests, had already led these giant rats to realize the threat and pull back their squads, heading to other areas, organizing this ambush. Starting from the mountain forest below where Sue's wolf den was located, the further one ventured inside, the greater both the number and strength of the giant rats became. What began as 2nd and 3rd tier giant rats gradually evolved into 4th and 5th tier, then later became 6th and 7th tier giant rats. Although the vast majority were still regular strength giant rats, each area had the presence of elite giant rats at the squad leader level. These mutated giant rats were all no match for Sue, being defeated in an instant, leaving a field of corpses by the time Sue and the little firefox departed. They had repelled wave after wave of attacks from the giant rats at the perimeter. This situation became more common deeper to the east, where the main troop of rats resided, but each battle always ended quickly, leaving behind a group of lucky survivors scattering in all directions. At this moment, the dozens of giant rats in front of him had already reached mortal tier levels 7 and 8, with one at the back, giving commands, even reaching tier 1 transcendent level 9. The increase in battle power with each level of mutated beasts grows exponentially, and even for mutated beasts like giant rats, once they evolve to a high level, their battle prowess seems no less. Beasts at levels 7 and 8 have become one of the more powerful mutated creatures in the current mountain forest. Suddenly, 3 or 4 dozen appeared here, which would be considered a significant force anywhere. Sue realized that in this area, apart from a tier 1 transcendent level monstrous giant rat, there were dozens of mortal tier level 9 giant rats present. Is this tier 1 transcendent giant rat really planning to drown itself with a tide of rats? Has it underestimated itself too much? Sue glanced around, instantly stirring up a commotion among the surrounding rat hordes, clearly indicating that Sue had left a bloody trail along the way. The countless tragedies of companions being torn apart had left them somewhat shaken. The wolf and fox before him appeared very peculiar. They were simply strolling through the forest, continuously climbing the slopes, moving toward the east without deliberately targeting the giant rats. Anyone who dared to block the rat horde had no good end. No one knows when they will strike. Those who have seen them strike are already dead. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The countless giant rats in the horde squeaked and chattered nervously, appearing fierce yet cowardly, not a single one daring to act, all waiting for orders from behind. Boss, there are way too many rats. How are we supposed to kill them all? Do we still move forward? The little fox looked at the densely packed giant rats around, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. So many rats, have we fallen into their nest? Tens of thousands of rats, just looking at them is overwhelming. Not to mention killing them all even if they don't move and let themselves die, being surrounded by this many will tire one out. Who said we need to kill them all? Sue looked at the level 9 giant rat hiding in a cave ahead and spoke. Capture the leader first. Aren't there dozens of mortal tier level 7 and 8 giant rats ahead? Let's kill them directly. Once this pack of giant rats loses its command, most will scatter in fear. How long will we keep killing one by one? Besides, this isn't even their lair. The little fox understood from Sue's words that this was not the giant rat's lair. Although it didn't comprehend why its boss could always predict things accurately, it instinctively trusted Sue's words. Since this isn't the lair, then where is it? There are already so many rats here. Could there be even more at their lair? Rats really breed excessively. Sue also sighed internally. The reproductive power of rats is indeed strong. If his own group consisted of rats and he had a group system, he could just lie back and level up. But in reality, he is a wolf, and the number of wolves in his pack is minuscule compared to those rats. He still needs to train diligently himself. A whoa! Sue let out a roar to the sky and suddenly accelerated. At the same time, the little fox heard Sue's voice in its mind. Kill with me. The little fox leaped forward at the same time, nimbly plunging into the rat horde. Puff! Its claws brutally tore apart a giant rat in front, and Sue was seen plowing through the horde like a bulldozer, carving out a path of blood and flesh in the midst of the rats. Rolling forward. No one could stop them in the slightest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat horde hadn't anticipated that Sue and the others would strike so suddenly, and so brutally, causing chaos among them as they pushed and shoved each other in retreat. Squeak! From behind the rat horde, a level 9 giant rat let out a piercing scream. 30 or 40 level 7 and 8 giant rats brandished their long, sharp limbs at the retreating rats, cutting down those who tried to flee. At the same time, they were incessantly screeching, commanding those lower in rank not to fall back. Advance, kill the enemy. The iron-fisted tactics were beginning to take effect. Aside from a few scared off and fleeing giant rats, most of them halted their retreat, especially those giant rats a bit farther away from Sue who began to quickly gather around. The blood path they had carved out began to close, and the little fox no longer fought with the nearby giant rats, hurrying to keep pace with its leader, Sue. The speed at which the leader pushed forward meant that even at full speed, the little fox could barely keep up. Following closely behind Sue, the little fox saw golden winds swirling around its leader, a golden aura rotating around his body. The giant rats wanting to bite Sue were shredded by the aura as soon as they got close, blood splattering everywhere as they were left in pieces. The little fox didn't understand this golden wind to it. Sue was surrounded by streams of golden chi flowing like sharp blades, sharper than its own claws. What power does the boss possess? Without lifting a finger, blades of condensed golden spiritual energy surround him, decimating enemies. The attacks made before it barely gave it a chance to observe. Following Sue's steps opened its eyes to a whole new world. Perhaps this is the ability of a Tier 1 transcendent beast. It also needs to work hard. So, while following Sue, the little fox also continuously attacked. This time, as Sue left the wolf den, he mobilized the mana within himself to operate the Beast King technique, engaging in battle. The formidable combat power surprised Sue himself. The metallic mana, continuously refined through the Beast King technique, now exhibited unparalleled killing capability, with the surrounding winds resembling sharp blades, requiring no action from Sue, effortlessly crushing the giant rats that tried to obstruct him. This was the first time Sue experienced the power of a special bloodline. The metal element bloodline was particularly good at offense. Combined with the human-level cultivation manual, the Beast King technique, it gave Sue an incredible boost. Chapter 75, Little Fox vs. Giant Rats. Chapter 75, Little Fox vs. Giant Rats. Along the way, system notification sounds kept increasing, ticking up from tens to hundreds at first. Sue didn't pay much attention, as these mana notifications happened every day, just a bit more frequent today. But just now, Sue couldn't help but take a glance at his status panel. Host, Sue. Clan, Wolf Clan. Bloodline, Metal Element Bloodline. Level Tier, Tier 1 Transcendent First Stage Intermediate Evolution Points AP 2384180,000. Talent, Pack Star. Note, inherent to the host, enables unification of the clan, strengthens individual belonging. Clan members' level tier increases will give the host 10% of the evolution points EP in return. Eye of Truth. Note, can see through opponent's strength information based on one's own power. Diamond Body. Note, thick blood with high defense. Skill, none. In just half a day, he had already accumulated over 6,000 evolution points EP. In other words, today he just casually killed a group of giant rats, which helped him gather more than 6,000 evolution points EP. Sure enough, this kind of hunting and killing is the fastest way to level up. The rapid accumulation of evolution points EP made Sue quite excited. It's just that such groups, like swarms of rats, are still too few. If he keeps killing like this, what other animals will be left in this forest apart from wolves? There is no need for him and the wolves to eat anymore. It would be pure overfishing, and it can't last long. Moreover, he can only gain greater benefits when they evolve to a higher level before he kills them. Otherwise, it would only be quick progress when he was at a lower level, and once he reaches a higher level, the evolution points EP gained from such kills will become scant. However, right now, when it comes to this group of giant rats, the ones causing the plague in the forest, Sue feels no psychological burden. These guys who disrupt the ecological balance of the forest can just be killed. And it even benefits him. Especially the tens of thousands of giant rats in front of him, which, in Sue's eyes, are just jumping evolution points EP. If most of them fall into Sue's hands, he will level up again. Having discovered such benefits, Sue no longer rushed forward blindly. Sue slightly paused, slowing down considerably. This allowed more giant rats to react and surround him. Sue's pause let the giant rats breathe a sigh of relief. His advance was halted, and there was still hope for a kill. With so many of us giant rats, can we not wear him down? Squeak! The screeches of the level 9 giant rats became even more intense, and the other giant rats gradually regained their fighting spirit, their black eyes beginning to glow red again. As long as we can defeat him, what's the sacrifice of a few members? Our group doesn't lack members. Meanwhile, Sue's slowdown also gave the little fox a chance to finally follow its leader and really fight with all its strength. The little fox channeled its mana, covering its entire body, and its originally fiery fur now danced like flames in the air. Every attack it makes can burn the targeted giant rats. Typically, a giant rat is killed in one hit, turning into a roasted rat, exuding the aroma of cooked meat. So good. Sue twitched his nostrils, sniffing the smell of roasted meat in the air, unable to help but exclaim. Having transformed into a wolf for so long, Sue had been feasting on raw meat, but suddenly smelling the aroma of roasted meat made him feel a twinge of nostalgia. Sue slowly stopped in his tracks, no longer paying attention to the giant rats charging forward. The surrounding giant rats kept rushing at Sue, completely enveloping him. Before they could sink their teeth into his fur, their bodies were marked with bloody wounds and fell apart. Then, the next batch rushed up again, only to fall apart on the ground. Sue shifted to a different position and stopped. Once again, they wrapped around Sue's body. Once again. Thus, it went on in a repetitive cycle. The giant rats in the middle faced Sue's strangeness and wanted to retreat, but they were pushed forward by the giant rats behind them. The giant rats behind had no idea of the situation in the middle. Once they squeezed in, they couldn't get out anymore because the rats on the outskirts pushed them deeper in. They had no choice but to bravely launch a final attack against the strange white wolf. Sue no longer focused on his side, he was instead watching the little firefox. Sue could feel that the little firefox's momentum seemed to be slowly rising. This was the rhythm of leveling up through combat. The little firefox clearly also sensed that the energy within it was circulating more vigorously, and its physical presence was gradually climbing. Thus, it became even more focused in battle, with each strike demanding full power, pouring out its mana in order to fight with abandon. The opponents in front are all yours. Sue pointed at the 34 mortal tier giant rats at level 7 or 8 in their path, along with the mortal tier level 9 giant rats hiding behind. With its own protection, the little firefox would not be in any danger. Instead, a satisfying battle could bring it enormous benefits, possibly breaking through to tier 1 transcendent in one go. After all, the little firefox was different from him and the rest of the wolf pack. It couldn't inherit the teachings of the passing stone and lacked the refining of cultivation methods like the Beast King's art. Everything would have to rely on instinct and talent. After spending so long together, Sue was still willing to give it a hand. Sue moved slightly backwards, yielding his original position to the little firefox. The little firefox seized the opportunity and began to forge ahead. Meanwhile, the 34 slightly larger giant rats at the back also noticed the situation with Sue and the little firefox's alternation. Although they didn't know what was going on, it was clear that they could feel that Sue was more troublesome than the little firefox, who could clearly sense its level tier. Compared to that powerful white wolf who does not know its evolution level, the little firefox before me is definitely a mortal tier level 9, with mana visibly attached to its surface. Though mortal tier level 9 exerts some pressure on them, the numerous giant rats are not afraid. Some small differences in level tier can be compensated by numbers, but significant level tier differences cannot. One by one, the giant rats make squeaking noises as they rush toward the fire-red little fox. The remaining giant rats seem to avoid it, launching a frantic attack on Sue. Once the fighting turns savage, there is no room for anything else, especially in the current atmosphere where all the giant rats are crazily charging at Sue as if they have nothing to lose. All the giant rats seem determined to pile up and take down Sue at any cost. Chapter 76, The Tail Whip. Chapter 76, The Tail Whip. Oh, whoa! Sensing the approach of a group of higher-level giant rats, the little firefox lets out an instinctive growl. It drops the charred body of an ordinary giant rat it was holding and charges at the group of higher-level giant rats. Ordinary giant rats, possessing strengths of level 3 or 4, or 4 or 5, are simply no match for the little firefox. The fighting is one-sided and just not satisfying enough. The appearance of these giant rats rushing towards it pleasantly surprises the highly spirited little firefox. Just in time. The little firefox roars, flips over, and while doing so, doesn't forget to wink at Sue, readying itself for the approaching giant rats. This spectacle leaves Sue, who is continually overwhelmed by the swarm of rats, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. The little firefox isn't very big, only slightly larger than an ordinary giant rat, about the size of a half-grown mutt, comparable to a level 9 giant rat hiding at the back. However, its fiery red fur stands out remarkably among the gray-black giant rats. Especially when it mobilizes its mana, which attaches to its surface, the red mana complements its fiery fur beautifully, creating an image like a flame in the dim world under the forest trees. Upon making contact, It becomes a matter of life and death. Even though rats are one of the food sources for foxes in the original world, this is due to the size disparity. Now, with sizes not being too different, the outcome relies on each side's skills. The giant rats have evolved to mortal tier levels 7 and 8 through training, and it takes multiple battles to reach their current level. Survival of the fittest is the rule in the forest. Thus, when they attack, the leading giant rat immediately targets the little firefox's head with all its might. Its claws, glinting with cold light, cut through the air like a shadow, crashing heavily where the little firefox had just been. In an instant, debris and dust are sent flying. As the small firefox was being attacked, it had already leaped high into the air when its claws struck fast, kicking the unresponsive giant rat away. Then, the small firefox turned sideways in the air, executing a monkey's grasp to catch the second giant rat that had rushed to the battlefield, catching it off guard and breaking its arm with a sharp strike of its front claws along the shoulder. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giant rat let out a terrible cry of pain. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, without interrupting the subsequent attacks from the giant rats. Unlike Sue's casual approach, every attack by the small firefox drew on the mana within, making its combat strength formidable, but the mana wouldn't replenish so quickly. Every passing moment would bring new challenges. This group of giant rats was only 1 or 2 levels lower than the small firefox, and their combat power was also quite formidable. Their combat was not bolstered by attribute enhancements. Activating mana allowed them to significantly increase their combat power, speed, and defensive capabilities. Within its small body surged immense damage, as the small firefox did not engage them head-on. It consistently relied on its speed advantage to evade and attack. The surrounding vegetation had been cleared by this group of giant rats, leaving a wide open space that offered little cover for the small firefox compared to being in the thickets or woods. With giant rats all around, it was not easy for the small firefox to maneuver around, putting its movements and skills to the test. Only by being fast and agile could it maximize its chances of defeating its opponents while avoiding injury. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Each strike from the small firefox was imbued with flames, capable of scorching the skin upon contact and leaving the giant rats battered and bruised. But this also provoked the ferocity of the giant rats, who charged recklessly at the small firefox, snarling and snapping. Bang! With a swift strike, the small firefox slammed one of the giant rats that had leaped high into the ground. The giant rat was pitch black, with most of its thick fur already curled. On its back was an imprint the size of a hand, scorched and emitting wisps of smoke. The smell of grilled meat wafted through the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giant rat let out a sharp scream, completely disregarding its injuries, leaping up while its tail behind it made a tearing sound in the air, aimed at the small firefox. The tail whipped like a lash, a full-force strike from the giant rat, fast and fierce. If the small firefox were hit by that tail, it would not fare well. The small firefox dodged to the side just in time to avoid this lash. This lash was indeed fast, precise, and vicious. A moment's hesitation would surely result in a heavy blow to the small firefox. With a sound that pierced the air, the tail struck down hard. Bang! One of the giant rats on the side, caught off guard, was severely struck. This unfortunate giant rat was directly sent flying by the tail, crashing into the slope nearby, burying itself entirely in the ground, raising a cloud of dust and grass. Sue glanced at the giant rat convulsing in the pit, thinking to himself, what great strength! The tail of this giant rat can surprisingly be used like that, becoming one of their greatest weapons, similar to a human's nunchaku, yet even more agile. The giant rat that got hit has a chest that is already caved in, with broken ribs sticking out, and blood seeps from its mouth as well as from within its chest. It's likely that the giant rat's internal organs were also shattered by this tail strike, which demonstrates just how powerful that tail is. From Sue's perspective, the two giant rats, the one wielding the tail is at mortal tier 8, while the one that got knocked away is at mortal tier 7. The physical difference shouldn't be too great, yet this tail strike is impressively striking. Thus, it can be seen that the group of giant rats' greatest weapon is not their teeth or claws, but that hairless tail behind them. Lower-tier giant rats might not even understand how to use their tails for attack, as they primarily rely on their teeth and limbs for the most primitive forms of biting and fighting. The combat is clearly lacking in flexibility. The higher-ranked giant rats began to consciously use their tails in combat. A tail is like a whip, incredibly lethal. This can be seen from the giant rat's storage site in the distance, where the continuous crackling sounds signified they were training their tails. In the following battles, after the 7th level giant rats were taken down one by the little firefox, the combat mode began to change. The tails flew through the air like a massive net, enveloping the little firefox. Crack! Crack! The sound of the air exploding rang out. The little firefox lost its previous ease, and in a short while was hit several times. Ouch! It was a pain that felt like internal organs shifting. Each blow made the little firefox's innards churn. The little firefox noticed this and silently swallowed the fresh blood surging from its throat. With all its strength, it mobilized the mana within its body, which rapidly depleted, while flames gradually manifested on its surface, becoming a dancing fire. The red flames danced wildly, growing more intense and surging with increasing power. As the mana within it was consumed, it distinctly felt a faint tremor radiating from its bone marrow. This further motivated the little firefox to push the mana in its body into overdrive, speeding up even more. Kill! The little firefox let out a roar. Its form streaked across the sky like a bolt of red lightning. Bang! Bang! 2 giant rats were knocked away. Chapter 77, The Two Tails. Chapter 77, Two Tails. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 9th level giant rat saw that Sue was a bit far from the little firefox, and remained motionless while enduring the continuous attacks from the surrounding giant rats. It felt a bit relieved in its heart. This white wolf, though not very large and lacking an oppressive aura, seemed to possess a strange ability, preventing the giant rats from getting close. The countless dead bodies scattered around were the best proof. The golden light swirling around him seemed like sharp blades, effortlessly slicing the charging giant rats into pieces. Fortunately, after observation, it appeared that the giant rats under his command had managed to suppress their momentum. Although the casualties were immense, he found it acceptable. After all, the giant rat tribe had numbers on its side, and he was merely one of the forces led by his boss. Previously, the forward giant rat squad reported that a wolf and a fox had intruded into the rat tribe's territory, repeatedly killing the giant rat squads that attempted to intercept them, yet none knew how they had struck, as the intercepting giant rats had been utterly annihilated. None returned alive. Only a few giant rats watching from a distance passed the information back to the rat den. The giant rats under him reported the situation, trembling as they said that the fiery red fox had an intimidating presence, a powerful mutated beast of mortal tier level 9. However, that white wolf couldn't articulate its specific level tier clearly. The huge rats, watching from a distance, said it lacked any presence or threat. It simply walked alongside the fiery red fox, appearing unremarkable. It seemed to be at most at mortal tier, around level 9. The boss didn't pay much attention and sent a few of his subordinates to test things out. He brought along a large group of low-level huge rats and 34 of his elite forces. As expected from the intel brought back by the huge rats, the little red fox exuded such a presence that it made him feel as though he was being suppressed. Undoubtedly at mortal tier level 9, how dare this being trespass onto his boss's territory? It was quite reckless. The white wolf beside the fox seemed somewhat ordinary, lacking any sense of threat. But the subsequent path it carved through blood and flesh nearly frightened it into diving back into the cave. This was no ordinary non-threatening white wolf. This was a savage beast. There wasn't a single intact corpse on the way, just chunks of huge rats. Although none of his little brothers were of high level, it was still easy for him to kill them. However, the speed of this massacre was astonishing. His boss, a tier 1 transcendent beast, could generally do something like this, the level 9 huge rat thought at that moment. At that moment, the huge rat even thought that Sue was a tier 1 transcendent beast. Otherwise, how could it possess such formidable strength? This eliminated any thought of confronting it. Engaging in combat with a tier 1 transcendent beast? That would be like an old huge rat seeking death by eating poisonous grass. Fortunately, the white wolf soon stopped its actions, no longer charging as fiercely. Its advance was interrupted by his little brothers. This made it slowly abandon the thought of leaving his subordinates behind to escape. Perhaps this strange white wolf was merely a momentarily fierce beast, not truly strong. After all, Tier 1 transcendent beasts can't be that commonplace. Could he just run into one casually? It's important to understand that Tier 1 transcendent beasts are born through constant fights. A level 9 mutated beast of mortal tier must think of how to level up. Besides obtaining rare materials, the only option is to kill other mutated beasts of the same level and consume their corpses. One absorbs the essence from the blood and flesh of the corpses, slowly accumulating, that will provide a chance. The huge rat, being at mortal tier level 9 itself, deeply understood this, and among different species, it is also a relationship of hunter and prey. Therefore, it judges that if the white wolf is a tier 1 transcendent beast, it will definitely devour the mortal level 9 fox that is from a different faction. So why are two unrelated mutated beasts together? It simply can't figure out the reason with its small brain. Its mouse pack has already surrounded it, and it won't be long before they exhaust it. Each mutated beast's mana is finite, and it's impossible to keep this up indefinitely. Thus, its gaze focused again on that fiery red fox. Although the little fire fox is not very big, it gives it a very strong feeling of threat. This threatening little fire fox must be killed and then devoured to become a stepping stone for its advancement. That was when all the elite underlings left suicide and joined forces to besiege the little fire fox. This level 9 giant rat has a good plan if it can complete the task assigned by the boss this time, eliminate the two of them and eat the fire fox. It can also ask the boss for some rewards. However, this little fire fox is quite tricky. It has already taken down several underlings without them achieving anything. The level 7 giant rats have all lost their fighting power and lie charred on the ground, giving off the smell of roasted meat. Now the level 8 underlings have also started to suffer casualties, constantly being injured and knocked back by it. Its mana has a special ability, capable of burning its opponents, making it especially difficult to deal with. This has only strengthened its determination to kill the two mutated beasts in front of it, those lucky ones possessing special mana. Why isn't all this its own? Why do they have the right to possess such abilities? The little fire fox's momentum is growing, hinting at a breakthrough, which makes it somewhat unable to hold back from wanting to personally strike down this tricky little fire fox. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The level 9 giant rat emits a piercing scream. The remaining dozen or so level 8 giant rats, upon hearing the order, begin a frenzied assault, while the level 9 giant rat emerges from its original cave, coming to the perimeter of the battlefield where the little fire fox is fighting, ready to wait for an opportunity. The crazy counterattack by the level 8 giant rats has greatly increased the pressure on the little fire fox, while the level 9 giant rat's lurking has also caused it to divide its attention slightly, focusing on another level 9 mutated giant rat. Boom! The little fire fox dodges a sweeping tail strike, leaping high to swipe at one of the giant rat's heads. In that split second, the level 9 giant rat that had been lurking around directly pounced, its thick tail drawing an arc in the air, then smashing down hard towards the little fire fox. Bang! The giant beast's tail struck the fire fox fiercely, producing a loud noise. The fire fox was sent flying by the blow, airborne for over 10 meters, and it plowed a deep trench in the ground. The little fire fox slowly climbed up, shaking its head. Although its body was in excruciating pain, it still held on. A touch of eerie red light flickered in the little fire fox's eyes. Let's end this. The little fire fox slowly walked out of the tunnel it had created and began to burn its internal mana without a care. The frenzied burning of mana made the ethereal flames that once floated around the little fire fox become more solid and intense. Originally a small size, it gradually grew larger in the flames, eventually reaching the size of Sue. Its shape also quickly condensed, its limbs elongated, and its 5 claws sharpened. However, none of this came to a halt. With each pained roar from the little fire fox, a fluffy, fiery red tail slowly began to form behind it. 2 tails. Chapter 78, Breakthrough. Chapter 78, Breakthrough. In fact, the little fire fox had already sustained serious injuries from hardening against the full force of a level 9 giant rat's tail whip. The continuous fighting left it without rest. This tail whip was several times more powerful than the level 8 giant rat's tail whip it had faced before, so the pain and damage it took from this hit were to be imagined. The little fire fox gritted its teeth, holding back the blood surging within. Its mana was rapidly depleting, and it was clear that its body couldn't withstand such prolonged exhaustion. But the stubborn little firefox refused to let its leader intervene. Once that happened, this breakthrough opportunity would be lost. It had already sensed the threshold for the breakthrough. Just passing it would lead to a brand new path ahead. The little firefox kept telling itself, just a little more, just a bit more. This time, it burned its internal mana without reservation. Unexpectedly, such a frenzied burn of mana seemed to awaken some peculiar bloodline within it. The rapid consumption of mana started to change its body. A two-tailed fox. A thought suddenly flashed in Sue's mind as it kept a close watch on the battlefield. This image bore a striking resemblance to the legendary fox spirit. The special crimson flames solidified on the surface of the little firefox into a giant form about 1.5 meters long. It heaved and undulated in the wind like waves. Fire Flame Fox. This firefox actually grew two tails. This image alerted all the animals. The remaining 10 or so level 8 giant rats watched the changes before them warily. Not one dared to strike first. Meanwhile, the level 9 giant rat that had attempted a sneak attack sensed the situation was grim and began to retreat, trying to retreat to the cave behind. Where do you think you're going? Die, you bastard. Now transformed into a two-tailed fox demon, the little firefox yelled with human words as it charged towards the level 9 giant rat that had managed to hit and was trying to escape. Its speed was incredibly fast, making it impossible for the naked eye to catch its movement. In the blink of an eye, it reached the side of the level 9 giant rat. Bang! Bang! Cold dread surged in the heart of the level 9 giant rat as one tail rapidly swung across the path of the advancing little firefox. The sound of air bursting all around, along with the thumping of impacts against the ground. Though the form of the petite firefox had doubled in size, its speed remained unaffected, becoming even quicker and more agile. Its fiery red body made a strange turn in the air, dodging the swing of the giant rat's tail, and lunged directly at the exposed giant rat. Die! This double-tailed giant firefox roared and continued to charge at the 9th level behemoth. Initially, when it landed the surprise attack with its tail and struck the petite firefox, surprise flashed in the giant rat's eyes, but quickly turned to sheer terror. The situation shifted drastically, leaving it no chance to turn and escape. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It let out a heart-wrenching scream, commanding all the giant rats to attack this firefox. The surrounding giant rats hesitated for a moment before launching themselves at the rapidly moving fiery figure. And that momentary hesitation from the other giant rats gave the petite firefox just enough time. Even if it was just for an instant, it was enough to deal with a 9th level giant rat. The petite firefox bared its teeth, blood oozing from between its fangs, making its face look quite ferocious. I will fight you, you cowardly rat hiding in the shadows. Kill! The red two-tailed fox plummeted through the air, its claws landing directly on the 9th level giant rat, with its long, sharp front claws sinking into the beast's back. The ethereal flames swaying in the wind continuously roasted the giant rat, producing a sizzling sound as the fat boiled. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 9th level giant rat screamed in agony, twisting its body in an attempt to escape from the petite firefox's claws. Its limbs constantly clawed at the petite firefox's body, with a tail thrashing wildly. A series of loud impacts were heard amidst the swirling smoke and dust, but it could not break free at all. Because the enlarged petite firefox had clamped its large jaws firmly around the giant rat's neck, its head shaking violently against the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giant rat howled in pain, trying to get its smaller companions to continue fighting and rescue it. However, the remaining 8th level giant rats were so terrified by the fierce demeanor of the transformed petite firefox that they didn't even dare to approach. They all retreated, completely unconcerned about the fate of the 9th level giant rat. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone breaking went unnoticed amidst the chaotic fighting around. But along with the crack of the bone, the previously struggling 9th level giant rat slowly slackened in its rear half, leaving only its head to continue wailing in despair. Its spine was broken. This giant rat, caught in the petite firefox's jaws, was howling endlessly. It was filled with despair, feeling completely disconnected from its own body. It never expected that this mutated petite firefox could unleash such formidable strength. Why was there such a vast difference in power among mutated beasts at the 9th mortal tier? It knew it was no match for it. Had this petite firefox broken through to Tier 1 transcendent level? The little firefox threw the giant rat far away from its mouth and roared loudly at the sky. Woo! The intense sound waves echoed across the clearing, causing the treetops and branches above to rustle like waves crashing against the shore. The world was eerily silent, as if the presence of this flame demon fox was the only thing left. Sue couldn't help but marvel at the transformed appearance of the little firefox. At mortal tier level 9, it can burn its internal mana, wrapping it around its body and forming a combat form enveloped in pure energy. This form of the little firefox is quite different from the usual mortal tier level 9, which wraps its entire body in mana for enhanced speed and strength. Normal level 9 mutated beasts mainly use mana to boost their speed and power. There are no special abilities. This form of the little firefox, aside from carrying fire elements and appearing to be wrapped in intensely compressed flames, also has a different body shape than before, having grown a second tail. This is a brand new ability, likely related to its bloodline. The two-tailed fox. Sue had only heard of this form in myths from her past life. Could it be that the little firefox's bloodline holds not only fire attributes but also other special abilities deep within? The future evolution is headed towards that of a nine-tailed fox. Sue couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This guess seems quite plausible after the revival of spiritual energy. Animals can evolve, and humans awaken all sorts of strange abilities. It doesn't seem particularly unusual for the little firefox to evolve towards a nine-tailed fox. From Sue's perspective, the current form of the little fox's combat power is already approaching Tier 1 Transcendent, and its momentum is continually increasing. Sue once again used the skill True Eye on the little fox. The little fox's status panel unfolded before its eyes. Target: fox. Species: fox. Bloodline: fire attribute, thin ancestral fox bloodline. Level tier: mortal tier level 9 peak. Talent: spirit fox body. Skill: none. As expected, this time the little fox's status panel now shows the thin ancestral fox bloodline in addition to the original fire attribute. Moreover, there's also an additional talent, spirit fox body. This current form of the little fox is presumably what they call the spirit fox body. Ultimately, all of this is related to the emergence of the ancestral fox bloodline. Suddenly, smack! A barely audible sound echoed within the little fox. This sound seemed to explode like thunder in the little fox's heart. It broke through. Chapter 79, The Appearance of the Rat King. Chapter 79, The Appearance of the Rat King. Just as the little fox was breaking through, a spiritual power storm swept across the entire area, causing sand and stones to fly in the forest. The spiritual energy in the air rapidly thickened, and countless spiritual energies converged here, crazily flooding into the little fox's body. In the state of the spiritual fox body, the momentum of the little firefox rose steadily with the continuous infusion of spiritual energy into its body, and its aura was constantly climbing, exerting an increasing pressure on its surroundings. This made the great 8 giant rats around too afraid to stay in the area any longer, turning and fleeing in all directions. Sue raised his head to look at the little firefox. The giant rats that had been besieging Sue had already scattered and fled when the grade 9 giant rat was bitten by the little firefox. The pressure from advancing to Tier 1 Transcendent made these newly sprouted mutant beasts of low-level giant rats not dare to approach. They had completely lost the desire to fight. As they retreated, Sue couldn't help but harvest another wave, but most of the tens of thousands of giant rats still scattered and fled into the dense forest. Watching a large portion of evolution points EP fly away like that, Sue couldn't help but sigh. What a great group of giant rats. In such a short time, thousands of giant rats had provided him with nearly 40,000 evolution points EP. 40,000 evolution points EP would take a long time for Sue to cultivate to reach that level. Sue felt a little regretful. He had originally planned to make a bold move and advance here, but now most of the giant rats had been affected by the little firefox's aura of breaking through Tier 1 Transcendent and fled. It seems that he must build a good relationship with the giant rat group in the future and not let them become extinct. Such sources of evolution points EP are quite rare. Harvesting properly is key. Sue slowly walked towards the little firefox from among the scattered bodies of giant rats. The process of advancing is full of dangers. If it weren't for the mysterious music box assisting in absorbing most of the spiritual energy that flowed into his body during Su's first advancement, he would probably have exploded. Of course, this is also related to Su inhaling too many evolution points EP at once. At that time, Su had risen several levels before stopping. Worries aside, advancement is the greatest blessing for all living beings, a transformation of life's level. Therefore, Su was also very happy about the little firefox advancing to Tier 1 Transcendent. His little brother had also leveled up. He knew that the advancement of Wolf 4 and Wolf 5 had made the little firefox envious for a long time, and Su had noticed that. The little firefox seems to have made the wolf den its home, and it has formed a particularly good relationship with Ash and the others. Perhaps it is the sense of mutual support and family that the wolf pack experiences that attracts the little firefox. Su can feel its desire to integrate into this family of wolves. The Beast King formula in the Wolf Clan's Heritage Stone cannot be shared outside, and Su does not plan to disclose it for now. This is the cornerstone of the wolf pack's legacy. The little firefox can advance on its own, and Su is delighted by this, feeling happy for it. The little firefox has awakened an extremely special ability from its ancestral fox lineage. If it can continue to strengthen this ability, its future is quite promising. If the little firefox continues to stand by the wolf pack, it will be a great asset for the wolves in the future. The little firefox is also wholeheartedly sensing its own condition, no longer concerned with external matters. After a substantial amount of spiritual energy flows into its body, it slowly begins to accumulate on its surface. As time goes on, the condensed fiery spiritual energy on its surface compresses repeatedly, gradually changing from a bright red color to a dark crimson. The temperature rises higher, and the fiery waves become more intense. From a distance, Su can clearly feel waves of heat rushing towards her. The damp mountain forest, once surrounding them, becomes dry as the surge of heat evaporates the moisture. The thick snow on the treetops also melts quickly, gradually revealing the original green leaves beneath. Looking down from a height, one can see the snowy mountain forest blanketed in white, with a circular area of about 1 kilometer where the snow has melted, revealing the true appearance of the forest. As the temperature continues to rise, this circular area keeps expanding. Even though the snow has melted, not much snowmelt drips, as it has all been evaporated by the high heat. On the other side, the Tier 1 Transcendent Beast King Mouse receives reports from its subordinates, indicating that the level 9 giant rats sent out may not be a match for the two mysterious mutated beasts. It decides not to enjoy itself in the base and prepares to deal with these two unruly characters who dare to flaunt their power before itself, a Tier 1 Transcendent Beast. Killing so many of its offspring, it is quite offended that this Tier 1 Transcendent Beast is considered a vegetarian. So it brings a large group of mortal tier level 9 giant rats along. However, on the way, it encounters countless low-level giant rats scattering in all directions, discovering that the level 9 giant rats it previously sent out have actually been killed by a fox engulfed in flames. This infuriates the arrogant Tier 1 Transcendent Mouse King, who immediately speeds up and gathers many fleeing low-level giant rats, charging forward in an imposing manner. Not far from Su and the others, some of the previously scattered giant rats are slowly regrouping. These are the vanguard subordinates of the Mouse King. Crowded giant rats were clustered together, creating a cacophony of squeaks. Only some of the giant rats glanced at Su and the little fox, their eyes filled with deep fear. These were the ones who had just engaged in battle, while the rest bared their teeth at them, as if they would have charged in for a fight if not for waiting on the Rat King's orders. In the depths of the dense forest behind the group of giant rats, a vast pressure surged from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. As the approach drew closer, the tremors of the ground grew stronger. The branches of the surrounding trees began to sway and rustle. The oppressive force intensified, and all the giant rats in the mountain forest shut their mouths, no longer making any squeaking noises. Aside from the spiritual energy converging towards the little fox, all that remained was this imposing aura of slaughter. From the orange light sphere displayed by the music box, Su already knew that a Tier 1 Transcendent giant rat had come from their base. This aura was deliberately released by it. Even before it had arrived, it wanted to give Su and the little fox a warning. This was mainly aimed at the newly advanced little fox. After all, Su was just a harmless white wolf that repressed its aura. The densely packed giant rats in the bushes all parted to create a wide path. A giant elephant, the size of a small mountain, appeared at the front of the group. An elephant. Su looked at the giant elephant before him with confusion in the eye of reality. This elephant was not Tier 1 transcendent, it was just an ordinary mortal Tier Level 8 mutated beast. Did I get it wrong? It's no wonder Su thought this way. He didn't possess himself to observe this time, merely knowing from the music box spectrum that a Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast was approaching, and there were no other Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beasts nearby, so it must be the Tier 1 transcendent Rat King. I didn't expect that it would actually be an elephant. Trumpet! The giant figure, akin to a small mountain, let out a high-pitched call, stretching its trunk towards its back. Then, a black giant rat appeared above the giant elephant's head, looking down at everything below. A mount. Indeed, Su did not expect this giant rat to be so flamboyant. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With the appearance of the Rat King, the surrounding aura suddenly surged. Chapter 80, Reaping Again. Chapter 80, Reaping Again. The moment the Rat King appeared atop the elephant, like a mountain pressing down, an overwhelming force came rolling in all directions. The entire mountain forest seemed to tremble in response. This is the pressure from a Tier 1 transcendent monster. A Tier 1 transcendent monster is no longer an ordinary life form. Su and the little firefox are right in the center of this oppressive atmosphere, which is a show of force deliberately used by the Mouse King against them. Faced with this pressure, Su merely paused for a moment, feeling little. On the other hand, the little firefox, in the midst of its advancement, felt this overwhelming pressure and had its own momentum rise correspondingly. The flames twisting around its body became increasingly active. Waves of heat continuously radiated from its body, spreading outwards. The high temperatures rushed towards the incoming rat swarm, causing a stir among the giant rats. The Mouse King appeared at a distance on a low hill. It stood atop a massive elephant, overlooking two figures in red and white in the distance. The little firefox's reaction caused the Mouse King to overlook Su's response to its own momentum. All of its attention was focused on the little firefox. As for Su, the white mutated wolf, not large in size and lacking any real aura, it appeared to be just an ordinary mutated beast. This mutated beast might have some abilities, but as long as it doesn't reach Tier 1 transcendent, it will never understand the power of Tier 1 transcendent. A Tier 1 transcendent monster is no simple matter. During the era of spiritual revival, it's not to say all creatures have grown larger, but most animals have indeed increased in size. Moreover, among the same species, those with stronger abilities tend to have larger bodies, which has basically become a partial consensus among some creatures. This is also why Su was underestimated after all. Apart from its body growing larger when it advanced to Tier 1 transcendent, it hasn't changed since. It's not like the Alpha rank Tier 1 transcendent wolf clan, where their sizes have already reached 3 meters. Su's size, at less than 1.5 meters, is hardly noticeable among this group of mutated beasts. In contrast, the other red figure, the little firefox, made the Mouse King wary. The continuously rising pressure from it caused even this Mouse King to take notice, because it sensed a threat from the little firefox. This firefox is currently breaking through to Tier 1 transcendent. With such momentum now, once it truly breaks through to Tier 1 transcendent, it will surely belong to the type with high combat power in the primary level of Tier 1 transcendent. Moreover, the dark red flames rolling around its body were somewhat alarming to the Mouse King. What kind of ability is this, to manipulate flames? Yet it is enveloped in this terrifying black and red flame. If a fight were to break out, it seems impossible to know where to begin. Like a hedgehog, touching it would result in self-inflicted burns. Attack while it hasn't fully ascended yet, everyone go now. The Mouse King squinted its small black eyes, feeling a pang of jealousy towards those with special abilities. Why aren't such powerful abilities its own? Its own Tier 1 transcendent talent skill, however, is not combat-oriented, which only adds to its frustration. This further solidified its belief that a Tier 1 transcendent beast that could threaten it must not exist. It's fortunate that it arrived in time, killing it before it can ascend. Killing a mutated beast with the potential to become Tier 1 transcendent fills it with pride. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With the Mouse King's command given, all the giant rats dared not show the slightest hint of retreat. Any delay would mean being trampled by the enormous rats charging from behind, leaving no chance to rise again. They understood their leader's ruthless nature. Obey the command and there is a chance to survive. Disobedience only leads to dead ends. Who could escape in front of a Tier 1 transcendent beast? Rather than being killed by the Mouse King now, it's better to fight back. Dozens of level 9 giant rats led countless ordinary giant rats as they charged forward, battling against the heat waves. Unlike the ordinary giant rats, this group of level 9 giant rats did not immediately engage in close combat with the little firefox. Instead, they each took a position, using their agile tails to whip nearby low-level giant rats and smash them fiercely towards the little firefox that was breaking through. The passing giant rats were frightened, darting aside, terrified of being caught in the chaos caused by the level 9 giant rats. Bang! Bang! One by one, the giant rats soared through the air like heavy stones, crashing down on the little firefox. Accompanying this were the cries of the giant rats. Countless giant rats crashed down, causing the two-tailed firefox to sway slightly, making its rising energy seem somewhat unstable. The little firefox, in the midst of its advancement, fiercely resisted the influx of spiritual energy from the outside world, continuously utilizing this overwhelming spiritual energy to cleanse every part of its body. The tendons, bones, and cells throughout its body were rapidly solidifying under the infusion of this spiritual energy. Impurities that had accumulated in its body for a long time continuously expelled from its body amidst this storm of spiritual energy. Its entire being is gradually being cleansed. Every sweep of the cleansing makes the little firefox's body grow stronger, its spirit transforming bit by bit. This process is filled with the agony of the body tearing apart. It feels like being torn apart and then reassembled repeatedly. During this period, the little firefox was exhausted from dealing with its physical condition. This was the most critical step in its advancement, leaving no room for distraction. As a result, the little firefox could not respond effectively to the external attacks at that moment. It was a passive target taking hits. It could only endure the attacks from the giant rats, and the only defense it had was the rolling black and red flames on its body. Every giant rat that touched the little firefox turned into a fireball, falling to the ground while struggling and screaming, eventually turning into a pile of char. The lethal power of this black flame was evident. However, the scorching black flames did not deter the giant rats from attacking. Besides those hurled at it, some fearless giant rats pressed directly against the little firefox, engaging in close combat despite the flames. It can be said that every battle resulted in multiple giant rat casualties. Seeing the attack was effective, a portion of the 9th level giant rats continued to launch ranged attacks on the advancing little firefox. Meanwhile, another portion began to wildly burn the mana within their bodies, wrapping themselves in gray mana to prepare for close quarters combat under high temperatures. Ah, whoa! Sue roared loudly and charged into action. The little firefox was in danger during its advancement, and he could not let this group of giant rats interrupt its path to ascension. While he yelled, he jumped high into the air, his form like a faint golden lightning bolt penetrating the mass of giant rats. He appeared directly around the little firefox, continuously circling it. As he further consumed his internal mana, the golden glow on Sue became even more radiant. Correspondingly, his killing power became stronger. After several rounds, an over-meter-wide bloody path was carved out around the little firefox by Sue. Evolution points EP served on a platter. Why not take them? Chapter 81, Escape Skills. Chapter 81, Escape Skills. Sue operated the Beast King art at all times. Even in the current battle, it continued without pause. The mana consumed and burned within him quickly recovered under the influence of the Beast King art. It is no exaggeration to say that the operation of the Beast King art ensured that mana within Sue continuously flowed. From the start until now, even after multiple battles, the mana within him has not been significantly depleted. It remains abundant. This highlights the importance of the Beast King art. It's worth noting that the mana in other animals and humans is finite. Whatever they use, they lose. The recovery speed during battle is slow, and only through cultivation can they regain it. The human or beast body can be seen as a container, with different levels corresponding to fixed container sizes. Thus, most ordinary people and beasts only have a limited mana reserve. How to store more mana in a fixed-sized container involves some techniques and intricacies, which is also the reason why cultivation methods exist. Having more mana is definitely beneficial during a battle. If you have more mana than others, your chances of winning increase. If you recover faster than others, you hold an even greater advantage. The Beast King technique that Su is currently practicing addresses the issue of mana reserves. Su does not know where these cultivation methods originated from or who created them, but he truly understands the benefits of the Beast King technique. The Beast King technique refines and compresses the mana stored within the body each time it is activated, allowing more mana to be stored in the same sized container through continuous refining. Furthermore, during each operation, the body is continually refined, making it stronger, and this physical strength further enhances the container's storage capacity. By employing the Beast King technique during battles, it can absorb external spiritual energy more quickly to replenish mana, allowing for faster recovery. Since breaking through to Tier 1 Transcendent, Su has yet to engage in a full-out battle. He does not know how much power he could unleash when he goes all out. The giant mice before him aren't enough to make him go all out. Even the Mouse King sitting on the elephant doesn't compel Su to fight with full intensity. Su didn't rush in to fight with the Mouse King immediately for two reasons. One is that this group of giant mice is numerous, and without the Mouse King's command, they wouldn't charge recklessly. Su needs the Mouse King to control them so he can harvest more evolution points EP. Su can sense that it won't be long before he is ready to level up again, and this reward is much better than killing a Tier 1 Transcendent Mouse King. The second reason is that through the Eye of Truth, Su learned that this giant mouse's talent skill is not a combat skill but rather an escape skill. Earth Escape, a must-have skill for fleeing, is noted. Su remembers when he initially infiltrated the Mouse King's base, the first thing he did was observe the Mouse King's status panel. The status panel at that time was as follows. Target, Giant Mouse. Species, Mouse. Bloodline, None. Level Tier, Tier 1 Transcendent Tier 1, Early Stage. Talent, Earth Escape. Note, can quickly burrow through the soil to escape, a must-have skill for survival. Skill, None. A Mouse King whose talent skill is purely for escape is not worth the risk without absolute confidence in a one-hit kill. Mice are inherently skilled at digging, and with this Earth Escape, it's like adding wings to the Mouse King. Su activated the Beast King technique, and golden winds reappeared on the surface of his body, flowing like waves that undulated with his movements. On the battlefield, Su didn't even need to take action himself. He just had to steer in the direction of the densely packed giant mice and charge forward. The flowing winds around him were like sharp blades, neatly cutting apart all the giant mice that came close. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Su's reckless charge caused all the giant mice to start squeaking loudly and scrambling to avoid his path, causing the entire swarm to stir. It also completely disrupted the rhythm of the initial attack on the little firefox. The little firefox's breath began to stabilize again, and its momentum also started to rise. In the center, the little firefox closed its eyes, knowing that its leader had made a move, and felt a slight sense of relief. Looking for death. The slightly annoyed voice of the Mouse King echoed in Su's mind, thinking that a Tier 1 Transcendent being could be treated like a soft persimmon. Su didn't respond and continued to follow his own path. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Mouse King let out a piercing scream. 7 or 8 level 9 giant mice turned and jumped directly at Su, who was charging through the crowd. They trampled and injured dozens of their fellow giant mice in the process, but they didn't care about the lives of these lower-level kin, as 2 directly blocked Su's advance. The remaining few directly threw the giant mice around them towards Su. Su was moving extremely fast, but the aim of the thrown giant mice seemed a bit off, with most missing him, and only a few managing to land in front of him. Each giant mouse slammed down into the swarm, creating holes about a meter deep in the ground, with 3 or 4 unfortunate giant mice caught within each hole. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giant mice were all squeaking in panic, and the surrounding area was filled with these terrified and desperate cries. If it weren't for the high-level individuals suppressing the chaos, and the Mouse King being in the center of the swarm, the terrified giant mice would have long since scattered in all directions. 7 or 8 level 9 giant mice were watching Su. This white wolf was tricky, its exact level was hard to discern, but the golden shimmer flowing on its body was very peculiar. It could actually slice through the giant mice along its path. But apart from that, this white wolf seemed unremarkable, perhaps similar to that fiery fox, possessing some kind of special ability. Sue didn't care about their thoughts. His goal was simply to relieve some of the little firefox's pressure while harvesting giant mice for evolution points. EP. Crack! Two level 9 giant mice blocking Sue's path swung their tails fiercely at him. They were very confident that these two tail whips could definitely interrupt Sue's momentum, and even a hit could injure this white wolf. However, the reality was harsh. The two giant rats had their double tails cut into several segments before they even touched Sue, and immediately after, their bodies were also sliced into pieces like ordinary giant rats. The two level 9 giant rats were surprisingly no match for this white wolf. Moreover, they were so easily sliced into pieces. This white wolf seemed far from simple. Even among level 9 mutated beasts, the battle wouldn't be so one-sided. Sue didn't rush in but continued to circle around the little firefox, harvesting the continuously emerging giant rats. The Rat King finally began to take the situation seriously, observing the not-so-large white wolf in front of him and the swirling golden wind flowing around it. This is strange. The Rat King frowned. Being naturally cautious, it did not attack directly. Instead, it began to carefully observe the changes in Sue, the white wolf, from a high position. Chapter 82, The Rat King Strikes. Chapter 82, The Rat King Strikes. The Rat King was observing the changes in Sue, the white wolf, from above. The golden wind surrounding this white wolf was terrifying, but he did not have much aura in his own perception. Is it just putting on a show to conceal its strength, or does it truly possess special abilities, only to be at mercy once its mana is exhausted? The Rat King couldn't be sure. But now, the little firefox's breakthrough was hitting the barrier of Tier 1 Transcendent, making it feel somewhat anxious. Those closest to home know their situation. If the little firefox breaks through with its unique flame ability, it might not actually be its opponent. This territory could fall into someone else's hands, which it did not want to see. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The oppressive aura within the Rat King surged again, then disappeared above the head of that elephant-like giant. A shadow, as fast as lightning, rushed directly towards the little firefox. The priority is to deal with this upgraded little firefox and not let it complete its transformation. The Rat King moved incredibly fast, like thunder. An overwhelming, vast power plummeted down, and amidst it, there was a faint sound of thunder. It just doesn't attack, but when it does, it uses its full force. It fully displayed its nature as a ferocious beast, crazed and bloodthirsty. Yellow mana wrapped around its entire body, and in that instant, its physique inflated by a size. At this moment, it was not any smaller than Sue. Its form was even more elongated, especially the sharp claws on its limbs that gleamed with a metallic luster. The tail behind it was poised for action that was its deadliest weapon. And everything was completed in that moment in the air. To become a Tier 1 Transcendent beast among this group of giant rats is no simple feat. Sue had already sensed the Rat King's movements. This is good, Sue thought to himself. Sue leapt up high immediately, inserting himself directly between the Rat King and the little firefox, swinging his front claws to block a thunderous strike from the Rat King. In this attack, Sue did not use the mana within his body. He relied purely on his physical strength. It's not that Sue was overly confident. He already understood the true power of the Rat King through his true eye. If a Tier 1 Transcendent low-level giant rat needed his Tier 1 Transcendent mid-level wolf's full effort to contend, it would truly be an embarrassment to himself, having crossed over and possessing such a powerful system. The main reason is that Sue wanted to gauge the strength of his own body. With the Beast King art constantly refining his physique every day, he didn't know how far his physical evolution had progressed. That's when he wanted to give it a try. Bang! A loud noise accompanied by a resounding bang erupted in the ears of all the giant rats. The waves of impact stirred up stones and dust from the ground. The nearby dozen or so giant rats were thrown into disarray. As the dust began to settle, all the giant rats saw two figures in the arena. The Rat King was surrounded by a yellowish aura, its aura still immense and oppressive, pressing down on everything around. Combined with its size far exceeding that of an ordinary giant rat, it appeared menacing. This appearance truly matched the image of a Tier 1 Transcendent ferocious beast that everyone envisioned. In contrast, there was the white wolf, which showed no sign of change, exuding no momentum, quietly waiting not far from the little firefox. His surface bore no signs of mana fluctuations. The two formed a stark contrast. A chorus of squeaking erupted from the swarm of rats, sounding almost like cheers, as they continued to rush towards the little firefox under the Rat King's command. All the giant rats brimmed with confidence in their Rat King. Their Rat King was a Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast, perfectly capable of handling these two mutated beasts that had invaded their territory. The recent explosion and the Rat King's overwhelming mana, along with its imposing aura, everything was testament to the Rat King's strength. Yet they remained unaware that such a powerful Rat King could do nothing against this ordinary white wolf before them. Only a few 9th-grade giant rats sensed something was amiss. However, the entire rat swarm, emboldened by the Rat King's display of might, charged forward even more recklessly, disregarding their losses. The Rat King wore an incredulous expression as it looked at the unimposing white wolf before it. Others might not know, but it was aware that at that moment, it had already exerted its full strength. The white wolf had suddenly appeared between it and the firefox, using its foreleg to block the claw that it had unleashed with all its burning mana. Seething with anger at being thwarted, I unleashed my hidden ace with a thunderous force, striking the body of the white wolf. To my surprise, the white wolf did not attempt to evade at all. It actually braced itself against my ace with its body. Incredibly, despite such immense power, the white wolf merely took a step back after landing. It seems that this white wolf was not using its full strength. It did not sense the fluctuations of mana. Its physical body could withstand my full force strike. What kind of monster is this? It's definitely quite a bit stronger than me. Tier 1 Transcendent. This white wolf is definitely a Tier 1 Transcendent beast. What a deeply hidden fellow. I was actually fooled by it at first. Realizing all this, the Mouse King couldn't help but want to turn and flee. But it was also afraid that the moment it turned, the white wolf would attack. For a moment, the Mouse King stood frozen in place, not moving an inch. You are also a Tier 1 Transcendent beast. Sue heard the voice of the Mouse King in her mind, which strangely sounded a bit tense. At this moment, the Mouse King was indeed very anxious. It regretted coming here. Isn't it more enjoyable to stay in the den and eat, drink, and have fun? Why bother coming over to join the commotion? If it hadn't come, it wouldn't have encountered these two freaks. Of course, mainly that freakish white wolf. The little firefox, though having high potential for growth, hasn't successfully leveled up yet. The threat is far beyond what this white wolf, with its hidden power obsession, can compare to. Guess. The Mouse King also heard Sue's somewhat teasing voice in its mind. The emergence of this voice made the Mouse King completely lose heart. Mental communication is a power exclusive to Tier 1 Transcendent beasts. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'll have all the little mice leave. I won't disturb you. The Mouse King hurriedly spoke. No, keep going, just keep going. If you dare to tell them to stop, I can only take your life. Good. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded, and it appeared as if the wolf and the mouse had paused their conflict. The white wolf continued to weave through the mouse swarm, harvesting the giant mice. Meanwhile, the Mouse King stood frozen, nervously watching the white wolf. It wasn't that it didn't want to escape. It sensed that although the white wolf was busy with its own matters, its instincts kept telling it that the wolf had not shifted its attention from itself. And indeed, that was true. In Sue's eyes, the Mouse King was also her evolution point CP. The earlier probing had also allowed Sue to roughly gauge her strength. Indeed, fighting against a stronger opponent is not so easy. Thinking back to the time she encountered the Tier 1 Transcendent human-faced spider, it was truly fortunate to have killed it. At that time, there was no position in the spider's home ground to fight with webs. The human-faced spider was anxious and worried about the music box, Alpha's furious talent skill, and finally drawing the item, the Thunder Curse, from the lottery. All of this ultimately led to the human-faced spider's demise. There were too many coincidences in that battle, otherwise, it would have likely ended with the complete annihilation of the wolf pack. Chapter 83, Successful Advancement. Chapter 83, Successful Advancement. For the Mouse King, there was a constant fear inside, always keeping an eye on that white wolf. This period felt very slow for it. For Sue, constantly keeping an eye on his status panel evolution points EP without ever meeting the promotion criteria has made this period feel very slow. For the little fox, its body kept tearing apart and reassembling, and the pain made time feel slower during this period. The only ones who felt time passing especially quickly were the giant rats. A batch of giant rats was completely harvested by the white wolf, and as more were sent in, they were harvested again. This made all the giant rats in line gradually feel as though time was passing particularly quickly, and before long, it was their turn. Boom! Suddenly, the small fox in the center erupted with power. A vortex of spiritual energy appeared directly above its head. Waves of swirling spiritual energy, like a storm, stirred up dust and debris in this area. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from inside the little fox. It sounded like a chick hatching, the crackle of the eggshell. At the same moment this sound emerged, a unique presence of a Tier 1 transcendent ferocious beast radiated from the center of the little fox's body in all directions. The little fox successfully leveled up. At the same time, a leveling up sound echoed in Sue's ear. Ding, congratulations host, leveled up to Tier 1 transcendent first level advanced. At the moment the little fox leveled up, the chi around Sue perfectly harvested the last 10 evolution points EP needed for the upgrade, successfully leveling up. It could be said to be a double blessing. The only regret is that the Rat King took advantage of the moment when the little fox and Sue were distracted by the upgrade to use its earth escape, successfully fleeing to safety. Its orange light sphere sped eastward through the spectrum of the music box, not stopping at its nest and rushing east, seemingly afraid of being pursued by Sue and the others. The Mouse King's command, like a line of dominoes, caused the once apprehensive mouse horde to scatter in all directions in an instant. While fleeing, I wish I had more than 4 legs. The elephant, resembling a small hill, ran uncontrollably in the opposite direction of the rodent horde after losing the control of the Mouse King, crashing through countless bushes and trees. We succeeded in breaking through. Sue spoke to the little firefox. Yeah, it wasn't easy. You have no idea the pain I went through, I almost died. The little firefox complained in human speech, gradually cooling the flames around it. Now much larger in size, the little firefox, which was once less than a meter tall, is now just a bit smaller than Sue. I've been through that too. Sue casually glanced at it. Let us go, it's too chaotic here. The little firefox took a look at the densely packed corpses of giant mice around, nodding its head. One can imagine that as these corpses accompany the retreat of the giant mouse horde, this area will become a paradise for returning animals, where tens of thousands of giant mice have died in a relatively small space. How many animals will have a feast from this, and how many creatures will benefit? The cycle of all things. This was all done by the boss. Impressive, quick, and decisive. Is your hand tired? The little firefox followed Sue with a cheeky grin as they left this battlefield. Sue ignored the little firefox's jokes. Boss, I want to challenge you. If I win, I'll be the boss. As it advanced, the little firefox, feeling its own abilities had greatly improved, laughed and began to challenge Sue. Are you sure? Sue looked at the little firefox, realizing that this somewhat unreliable little brother was the type who wouldn't be restrained for long if not reprimanded. There's nothing malicious about their interactions, apart from the occasional mischief. Come on, let me be the boss for a while. The little firefox grinned widely and, in an open area, started using its talent skill, the spirit fox body. In an instant, it transformed into a firefox whose body was engulfed in flames, its size surpassing Sue's. Bang! Boom! Boom! After a tremendous upheaval and a change in the atmosphere, the entire world quieted down, leaving only some groans of discomfort. Sue remained leisurely standing, while the little firefox slowly crawled out of a pit that it had created, covered in dirt. The groans were clearly coming from the little firefox. Boss, I concede. Ow! It really hurts when you hit me. The little firefox wore a long face, one foreleg covering its dark eye circles, speaking in a dejected tone tinged with crying. I didn't expect that even having reached Tier 1 Transcendent, I wouldn't be able to defeat my boss. At least I should be able to protect myself, right? My spirit fox body should have increased my combat power several times. Even so, when facing Sue, I ended up being beaten by Sue using mere physical strength without using any mana. Of course, it's not like mana is completely unused. My own claws are still imbued with it, not to enhance my combat power, but simply to prevent the flames on my body. Thinking of this, the little fox couldn't help but smile happily, feeling a bit smug, knowing that even the boss was afraid of his own flames. This shows that my flames are indeed powerful. The little fox thought to himself, his mouth curling into a slight smile, while continuously flattering Sue. I was wrong, the boss is the boss, so strong in battle I'm impressed. By the way, boss, what level tier are you now? Guess. Under Sue's lead, a fox and a wolf arrived at the location where the giant rat's warehouse used to be. Before them stood a modest stone hill, about 10 meters high, with little in the way of tall trees, just some shrubs and vines. Except for the snow-capped peak, the rest of the mountain was obscured by the crowns of towering giant trees. Boss, what are we doing here? The little fox asked in confusion as he saw Sue stop at the foot of the mountain. This mountain is the old nest of the giant rats. Let's see if there are any treasures. Good stuff. At the mention of treasures, the little fox's eyes brightened, but then he felt a bit frustrated. How would he get inside? While looking around for an entrance, Sue began to walk towards the mountain. Stop looking, the entrance is underground. Are you planning to crawl into a rat hole? The little fox awkwardly smiled. Sue ignored him and began to channel his mana. As the mana ignited, his forelimbs transformed into gold from bone to flesh to fur. Within the shifting light, there was a faint golden shimmer. Bang! As Sue moved, the stones on the mountain were smashed like tofu, turning into rubble, and a more than 1 meter high oval-shaped tunnel slowly formed under Sue's advance. This scene left the little fox stunned once again. Creating a tunnel in the mountains wasn't particularly difficult for him, but cutting through stone as easily as Sue did was beyond his ability. What sharp claws these are! The waves of yellow energy that constantly swirled around the surface of his boss's body gave off a sharp feeling. Just looking at it was enough to make him feel like he could be cut. The thrilling sensation made the little fox somewhat fearful. Perhaps the boss didn't use mana out of fear of hurting himself, the little fox thought silently. Chapter 84, Mysterious Ore. Chapter 84, Mysterious Ore. The little fox followed closely behind Sue as they ventured inside. We've broken through. With a gentle swipe of Sue's forepaw against a stone block in front of them, the entire stone shattered, revealing a vast space ahead. The little fox rushed forward, driven by curiosity to see what was inside. Ugh! To his surprise, a foul stench hit him head-on. The little firefox couldn't help but gag, quickly covering its nose in fright. A smile flickered in Sue's eyes as he stood beside the little firefox. Sue had immediately held his breath and shut down his olfactory system. Being able to do this was a gradual discovery after he evolved to Tier 1 Transcendent, realizing that he gained better control over his body, and simply shutting down his sense of smell was within his capability. Otherwise, with Sue's keen sense of smell right now, he would have been half dead just being here. After a while, the little firefox also managed to recover like Sue. It shut off its sense of smell and continued to follow Sue forward. The entire passage was pitch black, but after being opened up, there was a faint glow. This faint light came from the various sizes of fluorescent stones piled around in this underground space. According to Sue's knowledge from his past life, these stones contain some radioactive materials, and it was precisely the presence of these materials that allowed them to emit light. Sometimes, Sue's wandering thoughts led him to wonder if the spiritual energy in the air was also some form of radioactive material. It's known that while radioactive materials can harm the human body, they can also promote biological mutations. And the spiritual energy that has appeared in the air happens to have this effect. After the revival of spiritual energy, the emergence of this energy greatly accelerated the evolution of all living beings. Unlike the radioactive materials he was familiar with, spiritual energy is a beneficial substance, while conventional radioactive materials are generally harmful. These glowing fluorescent stones are among the items collected by the giant rats. Perhaps they discovered that this kind of stone could emit light and brought it back. With evolution, most animals have already become capable of surviving in the dark, and the giant rats are no exception. They have lived underground in constant darkness for years. This has allowed their eyes to adapt to seeing things in the dark by relying on various dim lights. However, adapting to the dark doesn't mean light is unnecessary. On the contrary, most creatures need to go to sunny places every so often. Even after evolving, sunlight remains essential for life growth. After Sue and the little firefox evolved to Tier 1 Transcendent, their visual abilities in the dark were greatly enhanced, making darkness no longer a burden. Deep down, Sue still preferred the feeling of being under the sun. Returning to their thoughts, a wolf and a fox ventured deeper. With the entire mountain hollowed out, the underground space appeared particularly spacious. So big. The little firefox stared in amazement at the enormous conical underground space and the myriad of mouse holes on the surrounding stone walls. This group of rats actually dug out this small mountain, creating such a vast space. Truly, many rats have great power. Indeed. Sue somewhat agrees with this remark from the little fox. Sue had seen it already, and this was the second time looking at it. Seeing it again was still a bit shocking. Giant rats do dig holes, but to excavate such a large underground space certainly requires more than just hundreds or thousands of rats. What frustrated Sue the most was that this was all for the indulgent pleasures of the Rat King. The vast space was filled with countless items, all sorts of odds and ends. Animal carcasses, plant roots, fruits, and various colored ores. In fact, among this pile of items were some belongings that originally belonged to humans, like clothes, shoes, appliances, everyday items, canned food, and snacks. It truly had everything. It's hard to understand what this group of giant rats was thinking, wanting everything and collecting it all. And because there was such a variety of items, some fruits and corpses had already rotted, and the space was filled with a foul odor, which came from these things. Sue casually looked around to see if there was anything suitable to take, something to carry with the inventory. The inventory originally had a size of 10 cubic meters, but as Sue's level tier increased, the inventory kept changing. Now, Sue didn't even know how large it had become. Without hesitation, Sue stuffed some appealing and useful items into the inventory. While Sue was picking items, the little fox wandered off to other places. "Boss, come over here." Not long after, a surprised call from the little fox came from not far away. Sue turned to look in the direction of the little fox, the voice coming from a cave in the distant stone wall. Sue remembered that place. It seemed to be where he had once possessed a giant rat to sneak in. It was where the Rat King stayed. With the Rat King's disposition, good things would certainly be enjoyed by the Rat King, and its position would definitely have good items. Sue walked towards the cave where the Rat King used to stay. As soon as he approached the cave, Sue could clearly feel the spiritual energy becoming denser. As expected, something unusual. The cave where the Rat King stayed was over 1 meter high, and upon entering, it revealed a whole new world. Inside, there was about 100 or 200 square meters. The cave was piled up with heaps of fruits that released a sweet aroma. "Boss, eat the spirit fruit." The little fox unceremoniously sat down on the ground and chewed on a fruit, mumbling indistinctly. Sue ignored it and assessed the interior of this space. There were quite a few items in the entire space, but the types were not many. Besides heaps of fruits, there was also a large pile of yellowish stones. There were thousands of them. Stones! How could the Rat King's private territory have some random stones? Curious, Sue walked over and used his forelimb to nudge one of the stones. The color is a sandy yellow, but its texture isn't that of an ordinary stone. Up close, it has a somewhat translucent quality, resembling a type of sandy yellow crystal. This must be some kind of special mineral, Sue pondered to herself. Sue placed her front paws against the sandy yellow stone, her mind stirring as she activated the Beast King technique. At the moment the Beast King technique was in operation, a heavy force was drawn out from the stone by the technique. In an instant, the whole space was suddenly filled with sandy yellow spiritual energy. Spirit Stone. This seems quite similar to the spirit stones described in the novels from my past life, all containing energy. This world is becoming more and more interesting. At this moment, even a fool like Sue knew that this was a spirit stone, and based on its attributes, it should be an earth-type spirit stone. This spirit stone contains a vast amount of earth-type spiritual energy, indicating that these spirit stones must be of quite high quality. Chapter 85, Spirit Stone. Chapter 85, Spirit Stone. Another question arose in Sue's mind. How could there be spirit stones in the Mouse King's territory? Did the Mouse Clan stumble upon them, just like I happened to discover the existence of the magical music box? Or did they directly discover a spirit stone mine? If it's the latter, then this is truly astonishing news. A spirit stone mine is a huge temptation for anyone once humans discover it. It could lead to another fierce battle for survival. Spirit stones are a strategic resource for all creatures, both now and in the future. Whoever controls them holds the power for growth and advancement. This is something that all species would never let go of. How could the Mouse King's territory have so many spirit stones? 10 or 8 rocks might make sense, but these thousands of stones are not of low quality. Moreover, these spirit stones are all of the same attribute, which is quite intriguing. This means that there is a high probability that a spirit stone mine exists in this mountain forest. Unfortunately, I let that Mouse King go, otherwise, I could have extracted some useful information from it. But thinking about it now is useless. Back then, I had no idea that its lair would hide something as valuable as spirit stones. What's wrong, boss? The little firefox also noticed something unusual and hurried over to ask. Feel the energy in these spirit stones with your heart. Sue tossed a sandy yellow spirit stone and said to the little firefox standing nearby. Spirit stone? The little firefox was somewhat confused. Although it usually spoke in a very social manner and seemed quite knowledgeable about human life, it was still different from real humans, who read novels and understood the terms used in them like Sue. So it was a bit puzzled about this so-called spirit stone. Isn't it just a type of mineral? Why call it a spirit stone? Can it really produce spiritual energy? The little firefox muttered to itself. Pressing down the flying stone with its front paw, the little firefox tried to feel the sandy yellow stone as instructed by Sue. Sure enough, there was spiritual energy, and it was extremely rich. Amidst the seemingly ordinary stone lies an enormous amount of spiritual energy. It's as if this stone was formed from countless compressions of spirit. No wonder the boss calls it a spirit stone. There's such rich spiritual energy inside. The little fox exclaimed in surprise to Sue after sensing the overwhelming fluctuations of energy from the stone. How did you discover this, boss? The little fox voiced the question that was on its mind. It's worth noting that the stone looks plain on the surface, with no abnormalities. Only by carefully sensing and activating the mana within can one draw out the spiritual energy inside. Don't you think that on the territory of a Mouse King, aside from these spirit fruits, it wouldn't just leave some useless stones lying around? Upon hearing Sue's words, the little fox suddenly realized that its boss was indeed more observant than itself. The Mouse King would never leave useless objects in its territory. Any good stuff would definitely be in its grip, making the place a treasure trove. Since it's a treasure trove, why would there be piles of useless stones? I never expected such stones to contain such rich spiritual energy. How pitiful I am, huffing and puffing, trying to absorb energy from the air, falling behind this little mouse with just a few broken stones. The little fox seemed somewhat indignant. In fact, Sue understood the little fox's feelings. The emergence of such spirit stones would really disrupt certain balances. Spirit stones are indeed an excellent aid for cultivation. Just holding a piece can absorb ample spiritual energy, and this method of energy acquisition is vastly superior compared to relying solely on absorbing ambient energy. If one possesses a large amount of spirit stones, then the speed of evolution will undoubtedly surpass that of other competitors. The reason the wolf clan can outpace the evolution speed of other animals is precisely due to the tenfold amplification of spiritual energy from their formation and the boost from skills like the Beast King's technique. It's clear that in cultivation, aside from having amazing talent, what truly matters is competing for resources, leading to a situation where the strong get stronger. This is also why Sue is so focused on the sudden emergence of these spirit stones. Good things are best kept in one's own hands. Even if this earth-type spirit stone cannot be absorbed by itself. Is this all there is, boss? The little fox looked a bit disappointed at the heap of earthy yellow stones on the ground. It's a pity that although these stones are good, they differ greatly from the spiritual energy I need. The little fox belongs to the fire-type mana and naturally needs fire attribute energy. Sue and the others belong to the gold type and need gold attribute energy. These Earth-type spirit stones have little effect for them. On the contrary, they would be quite beneficial for common bloodline wolves like the 14th wolf, who have no special lineage. This is also the only advantage of common bloodlines. While not as talented or powerful as those with special bloodlines, the benefit is inclusivity. All kinds of energy can be absorbed. Sue speculated that absorbing enough of the same type of spiritual energy might actually affect their physical constitution, but that was just a guess. Special bloodlines have stricter requirements, but once they grow, they are incomparable to ordinary bloodlines. Maybe we should head further east, Sue suddenly said. Further east? Yeah, let us go find the giant rat that escaped. Perhaps we can learn something from it. Sue moved slightly, gathering all the spirit stones and fruits into his mysterious inventory. Whoosh! In an instant, all the spirit stones and fruits vanished. Sue couldn't help but marvel at the magic of his inventory, which looked small yet seemed never to fill up. Since it was built into the system, Sue didn't care. As long as it worked well, that was enough. The little firefox was once again astonished by its direct superior. It had no idea how Sue managed to make so many spirit fruits and stones disappear so effortlessly. Its boss always acted in ways it couldn't understand, as if possessing infinite methods. Every time it thought it understood its boss, something incomprehensible would come up. But the stronger the boss was, the safer this first follower felt. It could be a little fox pretending to be a wolf, daring anyone to disrespect it, backed by its boss. In our boss's gang, there are 5 others as strong as my boss. It increasingly admired itself. How did it ever choose to follow this boss? It truly picked the right path. This sure was a leg to hold on to. The little firefox grew happier by the moment, until it couldn't help but chuckle joyfully. That silly, strange smile left Sue puzzled. Are we leaving? What's this about? Hee, it's nothing. Following the boss is definitely the right choice, the little firefox said with a mischievous grin. Chapter 86, Finding the Rat King. Chapter 86, Finding the Rat King. Sue and the little firefox exited the cave where the Rat King resided and once again searched through this vast space. Collecting what Sue deemed useful, it was mostly human items and some unidentifiable minerals. After completing all this, Sue took the little firefox back along the original path. Sue walked through the forest with the little firefox. This area had no towering mountains. It was mostly similar to Dongquan Mountain, with more hills of varying heights. As Sue walked, he used the music box to observe the surroundings. Due to the presence of rat hordes, the number of animals had noticeably decreased. Apart from a few small light orbs representing insects, there weren't many larger ones. Most of the larger ones were just giant rats and their young hiding in the underground caves. Since so many giant rats had already been killed, it was highly likely that this rat plague had come to an end. Sue didn't pay much attention to the scattered giant rats hidden around. Every species has the right to exist. Sue instinctively refused to eradicate them all. It's not that Sue was overly altruistic, but he thinks that the world is colorful because of the diversity of species. All he needs to do is to strengthen his own group. He doesn't want to interfere with the survival of other groups. When his own group becomes strong, then he has confidence, and survival becomes secure. Aspirations should be higher. Don't just focus on the petty struggles underground. This is what Sue said to himself. The world seems to be more exciting than he imagined, and the struggles against humans and nature are immensely enjoyable. Boss, will we be able to find the escaping rat by moving forward like this? The little fox couldn't help but ask while watching the leisurely advancing boss. Don't worry, just follow me. As long as it doesn't run too far, we will definitely find it. Sue divided his attention, manipulating the music box in his inventory while answering the little fox's question. But if that cunning rat hides away, won't we have no chance at all? The little fox was still a bit worried. After all, both he and the boss hadn't searched much and had just been moving forward. It's fine, trust me. Sue didn't explain anything to it. He just reassured the little fox to stay by his side. With the magical music box, he need not worry about finding the Rat King. After all, if its orange light ball appeared on his light curtain, it would be very obvious. But Sue didn't want to say too much about this. Some things can be revealed, while others must be kept hidden. The ability of the music box, so far, is Sue's biggest trump card besides the system. Even though he trusted the little fox after spending so much time together, what needs to be hidden should still be concealed. After advancing 10 kilometers and passing through an area with few animals, slowly, in the spectrum of the music box, around 4 or 5 kilometers away, the balls of light representing animals began to multiply again. Sue observed secretly. In a densely packed lightball area, Sue approached one of the light balls while walking. After changing his perspective, Sue found himself in an open valley, with a small stream flowing out of the valley. On either side were mountains and tall trees that shielded this spot from the cold wind, giving it a warm and moist appearance. The valley had only a few places with thin layers of snow, while most parts remained in their original state. In this valley, which seemed somewhat warm amid the harsh winter, a savage battle was taking place, with no mercy given. A large group of giant rats was fighting fiercely against some ferocious crustaceans. These crustaceans resembled the crabs Sue had eaten in the past but were several times larger. An ordinary crab was the size of a basin, with 8 legs spread out nearly a meter long. They are covered in dark green algae, with quite a bit of rat blood and flesh splattered on them, giving them a terrifying appearance. There are a considerable number of giant rats, but these evolved mutant crabs are also numerous. Sue can see from a distance at the end of the stream, a substantial number of mutant crabs are clawing their way over. On the banks of the stream and in the woods, giant rats are defending against the approaching mutant crabs. As soon as the mutant crabs break past the stream's range, giant rats immediately launch attacks. On both sides of the stream, giant rats are engaging in combat with these enlarged crabs, leaving a ground scattered with corpses, some from rats and others from crabs. The babbling stream flows quietly, yet at this moment, it is stained red with blood, countless severed limbs and broken arms lying scattered around. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Only the sounds of squealing and shrill cries from the rat group fill the surroundings. Meanwhile, the group of mutant crabs remains silent, solely focused on battling the giant rats. The only sound this group of cold-blooded crustaceans can make is the crunching of bones as their large pincers snap shut. Are we approaching the seashore? Sue couldn't help but frown. Having been in this world for too short a time, he wasn't particularly familiar with the area where he lived. He had yet to fully explore the surroundings. It turns out that the wolf den is located about 30 kilometers east, and it leads directly to the sea. Perhaps the alpha creatures are aware of this, but their thinking is different from Sue's. They don't ponder issues as complexly. To them, being near the coast is merely a fact, without any further thoughts. But Sue cannot think that simply. For example, why are these crabs coming ashore? Are they trying to seize territory on land? Is it really just a result of the giant rat population explosion causing a rat disaster beneath the wolf den? If not, then why are the giant rat hordes moving west? Is it due to internal factors or external pressures? Could it be that the sea harbors invading mutants like these crabs, which they cannot resist, forcing them to migrate deeper into the woods? At that moment, Sue's mind began to race. The more he thought, the worse his expression became. It seemed that things weren't as simple as he had imagined. What he had originally thought of as a mere rat problem appeared to be more complicated. Sue quickened his pace. He needed to see the situation for himself. Stay close, I'm going to speed up, Sue said to the little fox following him, who seemed somewhat bored. Okay. The little fox was taken aback. It didn't quite grasp Sue's intention and didn't understand why Sue suddenly said this. However, the next second, it realized why Sue had reminded it to stick close. Sue no longer walked leisurely as before. He suddenly accelerated and swiftly disappeared from view, giving the little fox no time to react. Boss, wait for me. The small firefox watched Sue disappear, suppressing the doubts in his heart as he began to accelerate, speeding in the direction Sue had gone. Let us chase after our doubts first. Chapter 87, The Crisis from Sea Beasts. Chapter 87, The Crisis from Sea Beasts. As Sue accelerated forward, he thought about the current situation and some of his own guesses. This society is different from the parallel world of his past life. In this world, spiritual energy is manifesting, causing all living beings to undergo wild evolution. Throughout, Sue has been focused on human society, believing that humans pose a significant threat to themselves, requiring him to pay close attention to certain human situations. If it weren't for discovering a rat infestation at the foot of the Wolf's Nest Mountain, he wouldn't have realized that there was an ocean to the east of the forest where the wolf's nest is located. Based on what he knew from his past life, the area of the ocean far exceeds that of the land. According to a certain expert from his past life, if the water and land of Blue Planet were exchanged, most of the land would turn into deserts due to lack of water. For a biosphere to sustain itself, it requires a presence of ocean far larger than that of the land. Thus, Su concludes that the oceans in this world should be similar to those in his past life, vast mysterious areas that are countless times larger than the land. From Su's own experiences so far, aside from the emergence of spiritual energy, the two worlds are actually no different in terms of lifestyle, language habits, or species from his past life. Based on this judgment, the number, scale, and even size of animals in this world's ocean far surpasses those of land creatures. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, all species are continuously evolving. The fierce competitive environment in the ocean may lead some creatures that are excluded from the sea to develop towards the land, invading the living space that originally belonged to land creatures. In that case, if they approach the coast, this forest may eventually face an invasion from sea beasts, with the native inhabitants living in this forest becoming the first obstacles to their incursion on the continent. Once they land in large numbers, everything in this forest will surely become a target for their attacks. And we, land creatures, will protect our homes for our survival and for the continuity of our species. Regardless of the reason, there will undoubtedly be a battle with them. Therefore, as long as sea beasts leave the ocean to invade the land, the conflict between both sides is irreconcilable, leading to mutual slaughter, with only the victors earning the right to survive. After the emergence of spiritual energy, the competition among all species has become increasingly sharp, either becoming strong or being enslaved, with the presence of spiritual energy amplifying this phenomenon. The competition between marine and land creatures, where the initiative is wholly in the hands of marine organisms. Although Su couldn't accept it, the fact remained that being a lone wolf, no matter how strong, he was powerless to change the overall situation where land creatures were weaker than ocean creatures. It's not that Su has a bias against these sea creatures, it's just that the ocean is truly vast. As for the predators in the ocean, under conditions of abundant resources where humans cannot interfere, who knows to what extent they have evolved. Mystical music boxes and spirit stones may also appear on land. In such a vast ocean, these things would outnumber those on land by countless times. Moreover, the materials might be so rich that land creatures cannot even imagine. This is also why Su felt heavy-hearted after suddenly discovering the mutated crab. In his previous life, crabs were merely food for humans, but now, after mutation, they exhibited powerful combat abilities. They were no longer ordinary food for humans. In contrast, humans might even become their food. This is a glimpse of how rapid evolution can change one's fate. Creatures like crabs are as numerous as dust in the ocean. They are merely the bottom tier of the biological food chain in this vast cycle. Above them are other formidable marine creatures such as sea turtles, seals, and various fish, and even more fearsome predators are above these. Some marine creatures are beyond Su's imagination. Because previous technological levels did not thoroughly explore the ocean, humans only investigated a small portion of the ocean. That is the most terrifying part. Su experienced a strong sense of crisis. The number of wolves is still too small in the face of such a crisis. They can't make much of a difference. It's time to accelerate the growth of the wolf pack, but such things cannot be rushed. This made Su feel a bit of a headache. The emergence of marine creatures attracted most of Su's attention. For a while, the attraction of finding the Rat King and uncovering the location of the Spirit Stone mine faded significantly. During the journey, there was a moment when Su even contemplated that even if the Rat Pack discovered the Spirit Stone mine, as long as they continued to resist the threats from the ocean, it would still be acceptable. But this was merely Su's wishful thinking. Not to mention that even if the Rat Pack had the Spirit Stone mine, they wouldn't guard this forest against ocean beasts with utmost dedication. The westward movement of the Rat Pack actually illustrates everything. They are actually already retreating. These giant rats certainly would not recklessly fight against ocean creatures at the cost of their lives. For the survival and reproduction of their group, this behavior is actually understandable. No one is noble. Even for himself and the wolf pack, if they were to fight against marine creatures at the cost of their lives, it would certainly be to protect their core interests. Core interests. Suddenly, Sue thought of something. Why didn't the rat pack all move westward? Why are some still engaged in battle with these mutated crabs? It seems to be hiding some secret. Could it be about the Spirit Stone mine? We'll find out when we get to the scene. Boss, why are you running so fast? Wait for me. The little firefox followed closely behind Sue, calling out to its boss, as Sue moved at an incredibly fast pace, with the little firefox struggling to keep up. Moreover, the speed of the two was unpredictable. Whenever the little firefox sped up, Sue would also accelerate, and when the little firefox slowed down, Sue would wait for it. In short, they maintained a swift advance without letting the little firefox fall behind. The 5 kilometers of acceleration was just a few breaths apart for Sue and the little firefox. Even in the dense forest, surrounded by trees, vines, and bushes. Finally, Sue, who appeared ahead like a white rainbow, came to a stop. Only then did the little firefox muster its energy and quickly run to Sue's side. Boss, what's going on? Why did you suddenly start running so fast? Is something wrong? The little firefox asked curiously. Have you found the trace of that Tier 1 transcendent rat? Just look ahead. Sue did not answer the little firefox's question, instead pointing ahead with its forelimb and speaking to the little firefox behind it. Ha! At Sue's reminder, the little firefox finally noticed the scene before them. Chapter 88, The True Rat King's Appearance. Chapter 88, The True Rat King's Appearance. They had already arrived at a high ground on one side of the valley. From this vantage point, they could overlook the entire scene in the valley. At this moment, the battle was still ongoing in the valley. Most of the participants in the fight were around mortal tier levels 4 or 5, with some elite squad leaders at levels 6 or 7 mixed in. Most of the time, it was soldier against soldier, commander against commander, fighting fiercely against one another. In the battlefield, the giant rats moved swiftly, seemingly holding the advantage on land, continuously preventing the mutated swimming crabs from getting ashore. Once a mutated swimming crab broke through, the giant rats would pounce and attack. However, the mutated swimming crabs were not at a disadvantage either. They had hard shells covered in spikes, 6 sharp legs like spears, and a pair of large pincers. If given the chance, the giant rats would sustain serious wounds, with some suffering broken bones. This enabled them to frequently breach the defenses of the giant rats and rush to the bank of the stream. With every successful breach, casualties occurred. The battle continued. The little firefox and Sue watched the combat below from above. What are these 8-legged monsters? Why are they fighting alongside these rats? After watching for a while, the little firefox couldn't help but speak up. These should be mutated swimming crabs, a type of creature that lives in the sea. Sue's expression turned somewhat serious, especially when mentioning the sea. He tried to keep his tone as neutral as possible. Swimming crabs? The little firefox did not notice Sue's unusual demeanor and continued to comment on the battlefield below. These mantis crabs are quite powerful, armed all over and with strong defenses. Apart from not being as fast as the mice in reaction, they're really not something the mice can compete against. This group of mice relies on their speed and agility, otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance against these mantis crabs. The word sea carried no particular meaning for it. It was like saying the southern part of the mountains and forests to it. For the little firefox, it was merely a direction. Seeing the little firefox completely unfazed and lacking the same sense of crisis she had, Sue couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Sometimes, knowing less actually comes with fewer burdens. Just focus on being yourself and continue to cultivate. Even when dangers arise in the future, it won't be just you bearing the weight. Everyone will share the burden. Most of the animals in the mountains and forests really just have simple thoughts about how to become stronger and survive. Discussing crisis awareness and preventive measures is far too distant a concept for them. Most animals are still struggling for their current survival, and sometimes, whether they can live to see the next day is an unknown. Sue couldn't help but laugh at herself. Situations like hers are truly rare. But since she could recognize the crisis, she had to do something. The first step is certainly to strengthen both herself and the wolf pack, and the second step, Sue wants to explore the coastline to the east of the forest. Let's go take a look around for any unusual situations. Sue glanced at the valley, then turned to the little firefox and spoke. With this group of mice around, could that Tier 1 transcendent giant mouse be hiding in this area? The little firefox retracted its gaze from the valley. The level of fighting occurring below could hardly attract its interest. The only reason it was watching now was because it was intrigued by the mantis crabs its leader mentioned. This crustacean is truly a born warrior, capable of both attack and defense with astonishing destructive power. It had seen with its own eyes numerous giant mice accidentally caught by some mutated needle crabs, and being pinched meant being cut in half. Whether it was their limbs or their bodies. Most of the blood on the ground and in the stream within the valley came from the giant mice. The little firefox was wondering if there were any Tier 1 transcendent beings among this population of needle crabs, and how it could defeat or even kill such powerful attackers and defenders later on. The little firefox's words reminded Sue. Given the Rat King's hedonistic nature, it wouldn't abandon the rat pack to hide in a sparsely populated area. It must have returned to the rat pack's stronghold. After all, it didn't know that Sue possessed a divine tool capable of locating all creatures, and this Tier 1 transcendent beast's orange light orb was especially conspicuous in Sue's eyes. In Sue's music box spectrum, it resembled a sun. What a misfortune to become the focus of Sue's attention. If the Rat King knew Sue could locate it from a great distance, it would have surely fled far away and never appear within a 100-mile radius of Sue. It's likely it would have run as far away as possible and would not appear within Sue's vicinity ever again. Now that a target has been identified, it's time to search for the Rat King. As long as they find the location with the highest number of giant mice, it will definitely head in that direction. The music box's spectrum showed that in the southeast, the rat pack was very active and dense, so Sue decided to head southeast. Proceeding east along the valley, Sue gradually discovered that this valley was a concave area of the forest. Following the stream eastward, both sides of the stream were lined with rolling hills. The further east they traveled, the wider the mountain's opening became, resembling a trumpet shape. Slowly, with occasional clear views along the way, they could see a fan-shaped flat area, which was large and extended far to the coastline. These flat wetlands had quite a few houses, and from the mountains, it seemed there used to be a town, but it appeared to be abandoned now. At this moment, the wetlands and the abandoned town were covered in a thick blanket of white, with snow everywhere. Only the increasingly widened stream within the valley still flowed with water. It seems these mutated needle crabs followed this stream upstream from the ocean. It was winter, with freezing temperatures and heavy snow sealing off most of the beaches, preventing the mutated creatures from directly reaching the shore. After winter passes, the situation might worsen. After all, with such a long coastline, there must be countless places to land. The only slight consolation is that the area they lived in was covered with mountains and dense trees, creating a natural barrier. It wouldn't be like the plains, where it was flat and there would be no way to stop sea creatures from coming ashore. Sue and the little fox set off towards the southeast and soon encountered some giant mice moving in the woods. They stared at Sue and the little fox, one wolf and one fox, making chattering sounds while baring their teeth. It seemed like a warning, but due to the momentum from the little fox, they dared not attack. These giant mice split into two groups, one following from a distance, seemingly monitoring every move made by Sue and his companions. The other group of giant mice quickly scurried off into the distance, presumably to relay the news. After all, when two unexpected guests appeared in their territory, they needed to report to the Mouse King. Sue and the others did not stop them, allowing them to go back and sound the alarm. This was the territory of the mice, and sneaking in unnoticed was simply unrealistic. Chapter 89, 5 Tier 1 Transcendent Beasties. Chapter 89, 5 Tier 1 Transcendent Beasties. Sue moved forward at a steady pace. Before long, Sue noticed that an orange light sphere appeared on the spectrometer of the music box. And there were 5 orange light spheres all at once. This mouse group surprisingly had 6 Tier 1 transcendent giant mice, which greatly exceeded Sue's initial expectations. However, considering the possible existence of spirit stone mines, it all made sense. Sue gradually came to a stop. "What's wrong, boss?" "Why did you stop?" the little fox asked, puzzled. "The others are coming." Sue looked into the distance. In the little fox's eyes, it seemed like Sue could see through this forest, seeing far into the distance. Which tier 1 transcendent mouse? It dares to show up, let's see if I don't beat it to the point its mother 1T recognize it, the little fox chuckled, eager to try. There are 5 tier 1 transcendent ones coming, Sue said flatly. The little fox fell silent for a moment. How about we just run away? The little fox, who had just been eager, suddenly froze, hesitated for a while, and awkwardly admitted defeat. Sue ignored him and closed his eyes. He focused his skill through the music box to control a blue light sphere closest to the 5 orange light spheres, anchoring his mind within it. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will not be in peril in 100 battles. Let's first see what the situation is with the enemy. Although Sue was very confident in his strength, the presence of 5 tier 1 transcendent beings made it necessary to see their true power with his true eye. Fight if he can win, if not, admit defeat and withdraw, as a gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. After a short while, Sue opened his eyes again. How is it? Should we withdraw? The little fox hurriedly asked as soon as Sue opened his eyes. With his eyes open, Sue felt much more relaxed than before, shedding the weight he previously carried. He and the little firefox were both at tier 1 transcendent, while the other side had 5 tier 1 transcendent entities. But at this moment, Sue wasn't panicking, he had confidence in himself. Not for now. Sue shook his head, suddenly recalling something, and said, how about this, you go back to the wolf den and report, just say there's a new discovery here, and we need the wolves to come over and discuss it. Sue was thinking about the marine creatures and wanted to discuss with Alpha how to ensure that their living area wouldn't be invaded by these sea beasts. After all, who would want to leave their home and look for a new living area unless absolutely necessary? While he could pack up the formation and transmission stones at the wolf den, how was he going to retrieve the mountain spirit placed in the mountains? What's more, Sue didn't plan to leave at all. He wanted to manage this area well, as it would eventually become a prosperous place for his wolf tribe. A stronghold for future development. Of course, there was another reason to call Alpha, which was the spirit stone mine. Just because it's not needed for now doesn't mean it won't be useful in the future. These things will serve as the foundation for a clan, so the more, the better. But the little fire fox clearly misunderstood Sue's intention. It thought that the boss was worried it wouldn't be able to compete and was sending it away to call for help. Boss, why don't I stay and help you? The little firefox said with an unusually serious expression, taking a step forward. Seeing the little firefox's look, Sue had a rough idea of its thoughts and shook his head. I can handle it for now, you just need to go back and take care of what I told you, as it may be related to the stability of this forest. In fact, Sue wasn't too worried about dealing with the rat swarm as a tier 1 transcendent level 7 beast. He could easily handle several tier 1 transcendent level 4 rat kings. Once he perceived their strength and those talent skills through the eye of truth, Sue felt reassured. With his golden attribute, which inherently excelled in combat, if he truly fought with all his might, these tier 1 transcendent giant rats would yield significant evolution points EP. Just handling these giant rats, there are still many things to deal with. After all, Alpha and the others are their own kin, and they can negotiate when they arrive. Be careful, boss. The little fox didn't understand Sue's thoughts. Upon hearing concerns about the forest's stability, it felt the matter was serious, and didn't dare delay Sue's affairs, nodding its head. After advancing to tier 1 transcendent, the little fox seemed a little more composed, especially regarding what Sue had instructed, which it took to heart. Sue replied with a word and didn't speak further, walking ahead alone. The little fox glanced at Sue's somewhat lonely figure, unsure of what it was muttering, before turning and dashing off. This time returning, it ran even faster than when it pursued Sue, charging full speed toward the wolf's den. Along the way, the giant rats could only see a fleeting red figure flash by, but could not discern what exactly it was. Sue felt somewhat excited about the impending battle. He walked forward slowly. It wasn't long before 5 shadowy figures appeared in the forest ahead. Upon encountering each other, Sue felt their auras locking on him, scanning the surroundings. 5 tier 1 transcendent giant rats, significantly larger than ordinary giant rats, about 1 meter in length, somewhat resembling larger Chinese rural dogs. The Tier 1 transcendent giant rat that had escaped now stood at the far side, glaring at Sue with gritted teeth. It kept squeaking incessantly, as if communicating something to the other giant rats. The largest among them was only slightly smaller than Sue now, with lively black eyes, indicating a fair bit of intelligence. The 4 Tier 1 transcendent giant rats next to it all surrounded it closely. It quietly listened to the chatter of the giant rats around it, while observing the seemingly unremarkable white wolf in front of it, remaining still, with no one knowing what it was thinking. This leader was most likely the true Rat King, and while they were observing Sue, Sue was also observing them. "Where's your companion?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in Sue's mind, belonging to the escaping Tier 1 transcendent giant rat. "You must be the true Rat King." Sue ignored the earlier question from that Tier 1 transcendent giant rat and spoke to the leader of the giant rats. Both sides were Tier 1 transcendent beings, able to project their consciousness, so the 5 giant rats could hear what Sue said. The leader of the giant rats responded with a proud expression. "That's right, it's me. Are you going to give us an explanation for killing my kin, along with your companion?" The newly appeared Rat King approached with a demeanor of seeking retribution. Feeling secure on home turf with so many Tier 1 transcendent at their side, they seemed intent on challenging this unknown white wolf. "Explanation?" Sue raised an eyebrow. Chapter 90, 1 against 5. Chapter 90, 1 against 5. Explanation. Sue chuckled to himself, scoffing at the Rat King's slightly intelligent attempt to negotiate like a human. When did animals start reasoning and negotiating with each other? Sue pondered a possibility. Having habitually concealed his presence, the Rat King couldn't gauge his strength, and it wouldn't lose face. "What kind of explanation do you want? Do you want to challenge your whole group against me alone, or your group against me?" Sue said lightly. These words made the other Tier 1 transcendent giant rats behind the Rat King unable to hold back from teaching this white wolf a lesson. His tone was a bit too arrogant, as if he thought these Tier 1 transcendent were just for show. However, while Sue's provocative words also ignited the Rat King's anger, he was still the leader of this rat group and managed to keep his composure. He suppressed the nearby Tier 1 transcendent giant rats. So fearless, he must have some backing yet. Unable to determine the strength of this white wolf, it was better to probe first. However, what happened next caused the Rat King to harbor ill intentions. Suddenly, Sue pulled out a piece of yellowish stone from who knows where, and the faces of all the Tier 1 transcendent giant rats present changed. The feeling was as if someone had discovered a treasured possession from their family. As a result, all the giant rats' eyes were glued to the unassuming yellowish stone. No one thought about where this white wolf had retrieved it. The fact that it suddenly appeared didn't even catch their attention. The Rat King instinctively cast a glance at the Tier 1 transcendent giant rat that had escaped, causing the latter to shrink back. "Where did you find this, or can you tell me?" Sue said casually. It felt like they were talking about an ordinary rock